Chapter 171. Han Yu did not reply and followed Si Yusheng out. In the room of the priest Si Yusheng, there was a faint smell of wood and corpse. Master Priest, why do you want to sacrifice us newcomers? It was clearly agreed that the sacrifice would not be for our new bishop. Han Yu slammed the table, furious, and eager for an explanation. Since you want to know, I explain it to you. It's not a particularly secret thing. Using their souls and blood is to establish a connection between us and the monsters rushing out of the dungeon. Using the blood souls of the fallen professional members with marks as the medium. When the monsters fight in the city, they will think we are the same kind. The monsters will rush out of the city? In 3 days? It's been 2 days now. Si Yusheng had an ugly smile on his face. At that time, all the dungeons affected by the soul-binding formation will be connected together, and the largest dungeon in history will appear. In the rift we summoned, with the 70-level large group as the main body, all the affected monsters will pour into it. At that time, no player organization in any country can handle it. Ah? Why is there a 70-level dungeon? The shock on Han Yu's face was no longer fake. This was against the rules of the game. He did hear that the 70-level version was coming, but it hasn't come yet, so how come there is a 70-level dungeon coming? The power of the new master is hard for us mortals to guess. Si Yusheng just said mysteriously without much explanation. But is this still a copy? It doesn't appear directly in the city? Then Shanghai organization can clean it up. But even if it is a level 70 copy, it is still a copy. In the eyes of players, as long as you have health bars, I will kill you. Indeed, the power of the new master has not been completely infiltrated. Even we cannot violate the rules. The copy will have a barrier, and the monsters cannot get out in the first time. But this is the role of our formation. Thousands of monsters are gathered in a copy. How long do you think the copy barrier can last? In less than 10 minutes, the copy barrier will be broken. Even if there are players entering, how long can they block the monsters? Moreover, copies are time limited. So many monsters gather in a copy. How long do you think the time limit will be? 2 hours? 1 hour. Si Yusheng smiled. Facing a level 70 Lord level monster, the current players have only one strategy, that is to keep grinding blood and moving. In 1 hour, they have no chance of killing the boss. By that time, all the monsters will rush out of the city, and the entire Zisong city will become a paradise for monsters. At that time, even Shanghai will have to temporarily abandon the city, and only our new bishops can walk in it. Thousands, so many? Han Yu silently calculated in his mind. There are at least 50 monsters in a copy, which is nearly hundreds of copies. Our 8 teams are spread all over Zisong city. Only the Shueshan team has affected 12 copies. 3 or 4,000 monsters should not be too many. All affected copies will be refreshed on the day of sacrifice. Demons, aliens, and monsters will gather in the level 70 copy in the center of the city. Can Shanghai players clear it within an hour? If I'm not mistaken, this level 70 instance can accommodate up to 500 people. The first people to approach this instance must be our people. By then, they will occupy nearly 100 people in the instance. If they continue to snipe in the instance, Shanghai will have no chance of winning. So cruel. Han Yu finally understood what the so-called sacrifice day was. He had thought that the new bishop could fight with the help of monsters in the instance, but he didn't expect that they could summon rifts and even a level 70 monster would appear. But even if the monster comes out, Shanghai will quickly mobilize the surrounding members to quickly deal with it. It won't be long before we have to run away again. Who told you that there is only one city? Si Yusheng smiled proudly. 30 cities will start sacrificing on the same day. Fuck 30 cities. Han Yu could no longer suppress his emotions, and stood up suddenly. The Han dynasty now has no more than 100 cities in the safe zone. 30 cities have level 70 instances at the same time. I've clicked, you guys play. Qin Qing has said before that only the new bishops captured in 5 cities found the entry of the day of sacrifice in their brains. In Si Yusheng's place, it suddenly became 30 cities. In Dahan alone, 7 cities began to sacrifice. At that time, the entire rear of Dahan would become a paradise for monsters. Our new bishops will rise again in Dahan and control the world. Why? Are you too surprised? Are you shocked by our strength? Don't worry, Zhao Yi, it won't be long before you become the Pope. By then, you will be the master of the world. Too fierce. I didn't expect that my sect is so powerful. Han Yu finally sat down. It turned out that the Han dynasty only had 7 cities. Han Yu was relieved to hear this. Qin Qinghe had predicted that there might be 5 cities on the day of sacrifice, but now it has become 7. Han Yu felt that it was not too few. However, The new bishop was too ambitious and wanted to act in all countries at the same time. In other words, the day of sacrifice can only be on this day. The new bishop is afraid that he can't summon rifts at will, otherwise he would have caused trouble in all countries. Han Yu didn't continue to ask which 7 cities the Han dynasty was. Presumably, Si Yusheng would not easily say such information that was too obvious. But as long as you think about it, these 7 cities must have the most rifts, so it is possible to achieve the goal mentioned by Si Yusheng. Is there no way to deal with it? Han Yu muttered softly. He now knew the truth about the day of sacrifice. But there was no way to break the situation. According to Si Yusheng, this level 70 dungeon was originally a large group dungeon for 500 people. Now there are thousands of monsters, and it is impossible for players to completely deal with them within 1 or 2 hours. Moreover, the main forces of the mountains and seas left behind in each city are only about level 30, which is enough to maintain the city's public security. The top players above level 50, such as Zhejiang City and Nanjing University, are only 20 people. Only 1 or 2 level 60 players will be stationed in big cities, and the rest will go to the frontline battlefield. With such combat power, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to clear the level 70 dungeon and thousands of monsters at around level 30 in at most 2 hours. Han Yu just muttered what was in his mind, but Si Yusheng, who was talking excitedly, took the initiative to answer. The only way is to completely destroy the affected copies. In that way, even the soul-binding formation will lose its effectiveness, but will Shanhai do that? The output of copies above level 30 is all strategic resources. Destroying one less will reduce the cost. And they don't know which copies we have been to, so this time, it is a must-win for our new bishop. A must-win. Han Yu's mind raced. Shanhai did not know which copies the new bishop had been to, but the copies the new bishop had been to should have stopped refreshing, right? Find all the copies that have not been refreshed and destroy them all? Can the copies be destroyed permanently? This is too much of a loss. Moreover, Shanhai does not know how to destroy all copies. To destroy the copies permanently, it is not as simple as saying it. You must find the real copies and trigger the destruction task, and then the copies will disappear permanently. But Han, you could only think of this method now. Either Zhejiang City was destroyed, or the dungeon was destroyed. The dungeon output was greatly reduced. What should we do with the battle on the front line? The new bishop really played a big game. Han Yu stood up and walked out the door thinking in his heart, "Thank you for the answer, priest. I go back first." After knowing the specific situation of the sacrifice day, he was too lazy to think about it. Let He Bing handle it. Han Yu stood up and left without even looking at Si Yusheng. Si Yusheng didn't think it was an offense. Instead, he continued behind Han Yu. You can rest assured now. When the new master can infiltrate more power, all members will become stronger. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable, but if you really have a good relationship with the kid in the basement, you can also bring him back to the headquarters. Han Yu didn't reply to him, but walked out the door by himself, taking out his mobile phone and sending messages quickly. Where are you going? Si Yusheng heard Han Yu's voice getting farther and farther away in the room, and his footsteps seemed to be leaving the apartment. He stood up and walked out of the room. He reminded Han Yu to follow him until the end of the sacrifice day. Zhao Yi, why are you leaving? Look, Yuan Lin's injury has almost healed. When Si Yusheng walked out of the door, Shui Shan had just walked out of the basement with Zhang Lin and others, just watching Han Yu walk out the door. Everyone's eyes were focused on Han Yu. Si Yusheng was about to speak when he suddenly felt his body sluggish, and his movement speed became extremely slow. And Shui Shan and others below were directly pressed to the ground. Earth skills, Shanhai's people. Si Yusheng immediately understood that this place had been discovered by Shanhai. In the room behind him, a staff flew into his hand instantly, and an instant magic released his control, and his body disappeared on the spot. Don't worry, he can't run away. We have the whole house under our control. Imprisonment command, condense. When Si Yusheng disappeared, another mage released a skill again, range control. The target was the entire hall. The purpose was to force Si Yusheng to sacrifice himself. And Shui Shan and others who were already pressed to the ground had another layer of imprisonment on their bodies, completely losing the ability to resist. Even the whole body, that was not affected by the heavy pressure, had an additional layer of imprisonment effect. But the disappeared Si Yusheng still did not appear. What's going on? This is a ranged skill, and he has already run away. The sudden disappearance of Si Yusheng caught the Shanhai team off guard, but the next second, he appeared behind Han Yu. Hold my arm, I take you away. Han Yu didn't expect that Si Yusheng was still thinking about him at this time. Okay, Master Priest. Han Yu held Si Yosheng's arm in return. Sharing the talent of the elemental dragon, with the heart of balance, he gained 80% physical and magical damage reduction, and a layer of black crystal scales covered his body. Before Si Yusheng could react, he turned around and released dragon breath and spell torrents at the same time. Huh? Si Yusheng was just about to take Han Yu away, but he didn't expect Han Yu to attack him, so he subconsciously stretched out his hand to block him. Besides, Han Yu was just a level 20 player. In his eyes, there was no way to cause effective damage to him. But the dragon's breath flame spurted out, igniting Si Yosheng's entire body, and then 7 different skills were released in succession: ice cones, fireballs, and flame explosions, and Si Yusheng was instantly knocked to the ground. One shoulder was burned and shriveled, and it was shaky on the body. Son of God, is it so strong? Si Yusheng was not surprised but happy, and the first thing he realized was that Han Yu was so strong. But why did you attack me? Si Yusheng couldn't figure out why he wanted to take Han Yu to escape, but Han Yu gave him a set of skills in return. However, at this time, the members of the Shanghai team behind Han Yu also followed, quickly protected Han Yu, and prepared to evacuate the villa. Son of God! You joined Shanghai. Confused, and why are you not affected by the mark? Si Yusheng looked at Han Yu being protected and figured it out instantly. Why Han Yu has always been so interested in the day of sacrifice. No matter what, he must find out what happened. Son of God, it's normal not to be affected. Si Yusheng seemed to convince himself, but he still didn't rush to escape. Just pointed at the void, and a black light flew towards Han Yu. Xiao Yi, it won't be long before I take you back to the head church. No matter where you are, your identity as the Son of God will not change. In front of Han Yu, 3 shields were erected at the same time to prevent the attack on Han Yu. Their first task was to protect Han Yu, and then to capture these new bishops. But that black line, as if passing through the void, completely ignored all defenses and fell directly on Han Yu. We will see each other soon. Seeing that the mark successfully fell on Han Yu, Si Yosheng's stiff face pulled out a smile that didn't look like a human face. But as soon as he finished speaking, Si Yosheng's smile froze. He clearly left a mark, but he didn't feel it at all. Han Yu on the other side just flicked his fingers lightly, as if flicking off some dust. Ah, another 5 attribute points wasted. Without waiting for Si Yusheng to react, the Shanghai members bombarded him with skills one after another, leaving only a deep pit in the villa. The smoke dissipated, and the corpse on the ground was torn into pieces, but inside the corpse, it was not flesh and blood, but filled with dry yellow hay, and crystal fragments fell out from all parts of the body. Fuck, a substitute strawman. The new bishop has come. Behind the Shanghai team, Habing Chongpeng walked out. Han Yu was also surprised to see the remains of the strawman in the pit. The priest Si Yusheng, who had been with him for a few days, was actually just a substitute strawman. And except for occasionally seeing his expression a little stiff, he didn't notice anything at all. Han Yu, are you okay? Chongpeng saw that everyone else had been controlled, and the biggest fish had been escaped by him. It's okay. Han Yu seemed to have been attacked by the black line, but there was no other impact except for the reminder of the mark disappearing in his ears. On the other side, Zhang Lin, Shui Shan and others were also caught one by one. Since they were pressed to the ground, they have never moved again. Shui Shan wanted to struggle, but just as he took out his weapon, he was imprisoned again. Now they were all put in control handcuffs, and their player abilities were imprisoned. No one begged for mercy. They all knew what would happen if they were caught. Shanghai would not even bother to interrogate them, and directly conduct soul search. Until they were pressed to Han Yu one by one, they saw Han Yu standing next to the Shanghai members as if nothing had happened, with their eyes wide open, and a man in a black windbreaker was still carefully asking Han Yu if he was injured. They couldn't understand why this member with the best talent stood in the protection circle of Shanghai safely, while they could only be escorted back to extract their souls. The golden mark on Han Yu's wrist seemed to still be lingering in front of his eyes. How did he suddenly become a member of Shanghai? Sir, he is a spy. He is also a senior member of our new bishop. Don't be fooled by him. Gi spoke directly, and shouted at Chongpeng. He didn't believe that Han Yu could reveal the secrets of the new bishop without being affected by the new master's mark. There was only one possibility, that Han Yu deceived the people of Shanghai. This person is the first one to be extracted. Chongpeng looked at Gi with disgust. At this time, the new bishop member had completely lost his disguise, and the blood on his body was everywhere. But before he finished, Gi's skin seemed to be boiling, with tiny bubbles bulging up. He rolled on the ground screaming and wailing for a few seconds before he died. Oh, I forgot that he still has a mark on his body. If he leaks the secret, he will die. There is no need to extract his soul. Looking at Guy's miserable condition, they knew that the mark had obviously not disappeared, but why did Zhao Yi, who had the golden new master mark on his body, turn out to be an undercover agent of Shanghai? Could he tell the information? Only Zhang Lin gritted his teeth and spoke again, "Brother, save me." Han Yu turned his head and looked at Zhang Lin's injuries that had just recovered. His face was still pale. Now he was being taken to extract his soul again. It was indeed a bit miserable. After thinking about the Brotherhood for 30 seconds, Han Yu still spoke. "This is a new member. He was a classmate of mine in the same school before. He should not have killed anyone yet." Chong Peng nodded. "I know, Zhang Lin from Haicheng No. 1 Middle School. Since Han Yu started to contact the Blood for team, all the information of the team members has been thoroughly dug up by Black Ice. It seems that he doesn't have much in his mind. It's definitely not okay to let him go. He should be sentenced to life imprisonment, or do some dirty work in Black Ice." Chong Peng spared Zhang Lin's life for Han Yu's sake. But life imprisonment is no different from death. Zhang Lin's eyes were dull. He didn't know why he had come to this point. He had just joined the new bishop and hadn't started anything yet. "Classmate. We are classmates in the same school." Zhang Lin muttered Han Yu's last sentence. He had obviously never met Zhao Yi, but why did Zhao Yi say that he was his classmate? He felt that Zhao Yi was familiar with him from the beginning, but that face was indeed completely unfamiliar. Han Yu, whom he saw at the entrance of Xiandun, suddenly flashed in his mind. "I don't want to be imprisoned for life. Save me. For the sake of our 3 years of classmates, you are Han." Zhang Lin fell directly in front of Han Yu. Now this was his only life-saving straw. But before he finished speaking, Han Yu slashed his back neck with a palm, and Zhang Lin, who was already injured, fainted instantly. This face of his might be useful in the future, and he couldn't let Zhang Lin expose it like this. "Let's end it. I go back and rest first. As for the information, I will send it to your general director later." After all the things were settled, Han Yu got on a car prepared by Habing and drove towards the school quietly. This new bishop undercover dungeon was temporarily over, and the next one was the super large group dungeon of 500 people. On the other side, Qin Xinghe was looking at the 3 researchers opposite. "It's been more than 10 days. What exactly does that formation do?" "I'm sorry, Director. We haven't figured it out yet. We just speculate that it has functions such as teleportation, contract, awakening, or more. We have also completely replicated it, but it can't be started at all. It's the same as saying nothing. If it can't be started, it means it's not completely replicated. Think about which step is missing." Qin Xinghe was also helpless. Originally, the formation that Han Yu brought back made all the Black Ice people very excited. As long as they cracked this formation, they could guess what the new bishop wanted to do. But now more than 10 days have passed, and they still have no clue. Qin Xinghe covered his head. The day of sacrifice was approaching, but they were still like headless flies. They only knew that this was a major action of the new bishop, which would be launched simultaneously in several cities of the Han dynasty. But how to launch it, what to sacrifice, and what the formation was, they knew nothing. At this time, Jilin walked in from outside the meeting room. "Director, it still doesn't work. The copy seems to have stopped refreshing." The copy he was talking about was the copy where the Bloodwood team left the formation last time. After they cleared all the monsters, other players could only enter after the copy was refreshed. Shanghai wanted to enter the copy to see what the new bishop had left in the copy. But now more than 10 days have passed, and the copy has not been refreshed. The potential is exhausted? Impossible? How could the new bishop choose a copy whose potential is about to be exhausted? It must be because of the formation. The copy will not refresh infinitely. When the copy is refreshed too many times, the potential will be exhausted, and no new monsters will appear, or it will reappear after a long time. But could it be that the new bishop just happened to find a copy whose potential was about to be exhausted? Qin Xinghe would never believe such a coincidence. But they hadn't analyzed the formation either. Qin Xinghe rubbed his temples. Now his only hope was to wait for Han Yu's news. Chapter 172. At this moment, Zhao Feibai, who was assigned to prepare equipment for Han Yu last time, rushed in from the door of the conference room. "The Xueshan team has been arrested. The priest Siyu Sheng is a substitute strawman. Zitsong City at least has a priest-level figure in charge. Arrested? How is Han Yu?" Qin Xinghe didn't care about the team at all. Now the information is the most important. Han Yu is fine, he has left. "It's okay, what about the news?" Qin Xinghe hurriedly took out his mobile phone and wanted to call. As soon as he took out his mobile phone, Han Yu's phone had already called. Qin Qinghe answered the phone with excitement and worry. He didn't say a word, just listened to Han Yu tell all the information he knew. From the initial excitement, he became angry, and finally became helpless. Sacrifice ordinary people. This group of scum. Qin Qinghe couldn't suppress his anger, and almost crushed the phone. But Han Yu suppressed his emotions and asked, 30 cities launched it at the same time, and it's not just the Han dynasty. The new bishop is going to make a big move. Do you know where the entrance to the dungeon will be? Qin Qinghe continued to ask. I don't know. Siyu Sheng didn't say it, but I guess it should be the most densely populated location in Zitsong City. This entrance should not be able to be changed. Siyu Sheng should have completed some kind of ritual yesterday. I saw that he came back a lot more depressed. Okay, thanks to you this time. Qin Qinghe said solemnly, when the incident is over, I will help you apply for rewards. At that time, you can make any request, even artifacts. Let's talk about it then. This is what I should do. Han Yu doesn't want any artifacts now, but a continuous supply of mutant crystals. After listening to all of Han Yu's reports, Qin Qinghe immediately had a map of the city distribution of the Han dynasty in his mind. 7 cities. They must be the 7 cities with the most rifts. They use the population as sacrifices to enhance the power of the new master and increase the number of believers. What a cruel new bishop. Jiang Feibai, I told you to remember. Send the information to various departments. In addition, the 200-man team that was withdrawn before will be divided into 200 people to Yanyun and Jiangzhou respectively. These 2 cities had not found the entry of the Day of Sacrifice before. Now that Han Yu said it was 7 cities, it could only be the 2 largest rift gathering places in the Han Dynasty's safe zone. 500-man copy. Level 70 boss. Qin Qinghe felt a headache when he thought about the information Han Yu said. All high-level players gather in these 7 cities. Each city requires at least 5 players at level 60, at least 30 players above level 50, and 465 players above level 30. This. Zhao Feibai, who was recording, stopped with his hands. Director, isn't this requirement too high? There are simply not so many high-level players in the safe zone. Generally, there are only 1 or 2 players at level 60 in a city, plus the combat power of the city university. There are only 3 or 4 at most. There are only a dozen players at level 50 in these 7 large cities. A large-scale group of level 70. Do you know the consequences of monsters breaking through the barrier? Only with this kind of combat power can we be sure of victory. Qin Qinghe was also very troubled. He also knew that there was no way to gather such a strong combat power in 3 days, and this was still counting the members of the combat team returning from the front line. But this is the lineup that Qin Qinghe thinks can win. If there are not so many high-level players, it may not be possible to stop thousands of monsters in the dungeon even if you try your best. Finally, be prepared for failure and organize the evacuation of the people in advance. Finally, write an application to destroy the level 30 dungeon. If it is possible, our winning rate may be greatly improved. Didn't Han Yu say that other countries will also launch the Day of Sacrifice at the same time? Should we remind them? Oh, even if we remind them, they may not listen. Qin Qinghe sneered. The battles with demons and monsters have gradually calmed down in recent years, and the secret fights between countries are about to be exposed. Who would believe that Shanghai got such accurate information from the new bishop? Maybe they thought it was fake news released by the Han Dynasty. It's better to remind them. It's up to them whether they believe it or not. Qin Qinghe finally made a decision. After all, most ordinary people are innocent. Shanghai finally knew the true face of the Day of Sacrifice, and began to make their own response. With one order after another, all 7 cities entered a state of preparation. The researchers below looked at Qin Qinghe eagerly, hoping that he would tell the real function of this formation. This is a soul-binding formation, which affects the refresh of monsters and establishes a connection with monsters. It's not your fault. The last red liquid is not just blood, but also requires the ghost that is integrated with the blood to be officially activated. They have tried it before. The last red liquid is blood, but who would have thought that the ghost that is integrated with the blood is also integrated into it? After saying that, Qin Qinghe turned and left. There were only 2 days left, and he had to make all preparations. He also felt that he had to go there in person to express his opinion on whether to destroy the level 30 dungeon. As the orders were issued one by one, the entire Han people felt that something big was about to happen. People in the 7 cities began to evacuate to the surrounding cities, and Shanghai kept issuing notices. The first one was a recruitment order for all Safe City players. On September 28, 2121, Zisong City, Ningguei City. And other 7 cities will have a super large group dungeon with a lord level of 70, 500 people. Among them, there will be thousands of additional monsters of level 30 to 40. Players above level 30 are now recruited to clean up the periphery. All participants can get double contribution points during the war, and Shanghai will issue rewards after the battle. Note: the dungeon level has been determined to be level 70. The dungeon is extremely dangerous. If you are ready to join, please be prepared. Players below level 30 are prohibited from joining. What? A level 7500 player raid? Was this notification sent to the wrong person? Where is the level 70 raid? Most players were confused when the notification was sent out. It's specially marked as a level 70 raid, so it shouldn't be wrong. This is going to change. There aren't that many players above level 30 in Zhejiang City. Except for Nanjing University and Shanghai, I'm afraid that free players can only gather more than 100 players above level 30. Why are you in such a hurry? The raid will appear in 3 days, and there should be a few days of protection period. It shouldn't be difficult to defeat each raid. Isn't it a bit too risky to clear all 7 raids at the same time? Not long after, another notice from the Han Foreign Affairs Office answered their questions. Notice to all parties. Today, our Black Eyes members have obtained intelligence about the new bishop. 2 days later, the new bishop members will launch the Day of Sacrifice operation. Large-scale group copies of level 70 will appear in some cities in the safety zones of various countries. It is predicted that monsters will break through the barrier within 10 minutes. If a player enters, the copy cannot be cleared within 2 hours. The protective barrier is broken. Please prepare for battle. What? The barrier is broken in 10 minutes? It is broken even if it is not cleared within 2 hours, and there are more than thousands of level 30 monsters? It's the scum of the new bishop again. Now those players who pay attention to these things know why 7 copies have to be brushed together. What they care more about are the heads of player organizations in various countries. Japan, Official Player Organization, Yaki Headquarters. Day of Sacrifice? Day of Sacrifice? Such a familiar name. Yaki's head, Shangshade, muttered 4 words silently. A level 70 copy, ha ha ha. Where can there be a level 70 copy? Does he think we will believe it? Ryosuke Yusuji, who was sitting next to him, laughed out loud. Father, this man from Shanghai is crazy. Or we can take advantage of the opportunity to snatch several rift groups on his beach. Idiot! Yusuji Taiga slapped his son on the head. Hurry up and ask Masato Shirbu to come over. I feel so familiar with this word, as if I had seen it not long ago. The young man who had just laughed happily was slapped to the ground. Yes, yes, father, I go right away. As he said that, he crawled towards the door. Before he could open the door, Masato Shirbu pushed the door open and looked down at Ryosuke Yusuji crawling on the ground, ignoring him and raising his leg to step over. Chief, we searched the souls of several new bishops a few days ago, and the term Sacrifice Day appeared 3 times. I'm really curious about what this Sacrifice Day is. When I had no clue, I saw Shanghai's notice. So, Shangsha Taiga frowned and looked at Shirbian Masato. So I suspect that this notice is true, and there will really be a level 70 copy in the center of the city. The new bishops are not going to sacrifice their members, but are preparing to sacrifice our citizens. Call the Han Foreign Affairs Office immediately and ask for more information, no matter how much it costs. Shangsha Taiga also knew the seriousness of the matter and stood up immediately. Whether it is true or not, immediately organized the royal family and cabinet members to evacuate. If it is a big city, it is most likely Togain and Oita. There are only 2 days, and we are not prepared at all. No, father, how could Shanghai know so much? He might just want to sell false information. Seeing that the two were about to leave in a hurry, Shangsha Ryosuke got up from the ground and reminded them. Shangshade also stopped for a while. The intelligence work of the new bishop has always been the most difficult to do. All intelligence can only be obtained through soul searching, and then there are clues to guess. But Shanghai actually knows such detailed information, which is too abnormal. Right, father, this Shanghai is just trying to sell false information. How could they know such a detailed plan of the new bishop? Shangsha Ryosuke covered his face, feeling that he was beaten in vain, showing a wronged expression, hoping that his father would praise him. Impossible, the players of the Han dynasty don't need to consume credits like this. What were they doing in the country when the notice was sent? Shangshade looked at Shirbian Masato. Before sending the notice, they had already issued a recruitment order to recruit 400 level 30 players in 7 cities to enter the dungeon to prevent monsters from entering the city. And their internal notice shows that the dungeon barrier will be broken within 10 minutes. Even if there are players entering, the estimated time to pass the level must be within 2 hours. His 2 hours, a level 70 dungeon? Xiang Xiaode took a breath of cold air. A dungeon with a time limit of 2 hours should be a level 10 cat demon dungeon. Hurry up and contact the Han Dynasty's Foreign Affairs Office. Don't worry about how he got the news. We just need intelligence now. If the demon tide rises again, we won't even have a place to retreat. Japan has been eroded by the demon tide on the seashore, leaving only half of its territory. If something happens to the main city again, there will really be no place to retreat. Yes. Shurbyoshenren immediately ran to contact Shanghai, and Xiang Xiaode also walked out of the room quickly to inform the evacuation. Most of the remaining 30 countries in the world reacted similarly to Japan. They didn't believe it at first, and then they began to panic after seeing the actions of the Han Dynasty. Especially the countries that have recently captured members of the new bishop in the country and found information about the Day of Sacrifice, all began to take action. In order to confirm the authenticity of the information, and which countries and cities the new bishop would attack, they called the Shanghai Foreign Affairs Office one by one. The Han Foreign Affairs Office accepted all calls and connected them one by one. After paying 2 artifact equipment suitable for level 50 players, they could get specific information about the Day of Sacrifice. In this emergency situation, 2 artifacts are already a bargain. After receiving the reward, the big man did not hide anything and told all the information he knew, including how the new bishop planned, how he relied on the team to influence the dungeon bit by bit, and how big the plot was. The intelligence directors of various countries who called were surprised at how the big man obtained such detailed data from the new bishop. But after being surprised, it came to the question they were most concerned about, which cities the new bishop would choose to attack. The big man only replied with 3 words. There are a total of 30 cities in the world, and the primary targets are all large cities. Then he hung up the phone, which was the last news the big man knew. Shibori Masato opened his mouth and wanted to continue asking questions, and then he heard the sound of the phone being hung up. He had just paid the price of 4 level 50 artifacts, with gritted teeth, to hear this information, but still did not know which cities the new bishop would attack. But after hanging up the phone, Shibori Masato couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful intelligence capability. Black Ice's intelligence capability is more than 1 level stronger than our Yaki. The big man revealed too much information to him, even including what kind of formation the new bishop used to achieve this effect, and also told the purpose of the new bishop. Although he paid double the price, the big man did not deliberately conceal the information from Japan. On the Day of Sacrifice in 30 cities, we in Japan will definitely not escape, but the big cities. Fortunately, there are not many big cities left in Japan now. Now Shibori Masato is actually glad that only half of Japan is left, so he doesn't have to guess. With a plan in mind, Shibori Masato quickly rushed over to inform Xiang Xiaode that the remaining more than 30 countries are roughly similar to Japan, and the official player organizations of various countries have begun to take action. Chapter 173. At this time, in addition to preparing for battle, the Shanghai headquarters was discussing whether to destroy the copies affected by the new bishop. According to the information provided by Han Yu, the new bishop mainly affects the copies of about level 30, which are the main sources of equipment and material output. Once a large-scale destruction is carried out, it will definitely affect the battle on the front battlefield. So before Qin Shenghe participated in the discussion, the unanimous result of the discussion was to give up destroying the affected copies and fight against the monsters in the group. But Qin Shenghe gave a new reason. All the sacrifice days of the new bishop were carried out at the same time, which would definitely affect the control of the new bishop. If they can really summon rifts at any time, there is no need to be so troublesome. Gather strength and take it one country at a time. And Si Yusheng also said in person that even with the help of the power of the new master, it cannot really violate the rules of the game. So Qin Shenghe had guessed that the new bishop could only change the location of the copy landing, and slightly advance the time, while introducing monsters from other copies to break the barrier faster. After the level 70 copy landed, the real level 70 version is coming soon. The version update has not started yet, but there are already 30 level 70 versions coming. After that, I am afraid that a large number of rifts will appear. By that time, there will be no shortage of copies. Storing too many copies in the city may have a counterproductive effect. In addition to the leaders of various battle sequences in Shanghai, the meeting also included senior officials of the Han government. They cannot only focus on the Day of Sacrifice, but also need to consider the battle on the front line. After listening to Qin Shenghe's reasoning, someone immediately asked, "But this is just your guess. What if no copies are coming?" then our frontline battles will be in trouble in no time. But this is the most likely guess. Since there are 30 level 70 copies coming in the world, why won't there be more low-level copies? And if there are not enough people forcibly challenging the level 70 copies, I don't know how many players will be sacrificed, and if a large-scale magic tide is really formed, that will still affect the frontline battles. At that time, it is not certain whether these copies left behind are still ours. But we don't know which copies the new bishop has affected. Another person raised a question. Then destroy all the dungeons that have stopped refreshing. We only have 2 days. We will deal with them from far to near. We cannot guarantee that we will affect all monsters, but at least we can reduce the pressure of fighting in the dungeon. Assign more people to deal with the 70th level lord. In addition, if the backbone forces of the 7 cities are all lost in the dungeon, then all kinds of monsters will come out to make trouble again. At that time, we will inevitably have to transfer personnel to the front line, so we must preserve the manpower. This battle was caused by the dungeon, but we can't just look at the dungeon. Qin Shinghe is responsible for all intelligence collection. He clearly knows that there are still some player organizations in the country that are waiting to make trouble. Among these people, Qin Shinghe's level is not high, but he is the one who knows the intelligence best, and his inference must be taken seriously. Then a series of questions were thrown at Qin Shinghe. Qin Shinghe had been prepared before entering here, and answered them one by one. Then, there was another discussion. Most people here didn't know how the hidden man under Heibing, Wu Wei, got such detailed information. But in the end, they chose to believe Qin Shinghe. Then do as you say. Destroy as many copies affected by the new bishop as possible before the battle. The man sitting at the head of the table made the decision, and Qin Shinghe breathed a sigh of relief. This was just his inference. He was not sure if he could convince everyone, but if he didn't do this and let the monsters in the group rush out and slaughter civilians in the city, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Okay, I make arrangements now. The specific actions still require Shanghai's cooperation. Well, all the personnel of Shanghai will be mobilized by you during this period. Do your best. In the next 2 days, Shanghai began to destroy copies continuously. Even now, Heibing didn't know how to destroy all copies. You could only find known copies that have not refreshed monsters for a while, and then find their corresponding original copies, and destroy them quickly. The destruction of an original copy often means the disappearance of more than a dozen or even dozens of mapped copies, which makes the members of Shanghai feel distressed, but this is the only way. Time is urgent. Shanghai did not hide its actions. Now all countries know the news of the sacrifice day, but they still stare at the actions of the Han, thinking that they will do whatever Shanghai does. Seeing Shanghai start to destroy copies in batches, they naturally guess Shanghai's plan. Stupid. Shibian Masato looked at the news just sent back and gave his own evaluation. Shang Shade also showed a mocking smile. It's really stupid. The Han just treats ordinary people too much. When the copies are destroyed, and there is not enough equipment output, the frontline battlefield will definitely be frustrated. At that time, several cities will still be lost, and ordinary people will not be displaced. Womanly kindness. This is also the evaluation of Dahan by most countries. The countries that originally planned to follow Dahan gave up, and turned to wait for the arrival of the level 70 copy. Some countries even began to imagine what kind of epic equipment would be dropped from the first refresh of this level 70 copy. The new bishop naturally knew that the plan for the day of sacrifice had been leaked, but as Shanghai guessed, they had no way to change the time and place of the day of sacrifice. And even if the news was leaked, they did not think that Shanghai could prevent the arrival of this copy. However, Dahan's actions were beyond their expectations. They actually destroyed the copy? Should I say that the people of Shanghai are stupid or too kind? Notify the Giant King's court and the Dark Elf Queen that they can step up the attack recently. I want to see how long Shanghai can hold off the attack without sufficient supplies. For 2 days, Shanghai ignored everything else and focused on cleaning up the copies that stopped refreshing. 7 cities cleared more than 50 level 30 real copies, and nearly 1,000 mapped copies disappeared permanently. And in these 2 days, the recruitment orders of the 7 cities have never stopped. But even so, not enough level 30 players were recruited, and there were even fewer free players above level 40. Fortunately, before this, Shanghai recalled the team leader, who was out for training, as well as the 100-man Shanghai combat team. Among the 100-man combat team, there are 10 level 40 players, and 90 players from level 30 to 40, which are the backbone of the battle. Han Yu originally did not plan to participate, but after thinking about it, he still found Chong Peng and submitted his application. The level 70 copy is definitely beyond his ability, but it is enough to just clean up the ordinary monsters on the periphery. Compared with ordinary level 30 players, he still has the confidence to win. Chapter 174. Chong Peng looked at Han Yu's application, and was about to say something when Han Yu interrupted him. Don't worry, ordinary level 30 players are no match for me. Looking at the current team list, there are less than 400 people in total. Chong Peng accepted Han Yu's application. Be careful. Chong Peng knew Han Yu's strength, but looking at Han Yu's level and age, he always felt that Han Yu had paid too much. Don't worry, even if others die, I won't die. Han Yu now has the damage reduction provided by the Heart of Balance, and his ability to save his life has been greatly improved. Not to mention how many monsters he killed. As long as he didn't get close to the core area, he would have no problem staying alive. During these 2 days, Han Yu was not idle either, and he took Jiang Ziki and Ao Rong to roam freely in the level 30 dungeon. However, for safety reasons, he had been brushing ordinary level dungeons. In 2 days, Han Yu had just reached level 22. If it was before, you had to apply for a separate entry to the level 30 dungeon, but now that dungeons are disappearing, Shanghai has also lifted all restrictions, which is a benefit for all level 30 players. In 2 days, Han Yu cleared 6 level 30 dungeons, and obtained a total of 180 attribute points. Unfortunately, the 7-day cooldown has not passed yet, so he cannot absorb new mutant crystals, and his energy attribute can only maintain the summons for about 20 minutes. This dungeon must be a protracted battle. Han Yu thought about it, and decided to consume 100 free attribute points to purify the feedback, which increased his energy by 2 points. Then he summoned the summons one by one, and started a new round of points. Facing a large number of monsters, Finn and the flame-tailed demon fox's range damage is still very effective. First, Finn was given 30 points of energy. Golden spots appeared on Finn's body again, and he looked 1 step closer to the golden skeleton. Thank you, Master. Han Yu also received a reminder to strengthen. Skeleton Mage Finn has been strengthened. You can choose to strengthen your skills. Dream Vine. Strengthened to obtain. The initial growth range is increased to 3 meters. The growth rate is increased by 50%. The damage is increased by 50%. And the vine tentacles have the effect of eating armor, spraying solution, corroding the enemy's equipment. Blood Spores. Strengthened to obtain. Corpse Explosion Poison Spores. The number of spores is increased to 20. After being inhaled into the body, the enemy is slowed/poisoned. After 10 seconds, the body explodes. If the enemy dies, the poison gas in the corpse expands, causing a secondary explosion, causing double damage to creatures within 1 meter of the corpse, double the damage, and adding slowness and poisoning effects. Cooling. Store 20 poison spores every 5 minutes, and a maximum of 20 can be stored. Corpse Explosion Poison Spores. The Dream Vine is quite useful, but it's a pity that it's too restrained by the fire element. There may be many elemental mages entering the dungeon this time, and it will be bad if they are restrained by their own people. Han Yu chose the Enhanced Corpse Explosion Poison Spores this time. There may be many monster corpses left to explode. The range damage plus the poisoning effect will probably trigger a chain reaction among the monsters very quickly. And with Finn's high energy, the damage should not be low. After confirming, Han Yu began to worry about how to allocate the remaining attribute points. If it is for continuous fighting, the next step must be to choose Talent Awakening, so that the combat effectiveness can be improved without increasing the burden. But for the early stage, the fastest way to enhance strength is naturally to directly add attribute points, but this will face the situation that the summoned creatures cannot be summoned, or the summoning time is too short and cannot last for a whole battle. With teammates, you may not need so many summoned creatures. Besides, I am a moon-making profession, not a star-caller. Raising a father is my career path. Han Yu gritted his teeth and did not use the Talent Awakening, but added 30 points of energy attribute value to the Flame-tailed Fox. The Flame-tailed Fox was strengthened. After comparing the two skills, Han Yu chose to strengthen the Flame Earth Fire. After strengthening, the attack range is increased to a diameter of 5 meters. The first eruption time is increased to 0.5 seconds. If the target has a burning effect, the Flame Earth Fire will cause 150% damage to the target, and the cooldown is 2 minutes. Han Yu added the last 20 attribute points to Ellie's strength attribute again to strengthen Ellie's attack power. After adding points, Han Yu opened the attribute panel of all summoned creatures. LV23 Elemental Dragon. Energy, 106. Constitution, 25. Strength, 23. Agility, 28. Skills, Dragon Breath, Spell Flood, Magic Skin, Dragon Language Magic. LV19 Skeleton Mage. Energy, 78. Constitution, 19. Strength, 17. Agility, 17. Skills, Dream Vine, Corpse Explosion Poison Spore. LV-19 Young Elf Archer. Energy, 19. Constitution, 20. Strength, 83. Agility, 41. Skills, Scatter, Consecutive 5, Explosive Arrow. LV-19 Shadow Blade Mantis. Energy, 17. Constitution, 16. Strength, 66. Agility, 43. Skills, Shadow Leap, Mist Hidden, Claw Assault. LV-19 Flametail Fox. Energy, 65. Strength, 14. Constitution, 13. Agility, 19. Skills, Flame, Earth Fire, Starfire. LV-19. Molten Rock Lizard. Energy, 16. Constitution, 47. Strength, 20. Agility, 17. Skills, Rock Armor, Flame Armor, Rock Rush. LV-19 Hyunbeo. Constitution, 33. Strength, 16. Energy, 15. Agility, 26. Skills, Mind Capture, Haste. Although the summoned creature has been given attribute points, it is equivalent to signing a permanent contract with Hanyu, but the level of the summoned creature is not constant. If Hanyu's level exceeds the summoned creature by 3 levels, the original summoned creature level will become the minimum requirement. For example, now Ellie and Finn are both level 19, which is exactly 3 levels lower than Hanyu, who is level 22. After 2 rounds of enhancement by Hanyu, the elemental dragon has come from behind and firmly occupied the position of the Big Daddy, while Ellie and Shadow Blade Mantis have been adding points to strength and agility to ensure the double bonus of attack power and attack speed. But Hanyu's addition of points is impossible to summon these summoned creatures at the same time, so this time Hanyu plans to divide the summoned creatures into 2 teams. The Elemental Dragon and Shadow Blade Mantis are a team, and Finn, Ellie, and Huyun are a fixed team to ensure physical output and magic output. The Flametail Fox and Molten Rock Lizard are randomly combined to supplement output and control. While ensuring that the summoned creatures will not be interrupted, the output efficiency is maximized. The summoned creatures appear in batches, which will definitely reduce the burst damage. The speed of single-handed ordinary dungeons may be reduced, but it is the best choice for facing this group of thousands of monsters. The day after Shanghai issued the notice, all the recruited players and Shanghai members gathered in the city center of Zitsong City, which used to be the most densely populated street in Zitsong City. But now, the street is empty, with only large buses parked on the roadside. Hanyu and other players are sitting in the car, waiting for the dungeon to open. This is the place where Shanghai predicts the most likely cracks to appear, but if the prediction is wrong, the bus will start instantly and drive to the dungeon entrance. After all, according to Siyu Sheng, the barrier of this dungeon can only last for 10 minutes, and entering the dungeon also requires every second. Sitting next to Hanyu were Fu Zisher and Kong Yuin. Fu Zisher closed his eyes to rest, but Kong Yuin could not help but talk to Hanyu. "Junior, I didn't expect you to participate. You should not be level 30 yet, right?" "No, only level 22, but I think it should be enough to deal with ordinary level 30 monsters." "Of course, I think you are much better than me. Only after seeing you did, I know what level does not represent strength. I guess there are not many senior students in our team who can fight better than you. Most of the people in this car are students who have just started training at Nanjing University. The front seat is a level 40 training leader. There are more than 70 students from Nanjing University who participated in this battle. They are all above level 30 and selected by the leader. Junior Hanyu, you just hide behind me during the battle and output as much as you can." Pan Yuan, who was sitting opposite, smiled innocently. He was also a regular teammate of Fu Zisher and Kong Yuin. His profession was a second-level Dragon Knight. "Thank you, senior, but I may run out to fight, so you don't have to worry about me." "That's right. I almost forgot that you are not only a summoner, but also extremely strong in close combat. Then I protect the Nani's sister." In the car, except for Kong Yuin and a few others who talked from time to time, the atmosphere was extremely dull, although the students in the car had reached the standard of level 30. But they had just finished their practical training, and this was their first time facing a battlefield-like dungeon. They were still a little nervous. The car was full of people sitting for more than 2 hours, until 9 o'clock in the evening, when the sky was completely dark and only a few stars were left in the sky. Everyone was waiting a little impatiently and fidgeted in their seats. At this moment, the cool breeze at night suddenly became anxious, and all the smoke and dust gathered in one direction. The dungeon is about to appear. Entrance location: 50 meters south of the first floor entrance of Kid Plaza. The buzz started the moment it received the message, and 1 minute later, all the players rushed towards the vortex of the dungeon entrance like a swarm of bees leaving their nests. Before entering the dungeon, everyone heard Shanghai's reminder: remember your teammates. There may be new bishop scum among the players entering the dungeon today. Remember to leave your back to someone you know. This is still a werewolf killing game. Hanyu muttered to himself, but this is exactly the backup plan of the new bishop. Shanghai wants to recruit free players to enter the dungeon, and there must be some new bishop members. However, Shanghai set the threshold of level 30 to enter, and it is estimated that there are only a dozen new bishop members. Hanyu approached the dungeon and immediately received a reminder. Instance: Blood Butterfly Dance. Instance recommended level: LV 65 to LV 70. Instance number limit: 500. Instance time limit: 4 hours. Seeing that Shanghai's efforts were still effective, at least the duration of the instance was doubled, which means that there were fewer monsters in it, and the barrier was not so easy to break. Hanyu glanced at Fu Zisher and Kong Yuin beside him, and after looking at each other, they chose to enter the instance at the same time. After a black screen in front of his eyes, Hanyu felt as if he had passed through a layer of water film. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was still a tall building in front of him. Is this entering the instance? Or not? Fu Zisher and others around Hanyu were also confused. They clearly chose to enter the instance, so why were they still in the city? It's just that the air here has a faint smell of blood. But soon they found that this place was different from the outside world. In front of them, the glass of the tall building shook violently, and then shattered quickly. 500 meters away from them, a huge worm, whose tail could not be seen, emerged from the ground, climbing along the building, and the glass on the wall kept falling. The worm climbed to a height of more than 10 floors, but the player did not even see its tail coming out of the ground. On both sides of the street, various monsters were running quickly towards the players, who had just landed. The one rushing in the front was the classic monster of the level 30 dungeon, the full moon wolf demon. Everyone, get ready for battle. This dungeon scene is based on the real world. Don't let your guard down. Fu Zisher's sword was already drawn, and he shouted loudly to remind the students, who were still confused. The high-level players had already rushed quickly towards the worm, and these low-level monsters were left to the level 30 players like them. Hanyu had raised his staff, and Finn, Ellie, and Huyun walked out of the summoning array, and he himself took out the poison-hunting longbow. The first thing they had to do was to fight their way out of this narrow street surrounded by monsters. Chapter 175. Hanyu looked back and saw that there were only 4 players left around him. In addition to Fu Zisher and the other 2, there was also the divine messenger Yun Mingming, who had been sitting next to Pan Yuan. Because the distance difference between entering the dungeon was magnified to the dungeon, all the players were not gathered together, but the distance was estimated to be not too far. And their current location was just one of the many streets in Zitsong City, estimated to be 2 kilometers away from the city center. And the monsters besieging them from the streets on both sides were close to hundreds. I'm responsible for the left. You're responsible for the monsters on the right. Kill them first. Hanyu held the hunting poison in his hand, and aimed at the full moon wolf monster that was about to rush over on the left street. Kong Yuin felt that he had misunderstood. Hanyu meant that he had to face dozens of more than 30 level mutant monsters alone? Don't worry. Our output is still enough. We can just clean them up slowly. If it doesn't work, enter the building and fight and retreat. Don't enter the building. These buildings can't withstand the monster's impact several times. After the building collapses, it may cause trouble for us. Hanyu replied casually. The hands kept moving and began to attack. Talent sharing Ali, penetrating shot. After the summoning was completed, Hanyu triggered the passive talent of the Moon Maker, and 3 entries appeared in front of Hanyu. After a rough glance, Hanyu chose the entry. Provide a plus 20% bonus to critical damage for a summoned creature. Added to Aili. At this time, Aili had already smashed a piece of glass, and was preparing to attack from the window on the 2nd floor. The staff in Finn's hand, the corpse exploding poisonous spores, had already flown out. While others were still preparing for battle, Hanyu had already started shooting. The poisonous arrows from the poison-hunting longbow kept shooting out, instantly piercing through dozens of full moon wolf monsters crowded on the street. More than 20 corpse-exploding poisonous spores fell from the air, and the monster group's attack speed instantly slowed down, adding slowness/poisoning effects. The explosive arrows exploded in the middle of the monster group, and fine wounds continued to appear on the full moon wolf monster's body. The toxicity was superimposed, and under the dual bonus of high energy and high physical strength, the blood volume of the full moon wolf monster dropped rapidly. Kong Yuan, who wanted to speak again, closed his mouth in a hurry. He wanted to say that Han Yu's summons were all single-target attacks, and they were responsible for point killing. But now it seems that Han Yu's group damage is not inferior to himself as an ice master. Since Han Yu felt that he could face so many monsters alone, he didn't say anything more, and he and Fu Zisher dealt with the wolf monsters in another direction together. Crack the ground. Pan Yuan held the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it hard on the ground, and the wolf monster rushing in the front fell to the ground instantly. Quick freeze. A cold wind swept out in front of Kong Yuan, and all the wolf monsters were temporarily frozen. Weapon enhancement. Yunmeng gave the weapon enhancement to Fu Zisher as usual. The long sword in Fu Zisher's hand continued to extend, and sword energy continued to fly out, quickly harvesting the lives of the mutants in front of him. They were also the best of the last session, and they had no pressure to deal with monsters of the same level. In less than 10 seconds, they had killed more than a dozen full moon wolf monsters. Kong Yuan was secretly proud of himself, and then he heard a deafening explosion from behind. Looking back, not far in front of Han Yu, there were also more than a dozen corpses of full moon wolf monsters lying. His cleaning speed alone was almost as fast as the three of them. But at this time, Han Yu stopped his action. The dead wolf demon bodies lying on the ground were expanding. Like a balloon that had reached its limit, the wolf demon bodies exploded with a bang. The corpse explosion began. Double damage, range attack. Combined with Finn's high energy bonus, each corpse explosion is equivalent to the full eruption of the ground fire, but the range is slightly smaller. The rumbling sound was endless. Most of the wolf demons, who wanted to cross the corpses of their companions, were instantly blown off their hands and feet, and they could only breathe in but not out. And they were still carrying continuous damage from poisoning, and there were a total of 20 corpses waiting to explode. Facing a group of monsters, Finn did not hold back and released all the corpse explosion poisonous spores at once. Kong Yuan wanted to praise Han Yu's cleaning speed, but now he couldn't say anything. What's wrong, senior? Have you finished cleaning up? Almost done. Kong Yuan closed his mouth, turned around and released an ice storm, sweeping all the monsters in front into the air. Save some mana, there are still many monsters behind. Fu Zisher frowned slightly. He was just a little slower in killing these monsters, but it wouldn't take long. Saving physical strength and extending the combat time was the right choice. Oh! Kong Yuan responded and began to release small skills to stack control and harvest the remaining blood. At this time, arrows flew from the air, and each arrow could easily kill a remaining blood-round moon wolf monster. Fu Zisher looked up and saw that Han Yu's summoned elf archer had changed his target to his side. Looking back, the monsters in front of Han Yu had been almost cleared. Several wolf monsters with only a little blood left were constantly poisoned to death by high damage while running. Did you kill them all? Fu Zisher didn't expect that Han Yu's clearing speed could be so much faster than the three of them. Now you know why I'm so anxious. Han Yu is too disrespectful to the senior. Kong Yuan muttered softly. Fu Zisher's mouth twitched. It seems that he still gave me face when he was on the competition stage. I thought that he and Han Yu were tied, but now it seems that if Han Yu's summons are all out, he may have to kite and die. 1. Well, that's true. Pan Yuan nodded, and saw that only half of the round moon wolf monster in front of him was left, and he rushed up with a giant hammer. With Han Yu's participation, the clearing speed was much faster. In less than 2 minutes, all the round moon wolf monsters that besieged them fell to the ground and died. Not far from them, the worm that was wrapped around the building was covered with scars, and it looked like it wouldn't last much longer. Who made him so big that he attracted the attention of all the high-level players around him the moment he appeared. Keep moving toward the center. We should still be at the outer edge of the dungeon. Before leaving, Fu Zisher glanced at Han Yu's results, although Han Yu took less than a minute to deal with the wolf monsters. But the battlefield looked much more tragic than Fu Zisher's. The wolf monster corpses were blown into pieces, and sticky blood splattered on the surrounding walls. So cruel. Fu Zisher only had these 2 words in his mind. It was estimated that Han Yu would be a figure that all the monsters would be terrified of when he went to the battlefield. The consumption of several people was not too great, and they quickly advanced towards the city center. On the way, they encountered a few scattered wolf monsters from time to time, but they were all quickly cleared by Ai Li, and Fu Zisher and his friends did not even have a chance to attack. Fu Zisher put down the long sword he had just raised. Save some energy, there may be many monsters behind. Han Yu, my summons have a time limit to maintain, and there is no point in saving consumption. I can just take care of the scattered monsters. You just need to save some energy. Kong Yuan felt that he had gotten used to it. Classmate Han Yu, don't call me senior in the future, I'm afraid of embarrassment. The few people only walked 300 or 400 meters, and a scream came from the garden square in front. It's a student, it should be from our school. Fu Zisha rushed up quickly with a long sword in his hand. Across the square, a standing wolf monster was smashing the wall. It lifted up a player hiding in it, and opened its bloody mouth to swallow him. Ellie immediately reached out, and nailed 5 consecutive beads on the wolf demon's thick arm at the same time. The wolf demon felt pain, and loosened its claws. The student, who was caught, fell, and fled in panic. Blood Moon Wolf King, a level 40 Lord monster, and a mutant. Fu Zisha held a long sword and slowly approached the Wolf King. Save the people, and leave directly. We can't deal with it. The high-level players were attracted by the Abyss Worm. Who would have thought that they would encounter a level 40 Wolf King? Chapter 176. After being attacked by a series of attacks, the wolf demon turned its neck, and looked at Han Yu and his group. The wolf demon turned around, and Han Yu saw the full appearance of this wolf demon king. Even though it was hunched like an ordinary wolf demon, it was still nearly 3 meters tall, with black hair all over its body, and twisted muscles, making it look too bloated. The 2 beast eyes glowed red, and the corners of its mouth were still chewing. It was not only flesh and blood, but also the remains of a dagger, which he chewed and swallowed in one gulp. Yuan Mingming, who had been standing behind him, said, Blood Moon Wolf King, a dark attribute monster, increases physical resistance by 30% and reduces light resistance by 30%. Passive has blood tracking, chasing injured creatures within 500 meters, gaining a 30% speed bonus, and cannot leave with the injured. And it is a mutant. I don't know if it has any special attributes and skills. Although she couldn't identify such a high-level monster, the Blood Moon Wolf King was not a rare monster, and everyone had a basic understanding of him. You guys go, don't worry about us, we are injured and can't escape. The boy who was just rescued by Ellie was originally a second-level assassin, but after being injured, he couldn't escape the blood tracking of the Wolf King even if he sneaked. On the other side, one of his teammates was lying on the ground, one of his arms had disappeared, and even the weapon in his hand disappeared. They just landed and encountered the Blood Moon Wolf King, and they were lying on the ground before they even had time to send a distress signal. And the most desperate thing is that he can hardly cause any damage to the Wolf King, but after landing and stabilizing his body, he still rushed towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King looked contemptuous, and just stretched out an arm, grabbed it casually, and was about to lift the Wolf King again. But at this time, Huyan rushed out from the side, bit the boy's body, and quickly moved away from the attack range of the Blood Moon Wolf King. Take your teammates to retreat first, we will stop it. Han Yu looked at the side of the Blood Moon Wolf King, which seemed to be a standard combat team. You can't stand it, this is a level 40 lord. The injured boy was thrown on Huyan's back and struggled to climb down. I have requested support, and there are high-level players nearby. Before speaking, he had already shot a yellow flare into the air. Fu Zisha also understood that they could not kill this Wolf King, and could only try to delay its pursuit. As for when the support would arrive, Fu Zisha didn't know. The yellow flare only indicated that they needed support from level 40 players. No one knew when the nearby players would arrive. On the other side, Huyun ran to the lying dragon knight again, and carried him on his back again. Huyun is now nearly 3 meters long, and is usually used as a mount by Han Yu. It is not difficult to carry 2 people and run away, provided that the Wolf King is stopped by them. Otherwise, under the speed blessing of the Wolf King, Huyun's speed is probably not enough. After all, Han Yu has not given Huyun points for a long time. Yuan Mingming's advanced healing aura covered the wounds of the 2 injured people, temporarily stopping the bleeding. The Blood Moon Wolf King watched the 2 prey on the ground being taken away, without much movement, but instead aimed his red eyes at Han Yu and others in front of him. It was confident that it could deal with these new players before the injured prey escaped from its hunting range. Hunting in this huge city, chasing prey, and watching them bleed to death, this was the hunting fun he enjoyed the most. The Blood Moon Wolf demon howled to the sky, blood gushing out of its mouth, chasing Han Yu and his companions. Fu Zisha and Han Yu hurriedly retreated. Pan Yuan stepped forward quickly, a black shield in front of him. But the red blood was completely unstoppable, passing through the defense without hindrance and falling on Fu Zisha and his companions. Hunting mark. You have been marked as the prey of the Blood Moon Wolf King. After being attacked by it, you will be frightened for 2 seconds. Special status. Cannot be removed. Although this blood did not cause any damage, It gave everyone an impending control. Even Yun Mingming's purification could not remove the mark, and could only wait for the fear state to appear before using purification. Everyone frowned when they saw the troublesome mark. If they were attacked by the Wolf King, they would be controlled, and then there would be a set of damage that could not be avoided. But strangely, the mark did not fall on Han Yu, as if the Wolf King only marked the other 4 people. Hey, why don't you have it? However, Kong Yuan and others also noticed that Han Yu was not affected by the mark. Maybe this Wolf King is too weak recently and lacks blood and energy. Han Yu scratched his head. Does this Wolf King think that he is not worth hunting? But now there is no time for them to think about the reason. Almost at the same time as the mark fell on several people, the Blood Moon Wolf King slightly bent his body, put his front legs on the ground, and rushed towards several people like a runaway truck with unparalleled power. When he was 5 meters away from them, the Wolf King exerted force on his hind legs and jumped into the air and pounced on them. I go first. Pan Yuan knew that facing this level of impact, he couldn't stop it with just a shield, so he simply rushed forward to meet the Wolf King's attack. Rock Dragon Bloodline, Defensive Skill, increasing dual resistance attributes. Dragon Wing Assault. Behind him, 2 dragon wings stretched out, and the dragon wings rolled up flames, taking Pan Yuan into the air. Fu Zixia jumped into the air, the sword body suddenly expanded to 3 meters, and slashed at the Wolf King. Ice crystals fell from the sky, but they fell on the Wolf King's body, leaving tiny wounds on the Wolf King's skin, but they only barely broke through the defense. Pan Yuan and the Blood Moon Wolf King collided in the air, and the shock waves stirred up dust all over the sky, and both the man and the monster were stagnant in the air. But this state only lasted for a moment. After Pan Yuan disappeared from the charged state, he raised the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the Wolf King. But the Wolf King's attack was faster. When the giant hammer was raised, the wolf claw had already hit Pan Yuan's head. The hunting mark was triggered, and Pan Yuan, who was about to attack, instantly fell into a state of fear. Shuangyi lost consciousness and was directly slapped to the ground by the Wolf King. The Dragon Knight's charge skill only temporarily stopped the Wolf King's attack and failed to cause any damage. However, when Pan Yuan landed, Fu Zixia and Kong Yuan's attacks also arrived. Sword energy attacks, ice spears fell from the air, slashing at the vital points of the Wolf King. The Wolf King, who had just landed, gathered his 2 sturdy arms to the center of his body and exerted force. A black shield appeared, and all attacks were instantly separated. The Wolf King, who blocked a wave of attacks, rushed towards Han Yu and others again, but Pan Yuan had just woken up from his state of fear. Disperse. Fu Zixia immediately spoke, and at the same time took a step forward. Pan Yuan fell now, so he had to take over first. At least his agility attribute was very high, so he could fight the Wolf King in close combat, but he couldn't stop the Wolf King's charge, so he could only let others disperse first. But if Fu Zixia is attacked by the Wolf King, he will also be in danger after the mark is triggered. When Fu Zixia was about to rush out, Han Yu's staff was in hand, giving Ellie the attribute of light element, and at the same time, thin vines began to grow under the Wolf King's feet. The sharp arrow broke through the air, and under the feet of the Blood Moon Wolf King, the vines entangled along the Wolf King's footsteps, and the tentacles tried to break through the Wolf King's epidermal defense, and soon drilled a dense wound. The Blood Moon Wolf King, who had just knocked Pan Yuan flying, was about to fight Fu Zixia, but his footsteps seemed to be stuck in the mud, and were entangled by the growing vines. Fuck, this is a level 40 monster? Chapter 177. Kong Yuan's casting was a little slow. He didn't expect Han Yu's vines to really trap a level 40 Lord monster. This made Kong Yuan afraid to attack for a while, fearing that he would cut the vines and let the trapped Wolf King escape. Don't worry, your damage can't hurt him, attack at will. Looking at Kong Yuan, who was restrained, Han Yu reminded him in time. Kong Yuan didn't attack with fire attributes, so his damage couldn't cause much damage to the Yameng vines. On the other side, Fu Zixia felt relieved when he saw the Wolf King being controlled. At least his movement didn't have to be so extreme. He moved like the wind, holding a long sword and approaching the controlled Blood Moon Wolf King quickly. The longbow in Ellie's hand kept shooting arrows with light attributes, but the first arrow could only slightly break the fur of the Blood Moon Wolf King, so he could only continue to attack the same position. Be careful, this Wolf King should have a backup plan. Han Yu was also puzzled. Although he had specially strengthened Finn's energy before the battle, it shouldn't be so easy to deal with a level 40 Lord monster. According to his calculations, a vine could control the Wolf King for 3 seconds, which was considered good. Controlling it for 5 seconds was the limit. However, The Wolf King was now entangled by the vines, and couldn't even break any vines after struggling. I know. Fu Zishi's footsteps floated, and he stabbed the Wolf King wrapped in the vines with a sword. At the same time, he kept his feet, ready to help the Blood Moon Wolf King escape at any time. As the attack was about to come, the Wolf King stopped struggling, and just watched Fu Zishi stab him. Fu Zishi's sword of breaking evil accurately pierced the throat of the Blood Moon Wolf King, but except for the light attribute power burning a few furs, it did not cause any substantial damage to the Wolf King. Fu Zishi didn't expect his damage to be so low. Even if this was a level 40 lord, it was impossible for him to have such a high defense. The Blood Moon Wolf King quickly lowered his head, and bit the more than 3-meter-long sword. A slight click sound was heard. The sword light, that was originally indestructible, was bitten off directly in the Wolf King's mouth like flowing water, and then was swallowed by the Wolf King. At the same time, the Wolf King's body surface bulged one by one. Quickly retreat. Han Yu saw that the Wolf King's skin was constantly squirming, and the vines suddenly couldn't withstand the pressure. It was obvious that the Wolf King was holding back his strength, and waiting for Fu Zishi to come forward. How insidious. The wisdom of a level 40 monster is almost the same as that of a human. Han Yu cursed in his heart. This Wolf King can still use tricks. And the Wolf Demon roared, and a number of broken spears drilled out of its body skin, at least a dozen. These broken spears grew out from the body, and the cold light of steel did not hurt the Wolf King at all. But when the broken spears came out, all the vines were cut off instantly, and the Wolf King, who seemed to be controlled, was instantly freed. Fortunately, Fu Zi used sword light to attack, and with Han Yu's reminder, he quickly retreated the moment he found that the Wolf King had changed. But the standing wolf demon raised a mocking smile like a human, and all the broken spears on his body were ejected instantly. More than a dozen broken spears flew towards Fu Zishi like a rain of arrows, not inferior to the flying speed of Ali's arrows. At such a close distance, Fu Zishi had no room to dodge. At the same time as the broken spears were shot out, the Wolf King grew nearly half a meter long steel claws on his arms, and rushed towards Fu Zishi. What kind of mutation is this? Porcupine Wolf King plus Wolverine? The sudden change of Blood Moon Wolf King caught everyone by surprise. All the mutations seen before were at least biological, so what kind of mutation path is it to grow a spear directly on the body surface? But Blood Moon Wolf King did not give them time to react, and more than a dozen broken spears had already flown in front of Fu Zishi. 9 swords to break the law. Defense enhancement. Fu Zishi instantly blocked the long sword in front of him, and while retreating, he kept blocking the flying blades of the Wolf Demon King, and at the same time, Yun Mingming's defense enhancement was added to Fu Zishi. But the Wolf King was a level 40 lord monster after all. Even if he used skills, Fu Zishi could only block 7 attacks, and his arms were shaking, and then he was stabbed in the right arm by a broken spear. The first attack triggered the hunting mark, and Fu Zishi fell into a state of fear. The long sword in his hand dropped, and his body ran unconsciously, looking like he had given up resistance. Yun Mingming was already prepared, and the purification spell released the control in seconds, but 2 broken spears still stabbed towards Fu Zishi's throat and lower back. Han Yu had already exchanged his staff for a longbow, and now the duration of the talent sharing had not yet expired. The poison hunter locked the target and shot 2 arrows in succession, accurately deflecting a broken spear in front. At the same time, Kong Yuan's spell was also ready, and 2 ice tornadoes flew out, one of which blocked Fu Zishi and rolled all the remaining broken spears into the ice tornado. The other flew towards the Wolf King, temporarily stopping his attack on Fu Zishi. Fu Zishi woke up from his state of fear, flashed sideways, and quickly left the Wolf King's attack range. But even if he was only attacked once, and had a shield on his body, he had lost a quarter of his health. The Wolf King, who was stabbed in the vitals, had almost no change in his health. He is almost immune to close-range blade damage. I can't do anything to him. Let's retreat when we have a chance. In their bodies, except for the faint sound of fighting, there was no sound of footsteps coming, indicating that no support had arrived yet. Fu Zishi's sword of breaking evil just now also had light attributes, but it almost did no damage to the dark attribute Wolf King. It can be seen that his high resistance to close-range weapons made Fu Zishi almost helpless against him. After all, he can grow broken spears on his body, so why should he be afraid of being stabbed by you? At this time, Pan Yuan also stood up again. He had just had a head-on collision with the Wolf King, and now there was blood at the corner of his mouth. However, under the attack of others, the Wolf King did not choose to continue chasing him, but changed his target to Fu Zishi, who took the initiative to attack. It's okay, Isn't it just holding on? I can hold on. Pan Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You retreat first. It should be no problem to run 500 meters in 2 minutes, right? He raised his shield and faced the Blood Moon Wolf King. It's easy for me to hold him off for 2 minutes. No, Pan Yuan, let's fight and retreat, Kong Yuan said. We are all injured. We can't outrun the Wolf King under the blood trail. You go first. I be safe when support comes. Don't worry. I still have the Undying Will. My damage reduction may not be lower than his. The 15th level skill of the Shield Warrior, Undying Will. Every 1% reduction in health will gain 1% damage reduction, which lasts for 1 minute. After 1 minute, the damage will increase by 30%. As long as Pan Yuan controls well, he can even reduce 90% of his damage for 1 minute, which is indeed not lower than the Wolf King's damage reduction. But damage reduction is not injury immunity. If the health is too low, he may be directly killed by the Wolf King's attack after the reduction. And after 1 minute, if no rescue comes, Pan Yuan will be dead. You guys go quickly, I be fine once support arrives. Pan Yuan's face was filled with the heroic spirit of meaningless sacrifice. With a rather chilly atmosphere, the day I became a Dragon Knight, I said that I must die before my teammates. Forget it, I do it. Seeing that the Wolf King was ready to start the next attack, Han Yu finally couldn't help but interrupt Pan Yuan's generous speech. Chapter 178. You come? Pan Yuan looked at Han Yu, who had already run to his side, and asked in confusion. How can you withstand it? With your body, I'm afraid you can only withstand one attack from the Wolf King. At this time, the Wolf King had already leaped towards them again. Pan Yuan raised his shield, and wanted to rush forward, but was pulled back by Han Yu. I do it. Han Yu pulled Pan Yuan, and stood in front. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a shadow of a magic dragon appeared behind him. The magic dragon exhaled. Under the impact of the dragon's breath, the speed of the Wolf King's leap was affected and slowed down slightly, but it still rushed towards Han Yu. Be careful, Pan Yuan shouted anxiously. He should have stood in front of Han Yu, but he didn't know why Han Yu wanted to show off and stood in front directly. Energy reversal, matter and magic. Han Yu instantly activated the special effect of the Heart of Balance when the Wolf King appeared in front of him. In the next 10 seconds, all the damage he takes will become magic damage, and he will receive 10% damage reduction, plus the original 80% magic damage reduction of the magic skin. Han Yu will receive 90% damage reduction in these 10 seconds, and now he is the tankiest tank in the team. The Wolf King landed with dragon breath. The hair on his body had been scorched, and there were more than a dozen burst wounds on his body. But the sharp claws like Wolverine chopped Han Yu's head without any hindrance. Han Yu did not dodge, and blew out another dragon breath. Han Yu's Pioneer Shield was triggered, and a layer of shield was added to his body, and the damage reduction was triggered again. It's a pity that the Pioneer's 50% damage reduction takes precedence over the magic skin's damage reduction, otherwise Han Yu's damage reduction at this moment would exceed 100%. As Han Yu and the Blood Moon Wolf King's attacks landed, numbers representing damage floated above the heads of the man and the monster. Han Yu, minus 217. Blood Moon Wolf King, minus 2544. The Blood Moon Wolf King's sharp claws only deducted 300 points of Han Yu's health. But Han Yu's spit of thick phlegm directly caused more than 2,000 points of damage to the Wolf King, and 2 dragon breaths instantly reduced the Wolf King's health by 15%. Han Yu's body size was like a child in front of the Wolf King, but the damage of the two was so reversed. Such high damage. Kong Yuan, who thought he had gotten used to it, couldn't help but sigh. This level 20 junior was so fierce that he didn't give them, the seniors, any chance to survive. So tough, how did he do that? Pan Yuan's reaction was similar, but he was surprised that the Wolf King's attack only caused less than 300 damage to Han Yu. And Han Yu was not wearing heavy armor, but just a leather armor for a mage who didn't exceed his level. Seeing Han Yu's damage reduction, Pan Yuan felt for the first time that Undying Will was a useless skill. Han Yu was also surprised. With so much damage reduction, he still received more than 200 points of damage. And this was the damage that broke through the Pioneer Shield. If he was really hit directly, he would probably trigger the life-saving skill of the resuscitation set on the spot. As for the damage of the dragon's breath, Han Yu was not surprised. In the battle just now, he found that the Blood Moon Wolf King's magic resistance seemed to have decreased. In the introduction of the Blood Moon Wolf King in the outside world, it was not mentioned that it had this weakness, and the magic resistance should be at a normal level. But for a level 40 Wolf King, the Dream Vine could drill out fine wounds one by one, and even the ice crystals that were originally used for control could break the Wolf King's defense. This is a bit abnormal, so Hanyu guessed that the Wolf King's mutation almost made him immune to close-range blade attacks, but it also relatively reduced his magic resistance. The current Dragon Breath, with the damage bonus of Dragon Language magic and high energy, dealt more than 2,000 damage, which Hanyu even felt was a bit low. The Wolf King was delighted when he hit him, and he thought that the human mage in front of him would fall to the ground like the previous player. Unexpectedly, his mutated Wolverine claws only scratched Hanyu's scalp a little, and only a little blood oozed out, which was considered that he didn't even break his defense. On the other hand, his body was burned and his flesh was exposed. Although the battle was not affected, it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. The Blood Moon Wolf King couldn't figure out why the mage's defense was so high. But he didn't need to think about it. He pounced forward again, and the diamond claws in his hand grabbed Hanyu again, and at the same time opened his bloody mouth, trying to tear Hanyu's head off directly. "You want to break my defense, right? Take another hit from me." He didn't care if the Wolf King wanted to attack him. He could try the damage reduction effect a few more times, but biting him was too much. From a distance, Hanyu could smell the bloody stench from the Wolf King's mouth. Hanyu took a step back, leaving space for casting spells, and the shadow of the dragon reappeared. Spell Torrent. One skill after another poured out, as if they had been prepared in Hanyu's stomach. After a series of small skills such as Ice Cone, Wind Blade, etc., an advanced magic skill appeared, Meteor Shower, covering the entire body of the Wolf King. As the energy of the elemental dragon increased, the probability of advanced skills appearing in the spell torrent also began to increase. Maybe it could even open its mouth and spit out 7 forbidden spells later. Now it was just Hanyu's fantasy. 7 magic skills continuously hit the Blood Moon Wolf King's body, forcing it to retreat continuously. Kong Yuan was not idle when Hanyu attacked. Dozens of ice cones condensed in the air and flew out, attacking the places where Hanyu broke through the defense. All the skills of the magic torrent hit the Blood Moon Wolf King, and the damage numbers kept floating up. The Blood Moon Wolf King kept retreating, but still took all the skills. It was impossible to dodge the instant skills at such a close distance. A big hole was directly smashed into the Wolf King's body. Other places were also hit by fist-sized wounds by the meteor shower. All 7 skills hit, and the magic torrent caused nearly 9,000 damage, causing the Blood Moon Wolf King to spit blood continuously. But even so, the Wolf King still had more than half of his health. After all, he was still a level 40 lord, and it was not so easy to get rid of him. The Wolf King kept grinding his teeth in anger. The damage of this human mage had made him a little bit unable to bear it. But he knew that the magician's skills had limits. With so many skills released, the opponent should have no mana or skills left. The Wolf King swallowed the blood in his mouth and prepared to attack Hanyu again. Hanyu pulled Pan Yuan in front of him. "It's your turn now." At the same time, he waved his staff and prepared to summon the Molten Rock Lizard first. Now Hanyu's Dragon Breath only had 1 layer left, and the time for all attribute reductions had passed. If no support came, he could only continue to summon the Elemental Dragon. But Hanyu didn't want to use the Elemental Dragon summon now. The Elemental Dragon's skills were his biggest reliance, and now the talent sharing had been used. If the Elemental Dragon was summoned again, Hanyu would not be able to guarantee his safety if he encountered a high-level Lord monster like the Blood Moon Wolf King again in the next 10 minutes. This was also the reason why Hanyu did not summon the Elemental Dragon at the beginning. Their goal was to clear monsters of more than 30 levels, not to fight with lords of 40 levels to a loss. But just as the summoning array of the Molten Lizard was formed, a fragment of a book page flew from the air and turned into a chain that tightly entangled the Blood Moon Wolf King. The charging Wolf King fell down instantly, and the charge was forced to stop. More than a minute after sending out the signal flare, the support they called for finally arrived. Chapter 179. Hanyu looked back and saw the man wearing a black wizard robe, holding a spell book, and with white light on his feet. He had obviously used some skill to rush here. "Fu Zisher, Kong Yuan, are you okay?" the man asked immediately after controlling the Blood Moon Wolf King. "Teacher Chung." Kong Yuan looked at the man and immediately shouted, "It's okay, classmate Hanyu is so fierce, if you don't come, he will kill this level 40 Wolf King." The man was one of the teachers leading the field training of Nanjing University, Chung Yuan, who recognized Fu Zisher and Kong Yuan at first sight. "It's not that I don't have it," Hanyu denied in his heart. If Chung Yuan came a little later, he would have to use all his means. If he couldn't kill the Blood Moon Wolf King at that time, they would be in danger. "Huh? Classmate Hanyu is here too." After Kong Yuan reminded Chung Yuan, she saw that the player with his back to her was Han Yu, who ranked first in the school this year. Like Fu Zisher, she had just returned to school recently and had been leading the team outside. Is this the damage you caused? Chung Yun glanced at Han Yu. You are really strong to be able to injure a level 40 Lord monster like this. Although Kong Yuin said that Han Yu was too fierce, Chung Yun looked at the Wolf King's injuries, and still didn't believe that Han Yu could injure the Wolf King like this alone. In fact, it was mainly Han Yu. Fu Zisher wanted to explain. Han Yu cancelled the summoning array that was about to appear and interrupted. It's all because of everyone's good cooperation. I just need to be responsible for the output. Then continue, and deal with this Wolf King. There is another high-level monster group not far away that needs to be dealt with. We can't delay too long. Before the battle began, Chung Yun once again fired a green flare into the air, which meant that the trouble here had been solved and no more support was needed. After that, the pages of the book in Chung Yun's hand flew together, and various spells flew into the air one after another, and fell on the head of the Blood Moon Wolf King. The Wolf King, who had just broken free from the chains, was controlled by Chung Yun again and felt drowsy. Kong Yuin and Ai Li's attacks continued to attack, and the vines entangled and continuously absorbed the flesh and blood of the Blood Moon Wolf. Han Yu retreated directly, leaving the battlefield to Ai Li and Finn. He didn't need to take action, so he continued to be an ordinary summoner and save some skills for later use. With Chung Yun's control and continuous damage, the Blood Moon Wolf King didn't even have a chance to escape, and could only be hurt by Ai Li and Kong Yuin. 2 minutes later, the Blood Moon Wolf King's health hit the bottom, and the various debuffs attached to it instantly broke out, and blood holes exploded in his body, and the Blood Moon Wolf King died on the spot. It seems that Chung Yun's level should be around level 45, and the Wolf King has no room for resistance when he is under control. Congratulations on killing Lord level monster, Blood Moon Wolf King. Settlement is in progress. The Wolf King fell to the ground, and the game started to settle directly. It seems that even if it was transferred to another dungeon, killing the Lord still counts as completing a dungeon. Everyone who participated in the attack had an extra settlement card in his hand, and Chung Yun put it into his backpack without even looking at it. Han Yu was a little curious whether the level 40 boss could give him a good piece of equipment. According to the contribution, he alone killed nearly half of the Wolf King's health, so the harvest should be pretty good. After opening the card, Han Yu held another card in his hand, like a nesting doll, with a relief of 2 crossed long swords on it. Enchanted card, good stuff. The output rate of enchanted cards is much lower than that of equipment, and they are only produced in dungeons above level 20. Han Yu had never seen one in a dungeon before. Blade technique, Seal Dust Absolute Thoughts. Consumables, enchanted cards. Quality, purple. Enchanted domain weapon, obtainable skills, Seal Dust Absolute Thoughts / charge forward, knock all monsters on the way, and gather them behind the user, causing a lot of physical damage. Usage requirements. Enchanter, enchantment success rate is related to professional proficiency. Enchanted weapon restrictions. Melee main weapon. Not bad. Han Yu read the card introduction carefully, the rarest active skill enchantment card. Unfortunately, he is only a first level enchanter now. If he enchants himself, the card will probably be destroyed on the spot. This copy is over. Find the teacher to see if he can help him enchant his double swords. On the other side, several people collected the spoils, and Finn also manipulated a vine to absorb the blood and flesh of the Wolf King and produced a seed. Has anyone here been injured before? After the battle, Chung Yun had time to ask what happened to the blood on the ground. Yes, but they have been taken away by Han Yu's summons. Except for Chu Han's arm being bitten off, there should be no casualties. The Chu Han that Kong Yuin mentioned is the boy whose arm was bitten off by the Wolf King. Alas. Chung Yun sighed, wanting to say something but not saying it. Chu Han is also a student of Nanjing University. With his arm bitten off, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to fight on the front line again. It will be difficult to get more resources later, and they may have to stay in the safe city for the rest of their lives. Chung Yun has seen this situation many times, and just sighed and looked at Han Yu. Han Yu, let them come and gather with us. It will be safer if they follow us. Han Yu nodded. Hu Yun had just led them to escape quickly, and stopped only when they almost reached the limit of Han Yu's summoning range. Now they are recovering from their injuries in a house. Han Yu and his friends did not wait there, but followed Chung Yun to another battle group. Chung Yun's place was not far from them. After walking for more than a minute, they saw dozens of players besieging more than 20 monsters. The place where the players landed was not far away, but this dungeon was based on the dungeon blueprint of Zitsong City. As soon as they landed, the players were separated by various buildings. Now they have gathered together, or they were attracted by the group of monsters in front of them. In front of all the players, there are more than a dozen shadow poisonous spiders as tall as a person. And behind the poisonous spiders is a mother spider with colorful patterns on her body. Although it was an insect monster, it was not small at all. Just lying there, it was nearly 2 stories high, and the buildings around it were in ruins. Is this a level 50 monster? Kong Yuan asked, looking at the players, who were constantly releasing skills around the poisonous spider. Well, it should be a native monster of the Snow Butterfly Dance Dungeon. The Lord hasn't appeared yet, but these level 50 or 60 monsters are enough to give us a headache. If you still have the energy to clean up the poisonous spiders outside, leave the big one to us. After saying that, Chung Yun ran towards the Spider King. There seemed to be nearly 50 players around the spider group, but there were less than 20 monsters. It was rare that the number of players was greater than the monsters. The main reason was that these were native monsters of the Blood Butterfly Dance Dungeon. The Spider Mother was level 50, and the ordinary poisonous spiders were all level 40 monsters. Even with so many people besieging, players were often entangled by spider silk and almost died. Fortunately, 1/3 of these players were members of Shanghai. Under their organization, the cooperation between players was acceptable. The main output or control of fire, ice, earthquake, sword, etc. stood in the middle, constantly releasing skills, and the Dragon Knight in the front helped them isolate most of the damage. Even if the God Messenger continued to provide treatment, it was still necessary to constantly switch resistance, and once the blood volume was less than 30%, it would be restored in time. Han Yu, Fu Zisher and others also quickly joined the battle. The large-scale combat power formed by dozens of players was the great reliance of mankind against the demon tide. The Spider Mother was still being dealt with by high-level players. If Han Yu was not mistaken, the main attacker should be a level 50 Sword King. Hundreds of long swords fell from the sky like meteors, constantly bombarding the Spider Mother. It would not take long to clear the monsters. Han Yu and his companions also quickly joined the battle. Since the beginning of the battle, players from the surrounding area have been joining in. Therefore, Han Yu and his companions did not attract anyone's attention. They just kept wasting the monster's health like most players. This kind of battle is quite boring. The damage is as low as scraping. You have to pay attention to the movements of the monsters from time to time to prevent being injured by the monsters in one hit. But this is the norm on the real battlefield. These monsters invading from the game are much stronger than humans. If it weren't for the abilities brought by the players, humans would have almost no ability to resist under the demon tide. Even after becoming a player, you still need to form a team to fight against the monsters coming out of the dungeon one by one. Han Yu is now summoning Ellie and Finn. After seeing so many monsters, he summoned the flame-tailed demon fox. With the efforts of everyone, the battle situation has basically stabilized. The poisonous spiders in front of them are covered with scars. 2 of them have been worn out and fell to the ground. Everyone is relieved. If that's it, we should be able to stop this level 70 dungeon, Kong Yuan said with a smile. Not far away from them, there are dozens of players blocking other monster groups, but they are facing hundreds of level 30 monsters. Shanghai's dungeon destruction operation has indeed worked. The number of monsters transferred in this dungeon is about only 1,000, and it is relatively easy for 300 or 400 players of the same level to clean up. You'd better shut up. The level 70 Lord hasn't come out yet. Fu Zisher interrupted Kong Yuan as he looked relieved. I don't know if it's because he talks too much and always says bad things, which is commonly known as a crow's mouth. We can slowly kill a level 70 monster. Before he finished speaking, Han Yu felt a gust of wind passing by. This dungeon completely simulates the external environment. It's normal to have wind, but this wind is like someone passing by. But they are the last players to arrive. Han Yu turned back subconsciously, and then saw that a god's neck was bleeding. A dagger appeared at the throat. The god's envoy didn't expect that he could be attacked even though he was standing at the back, but he still used his last consciousness to add a healing spell to himself. But after the attack, the owner of the dagger also appeared, a Shadow Thorn player. The new bishop member appeared. Chapter 180. The Shadow Thorn appeared, and the messenger's cry for help also attracted the attention of other players. New bishop cultist. Be careful. The player in front of the messenger immediately reacted, and a series of single-target skills and arrows flew towards her. But facing the attack, the Shadow Thorn did not escape, but wanted to continue to make up the knife and kill the messenger directly. Yun Mingming and Han Yu stood in the last row and were the first to react, but Han Yu was now sharing the magic dragon talent, so he could only draw the bow based on his own experience. Yun Mingming pointed the staff directly at the injured messenger. Holy shield blessing. A white light shield rose around the messenger, isolating all attacks. It was considered to temporarily protect the injured messenger, but there was no time to breathe a sigh of relief. Soul transformation. A black light flew past Hanyu and landed on the Shadow Thorn. The body of the Shadow Thorn instantly became virtual, passed through the holy shield, and the dagger pierced the heart of the injured messenger again. Soul Contract Master. There are other new bishops in the team. After 2 consecutive fatal attacks, the health of the envoy was less than 1/10, but at this time, the body of the envoy instantly stagnated, isolating all damage. Not only Hanyu knew to prepare life-saving equipment, every capable player would prepare 1 or 2 life-saving equipment. After all, life is only once. Even if you buy consumables at a high price, you still have to spend money. The sudden change turned everyone's attention back from the battlefield. There was an envoy standing there, but now he showed his fallen form and used the skills of a soul contract master. In the battle just now, she had been releasing auxiliary skills with other envoys, and no one noticed. This is the disgusting part of the degenerate profession. Before revealing the degenerate form, you can still release the skills of the original ordinary profession. Just like Hanyu's deification job change, except for the additional talent entry, he still learns the ordinary moon calling skills, but the degenerate profession is equivalent to 2 sets of professional skills, 1 normal set and 1 degenerate set. The Shadow Thorn on the other side saw that the assassination had completely failed, threw the dagger back, and his body became virtual again. When he appeared again, the dagger had already landed. After the Soul Contract Master revealed the degenerate form, ghosts entangled around her, and then quickly left her body and rushed towards the player camp, temporarily stopping the player's attack on her. And she herself began to retreat quickly, not wanting to continue killing people. Fuck scum, don't let them run away. Seeing that they were about to run away, someone immediately wanted to chase them. But when all the players' attention was attracted, a dragon knight in front screamed and was hit by a sword in the waist. The attacker was a magic swordsman or a degenerate ghost swordsman standing behind him. As he swung out a cross slash, he also began to show his degenerate form, his arms began to swell, and he instantly knocked down a dragon knight in front of him. This attack could not kill the dragon knight, but it tore a hole in the player's camp. The shadow poison spider that had been controlled by the player to drain blood finally had a breakthrough, swooped in, and bit the injured dragon knight. Save people first. Don't chase. The defense line was torn, but fortunately, the people of Shanghai reacted, reorganized the defense, and saved the dragon knight. When he turned around again, the ghost swordsman also rushed towards the building that had not been smashed by the monster, and did not stop after 1 attack. They didn't intend to kill them, they just wanted to stop the players from clearing the monsters, and make other players lose their combat effectiveness. There are 3 new bishops in a team of dozens of people, these lingering scums. Kong Yuan showed hatred and cursed secretly. He wanted to chase them out, but was stopped by Fu Zisher. There won't be so many. The assassin and the soul contracting master obviously came later. They must have seen that the monsters here are of high level, and can cause trouble for us. Fu Zisher said his guess. And if you chase them out, it will be right in their hands. Hanyu looked at the direction where the 3 people left quickly, put on the anthropomorphic mask, turned into a mask again, and said something in Yun Mingming's ear. This won't work, you will be recognized if you go there, the new bishop has. Yun Mingming looked at Hanyu in disbelief. Just trust me. Hanyu had already taken out the ghost water knife while speaking, and stabbed Yun Mingming in the waist. He still shared the talent of the elemental dragon, and the ghost water knife was just an ordinary short knife in his hand, which could not exert any special properties. But after stabbing with the knife, blood still oozed from Yun Mingming's waist. There are new bishops. Yun Mingming screamed, covering the wound on her waist and retreating again and again. Mingming! Kong Yuan shouted loudly, and 4 or 5 ice cones shot towards Hanyu, but they stopped in the air. Isn't that Hanyu's original position? How come it has become another person now, but the face has changed, but the equipment has not changed? But Kong Yuan stopped attacking, and the attacks of others still hit him. After Hanyu attacked once, he retreated quickly, but was still hit by several single fireballs and ice cones. He leaned forward and ran away quickly. But his magic resistance was extremely high now, so he simply took these attacks and did not dodge. He ran in the direction of the new bishop. But hidden in the attack of the mage, there were 2 sharp arrows. In addition to the mage, there were hunters in the Shanghai team. One of the arrows accurately hit Hanyu's shoulder, and blood immediately flowed out. Hanyu could only stumble and run away. He is injured, chase him. Seeing Han Yu's embarrassed escape, someone shouted immediately. Come back. Get rid of these monsters first. The captain of Shanghai saw that the team was about to disperse, and quickly gave the order. If he chased after them, he might be circled by the new bishop in the city, so it would be better to clean up these monsters first. Seeing that they did not catch up, Han Yu was relieved. If dozens of players insisted on catching up with him, his plan would be useless. This is what he just said to Yun Mingming. He pretended to be a new bishop and followed the fallen professional in front. They made trouble for ordinary players, so he made some trouble for them. The main reason why Yun Mingming was recognized was that the mark was new, but Han Yu's golden mark had not been eliminated. However, he did not explain to Yun Mingming and stabbed him directly, forcing Yun Mingming to help him act. As Han Yu ran away, Kong Yuan immediately helped Yun Mingming up. Are you okay, Mingming? How did that person suddenly touch us? I didn't notice it at all. Ahem. Yun Mingming coughed weakly and looked at Fu Zisher, who came over. Yuan, I may not be able to do it. Captain, thank you for taking care of us during these days of training. Actually, I have always wanted to say something to you. Kong Yuan supported Yun Mingming, always feeling that something was wrong. For example, Yun Mingming's reaction was too exaggerated. Mingming, you don't seem to be that serious, right? The person next to you, who was attacked by the assassin, is still alive. I think he attacked your waist. Did he stab your kidney? What do you care? Yun Mingming saw that Han Yu had run far away and should not be able to see here, so she cast a healing spell on herself and stood up. Forget it, I'm fine, continue fighting. As if because she acted too hard, Yun Mingming's face was flushed, and she stood up and tidied her clothes. Han Yu didn't hold back just now, so Yun Mingming was really slightly injured. However, the magic dragon talent he shared was not outstanding in strength, and it could not trigger the characteristics of the weapon, and the bleeding was just skin breakage. What was that just now? Kong Yuan saw that Yun Mingming was fine, and he was completely relieved. He thought that the knife just now had some tricks of the fallen profession. Don't say. It's Han Yu, right? He didn't even change his clothes. Well, yes, he said he could go in unrecognized and sneak in to make trouble for the new bishop. Hey, doesn't he know about the new bishop's mark? Even if he doesn't look at the job transfer, he will be exposed in an instant. Kong Yuan frowned. After all, low-level players don't know much about the fallen profession. If Han Yu didn't know about the mark, they wouldn't find it strange. I just wanted to tell him, but he drew his sword, and I could only play the trick with him. Yun Mingming also wanted to explain it, especially just now. It's a pity that Han Yu didn't give her a chance. At that time, the members of the new bishop had just escaped, and maybe someone was watching. Alas, he is still too young. I hope he is okay. Kong Yuan sighed. Don't worry, if you are okay, he is okay too. Fu Zisher, who had been silent, replied. He also felt very strange just now, and only understood it after Yun Mingming explained. Can those people beat Han Yu? Ordinary level 30 players are not his opponents at all. Indeed, but this is not lurking, it's more like going in to open the invincible. The previous battle with the Wolf King made them look up to Han Yu several times, so that they had a blind confidence in Han Yu's strength. Does the envoy over there need to rest in the back? After the captain of Shanghai reorganized the defense line, he began to ask Yun Mingming about her injuries. It's okay, Captain, I can still fight. Yun Mingming replied immediately. The three of them didn't talk much anymore. Since Han Yu was confident that he could get through, the three of them didn't have to worry. On the other side, Han Yu finally ran to the corner of a building. His shoulder was still bleeding, and he was holding a bottle of red potion in his mouth. On his body, there were marks of various spell bombardments, and he looked miserable. Of course, he deliberately showed it to the new bishop members, and the attack just now did not cause much damage to him. When he saw the new bishop members appear, he had a plan in his mind. Anyway, he was not missing in the team battle, so why not find trouble with the new bishop? After drinking the recovery potion, Han Yu pretended to close his eyes and rest, and listened carefully to the movements around him with his ears erect. After sitting at the foot of the wall for 2 minutes, Han Yu's injuries were almost healed. Just when he was about to give up and wanted to get up and leave, a black shadow fell in front of him. Who? Han Yu seemed to be frightened, and took a step back and took a defensive posture. Oh, it's still a younger brother. A member of that team? The black shadow looked up at Han Yu, and under the cloak, it was an extremely white face. Who are you? Han Yu did not answer his question, but pointed at the person with Yushui, looking alert. Me? The woman chuckled. The captain of the new Bishop Blood Rose team. Are you also a member of the church? Han Yu's eyes showed excitement, but soon dimmed. How do I know whether what you said is true or false? Let me see your mark. Very cautious. The woman took a step closer to Han Yu and showed her arm. A black line emerged under control, and it was indeed the mark of the new master. It's time for me to see yours. Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the mark. Finally I found my own people. He then revealed his arm, and a golden mark appeared. God's chosen? Which team are you a member of? The woman asked in surprise. Although there was almost no contact between the teams in Zizong City, she had never heard of any team with God's chosen members. I'm not a team member. I came to Zizong City to train with Simu. Han Yu didn't know anything except the Blood Fur team and the Battle Flag team. If he said it, he would be exposed. He simply said that he came with Simu. Anyway, they might not know whether Simu came to Zizong City or not. Sure enough, he came from the headmaster. Chapter 181. After hearing what Han Yu said, the woman let down her guard a little. Simu asked you to practice? What is your relationship with Lord Simu? Simu is my master. Han Yu's face was full of pride, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Your master? The woman's eyes widened, a little bit unbelievable, but thinking about Han Yu's golden mark, it was normal to have a Simu as a master. Master Simu has also come to Zizong City? The woman asked. They had heard before that there would be a Simu coming, but they had never seen him. Well, but the master has other plans, and has not shown up for the time being. All matters are left to Si Yusheng. Hearing Han Yu casually say Si Yusheng's name, the woman nodded, and the last doubt in her heart almost disappeared. But this is not a place for training. Many high-level Shanghai members have died here if they are not careful. Han Yu smiled confidently. Master said that today is a must-win game. I just need to come in and see the world. It's a pity that the knife just now didn't kill the nurse, otherwise the master would have praised me when I go back. A must-win game. The priest said so too. Xuemei nodded. It's a pity that the plan was leaked, otherwise hundreds of us would come in, and Shanghai would have no chance to struggle. If Shanghai hadn't known the plan for the day of sacrifice in advance, it would not be the more than 400 members recruited by Shanghai who were guarding the entrance of the dungeon today. Instead, 100 new bishop members entered first, occupying 1/5 of the quota, and Shanghai would have no chance to play at all. It doesn't matter whether we kill him or not, we just need to injure more people. Xuemei was about to continue. 2 more people walked out of the building behind him. They were the Ghost Swordsman and Soul Bond Master, who were in the battle array before. Yi, why do you take so long to ask about your origins? The man carrying a giant sword walked over slowly, and looked at Han Yu standing in front of him. So young? Is he one of us? This is the disciple of Lord Simu, one of us, don't worry. Yi explained. She wanted to say a few more words, but the 2 of them couldn't bear it anymore and came out. Oh right, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. Yi just remembered to ask Han Yu's name. My name is Kong Yuin, a puppet master. Han Yu replied immediately. However, those who entered the dungeon were all captain-level figures, and their actions were also discussed, so Yi couldn't control others. Simu's disciple? Ghost Swordsman looked at Han Yu with disbelief. Master Simu is accepting disciples. Why did you come to such a dangerous place? It's okay, brothers and sisters. Master gave me something to save my life, and today is a must-win game. Han Yu smiled confidently. Ghost Swordsman and Blood Rose looked at each other. Even if you are given life-saving equipment, you can't take such a risk. How about this, you stay with us, we will protect you. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself first. I am Guyan, the magic swordsman, and this is Xianling, the soul contract master. And if you want to kill someone, we can help you do it. Xianling next to him also added a sentence considerately. In addition to Yi's questioning just now, her ghost has been listening. It was also because she heard that there was Simu's disciple that she pushed Guyan out. Thank you, brother and sister. Okay, let's go. We start looking for the next team. The ghost swordsman retracted his giant sword, and his swollen arm gradually returned to normal, eliminating the degenerate state. Oh, by the way, Kong Yuin, you are a puppeteer, right? You still need to show your player name tag. Xianling suddenly asked as the 4 were about to leave. Han Yu immediately frowned. Player name tag? Do you still doubt me? Sister Yi has seen my mark. Of course not, but you didn't seem to show your degenerate state just now, did you? Xianling said curiously. In the battle just now, she was the one who walked the easiest, relying on the ghost to create chaos, and she had time to look back at Han Yu's status. If you have any doubts, we can show our name tags first. As he said this, a player entry appeared above the Soul Master's head. Fallen Soul Contract Master, Xianling LV33. And the top of the Ghost Swordsman's head is the Magic Swordsman Mad Sword LV32. I'm sorry, my name tag, the Master asked me to keep it secret, so I can't tell you for the time being. At this time, Hanyu could only bring up Simu. He didn't fall at all, and his normal state was also showing Zayue. The key is that his level is 22, which seems too out of place in this dungeon. Huh? Player name tags also have to be kept secret? Player IDs can be modified, so what's the point of keeping it secret? Do you think this mark can be faked? Hanyu stretched out his arm, and a golden mark appeared on it. God's choice? Xianling saw the golden mark and took a step back. I'm sorry, we have to take a look at the player name tag to feel at ease. What if I don't show it to you? Do you still want to attack me? Hanyu took out his staff. If the master finds out, you should know what will happen to you. Hanyu did not back down at all, and looked like you dare to touch me. Xianling, the mark cannot be faked. If Yuan doesn't want to show it, then forget it. Xuemei didn't expect it to be like this suddenly, and hurried to smooth things over. Xuemei, do you remember what the priest said about who leaked the plan for the day of sacrifice? You mean? Son of God. It seemed that he suddenly remembered something, but immediately denied it. Impossible, the priest said he was just level 20, how could he enter this dungeon? And his appearance is completely inconsistent. Yi shook his head. Xianling, you think too much. That's true, but there is nothing to keep secret about the brand. If you really don't want to show it, let's go separately. Xianling also felt that she was thinking too much, but since there was a doubt, she would not let Hanyu follow. Damn you, Sheng. Hanyu cursed in his heart, not expecting that his identity had been leaked. I thought he would take into account that he had leaked the plan, so he didn't tell his subordinates the details of the process. Well, since you don't believe it, I show you. Hanyu knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he relaxed. His own player nameplate appeared above his head. Zayue Ishii LV22. Seeing that Hanyu was indeed level 20, everyone was stunned, and then excited again. 22 levels? How did you get in? Yi asked subconsciously when he saw Hanyu's level. No matter how he got in, golden mark, more than level 20, this is the Son of God. Chapter 182. Guyan seemed to be unable to contain his excitement, and his body was turning into a degenerate state. I didn't expect that a level 20 Son of God would fall into our hands. The priest said that as long as we could bring back the Son of God, we could return to the main church to be baptized. If I hadn't been careful, I would have been deceived by the Son of God. Xianling covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. We just want to take you back. It's best not to resist, Son of God, or you be hurt. Hanyu held the staff in his hand, and kept retreating. He was about to retreat to the corner. Alas, aren't you afraid that I will commit suicide directly? The Son of God died in front of you, and you can't escape responsibility either. Do you think it's that easy to die? Xianling kept approaching Hanyu, and the ghost beside her appeared and entangled with Hanyu. There is a monster behind you. Hanyu suddenly shouted loudly. Haha, Son of God, you are so cute. Don't you know that monsters will not attack us actively? Is that so? Hanyu suddenly understood why the Wolf King's mark did not fall on him at the beginning. But at this moment, a deafening roar came from behind Xianling and the others, drilling into everyone's eardrums. Huyun didn't know when he came behind them, and used the soul capture at the same time. Before this, they should have felt that there were other monsters behind them. But the confidence from the mark, and the excitement of catching the Son of God made them too lazy to even look back. Under the control of the soul capture, Xianling and the other two were immediately stagnant, and didn't have time to use any skills. I told you a long time ago that there are monsters behind you. Why don't you listen? Hanyu cast a spell quickly, and carved a magic circle. Two summoning arrays appeared above Xianling's head. Under the control of the spirit, Xianling vaguely saw that a black monster was appearing above her head, and then the magic skills were instantly released and flew towards her. But she could do nothing, watching the various skills splashing towards her. Ice tornado, fireball, lighting, all kinds of skills were completely instantaneous, and they all hit Xianling's head. Ghost. Xianling, who had just woken up from the spirit form, wanted to release a life-saving skill. Dimensional cutting. The last skill of the elemental dragon sprayed out from its mouth, and arcs of light appeared around Xianling. Then it stretched straight like a fishing line, and passed through Xianling's body. After the 7 skills were released, only a pile of mincemeat was left on the ground. The 33rd level Soul Contract Master was directly blasted into slag by a skill of the elemental dragon. When the elemental dragon attacked, Han Yu was not idle either, with Li Hua and Yu Shui in his hands. Talent-sharing Shadow Blade Mantis. Using Shadow Leap, he appeared behind Xiume while the elemental dragon was still attacking. Before she woke up from the controlled state, Li Hua was charging. Soul-devouring slash. Several blades of light completely covered the fragile assassin, cutting wounds on her body, and the blood tank that Li Hua had consumed was filled up by a quarter. At the same time, the armor melting effect was added, and the assassin's already low defense almost completely disappeared. Xiume woke up from the state of mind capture under the attack. Son of God, spare my life. While begging for mercy, a dagger appeared in his hand at the same time. But how could Han Yu give her another chance to attack? If 3 people really surrounded him, it would be a bit troublesome. When the soul-devouring slash was just over, Han Yu's main weapon had become Ghost Water, and there was almost no gap, and he instantly connected with Broken Cloud Flash. When Broken Cloud Flash was used, Han Yu flashed with Ghost Water and almost disappeared completely, leaving only the blade cutting water like ripples in the air. The Ghost Water knife slashed out, seemingly soft, but when it hit Xiume's arm at a very fast speed, the arm was cut off and blood spurted out. Before Xiume could scream, Han Yu's figure kept flashing, like a cicada wing carrying water, cutting 4 fatal wounds on her body. After all the damage from Broken Cloud Flash was done, Ying was already unstable, and almost knelt on the ground. But her body began to mist, and she no longer thought about catching the Son of God back, but just wanted to escape. This level 20 body was too scary, and she didn't even have room to fight back. But there was another strong wind in his ears, and a pair of mantis blades appeared out of thin air, and in a flash, they cut off Xianling's head. Blood splashed all over Han Yu, and Han Yu, who was preparing to kill with both swords, was a little unprepared. Mantis! You're stealing heads again! But the Shadow Blade Mantis did not stop at all, vibrated its elytra, refreshed its shadow jump, and flew towards the Ghost Swordsman. The summoning array of the Shadow Blade Mantis and the summoning array of the Elemental Dragon appeared on Xianling's head at the same time, originally to make up for the knife. But I didn't expect that the Soul Contract Master was killed instantly, and he actually ran over to make up for his own knife. It seems that he has been complaining in his heart, because he has not been allowed to come out for too long. And Guian had just woken up from the soul-stealing state. He met the level 20 Son of God, which was simply the happiest thing today, but he didn't expect that it was just a controlled time. When he woke up, the 2 team members had already fallen to the ground. Before he could react, they had all turned into corpses. This was not a level 20 player. Killing level 30 players was like killing chickens and dogs. While Han Yu was still finishing, Guian's degenerate form had already covered his whole body, and he ran out of the city at the fastest speed. If I remember correctly, there was a group of monsters there. As long as he escaped there, he might still be able to survive. He felt that he was getting farther and farther away from Han Yu, and was about to escape. A mantis more than 3 meters long suddenly appeared in front of Guian, with 2 mantis forelimbs crossed, trying to cut off Guian's head directly. Fortunately, he reacted in time and hurriedly stretched out his giant sword to block, but even with his degenerate arms, he still felt numb in his arms after blocking the attack of the Shadow Blade Mantis. The mantis forelimbs, which were originally organs, actually rubbed sparks on the giant sword. And behind him, the elemental dragon also flew over. As Han Yu added points, the size of the elemental dragon began to grow, and now it was much easier to fly. You can try to see if you can run away. Han Yu, who was robbed of his head, slowly walked over with 2 swords. Even if he continued to stab the body of Xiume, he still couldn't fill the blood tanks of Li Hua and Yu Shui. For the time being, Soul-Devouring Slash and Cloud-Shattering Flash could not be used. Son of God, I was wrong. Spare my life. Seeing that he was surrounded, Guian actually knelt down and begged for mercy. If it were anyone else, he might fight to the death. After all, if he was caught by Shanghai, he would die. But the priest said that the Son of God was the son of the new bishop, and begging for mercy might still have a chance to survive. Chapter 183. Han Yu has used up most of his skills now. If Guian is determined to escape, it may take some effort to kill him. But seeing the death of his 2 companions, Guian has no intention of resisting, not to mention that the Elemental Dragon and Shadow Blade Mantis have already surrounded him. He felt that if he took one more step, he would become like Xianling, lying on the ground in a pool of mincemeat. What are you afraid of? I am the son of our new bishop. If you don't insist on using force, I won't kill anyone, right? Han Yu approached Guian slowly, his voice was kind, but the blood of Guian's companions was still dripping on his ghost water knife. Han Yu was also helpless. He wanted to lurk well, and be an assassin to get some information, but you insisted that I use Wushuang. Yes, 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 the Son of God is the son of the new bishop. Please spare my life. We shouldn't talk too much. We shouldn't cause trouble for the Son of God. Well, that's good, then answer my questions well. Whatever I ask you should answer. But I have a mark on my body. Guian, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly hesitated. With the mark, any secret, he said, would be self-destructed. Mark? I have one too. I am also a member of the new bishop. It's not considered a leak if you tell me. Yes. You are also a member of the new bishop. Lord Son of God, I will tell you everything, spare my life. Well, as long as you say it, I will spare your life. Han Yu nodded. Looking at Guian in front of him, it seems that the existence of the mark has made the new bishop neglect the cultivation of members' faith. And he almost fell into a fixed mindset. He is not an ordinary member of Black Ice. He can force a confession too. Han Yu held his two swords in reverse and said to Guian, "First, remove this degenerate state of yours. It looks disgusting." Yes, yes, yes. Lord Son of God. Guian hurriedly returned to normal, looking no different from an ordinary magic swordsman. Who let you in? Guian wanted to speak, but hesitated and closed his mouth again, holding the mark on his wrist with his left hand. Tell me, it won't be affected by the mark, otherwise how do you think the plan for the day of sacrifice was leaked? Han Yu said it with a little pride, but Guian was heartbroken. The priest said that he was the son of God of the new bishop, but Han Yu didn't mean to regard himself as a member of the new bishop. Guian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and replied, "It was the priest, Siyu Sheng told us about the plan." He said it tremblingly, waited for a few seconds, and made sure that his mark was not triggered, then Guian opened his eyes. "See, I told you it's okay. It's really okay. Ask whatever you want, Son of God. I tell you what I know, but there are some secrets that only the high priest knows." Seeing that the mark still didn't trigger after he said the name of the high priest, Guian was completely relieved. "What is your plan to come in?" Han Yu asked the most critical question directly. "Of course, it's to create trouble. Just create trouble for the people of Shanghai." Guian answered immediately. "How to create trouble? Just as the Son of God saw just now, they fight monsters, and we make trouble." Han Yu pressed the Lihua knife on Guian's neck little by little. "The attribute that the ghost swordsman dislikes the most should be the fire element, and my knife has the fire attribute. The high priest just wants us to injure as many people as possible. As long as enough people are injured, there is no need to kill them." "Why?" Han Yu exerted more force on the Lihua in his hand, making a magnetic sound on Guian's skin. Because? If you say it, you can live, if you don't you will die. When the blood butterfly lord appears, all creatures with injuries will become nutrients for the blood butterflies. Guian finally overcame his belief and told the reason. "What do you mean?" "When the blood butterfly lord appears, it will absorb the blood of all injured creatures as nutrients, complete the mutation, and become the highest level 75 mutant lord." Guian, who was originally afraid, had his eyes shining, as if he had seen that scene. A must-win game. After clearing these thousands of monsters, if all members of Shanghai are injured, once the blood butterflies appear, they will be wiped out directly. Son of God, do you understand? This is a must-win game. At this point, Guian could no longer suppress his excitement. "But we won't, the blood butterflies won't even attack us actively, and our new bishop is the final winner of this sacrifice day." Got it. Han Yu knocked on Guian's head with Lihua. "Absorb all the creatures with injuries as nutrients?" Blood butterfly dance. Han Yu looked at his expression without much fluctuation, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart how vicious the new bishop's move was. Even if Shanghai tried his best to clear all the monsters and other copies, as long as the blood butterflies appeared, the new bishop would instantly win half the game. The key is that in order to leave more time to pass the copy within the limited time, the players who enter the copy will inevitably exchange injuries for death, which is exactly what the new bishop wants. Once the blood butterfly appears, the injured become the dead. Next question. Han Yu picked his ears and continued to ask questions. When will the blood butterfly appear? Of course, the original monsters in this copy are all killed, and the final lord will appear. That's why we stopped them from dealing with the spider mother. We have to wait until more and more people are injured, then it will be a sure win. The original monsters refer to those other monsters that can be ignored, and the boss will also appear. Han Yu muttered in his heart, thinking about what countermeasures to take. The last question, how many of you came in total? Han Yu took back the fire and asked again. There are probably only 10 members coming in. Shanghai only allows players above level 30 to enter, and the third level skills of level 40 are too special. The degenerate profession and the ordinary profession have been completely separated, otherwise the priest will also come in. Only 10, not many. Hanyu nodded. I've finished asking questions. You can go now. Hanyu swirled the Lihua knife in his hand and took a step back. Seeing Hanyu put the knife back, Guan almost ran away in excitement, but after looking at the two summoned creatures who were staring at him, he swallowed his saliva and stood up tremblingly. Son of God, then I'm leaving? Well, let's go. Son of God, the new bishop will always welcome you. What Shanghai can give you, the new bishop can give you, and it is definitely the highest status. Before leaving, Guan couldn't help but persuade Hanyu. Forget it, we have different values, so there's no need to force it. Hanyu shook his head. Okay, thank you Son of God for sparing my life. After saying that, Guan turned his head sharply and took the first step to save his life, but he hadn't taken it out yet. A breath of dragon from the elemental dragon instantly spurted out, completely covering his body. Son of God! Guan screamed, and his body turned towards a degenerate state. Chapter 184. But the swollen flesh and blood shrank back instantly when it touched the burning dragon breath. The damage of a breath of dragon is not as good as the spell torrent, but it is much higher than 1 or 2 small skills, and the dragon breath can store layers. Seeing Guan getting up and running away, the elemental dragon exhaled another breath of dragon. Son of God! I said you will let me go! Guan felt that his body was torn into pieces by the scorching, and the degenerate flesh and blood kept squeezing out and burned dry by the new dragon breath. If he fought back desperately, he might be able to cause some trouble for Hanyu. But now he faced Hanyu, just like facing the priest, and he had no intention of resisting at all. No way, my summoned creature doesn't want you to leave. Hanyu walked up with 2 swords. You don't know yet, my summons have always had their own ideas. You are in too much pain, I'd better give you a quick death. Half a minute later, Shadow Blade Mantis looked at Hanyu with resentment. While Hanyu held the fire and water blade in his hand, his health bar was full, and he could release the next skill at any time. What are you looking at? You just stole one of my heads. After the battle, Hanyu had a basic understanding of his current combat power. 3 level 30 players can win by sneak attack, but if they are besieged, it may be a little troublesome. Level 40 players, if all skills are available, plus the elemental dragon, can still fight. But if a set of skills fails to kill instantly, it may be himself who dies. Simply collect the spoils left by the 3 people, 15 mutant crystals, 8 purple equipment, and 3 inheritance equipment. However, none of the 3 professions matched him, and they all ended up in the stock exchange. After cleaning up, Hanyu continued to wear the mask, and went back to the team of Fu Zisher and the other 2. His current location was not far from where Fu Zisher and the others were fighting, and he could still maintain the summoning of the alien world communication. Ellie and Finn were still there to output. It can only be said that Guan and the others were too confident, thinking that the members of Shanghai would not catch up, so they just ran away a little and hid in the nearby buildings, waiting for the next action. However, if it were not for Hanyu, no one would catch up. And in order to ensure the kill, Hanyu did not even have time to use the talent choice of the moon. The Soul Contract Master and the assassin were killed in a few seconds, which also scared Guan. The 3 died in Hanyu's hands. However, in order to ensure that he could continue to summon and there was no gap in combat power, Hanyu still sent the elemental dragon back. After that, he did not take off the mimicry mask and quickly returned to the team. At this time, the Shadow Spider Mother was already dying under the attacks of multiple players, and several of her legs were broken. And among the dozen or so shadow poison spiders, only 3 survived under the siege. But the front row of the Dragon Knights and others in front were inevitably injured, with scratches all over their bodies, or strange wounds from the mouthparts of the poisonous spiders, and blood was constantly oozing out. This was a normal situation in the eyes of all players. After all, the auxiliary also needed to consider the consumption of skills and continuous fighting, and it was impossible to keep the front row in the best condition all the time. If he hadn't known about the blood butterfly dance from Guan, he wouldn't have cared about the injuries of the front row. Hey! Hanyu is back. When Hanyu walked back to the team, Yun Mingming noticed him at first sight. Although his face had changed, his equipment was still the same. Although they knew Hanyu was very strong, Hanyu was facing 3 level 30 degenerate professional players. Once he was discovered, he would definitely be besieged by 3 people, and they still couldn't help but worry. Hanyu, are you okay? Kong Yuan saw Hanyu coming back, and immediately pulled him to ask. In addition to asking if he was okay, he also had to confirm whether this was Hanyu. After all, this fake face looked too real. It's okay. Hanyu didn't use a voice changer and answered directly. After hearing the familiar voice, the three of them were completely relieved. Kong Yuin looked at Hanyu's body. Except for some traces of being attacked by teammates' spells just now, there was no sign of injury. You don't look like anything happened. What was the result of the lurking? After confirming that it was Hanyu, Yun Mingming couldn't help asking about Hanyu's solemn lurking plan. After all, she was stabbed hard just now for acting. The undercover operation failed. Hanyu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. The last undercover operation was too smooth, and he thought he was born to be an undercover agent. This time he was so confident that he stabbed Yun Mingming right away, but he was discovered less than 5 minutes after he went there. I knew it. Yun Mingming touched her wound. Although it had been healed, she still felt a little bit of pain when she saw Hanyu. But I still got the information I wanted, so it was a success. Hanyu quickly added. It was indeed successful, but it was not done in a stealth way. You just need to kill all the way. Here, I give you a share to compensate for the blow you took. Hanyu casually took out 3 purple equipment from his backpack, all of which were taken from the Soul Contract Master. Those 3 members are dead. These are the equipment from the Soul Contract Master. Maybe there is one suitable for you. Ah? Yun Mingming looked at the equipment in her hand. There was also a heritage quality one, but it was hit by a not-so-light blow. It's a good deal, okay. Wait. You said that all 3 members are dead? Kong Yuin looked at the 3 pieces of equipment. The magic ball in it was indeed used by the Soul Contract Master just now. But there was no trace of battle on Hanyu's body. Oh, if you look closely, you can see a trace of blood that was not cleaned up in time. But this doesn't look like the aftermath of a battle at all. And Hanyu was gone for a total of 5 or 6 minutes. The combat performance of the 3 new bishop members before, the Shadow Thorn was elusive, the Soul Contract Master was entangled with ghosts, and the Ghost Swordsman once he performed the fallen form, the attributes were much higher than the same level players. If they can't win, they will just run away, and it won't be that easy to catch them, right? But in just a few minutes, these 3 fallen professionals all died at Hanyu's hands. The equipment in Yun Mingming's hand proved Hanyu's statement, but they instinctively didn't want to believe it. How did they die? Fu Zixia couldn't help asking. Fu Zixia was also very confident in his own strength. He was confident that he could fight against 2 fallen professional players of the same level alone, and even confident that he could kill one of them. But if it was 1 against 3, he would have no choice but to run away. It's mainly a sneak attack, attacking when they are unprepared. Hanyu thought about the battle process. If the 3 of them had not been too careless and even ignored Hu Yun's approach, he would not have been able to catch such slippery professions as the Soul Contract Master and Shadow Thorn. Fu Zixia actually didn't want to know what kind of fighting method it was, but wanted to ask if there were other high-level players passing by. But Hanyu meant that he was the only one who killed all 3 fallen professionals within 5 minutes. Fu Zixia could only take a deep breath and calm down his emotions that were hit. Before, he always thought that if he exerted his full strength, he could fight Hanyu, his junior, on equal terms. But now, he felt that he was arrogant. Level has become the least important attribute for Hanyu. Kong Yuin didn't react as much as Fu Zixia. After being hit by Hanyu many times, he was completely lying flat. And with Hanyu's skill of spitting out 7 or 8 magic spells, it would not be easy to kill a few new bishops in seconds with just 2 shots. When Fu Zixia calmed down, he was holding Hanyu. Junior, if you need to act next time, remember to find me. Mingming is so small, it's not good to get hurt. For a girl, it's even worse if she gets a scar. Next time, stab me, I take it. Get lost. Yun Mingming didn't hesitate, put away the 3 pieces of equipment, and hit Kong Yuin on the head with a staff. Hanyu looked at Kong Yuin's expectant eyes, and could only say, next time for sure. Without chatting with them too much, the battle to clean up the Spider Mother was about to end, and Hanyu found the captain of the Shanghai team, Buanhua. Classmate, do you need any help? Buanhua had just withdrawn from the front, and one of his arms was full of bite marks. Just now, facing the attack of the Spider Mother, he almost took nearly half of the damage alone. He is now receiving treatment. When facing Hanyu, he only treats him as a student who has some requests. Seeing that there is no one else around, Hanyu tells all the news he knows. Buanhua listened to Hanyu telling all the news bit by bit, and his eyes gradually widened. Are you serious? This kind of news can't be said casually. After speaking, Buanhua looked back at his teammates behind him. Each member of the Shanghai team rushed to the front, just to quickly clear the monsters and leave more time to deal with the last lord. Most of them are injured now, but they are doing well in changing resistance, and none of them are seriously injured. If it is really as Han Yu said, once the blood butterfly appears, most of the Shanghai team members will die instantly. You are a student of Nanjing University, right? Do you know how much responsibility you will bear if this kind of news is false? Buangwa asked sternly. Han Yu's face is too young now, so Buangwa has to doubt the truth of his news. If it is true, the cleaning work of the entire dungeon will become difficult, and even the dungeon cleaning needs to be stopped directly. Han Yu also understands that Buangwa's suspicion is normal, but now Qin Qinghe is outside the dungeon and cannot be contacted. Chongpeng should also be in the dungeon, but he has not added Chongpeng as a game friend, so he can only find members of Shanghai himself. Han Yu did not explain much, took out the black chess piece given by Qin Qinghe from his backpack, and handed it to Buangwa. Hidden piece. Buangwa reacted at the first sight of the chess piece, and his eyes suddenly became solemn. S-level hidden piece, sorry brother, I shouldn't be so suspicious, but... Buangwa looked at Han Yu again, with solemnity and admiration in his eyes. Black Ice has many hidden pieces lurking in other player organizations to provide first-hand information to Shanghai. Chapter 185. If the hidden player of an ordinary organization is discovered, he may only be driven away. If it is really an organization that uses the player's ability to do some illegal activities, the hidden player may be killed as soon as it is discovered. However, Han Yu looks too young. Buangwa suspects that Han Yu's face is a fake one. The more Buangwa looks at Han Yu, the more he feels that Han Yu has changed his appearance, but he did not ask. After all, the more people know the identity of the hidden player, the more dangerous it is. But this is all the internal information of the new bishop. How did you know it? Even if Han Yu's identity was confirmed, Buangwa still had to ask one more question. Even if he was not affiliated with Black Ice, he also knew the existence of the new master's mark. If there are high-level members of Black Ice in the copy, you can say that the information came from. At this point, Han Yu paused and brought the hidden player in his hand to his face. Just say that the information came from Wu Wei. Wu Wei is the code name Qin Qinghe gave him. If it weren't engraved on the chess piece, Han, you would have almost forgotten it. Okay, then can you wait here for a while? This news is too important. If you could explain it in person. Forget it. Han Yu waved his hand and refused. I have told you all the details. If there is any other news, I will tell you again. Okay. Buangwa watched Han Yu leave from his sight and merge into the team of students. He murmured, he is really a student. Why would the superior choose such a young hidden man? And he is so familiar with the information of the new bishop. But after taking a look, he immediately sent a message to the person in charge in the copy. This information is really too important. After a moment, Chongpeng looked at the news and frowned. He was cleaning up a level 50 monster with others. When he saw that the source of the news was Wu Wei, Chongpeng knew that this was another news that Han Yu got from the new bishop, and it was highly credible. Chongpeng, is this news credible? The news from our people said that the information was sent back by a Black Ice spy codenamed Wu Wei. The captain of Shanghai beside Chongpeng asked. It is credible. The day of sacrifice is also the planned news from Wu Wei, otherwise we might not even have the opportunity to enter the dungeon. That's difficult. Now half of the Shanghai members are injured. The man who spoke frowned, he would rather this was false news. On the other side, Zhu Sun was cleaning up a level 60,000 needle queen bee with Xiao Xiao Tsuzhua from Nanjing University. Principal, what should we do now? When the blood butterfly comes out, I'm afraid many people will die instantly, and many high-level players will be injured. If the blood butterfly escapes, Zitsong City may really become what it is now. Zhu Sun looked at the city destroyed by monsters in front of him. Most of the high-rise buildings in Zitsong City have become ruins. These are just the scenes copied in the copy. If the blood butterfly really comes out, it is estimated that most of the buildings in Zitsong City will be destroyed. Although all the residents in the center of Zitsong City have been evacuated, they are still waiting to go home. Alas, the scum of the new bishop. Chuzhua cursed inwardly. Stop attacking the native monsters, and discuss countermeasures with Liu Yuanbo first. Liu Yuanbo is the person in charge of the mountains and seas in Zitsong City, and he is also responsible for all actions in the copy this time. 5 minutes after Han Yu sent the message, all the players who entered the dungeon received new messages. Stop attacking the native monsters in the dungeon, and just injure other monsters. Don't trade injuries for lives. If you encounter a large number of monsters, just run away. All injured players, stop fighting immediately, receive treatment, and ensure that there are no wounds on your body that can bleed. After an hour and a half, the blood butterflies will appear, and the blood butterfly dance effect will be triggered. All the players who received the message did not expect that the blood butterflies had such a skill that covered the entire map, and could only start to retreat while cursing. So in the dungeon, the players who were chasing and attacking the monsters started to run away. Then they just used long-range attacks to consume the monster's blood and create new wounds on their bodies. The monsters that had been besieged saw the players start to run away, and they immediately followed after they reacted. But the more they chased, the faster the players ran, and even used skills to escape. No matter what, they could not get hurt. It seemed that the battle between the players and the monsters was reversed instantly. However, only wounds were left on their bodies. When the blood butterflies appeared, these monsters would die as well, but they would become nutrients for the blood butterflies. But they could no longer stop the blood butterflies from mutating, so they could only try to make the players nutrients. While the high-level players from Shanghai and Nanjing University cleaned up the monsters in the dungeon, they kept the level 60,000 Needle Queen bee. They consumed blood from a distance, but did not kill them. They had to try to let all the players recover from their injuries, and ensure that there were no obvious wounds on their bodies. But they could not drag it on like this, as the dungeon only lasted 4 hours in total. To ensure that the level 70 lord is killed, Chuzhua and his team estimated that at least 2 hours would be needed. At the end of the dungeon, Chuzhua looked at the flying queen bee in front of him. Only a trace of blood was left. After everyone stopped, the blood was slowly recovering. "I can't wait, Lu Chu, how are the others now?" Chuzhua asked. "It's okay. The last student just now has basically recovered from his injuries. Although his arm was bitten off, it is also ensured that there are no obvious injuries on the body's surface." Lu Yuanbo was looking at the news from all over and replied, "Well, then we can start." Chuzhua. Zhu Sun, who was beside Chuzhua, had a fire spear in his hand and stabbed the queen bee surrounded by everyone. A spear pierced through the body, and the blood of the 1,000 needle queen bee, which was already only dead blood, was cleared to zero and died completely. As the last native monster of the dungeon died, a huge red ball appeared out of thin air in the center of Zitsong City and floated upwards. When the giant ball flew to the highest point, it had blocked the moon in the sky. The sound like an eggshell breaking reached everyone's ears, but the buildings next to the giant ball instantly turned into powder and drifted in the air. The strange creature inside the giant ball finally appeared and slowly stretched its body. The blood butterfly appeared. Except for a pair of butterfly wings, its appearance had nothing to do with butterflies. The position where the mouth part should have been had been replaced by tentacles, and its mouth parts stretched out for more than 3 meters. The body was like the abyss worm that everyone saw when they just entered the dungeon, tens of meters long. The upper body flew into the air, but the lower body was constantly shrinking and extending. Fearful Dream Butterfly, LV70 Blood Butterfly Dance, Lord, it's out. Hurry up and do it. Chuzhua floated in the air, flying towards the Fearful Dream Butterfly, and other high-level players also quickly rushed towards the Fearful Dream Butterfly. After spending nearly 2 hours in the dungeon, it was finally time for the final battle. However, before the players started to attack, the Fearful Dream Butterfly flapped its wings. As the wings flapped, the monsters with wounds on their bodies wailed. As long as they had a little wound on their bodies that could bleed, they were affected by the blood butterfly dance. When the dream butterfly flapped its wings, its wounds began to expand continuously, and blood flew into the air, turning into tiny blood butterflies, flying towards the fearful dream butterfly. Those monsters that were just chasing the players looked at the blood flowing out of their wounds one by one, and knelt on the ground in confusion. They howled in pain. They didn't understand that they only had a few wounds on their bodies, but now their blood was about to be drained. After the fearful dream butterfly flapped its wings continuously, nearly 10,000 palm-sized blood butterflies flew into the air. Under the shining of the cold moon, they flew towards the Lord who summoned them, and the butterflies drilled into the body of the fearful dream butterfly and quickly merged into it. With the replenishment of blood, the body of the fearful dream butterfly began to expand rapidly and began to change into a mutant. The ordinary players, who had just escaped all the way, watching the monsters that had just chased them, suddenly turned into mummies. In addition to being grateful, they also felt scared, especially those players in the frontline professions, who felt that they had just saved their lives. If Shanghai hadn't sent the message, I would be the same as these monsters now, unable to even see the enemy, and would have become a dry corpse lying on the ground. Everyone had only one sentence in their mind. Thanks to Shanghai for the timely information. Shanghai is awesome. They didn't know why Shanghai could still get information in the middle of the copy, so they could only say that Shanghai was awesome. When others thanked Shanghai, Fu Zisher looked at Han Yu suspiciously. Han Yu, Did you get this information? Ah? No, how could I know such advanced information? Han Yu started to play dumb. Still pretending. Yun Mingming rolled her eyes. We saw you go to find the captain of Shanghai's team. Not long after you came back, Shanghai sent a message to stop the attack. We are not stupid. Kong Yui nodded. I can only say one thing, awesome. From now on, you are not my junior, you are my Yushin. Yushin, remember to take me with you next time you act. Thank you. Fu Zisher looked at the blood butterflies flying in the air. If it weren't for the news you got, I might be dead now. And me. Pen Yuan added on the side. One of them is a magic swordsman, and the other is a dragon knight. Even if they have enhanced their weapons and armor defense, they still need to fight monsters in close combat, and injuries are inevitable. If they hadn't received the reminder, they would have been covered with wounds in order to kill the enemy. If it were normal, it would be the most normal thing, but in this copy, the injured would instantly become the dead. I also got the information occasionally, and just said a few words. Seeing that they had all guessed it, Han Yu no longer concealed it. They had been together before, so it was a bit difficult to hide it. Chapter 186. You can't just thank me. Yun Mengmeng was stabbed, which made a great contribution to the collection of intelligence. No, I was just acting. The key is that you haven't succeeded in lurking yet. Yun Mingming waved her hand, indicating that it was none of her business, but she still felt that the stab she took was not in vain. As all the injured were drained of blood, the fearful dream butterfly stopped flapping its wings, and the duration of the blood butterfly dance finally passed. Most of the monsters that were chasing the players had been killed or injured, leaving only those monsters that were not injured before, looking at the sky in fear and slowly retreating. But now that the blood butterfly dance time has passed, the players who have been running for almost an hour can no longer bear it. They all took out their weapons and began to chase the fleeing monsters in turn. Not far above them, Chu Shua and others also began to attack the fearful dream butterfly. After absorbing the blood butterfly, the fearful dream butterfly's entire body expanded, and behind it, there was another pair of wings, turning into a four-winged dream butterfly, a completely mutant species. LV-73 mutated blood spirit fearful dream butterfly without the blood supplement of the players with big supplements. The final level of fearful dream butterfly was fixed at level 73, which was neither good nor bad news. The players surrounding fearful dream butterfly began to attack in various ways, but fearful dream butterfly just flapped its wings slightly. 8 black tornadoes swept in all directions, and the players surrounding fearful dream butterfly quickly retreated, and all their skills were cancelled. But a skill is originally a test, and when the tornado completely dissipated, everyone's new skills were ready. Ultimate Shattering Sky, Dark Forbidden Domain, Ice-Breaking Realm, Sword-Controlled Ganges Sand. The skills of various professions sparked various lights in the air, causing the space around the fearful dream butterfly to begin to distort, and fell on the fearful dream butterfly with unparalleled offensive. The skills continued, and the fearful dream butterfly continued to become stiff under the attack, and could only take everyone's skills, and its health began to slowly decrease. Unfortunately, even if the fearful dream butterfly was not a meat shield lord, it still had hundreds of thousands of health points, and it also had its own defense, so it was not so easy to get rid of. Sure enough, before everyone had time to relax, a layer of golden light appeared on the surface of the fearful dream butterfly. Golden dominant state, immune to all controls. In just a moment, the fearful dream butterfly broke free from the control and rushed towards Chushua's position. The damage here was the highest just now, absorbing all the hatred of the fearful dream butterfly. However, on the way of its charge, a man with a naked upper body flew out, and one person met the fearful dream butterfly who wanted to attack Chushua. LV-60 Extreme Martial God Liu Yuanbua. Although he was also floating in the air, he still looked too small in front of the huge fearful dream butterfly. But as Liu Yuanbua flew out, his body began to expand rapidly. Extreme Martial God. In just a moment, when the fearful dream butterfly was about to approach, Liu Yuanbua had turned into a muscular giant nearly 8 meters tall. Although he was not as big as the fearful dream butterfly, at least he looked like he could fight the monster in front of him. First, he used a simple taunting skill to force the fearful dream butterfly's hatred to himself, preventing it from continuing to rush forward. Then he punched forward fiercely, hitting the mouth parts of the fearful dream butterfly that were about to attack. The punch was sent out with a sound of breaking through the air, and the fearful dream butterfly let out a piercing scream, and the sharp mouth parts extending from its body were hit, and curled up again. After a successful punch, Liu Yuanbua did not retreat but rushed forward to meet the attack of the fearful dream butterfly. His upper body did not seem to have any extra equipment, and he did not look like a meat shield at all. However, when attacking, a layer of transparent shield appeared on the surface of his body, and as the attack continued, the shield became thicker and thicker, and even began to glow with golden light, and the defense was not inferior to normal equipment at all. Under the fierce attack, the fearful dream butterfly did not have time to fight back, and was repelled by Liu Yuanbo in the air. However, in just a few seconds, the fearful dream butterfly flapped its wings and flew over again. The tentacles next to the mouthparts were waving too fast, as if they had disappeared, and when everyone reacted, they had already wrapped around Liu Yuanbo's body. The curled mouthparts that had just been hit quickly stretched out again, and with a light stab, they pierced through the thick shield on Liu Yuanbo's body, sucking Liu Yuanbo's blood like a blood-sucking mosquito. The muscles on Liu Yuanbo's giant body suddenly swelled, and he kept exerting force, trying to break free from the attack of the fearful dream butterfly and create a safe space beside him. While the two were wrestling, the others were not idle either. The Divine Enlightenment Sage kept releasing auxiliary skills towards Liu Yuanbo to ensure that his health would not be suppressed to the dangerous level by the fearful dream butterfly. Chuju's space magic eye emitted purple light through the monocle, cutting the space around the fearful dream butterfly. Even without seeing any traces of the attack, Chuju left scars on the fearful dream butterfly. 3 seconds later, Liu Yuanbo finally escaped, and even with the continuous recovery of the Divine Enlightenment Sage, his health was still only 2/3. Under the siege of many players, the fearful dream butterfly only lost less than 1% of its health, and was even slowly recovering. It was indeed too difficult to fight against such a level 70 monster. Their main method was to keep pulling, and try to grind blood without losing any personnel. The truly effective front row was only 3 Dragon Emperor riders, and Liu Yuanbo, who were less than level 60, who could constantly pull the hatred of the fearful dream butterfly. But the collision between Liu Yuanbo and the fearful dream butterfly just now made everyone feel relieved. As long as the damage of the fearful dream butterfly was not enough to kill people in 1 second, they had an absolute advantage in the number of players. Behind Liu Yuanbo, there were nearly 100 players on the path of the clergy. Now that the other monsters had been almost absorbed by the fearful dream butterfly, they could also participate in the battle on the edge. A mouthful of milk per person was enough to raise the health of the injured. As long as they grinded slowly, the fearful dream butterfly would always be killed. Han Yu and his team were at the outermost edge, just watching Chuju and his team attack the fearful dream butterfly. They just let Ali use the longbow to steal some damage, when the fearful dream butterfly had no shield. This was also what most ranged professions were doing. Although the damage was not high, multiplying it by 100 times could still increase the progress of killing the fearful dream butterfly. After an hour and a half, everyone's face was exhausted, with injuries on their bodies, but they were also excited. Because the fearful dream butterfly in front of them, even with its skills, had its health reduced to less than 100,000. Chapter 187. It's almost there, Principal. The dungeon still lasts long enough. We can take it down soon. Zhu Sun couldn't help but be excited, or we don't even need to use the crown of thorns. The sacrifice day that the new bishop had planned for a long time was finally going to be resolved smoothly. More importantly, the players besieging the fearful dream butterfly have not lost any players so far. Except for the main attacking players, almost everyone was injured by the splash damage of the fearful dream butterfly, but now they are all above the safety line. Don't take it lightly. This high-level lord is very likely to have a second form. Chuju also had a concealed joy on his face, but the more at this time, the more he couldn't take it lightly. Even each main attacking player still had some spare energy to prevent the fearful dream butterfly from mutating a second time or a second form. The duration of the dungeon is now more than half an hour. At this rate, this level 70 dungeon will definitely be cleared before the dungeon duration ends. And the probability of this super high level dungeon refreshing monsters again after clearing it once is extremely small. The crisis of Zitsong City will be resolved soon. If it is not destroyed, when the level of Shanghai players is upgraded, this place will become a new production site. In the field, the fearful dream butterfly tried to attack again, but was stopped by Liu Yuanbo and the other 3 people. And the fearful dream butterfly also took another set of skills. The negative status on its body has been superimposed for an unknown number of layers, and even its attacks are not as sharp as at the beginning. Now that victory is imminent, although everyone is exhausted, their spirits are getting more excited, and skills are thrown at the fearful dream butterfly as if they are free of consumption. Han Yu is still next to Ai Li, holding a longbow and continuously attacking. At this distance, only Ai Li could attack a little bit. If they got close, With their physique, they might be accidentally killed by unknown AoE splashes. 2 more sets of skills. The resistance of the fearful dream butterfly became weaker and weaker, and its health was infinitely close to death. Like most monsters, it began to fall into a weak state. Another skill was released, and the fearful dream butterfly, which had been attacking continuously, flapped its wings and began to retreat in a hurry for the first time. Are you scared? There is no place for you to escape. Zhu Sun condensed the fire spear in his hand, and turned into a fire phoenix in the air. The surrounding fire elements kept jumping under the influence of the skills. Even ordinary players at a distance felt the flames rushing in their faces, and the skill strength of all fire mages was enhanced to a certain extent. But when the firebird was about to touch the fearful dream butterfly, the 4 wings of the dream butterfly curled up in front of it, and all the players' attacks were instantly blocked by the wings. The fearful dream butterfly, without power support, continued to fall in the air, originally because of the pair of wings that the blood butterflies gathered. During the falling process of the fearful dream butterfly, it fell off from the body and began to rotate around the body of the fearful dream butterfly. What's going on? Chu Shuo looked at the changes of the fearful dream butterfly with a puzzled look. They considered that the fearful dream butterfly might go berserk, so they still had some spare energy to deal with emergencies. But what was the point of lying down directly? Everyone didn't understand, but it didn't stop them from continuing to release skills. But what do you think? Let's have a shot first. Extreme Flash. A beam of light flew out from the hands of the Saint of Light, and continued to expand in the air, completely wrapping the huge body of the fearful dream butterfly. But it seemed that the fearful dream butterfly had given up resistance, and all the attacks wrapped in the extreme flash were blocked by the 2 rotating butterfly wings. All skills could only leave pollen-like smoke on the butterfly wings. Unable to attack? Lu Yuanhua and Chu Shuo looked at each other. What was this operation? The game would definitely not set up a copy that could not be passed. Now they could only wait. This was probably another skill of the fearful dream butterfly to ensure invincibility for a period of time. Now they could only wait for the invincibility time of the fearful dream butterfly to pass. As the body of the fearful dream butterfly fell to the ground with a bang, the pair of compound eyes of the fearful dream butterfly slowly closed, and black and red silk threads continued to appear around its body. Under the continuous entanglement, the fearful dream butterfly was wrapped up, and a thick layer of colorful cocoons appeared around the fearful dream butterfly. And as the fearful dream butterfly was wrapped, its blood volume began to recover continuously. The pair of detached butterfly wings kept spinning in the air, and finally fell on both sides of the dream butterfly's body. The moment it landed, the butterfly wings shattered with a bang. The broken blood mist spread from the side of the fearful dream butterfly, covering the 10-meter range around the fearful dream butterfly. Hurry up and attack, he is recovering blood. Lu Yuanhua ordered immediately. This blood recovery skill is not uncommon among lords. If the fearful dream butterfly breaks out of the cocoon, they may have to fight all over again. All players prepared again, and attacked the cocoon with skills one by one. But just as the attack passed through the blood mist, a huge monster showed its head, and blocked all attacks for the cocoon. It was an abyss worm with a diameter of more than 2 meters. It blocked all the attacks from the front of the players with just its upper body. In other directions, the Thousand Needle-Bee Queen, Shadow Spider Mother, and Poison-Horned Insect Fairy also half revealed their bodies from the poisonous fog. These were the monsters that were dealt with before the appearance of the fearful dream butterfly. The lowest level Spider Mother was also level 50, and the Thousand Needle-Bee Queen and Poison-Horned Insect Fairy were even level 60 monsters. But now, as the fearful dream butterfly fell, these monsters were reborn in the dungeon. However, these monsters seemed to be generated by the blood mist around the fearful dream butterfly, and could only reveal half of their bodies, and could not run out to attack. But this was enough. Their huge bodies blocked most of the players' attacks, and the blood mist could also continuously reduce the power of long-range skills, preventing others from directly attacking the fearful dream butterfly that was recovering from injuries. Sage, what's going on? Lu Yuanhua and the others tried various long-range attacks, but they could not attack the body of the fearful dream butterfly. The blood mist can even absorb the splash damage of skills, so that the recovery of the cocoon is not affected at all. He could only look at the divinely inspired sage beside him. The sage's inherent erudition talent allowed them to identify the attributes of monsters that were more than 10 levels higher. The divinely inspired sage shook his head. There is a big problem. She used erudition when the cocoon just appeared. But seeing the introduction of the cocoon, her face became more solemn. This cocoon will restore 80% of the health of the fearful dream butterfly within 10 minutes, And then the fearful dream butterfly will break out of the cocoon, and all skills will be reset to a usable state. And that layer of blood mist, all enemy creatures will be accompanied by fear and negative states of illusions when entering. It can be removed, but as long as you enter, you will continue to be affected by the negative effects. If we enter, we will not be able to attack. Reset all skills? Lu Yuanbo repeated these words, including the blood butterfly dance? If it was just other skills, they would just wait until the fearful dream butterfly recovered and then kill him again. At worst, they would wait until the battle was over, and Zitsong City would destroy a few buildings, which would still be within the tolerance range of Shanghai. After all, before entering, they didn't think it would be easy to kill a level 70 lord, and now the ordinary monsters have been almost absorbed by the fearful dream butterfly, and will not cause too much damage in this city. It's likely. The Divine Enlightenment Sage nodded. Chapter 188. Lu Yuanbo looked at his companions behind him. Almost all of them were injured. Several high-level priest path players also fell into a period of weakness. It would be difficult to restore everyone to no obvious wounds within 10 minutes. And the bug skill of Blood Butterfly Dance has no level limit. I have never seen a monster that is too high to be affected. They all thought it could only be used once before, but who knew that the fearful dream butterfly had this trick? If the fearful dream butterfly used the Blood Butterfly Dance again, the high-end combat power of Zitsong City would be emptied in an instant. At that time, even if only the fearful dream butterfly escaped from the dungeon, the entire Zitsong City would be destroyed. What kind of bug skill is this? Lu Yuanbo's face was ferocious. If the fearful dream butterfly broke out of the cocoon, it would be a road to death for Zitsong City and them. Others also had different expressions when they heard the explanation of the Divine Enlightenment Sage. Who would have thought that after working so hard for so long, the fearful dream butterfly still had this trick to kill? I go in and try. I can be immune to control for 2 seconds. Then try to purify me. Lu Yuanbo couldn't think of any other way. Although the resurrected monsters couldn't attack, they could block most skills, and even recover their injuries through the blood mist. This put the players on the periphery in a dilemma. Even if they had some spare energy to deal with the second form of the fearful dream butterfly, they couldn't clear out these 4 monsters that could continuously recover from injuries within 10 minutes. Director, wait a minute, tie this around your waist. Chongping took out the special equipment, the scorpion hook scythe, from his backpack. If he was constantly affected by the blood mist, he could also pull Lu Yuanbo back. Lu Yuanbo took a big step and ran towards the blood mist area. His body began to swell again as he ran, and a sickle was tied around his waist. The abyss worm in front also felt someone approaching, and a large ball of mucus was sprayed out of its mouth, attacking Lu Yuanbo, trying to stop him from approaching. Facing the attack, Lu Yuanbo accelerated to dodge, and other players also began to attack the 4 guardian monsters with all their strength, trying to prevent them from attacking Lu Yuanbo. Soon, Lu Yuanbo stood at the edge of the blood mist. Clean! Lu Yuanbo drilled into the blood mist, shouted a syllable, and quickly approached the fearful dream butterfly in the blood mist. 10 meters was not a distance for his huge body. But Lu Yuanbo had just entered the blood mist. The back half of the abyss worm that had been hiding in the blood mist began to wriggle. The back half of this abyss worm circled the fearful dream butterfly. No matter how Lu Yuanbo walked, he could not avoid this level. The poisonous needles of the 1,000-needle bee queen also blocked Lu Yuanbo's body. In 1 second, Lu Yuanbo only ran 5 meters, and then he felt a chaos in his mind, and the only thought left in his mind was to escape from here. However, the purification halo fell in time, and Lu Yuanbo temporarily regained his clarity, but just a moment ago, he was swept to the ground by the abyss worm. Standing up quickly, Lu Yuanbo fell into fear again before he took a step. Another purification halo fell in time, and he took this complete step, which was more than 2 meters, bringing him within 3 meters of the terrifying dream butterfly. But after approaching 2 meters, the fear came faster, and he couldn't even form a complete thought. Spirit Shatter. Lu Yuanbo tried to use the skill, but before he could start to guide it, he was interrupted by fear again. Even if the skill was not interrupted, he could not guarantee to kill the fearful dream butterfly, which had recovered tens of thousands of HP, with 1 strike under the power reduction of 3 meters. When Lu Yuanbo tried, the abyss worm and other monsters also attacked. Lu Yuanbo showed hatred on his face, but he fell into fear again. Now he could not get out of the blood mist range by himself. Fortunately, the hook sickle wrapped around him was not interrupted by the monster, and Chongpeng quickly pulled Lu Yuanbo out. The attempt failed, and everyone looked helpless. If they could not find a solution within 10 minutes, they would all die, and Zitsong City would be destroyed. All previous efforts would be ruined. The low-level players on the periphery also noticed that they had encountered trouble here. Their long-range skills could not be put in at all, and the fearful dream butterfly in the center was still recovering HP. And Lu Yuan's attempt seemed to have failed. What's going on? Do we have to fight the monsters again? The players also began to whisper. It may be more serious than this. Look at their expressions. They are solemn and fearful. Something big may happen. Han Yu looked at the serious expression of Principal Chu Shua, and the fear that others could not hide between their eyebrows and eyes. He knew that the situation might be much more serious than he imagined. After thinking for a while, Han Yu ran to the middle of the battlefield and shouted into the air. Principal. What's wrong? Chu Shua heard the voice and turned back subconsciously, and then saw Han Yu on the ground. Go back, it's dangerous here. This level of battle is not something they can get close to. A little splash damage may kill people. What happened? Han Yu pretended not to hear and asked again. The others looked at Han Yu with a little disdain. After all, what's the use of an ordinary level 30 player coming over at such a critical moment? Chong Peng's eyes lit up. Let him come over, maybe he has a solution. What can he do? Lu Yuanbo, who was trying his best to think of a solution, also looked back at Han Yu. He looked like a child who had not yet left school. He could not intervene in such a battle. He is Wu Wei. All our news about the new bishop came from him. Chong Peng did not have time to explain more, and simply ran towards Han Yu. Chu Shua and Lu Yuanbo saw Chong Peng going over and followed him. Since Chong Peng thought Han Yu had a solution, they would just listen to it. Chong Peng pointed at the blood mist, and quickly told Han Yu about the situation, wanting to ask him if he had any solution. Han Yu fell into thinking. This defense is too strong. For monsters are resurrected as meat shields. The blood mist consumes long-range damage. Only by entering can you attack effectively. After entering, there is no time to release skills. The blood mist will only affect the enemy. Han Yu asked. After all, those resurrected monsters have been awake and are not affected by fear and illusions. Of course, it may also be because they were originally resurrected by the blood mist. Yes, the sage has read it out. The blood mist will only be effective against enemy creatures. Then I can try to enter. Han Yu thought about it and said. He has the mark of the new master, and these monsters are also affected by the blood irrigated by the new bishop members. They will not actively attack him, and the blood mist may not affect him. But you, what's the use of entering at only level 20? That thing is almost recovered to 50,000 blood. Or, I can carry one person in, and then you can use net output at the last second? Chapter 189. Then what can you do to avoid the influence of the blood mist? Lu Yuanbo looked at Han Yu with doubtful eyes. Even a level 60 player like him could not be immune to the blood mist. Han Yu was less than level 30, so why did he dare to say that he could not be affected by the blood mist? I can try it first. Han Yu was not sure now. After all, he had just attacked the fearful dream butterfly with Ellie, and maybe the blood mist could still affect him. Your body might die if you try it. Lu, let him try. Chong Peng said. The intelligence sent back by Han Yu before showed that the monsters that appeared on the day of sacrifice would not attack the new bishop members, or Han Yu really had a way to be immune to the control of the blood mist. There is no other way now, try it. We will try our best to protect you. Lu Yuanbo looked at Han Yu's confident expression and finally agreed. Han Yu did not move immediately, but continued to ask, how long will the cooldown be? Less than a minute, the divine sage just restored some CD for me. Then wait a minute. Han Yu nodded. He had asked Ellie to attack a few arrows before the fearful dream butterfly chrysalis, and going in now might arouse hatred. A minute later, Han Yu walked towards the blood mist with tense muscles, ready to retreat at any time. The four monsters around the fearful dream butterfly were all dancing, ready to block the next attack from all around. The abyss worm and the spider mother swept over Han Yu's body, but there was no reaction or desire to attack. Didn't you notice him? Why? Lu Yuanbo couldn't help asking. This is why he can become Black Ice's hidden man. Chong Peng also looked at Han Yu nervously, and was slightly relieved when he was sure that the monster did not attack. But he was still on full alert. If something unexpected happened, they would rush up and bring Han Yu down immediately. After making sure that he would not be attacked, Han Yu also quickened his pace, and soon stood in front of the blood mist. He carefully stretched out a hand, and there was no other reaction except feeling a little warmth. Everyone looked happy when they saw it, and Han Yu was relieved. He took another step towards the blood mist. The blood mist rolled, but Han Yu did not change. The abyss worms and other monsters in the blood mist did not have any extra reactions. This shows that Han Yu's guess was correct. If he did not continue to move forward, it would be a fantasy to rely on his damage to kill the horror dream butterfly, whose health had recovered 200,000. He quickly returned to Lu Yuanbo and the others. It seems that my guess is correct. I should be able to bring people in. A minute ago, the horror dream butterfly only had 10,000 or 20,000 HP, but now it has become 200,000 HP. I am afraid that one person cannot deal with it. Lu Yuanbo was shocked. He did not expect that these monsters really did not recognize Han Yu as an enemy. But looking at Han Yu's cautious look, it was obviously a tentative attempt, which made him have a better impression of Han Yu. But if I am on you, I am afraid I will still be attacked. If you are attacked, it will be dangerous. Lu Yuanbo replied immediately. We can only give it a try. Han Yu knew that he did not attract hatred, but it did not mean that other people who followed him would not absorb hatred. If he moves carelessly, and is splashed by the attack damage several times, he will die. Okay, when I get to the cocoon, the sage will purify me immediately, and then I can start attacking. Lu Yuanbo confirmed that Han Yu's method was feasible, and thought of a corresponding battle plan. Now his body has returned to normal, and he immediately leaned on Han Yu to take him in. Chu Shui glanced at Han Yu. He didn't expect Han Yu to have this ability. I can also maintain a 2-second control-free state instantly. I go in too. If it was just Lu Yuanbo alone, the 2-second output time might not be enough to kill the cocoon that had recovered tens of thousands of health points. Chu Shui, as the main attack output, also entered together, which could greatly increase the probability of success. However, this means that the target being attacked has become larger, and the danger level will also be greatly increased. But Han Yu nodded. There was almost only one chance. If he waited for the fearful dream butterfly to continue to recover its health, it would not be solved by 1 or 2 people going in. Then let's get started. Han Yu nodded, and walked towards the blood mist. Wait a minute. Chu Shui stopped Han Yu. Zhu Sun, bring the crown of thorns. Chu Shui looked back at Zhu Sun. A crown appeared in Chu Shui's hand. It looked like it was woven from thorns on the roadside, with a few drops of dull blood hanging on it. The equipment appeared, and it emitted a faint golden light. This equipment can improve your survivability. Epic equipment? Han Yu saw it for the first time, and he determined the quality of this equipment when he saw the light. Han Yu immediately took it with both hands. This was the first time he had seen epic equipment, and he began to check the equipment attributes at the same time. God's Blood Crown of Thorns. Armor, Crown. Quality, Epic. Physical Defense, 1100 to 1300, Level X 50, Magical Defense, 2200 to 2300, Level X 100, Energy plus 20%. Stamina plus 10%. Strength plus 10%. Agility plus 10%. Trait 1, Holy. The wearer's healing effect from any source is enhanced by 30%. Trait 2, Good Friday. The wearer will turn all damage received into bleeding, which will be deducted continuously within 10 seconds. During the duration of the Good Friday, the Good Friday effect cannot be triggered again. Trait 3, Return Day. Killing or participating in killing a creature that causes damage to the wearer within 10 seconds will restore 30% of the damage caused to the wearer by the creature within 10 seconds. Trait 4, Sin and Punishment. Active released on a creature, causing 5% damage to its current health. If the target is a friendly creature, it will gain the Rage effect, all attributes plus 20%, lasting 30 seconds. If the target is an enemy creature, it will gain the Fragile effect, and the damage it takes will increase by 20% in 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Trait 5, Divine Blood. Active consume the Divine Blood on the Crown of Thorns, and the wearer's all attributes will gain a 100% bonus, which will last for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. During the cooldown, all attributes and trait effects of the Crown of Thorns will be weakened by 50%. Wearing requirements, none. Binding, bind after confirming to wear, cannot be traded, and the equipment will return to the copy when the player dies. Uniqueness, the only equipment, no longer produced in all copies. Note, an ordinary Crown of Thorns witnessed the suffering of a certain god. After being stained with divine blood, it has some special functions. Is this the epic equipment? Han Yu looked at the attributes, and only sighed in his heart. Even if it is not the main armor, and its main function is more like an accessory, the defensive attributes it provides almost exceed Han Yu's equipment. Moreover, suffering can ensure that Han Yu will not be killed instantly. After all, outside the blood mist, other people can help attract the attacks of 4 high-level monsters. After entering, the back half of the 4 monsters are inside, and Han Yu cannot guarantee that he will not be attacked. Thank you, Principal. The binding effect of this equipment means that once Hanyu equips it, it belongs to him. Hanyu can't help but feel a little excited. It's all up to you this time, be careful. Chushua patted Hanyu's shoulder. If you can't stop the fear dream butterfly from breaking out of the cocoon, no equipment will be useful. Well, Hanyu put on the crown, and a holy light covered Hanyu's whole body, and then disappeared in an instant, and the crown returned to its normal appearance. Then let's start. Hanyu took the lead in approaching the blood mist. Chushua and Lu Yuanbo would be attacked if they approached. There was no need to stand with Hanyu before entering the blood mist. Hanyu stood at the edge of the blood mist first, and others were using skills to attract the attention of the four monsters. After Lu Yuanbo and Chushua dodged an attack from the Thousand Needle Bee Queen, they almost appeared on both sides of Hanyu. Hanyu immediately shared the talents of the Shadow Blade Mantis, with strength bonus and agility bonus, and grabbed one person with one hand and pounced towards the blood mist. The speed was extremely fast. After entering the blood mist, Chushua and Lu Yuanbo, who did not resist, immediately fell into a state of fear, and their bodies began to twist irregularly. Hanyu could only grab the two people with force, but their entry also attracted the attention of the guarding monsters. The Thousand Needle Bee Queen poked Hanyu with dozens of poisonous needles, and the body of the Abyss Worm also entangled with him. The poisonous needles flew at an extremely fast speed. Even with the speed bonus of the Shadow Blade Mantis, Hanyu could not guarantee that he could avoid them all. He was now equipped with a resuscitation suit, and the boots of resuscitation had a charged skill, but it was not time to use it yet. He could not step over the worm trunk in front of him. Seeing that he could not avoid the attack even if he kept accelerating, Hanyu simply lifted Lu Yuanbo over his head and blocked him, while he continued to rush forward. The person in charge of the mountains and seas in Zitsong City was used as a meat shield by Hanyu. There was no other way, because he had the highest physique. After resisting the first wave of attacks, Hanyu continued to move forward. Just after walking 1 meter, the body of the Abyss Worm had already wrapped around him. On the seemingly smooth trunk, the round scales stood up one after another, sweeping towards Hanyu like a hacksaw. Hanyu kept account of the time in his mind. When the worm's body was only 1 centimeter away from him, he immediately used Flash and narrowly passed through the body of the Abyss Worm. But there were still 2 scars on his back. Fortunately, the suffering characteristics of the Crown of Thorns were triggered, so Hanyu did not suffer much damage. However, the sage outside the field immediately gave Hanyu a healing effect to offset the continuous damage caused by suffering. At the same time, Hanyu was given various defense enhancements. But just after walking a few steps, waves of poisonous fog spread from the head of the poisonous horn insect fairy outside the blood mist, and turned to fly towards the blood mist area. Hanyu may not be immune to this skill. After all, there were no monsters around the poisonous horn insect fairy when it appeared. However, the players outside the field were well prepared. The strong wind rolled up and rolled all the poisonous gas into a tornado to avoid affecting Hanyu. But the blood mist did not change at all under the hurricane. Hanyu continued to approach the cocoon. At this time, the 4 monsters also felt the danger approaching and began to retreat, trying to retract their bodies into the blood mist. Chapter 190. The Shadow Spider Mother turned back first, and 3 spider silk sprayed towards Hanyu. At the same time, dozens of small spiders appeared from the Spider Mother's lower abdomen and ran towards Hanyu quickly. The speed of spider silk is slightly slower than that of stingers, but the coverage area is wider. It is also difficult for Hanyu to dodge it with just his current speed. If they are entangled, the 3 of them can only stay at this position 5 meters away from the cocoon. Hanyu had no choice but to use the Shadow Leap skill. He exerted force with both feet and jumped high upwards, narrowly avoiding the Spider Mother's spider silk entanglement, but more than a dozen bee stingers attacked Hanyu. Hanyu, who was in the air, had no way to dodge, and used both hands to throw Chushua and Lu Yuanbo far away. The 2 flew far away under control, and Hanyu could only wait in the air for the attack of the bee sting. Hanyu. Fu Zisher saw Hanyu's actions, and couldn't help shouting loudly. They didn't even know what happened when they saw Hanyu rushing into the blood mist with the 2 of them. But now, he is about to die just after entering the blood mist. How could Hanyu withstand the attack of a level 60 monster? Ju Sun and the others watched this scene silently, almost gritting their teeth, but did not say a word. Even if the damage was only 30% after suffering, Hanyu's physique could not withstand this attack. Before entering, they thought of this possibility, but now this is the only way. Hanyu could only try it once at the risk of his life. Hanyu did not give up resistance. After throwing the 2 out, he immediately used the talent-sharing elemental dragon, the Heart of Balance Matter magic, and increased the damage immunity to nearly 90%. After using all the skills, Han Yu's body in the air fell suddenly. Blood gushed out of his mouth. 3 bees pierced through his body, and Han Yu was nailed to the ground, unable to move, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth and nose. Half a second later, Han Yu recovered and struggled to stand up. If it weren't for the 80% damage reduction and the crown of thorns, he might have died now, but under multiple protections, he still has half of his health left. And he hasn't taken the initiative to attack yet. After throwing Chu Zhuo and Lu Yuanbo out, all the monsters' hatred shifted and gave up attacking him. Not dead. Han Yu is not dead. The ordinary people watching saw Han Yu resist the attack, first with disbelief in their eyes, and then excitement. Pan Yuan took a breath with a calm face. I said he was really tough. The divinely inspired sage didn't expect Han Yu to be alive, and the healing halo fell a beat slower. But it still took one skill to replenish Han Yu's health. His health was not high to begin with, and the healing effect of high-level players was extremely good. Han Yu first removed the bee sting on his body, struggled to stand up, and looked at Chu Zhuo and Lu Yuanbo in front of him. They had already landed accurately next to the cocoon, but the 4 monsters had already started preparing for the next attack. As soon as they landed, 2 purification halos fell at the same time, eliminating the abnormal state of the 2. The 2 opened their eyes at the same time, without any pause. Clean. Space isolation. A layer of golden light appeared on the surface of Lu Yuanbo's body, and all control was exempted within 2 seconds. Chu Zhuo's body became ethereal, as if he was floating outside the space, which looked similar to the state of Lu Lingyuan. But when Chu Zhuo himself was free in space, he could still attack other creatures. This was too buggy. No wonder it could only last for 2 seconds. He could have used a big skill when fighting against the enemy. After ensuring their own status, they left and began to release skills to attack. They only had 2 seconds. At this time, the cocoon had recovered nearly 300,000 HP. They had to choose the skill with the highest damage to ensure a one-hit kill. Inch crack. Lu Yuanbo retracted his fist, and even the blood mist around him began to shake violently. As he accumulated power, Lu Yuanbo's iron fist began to expand continuously. Within 2 seconds, it had become larger than the iron fist when it was transformed into a giant, and the veins on the fist were exposed. Lu Yuanbo could no longer control his strength. Chu Zhuo also began to chant the spell quickly. Dimensional Slash. The 2 released skills at the same time, and Lu Yuanbo's punch caused a sonic boom, and the flesh fist that expanded to a terrifying size actually rubbed out sparks in the air. A punch hit the cocoon hard, and the cocoon instantly sank, and layers of cocoon silk began to fall off. Following that, Chu Zhuo released his Dimensional Slash. Originally, due to Lu Yuanbo's attack, the cocoon was stagnant in an instant, and even the blood mist around it froze. Within the range of Chu Zhuo's skills, all creatures stopped gaining, as if it had turned into a stop-motion animation. A moment later, this stop-motion animation was cut open by an unknown sharp blade, and the entire screen was like a broken TV screen, with only incomplete images visible. A huge amount of damage poured into the cocoon at the same time. In less than 2 seconds, the 2 dealt more than 200,000 damage, and the cocoon's health was instantly emptied, turning from red to black. The blood mist also shrank suddenly, but when everyone couldn't help cheering, the shrinkage of the blood mist stopped, and the range was only 5 meters. Only then did they notice that the blood bar of the fearful dream butterfly only looked empty, and there was still a drop of blood at the end of the blood bar. This drop of blood forced to stay, so that the copy was still not over. Before Chu Zhuo and the others launched another attack, the blood volume suddenly increased, and in just an instant, the blood volume of the cocoon recovered to 50,000 blood. The cocoon also began to shake violently, like a constantly beating heart, which meant that it was about to break out of the cocoon. Free from death. Lu Yuanbo and Chu Zhuo were both stunned. This cocoon could actually be free from death. The Divine Enlightenment Sage did not read that the cocoon had this skill. Was it the effect of the blood mist? After the free from death effect was triggered, the range of the blood mist shrank to 3 meters, and even the bodies of the 4 guardian monsters shrank a lot. The offside players thought that victory was imminent, but they didn't expect this result. All skills immediately burst out, hoping to take away the last bit of blood from the cocoon. But even with the blood mist that had narrowed its range, their skills could hardly cause effective damage to the cocoon, and the cocoon was even still recovering blood, as if it was about to break out of the cocoon in the next moment. On the other side, the attacks of other monsters were about to come, and Lu Yuanbo and Chu Zhuo fell into a state of fear uncontrollably. Before falling, they had only one thought in their minds: failed. At this time, Han Yu walked to the cocoon without being affected at all. Now he was the only one who could output in the blood mist. He approached the cocoon as soon as he stood up, thinking that he might need to make up for the last bit of damage himself. 50,000 HP. Hanyu felt it was a bit difficult, but now there was no time to hesitate. But with the Crown of Thorns, it was really possible. Without hesitation, Hanyu summoned all the summons except for the communication with the other world. Moon Creation, Talent Selection Elemental Dragon, Witchcraft, Skill Damage increased by 10%. Talent Selection Flametail Fox, Combat Focus. Within 3 seconds of starting the battle, damage increased by 30%. Shadow Blade Mantis, Smashing Attack. Attack penetrates 30 armor defense of the enemy. Quickly select all talents. Use the active skill of the Heart of Balance. Almighty, immediately pull all Hanyu's attributes to more than 100 points. Crown of Thorns. Trait. Sin and Punishment. Hit the Elemental Dragon. The Elemental Dragon immediately entered a furious state and could not help attacking. Crown of Thorns. Trait. Divine Blood. All attributes doubled. The dried blood on the Crown of Thorns began to flow and entered Hanyu's body, and then the light dimmed. He only had one strike. If he couldn't kill the cocoon in one strike, he would probably be affected by the blood mist. After all, the new bishop's contract was not that strong. When he attacked the Blood Moon Wolf King, the Wolf King wanted to bite him to death. Hanyu took a deep breath. If he could only attack once, it must be the skill of the Elemental Dragon, the spell Flood, and the Elemental Dragon also had a natural dragon language magic damage bonus. What is he going to do? Attack the eggs? It's useless. The cocoon still has 50,000 HP. Seeing Hanyu summon all the summons, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. What Hanyu should do now is to run out immediately, and let the sage help him recover from all his injuries, or he can still save his life. Of course, it is possible that the dream butterfly of fear will break out of its cocoon before he runs out, and he will be sucked dry by the dance of the blood butterfly like other players. Come out! Hanyu, come out! Ju Sun couldn't help shouting. Hanyu could still enter and exit the blood mist freely. If he aroused the hatred of the monsters, he might die directly under the siege of 4 high-level monsters. Except Ju Sun, most people looked at Hanyu silently. In the face of life and death, everyone is inevitably selfish. If Hanyu can kill, they still have a way to survive. If even Hanyu died, the only way for the Divine Enlightenment Sage to save 1 or 2 high-level players in the last time, or to defend Zitsong City for a while. Hanyu didn't care so much. He unified the attack time with all the summons. All attacks must be released at the same time, otherwise they will fall into fear. The Elemental Dragon could no longer control the flapping of its wings, and the Shadow Blade Mantis was so excited to see such a powerful prey that it began to tremble. After making all preparations, Hanyu opened his mouth, and a torrent of spells, 7 skills sprayed out like a machine gun. At the same time, all summoned creatures launched attacks at the same time. A torrent of spells sprayed out from the mouth of the Elemental Dragon, which looked much more powerful than Hanyu's. Then came the sharp claws of the Shadow Blade Mantis, and the sparks and earth fires of the Flame-Tail Fox. The monsters that were about to attack Chuzhua and Lu Yuanbua immediately felt that the Lord was hurt, and turned their targets to Hanyu. At this time, Hanyu inevitably felt the fear coming, and his body retreated again and again, but his last consciousness was still looking at the blood volume of the cocoon. There are only 2,000 left, that's enough. Hanyu fell into a dual state of fantasy and fear, with a smile on his lips. The Elemental Dragon, which had the highest damage, became the first target of the 4 monsters. The spikes, spider webs, and the huge body of the worm attacked the Elemental Dragon. After the attack, the Elemental Dragon fell into a state of fear like Hanyu. It could only take the attacks of the 4 monsters, and its blood volume was instantly reduced to 0, and it died. Chapter 191. After the Elemental Dragon died, Hanyu immediately became the primary target of attack. Bee stings, spider webs, and small spiders all attacked Hanyu. This time, he did not have the Heart of Balance to provide damage reduction. What a pity! It was just a little bit short. The players outside the field could not help but sigh, just 2,000 blood points short. The cocoon began to recover blood again, beating more violently. But before they finished lamenting, a thick column of fire gushed out from under the cocoon, wrapping the entire cocoon, followed by another column of fire. The flame-tailed demon fox had fallen, but her earth fire was not affected. 2 lava fire columns erupted, and the 2,000 blood points of the fearful dream butterfly were instantly cleared. The Shadow Blade Mantis and the lava rock lizard, which had just attacked once and lay on the ground, were also roasted by the earth fire. But 5 bee stings nailed Hanyu's body in various places, and Han Yu's blood volume, which had just been lifted up, began to drop rapidly. Until it dropped below 30%, the set effect of the resuscitation set was triggered. Born to die, before receiving fatal damage, an invincible shield will appear on the wearer, which lasts for 2 seconds and clears all negative states. The wearer cannot move or attack in the shield state. After the shield ends, the wearer's health is instantly restored by 30%. Han Yu's health was instantly locked at 1 drop of blood, and the shield blocked all the remaining attacks. After the shield ended, Han Yu's health was instantly restored. The 4 monsters who wanted to launch a second attack, after the death of the dream butterfly cocoon, turned into ashes with the blood mist and dissipated in the dungeon. The high-level players outside the field could not suppress the excitement on their faces when they saw that Han Yu actually succeeded in killing. Success? Success? The ordinary players watching could not help but cheer. They did not expect Han Yu to really do it. A skill can kill 50,000 HP in 1 second. How many players over level 30 can do it? And Han Yu is only level 20. Yushin is awesome. Kong Yuing completely gave up his position as a senior and screamed at the top of his voice. Most of the players here are above level 30. They don't know much about Han Yu's nickname, but now they can't help but shout with Kong Yuing. Even the high-level players, who are usually serious, can't help but feel happy on their faces. After all, they have saved their lives now. And they rely on this student, who doesn't look high in level. While they were cheering, the players outside the blood mist had rushed over and helped up the 3 people lying on the ground. The blood mist dissipated, and Han Yu was the least affected and woke up first. Various auxiliary skills were released behind Han Yu, and no one cared even if the effects overlapped. Just when he stood up, Han Yu felt that his eyes were constantly flashing like neon lights, but his condition had recovered rapidly. "Are you okay, Han Yu?" Jusun helped Han Yu up, and saw that his wound had stopped bleeding, but he still asked. A little too good. Han Yu felt extremely excited now, and his whole body was as red as a cooked shrimp. Don't add excitement. I can't stand it anymore. Han Yu's blood was boiling now, and he had the urge to run around the dungeon a few times to consume his energy, so he quickly shouted to stop. At this time, the skills that kept flying towards Han Yu stopped. Except for the dull pain in the wound and the serious damage to his equipment, Han Yu had no other feelings. 1. At this time, Chuzhua and Liu Yunbo also stood up. They were just frightened and also suffered the monster's attack, but fortunately they still had a lot of blood and were not seriously injured. The only thing that was strange was that the blood mist disappeared, and no one gave him a healing spell. Liu Yunbo could only take out a bottle of the highest level recovery potion and take it. Solved. Liu Yunbo looked at the remains of the blood butterfly lying on the ground and said with relief. Well solved. Chuzhua glanced at Han Yu. This student really gave him a big surprise. He didn't expect that he would rely on him to solve the problem in the end. The last escape from death was most likely the means of the new bishop. When the blood mist shrank just now, they seemed to see a flash of formation. Is this a student from your school? If you come down from the battlefield, remember to stay in the Zsong branch. Shut up quickly, Han Yu will always fight on the front line. It won't be long before he will be the Optimus Prime of the border defense. What do you mean by coming down from the battlefield? Chuzhua was angry and very dissatisfied with Liu Yunbo's words. Those who returned to the safe city at a young age, except for special arrangements, were mostly players who were considered to have no training value, or were injured and difficult to recover from injuries. From then on, the level was almost fixed, which was equivalent to a lifetime. That's why Chuzhua reacted so strongly. That's right. Liu Yunbo nodded. Looking at Han Yu, who was already alive and kicking, Liu Yunbo added, he will be stronger than Su Lan in no time. Except for the 2 of them, everyone present was deeply impressed by Han Yu. Especially after knowing that Han Yu was only level 22 now, everyone looked at him a few more times. With the death of Fear Dream Butterfly, the dungeon was officially over, and the scattered monsters in the dungeon could no longer cause much damage to the city. Han Yu had an extra golden card in his hand, and every other player who entered the dungeon had a settlement card in his hand. This was a group dungeon for 500 people, and everyone could get a share of the income, but it was all settled according to the contribution. Han Yu turned over the card, and it was a pink scepter. A divine artifact, it's still my scepter. Han Yu was just a little happy, after all, he just got an epic. Then he saw the usage requirements, energy greater than 80. Han Yu didn't even have the mood to look at the attributes, so he threw it into the warehouse first. However, as long as there are enough mutant crystals, his attributes will be raised in no time. For his contribution this time, It shouldn't be difficult to ask Shanghai to provide him with 60 mutant crystals every week. It should be not difficult. Han Yu thought about the price of mutant crystals. The purchase price was 1 million per piece, and 60 pieces would be 60 million, and the actual value might be higher. Asking Shanghai to pay him 60 million yuan a week seems a bit excessive. Just thinking about it, Han Yu felt that he was going to fall into a financial crisis. It seemed that he would have to bargain with Shanghai afterwards. After all, Han Yu risked his life this time. While putting away his weapon, Han Yu's experience also arrived. White light appeared on Han Yu's body one after another, and his level was directly upgraded by 3 levels. From level 22 to level 25. Not only him, 1/3 of the players in the field have upgraded. This level 70 dungeon experience is indeed rich. Then Han Yu ended the summoning of all summons, and the sound of the system upgrading came to his ears. But before Han Yu had time to check, Lu Yuanhuo's voice came to his ears. Go out first, I'm afraid there will be changes outside the city. Chapter 192. Now the main force of the players in Zisong City are in the dungeon, but the mysterious pastor of the new bishop has not entered the dungeon. It is inevitable that the new bishop will do something big during the time they enter the dungeon. I just left the dungeon, and found that in the few hours since I entered the dungeon, there was no light in the sky, as if the whole sky was blocked by a huge curtain. When I looked up at the sky, all players received a prompt. Version update announcement. 1. The 70th level version has been updated, and a total of 10,000 new dungeon contents have been added worldwide. Players can experience and play to their heart's content. Good luck. 2. A new battle gold list has been added to the game. Every 10 levels is a layer, and players in the same layer are ranked according to the system's estimated combat power. Players on the list will receive gold list rewards from top to bottom, and monthly settlement will be made. The highest reward can be epic equipment or items of the same level. The estimated combat power is for reference only, and the list ranking can be improved through player competition. 3. A new alliance system has been added to the game. Alliances can be established by obtaining alliance tokens. Alliance members can continuously obtain bonuses and receive rewards from the alliance's spoils every month. Existing countries/tribes automatically obtain the highest level token, National Alliance Token. Absorbing alliance tokens of the same level can strengthen the alliance bonus effect, one of the methods. 4. Professional strength adjustment. Summoner. Summoners have too low participation in the game. After the update, the summoned creatures are at most 1 level lower than the player level, and at most 4 levels higher than the player level. Degenerate profession. Degenerate professional players take more risks, and should get greater benefits. Each degenerate professional player can learn an additional special professional skill every 10 levels, and this skill does not occupy the skill memory slot. Elemental Mage. 5. This update was affected by an unknown factor, resulting in the early arrival of 30 level 70 copies. Compensation is now issued to all players, plus 50,000 experience points. Summoning has been strengthened? Han Yu was stunned after reading the notification. It was actually the same as what was said in the group before. Maybe one day the version will change and summoning will not be so weak. Now it has come true. It is estimated that the Summoner Mutual Aid group is full of cheers. The monster level can only be 1 level lower than the player, which greatly increases the lower limit of summoning. Summoning stars no longer have to worry about summons being trampled to death before they have time to strengthen them. I am afraid that in the next 10 years, summoners will turn over and become masters. The strength of summoning after stabilization is not weaker than other professions at all. Chu Shuo and Lu Yuanhuo looked at each other. What they are more concerned about is that the degenerate profession has also been strengthened. They think that the planner may be crazy to say that the degenerate profession should get greater benefits. In the degenerate form, the degenerate profession is equivalent to having an extra set of skills, and the attributes are strengthened again. Isn't this attracting more players to switch to the degenerate profession? I'm afraid that there will even be official organizations to continue to train degenerate professional players. Although there are dangers in the later stages, and it is difficult to maintain sanity, the degenerate profession is really strong in the early stages, and can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the army. It is estimated that the strength of the new bishop will become stronger, and the Han dynasty will probably have to absorb more degenerate professional players. It is impossible to push all degenerate professional players into the hands of the new bishop. Of course, compared to this, they are more concerned about the alliance. The appearance of something like the National Alliance Order is likely to cause a big event, but the meaning of the announcement seems to be that those monster tribes will also have the National Alliance Order? This matter is of great importance. Shanghai has to study it carefully. As the announcement was issued, 2 rays of light rose from Han Yu's body, and he jumped to level 27. But before they could carefully reflect on the meaning of the announcement, Chushua's face changed. School, go quickly. Liu Yuanbui had the same reaction, and he also received a message for help. If the new bishop wants to make trouble, he will definitely put Nanjing University as the primary target. Behind Zizong City are a lot of cracks. If Nanjing University is taken down, it can still cause a lot of trouble to Zizong City. However, everyone was attracted by the announcement just now. Fortunately, Chushua reacted quickly. The bus that had been parked on the side of the road for 4 hours immediately took everyone to Nanjing University. Before they arrived, they saw flames from a distance, and it was obvious that they were experiencing a fierce battle. And the protective formation of Nanjing University has been completely destroyed. Chushua and Liu Yuanbui couldn't wait to jump off the car, fly into the air, and quickly approach Nanjing University. Other players above level 50 also quickly followed. Before coming, Chushua also thought that the new bishop would sabotage them after entering the dungeon. However, the battle in the dungeon did not allow them to leave too much combat power. Xiao Huaqing, Zhang Yi, Ying Yuzhu and others stayed in the school. In addition, the school had already arranged a magic circle, which should be able to save the school for a while. Judging from the current situation, the new bishop must have multiple top players coming. Maybe not level 60, but the combat power of the fallen professional players over level 50 is not inferior to that of normal level 60 players. Sure enough, before Chushua approached, he saw 2 humanoid creatures standing in the air, a dead spirit controller, and a blood prison earl, who were constantly releasing skills. On the ground, several bodies were severely deformed, and the bodies seemed to be artificially modified monsters wreaking havoc. Under the influence of degeneration, the 2 people in the air could still maintain clear mind, and the important reason was the new master mark on their wrists. But the mark could not completely prevent their bodies from deforming. The back of the dead soul controller was arched high, and the bones were like bayonets drilling out of his body. If he still had a sense of pain, it would probably bring great pain every step he moved. Damn, he actually passed the copy. The blood prison earl cursed inwardly, and there was no way to make a contribution this time. The dead soul controller looked back, but he was not looking at Chushua, who was flying towards him, but Hanyu in the bus behind him. His eyes passed through the bus and stared at Hanyu. When Hanyu met his eyes, he immediately confirmed that this was Si Yusheng. Or it could be said that Si Yusheng's true body, the Simu who came to Zizong City. Seeing Hanyu, Si Yusheng twisted his neck subconsciously, and the suppressed wound on his body expanded again, and the pain spread to his numb nerves. But a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had gradually gotten used to the pain, but the deformation of his body was getting worse and worse. It wouldn't be long before he couldn't even maintain his human form. But Hanyu was the key to solving all this. As long as the Son of God returned and could accept all the power of the new Lord, he could help him and more new bishops solve this problem. As for whether you would become a puppet, no one cared. Son of God, I will find you. Si Yusheng showed Hanyu a creepy smile and began to fall to the ground. Chapter 193. At the moment when Si Yusheng fell from the sky, his body turned into a straw man, and his real body had appeared 100 meters away. The blood prison earl looked at Zi Sanshan unwillingly, and his body turned into a group of blood bats and flew around. No one knew which one was his real body. Chushua was about to catch up, but the summons of Si Yusheng on the ground had not disappeared, and even released their last skills at all costs. Liu Yuanbui did not chase after him either. These senior members of the new bishops were very slippery. If they were not prepared in advance, it would be too difficult to keep them. Chushua cursed inwardly and flew towards the ground. When Chushua landed on the ground, those summons disappeared again, leaving only a mess on the ground. Hanyu looked at Si Yusheng, who left and touched his face. Although he did not disguise himself, he was still recognized at a glance. However, he was not attacked by those monsters in the copy. Others did not know the reason, but the new bishop members hidden in the team must know it clearly. Combined with Hanyu's level, Hanyu's identity can be confirmed without much guesswork. I have to be more careful in the future. I'm afraid I will be stared at by the new bishop. Hanyu muttered in his heart. Looking at Si Yusheng's excited expression, he probably would attack him once he had the chance. He didn't know what role the Son of God had for the new bishop. As for Si Yusheng telling him that he would go back to be the Pope, Hanyu would never believe it. Who would be so anxious to ask a father to go back? Si Yusheng and the blood prison earl disappeared completely, and the bus carrying the players also stopped beside the moat of South China University. The teleportation array had been destroyed from the inside, and they could only wait here. However, with Si Yusheng gone, it is estimated that there will be no more fighting, and the free players have also left. As for the double contribution reward promised in this copy, someone from Shanghai will distribute it later. A moment later, a space fluctuation occurred next to the teleportation array, and an underground passage entrance appeared out of thin air. Han Yu and others immediately entered the school through the underground passage. Liu Yuanba confirmed that there would be no more fighting in the school, and said hello to Chuzhua and left. Today's version update has too many problems, and the impact it brings is no less than the day of sacrifice. It is estimated that it will not be long before the whole world will be in chaos. After Han Yu entered the school, he quickly came to Zisong Mountain, where the students of Nanzhong were lying all over the ground. Qiu Huaqing and Zhang Yi were at the front, and now they were slumped on the ground, covered with blood. The players of the priest path are responsible for emergency treatment. Others will take the students with stable injuries to the infirmary for treatment. Chuzhua saw everyone coming up and immediately ordered. He took Qiu Huaqing and Zhang Yi to the medical room, where there was a special recovery array. The source of the magic circle was the skill of the priest path. The effect was not as good as the skill, but it could provide continuous treatment. Most of the students who stayed in the school were less than level 20, and the few who were level 30 were also students of the miscellaneous courtyard, but their combat effectiveness was not as good as that of ordinary players of the same level. Even if the opponent had only 2 high-level players, it was still very difficult to fight. Qiu Huaqing dealt with the Blood Prison Earl alone. Yingyu, Zhang Yi and other students could only barely resist the attack of the undead master Siyu Sheng. Although Zhang Yi was also the dean, his level was not high, just reaching level 40. After level 40, there will be no more secondary occupation skills. Most secondary occupation players will not consume resources to continue to upgrade their levels after reaching level 40, but concentrate on studying their secondary occupations. Seeing Zhang Yi being taken away, Han Yu immediately looked for Jiang Ziki in the crowd. After searching with his eyes, he quickly found Jiang Ziki lying on the ground. Han Yu immediately ran over and helped her up. Han Yu looked up and down. Jiang Ziki had no obvious wounds on her body except that her face was pale. But next to her, there was a blue bottle full of mana recovery potions. Ziki, how are you? Han Yu gently shook Jiang Ziki, and Jiang Ziki slowly opened her eyes. How was the dungeon? I passed it, and no monsters escaped. That's good. Jiang Ziki propped herself up. I'm fine, but the consumption was too high. Also, I will never drink orange-flavored mana potions again. Han Yu looked at the medicine bottles on the floor. There were too many low-level medicines, which were also the first products for many alchemists to practice. In order to attract players to buy, some potions will add various flavors. It's good that you're okay. I take you to rest. After confirming that Jiang Ziki was fine, Han Yu carried Jiang Ziki on his back and took him to the school's medical room to rest. After asking a few questions, Jiang Ziki stopped talking and fell asleep on the bed. Seeing Jiang Ziki sleeping, Han Yu found Zhang Yi's ward. He had blood on his body just now, and it seemed that he had suffered a serious injury. Knocked on the door and walked in. Principal Chuzhua was also there. Teacher, are you okay? Han Yu walked up to ask, and saw that there was no blood oozing out of Zhang Yi's body, so the injury should not be that serious. Zhang Yi said nothing, just staring at the ceiling blankly. Chuzhua replied, Han Yu is here, come and sit down. Han Yu sat next to him, and Chuzhua continued, how was the formation broken? Our defensive formation should not have been able to block for so long, right? Zhang Yi shook his head. They didn't break it, but unlocked it. Unlocked? Chuzhua was surprised. Yes, it took 2 hours to unlock our formation directly from the outside. Zhang Yi's face was full of decadence. The prototype of the Nanzhong defensive formation was still designed by Su Lan. But each subsequent batch of teachers will improve, modify, and add their own understanding. As the dean of this term of the miscellaneous college, Zhang Yi is naturally responsible for the formation. He was extremely confident in the school's defensive formation. He once patted his chest and said that without 5 level 60 players concentrated bombing, the school's defensive formation could not be broken at all. And this formation did not leave a door outside at all. That is to say, it can only be blasted open from the outside, and can only be unlocked from the inside. But now, Zhang Yi felt that his faith collapsed. None of the 2 opponents even had a secondary profession, and they easily unlocked the formation from the outside. Teacher, the new bishop is very knowledgeable about the formation? Han Yu asked from the side. Han Yu felt that the new bishop was simply amazing. The soul-binding formation in the rift can even affect the 70th level lord, and can also refresh the monsters of other dungeons and concentrate them in one dungeon. It sounds a bit outrageous to unlock the school's formation in 2 hours now. Bullshit. Zhang Yi spat. Those guys of the new bishop never study any secondary professions. The research on formations is almost zero. Zhang Yi obviously looked down on the secondary profession players of the new bishop. After all, the degenerate profession was changed for combat power, so how could he be willing to study the secondary profession? Chapter 194. But judging from these two formations, the new bishop's formation level is indeed much stronger than Shanghai. And the Han Dynasty's formation research is unique in the world. In other words, just looking at these two formations, the new bishop's formation level has surpassed the whole world. Just after complaining about the new bishop, Zhang Yi became depressed again, but he can solve my formation. Teacher, it can only be that the new bishop's formation research has become stronger, not your problem. Han Yu thought he could only comfort Zhang Yi in this way. Of course I know, but formation research cannot be done overnight. Even if there is a genius like you who has a brain drain and runs to join the new bishop, it is impossible to cultivate him so quickly. Zhang Yi also heard about the formation set up by the new bishop in the rift. He thought he could not reach this level. After all, the new bishop has a god. Although I don't know what this god is. Han Yu complained in his heart. He can now basically confirm that the new master is real, not the god that only exists in people's imagination in the previous life. Even if only a little power comes through, it will be a huge disaster for the human world. Han Yu remembered the mark on his wrist again and pressed his wrist. Do you want to purify the mark? You can get 20 free attribute points, the storage pool is full, and the attribute points will automatically dissipate after purification. Hearing the system's prompt, Han Yu was slightly relieved. He could clear the mark at any time, and would not be affected by the so-called new master. This sect has been able to exist for so long, so it must have its secrets. You don't need to be too depressed. Chushua also comforted Zhang Yi. Han Yu, you are tired too. There is nothing to do here. You should go back and rest first. Okay, take care of yourself, teacher. After confirming that Zhang Yi was fine, the two seemed to have something to talk about, so Han Yu left. After leaving Zhang Yi's ward, he looked at Jiang Ziki again. Seeing that she was still asleep, Han Yu left. Next, he had to add points to the summoned creatures. The space here was too small to use them. It would be better to return to his dormitory. In the dormitory, Han Yu began to review his gains today. He leveled up 5 times in one night. This upgrade speed was something he had never thought of before. He got 5 skill points in total, plus the ones he had not used before, a total of 7 points. There are also 10 free attribute points for personal use, a skill memory slot, and a professional skill overload enhancement that can be learned. After several rounds of summoning, a total of 130 attribute points were obtained. The gains from each summoning were not much, but the number of summons in the dungeon was enough, and the system settled it many times. First learn skills, overload enhancement. Each professional skill is the basis for professional strength, and is also the most suitable skill for the current level. Overload enhancement. After releasing the specified summon, you can specify one of its attribute values to increase by 50%, which lasts for 30 seconds. After the duration ends, the summon enters a 1-minute silent state and cannot release any skills. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Consume 1 skill point to learn to LV1, the highest level, LV3. The silence of overload enhancement can basically be ignored. Han Yu ensures that the summon will use all skills within 30 seconds. Han Yu consumes 6 skill points and directly learns overload enhancement to level 3. He remembered that the professional skill of moon calling at level 30 was to enlarge the summoned creatures and increase the strength and physique attribute values. However, Han Yu's attribute points kept increasing, and it felt that the size of the summoned creatures was getting bigger and bigger. After adding points to the elemental dragon several times, it had grown from a young dragon to a bit like a giant dragon. The molten rock lizard looked more and more like Godzilla, but even Ellie, who had added a lot of points, only grew a little taller. Therefore, enlargement did not have much effect on Han Yu, and numerical enhancement was not as good as percentage enhancement for Han Yu. After all, his basic attributes were much higher, so it was more cost-effective to upgrade the overload enhancement first. After learning the skills, Han Yu added 10 free attribute points to energy. Now it is estimated that if all the summoned creatures are out, he can also maintain it for 30 minutes. And the second level talent can reduce the summoning cooldown, so he has more energy. But we have to wait until these 130 points are used up before we can see. However, Han Yu opened his skill bar and remembered that the elemental dragon was gone, and it showed that it would take another 5 days before he could summon it. However, the skill can still be used, and only another elemental dragon will be summoned. If you add points to the new summon, it will replace the original summon. Forget it then. Hanyu thought about it, and decided to keep the skill points first. He needed to test how to add points to achieve the highest combat power. Without the elemental dragon as the main C, it was indeed a bit insufficient. Hanyu also felt unusually tired. After 4 hours of dungeon fighting, although half of the time was spent running, it was not considered high intensity, but maintaining the summons was tiring enough. However, before going to bed, Hanyu contacted Changpeng first and told him about the captains of the 3 new bishop teams he met. They probably didn't disguise themselves, and they blew up their own houses. If their teammates hadn't evacuated yet, Changpeng should be able to wipe them out. Just as Hanyu was about to take a break, his phone kept popping up reminder messages. A level 70 monster escaped from the rift in Dongjin City, Japan, and half of the city became ruins. Level 70 rifts appeared in 6 cities of the White Eagle Kingdom at the same time, and the lords of some of them have escaped. A level 70 lord-level monster appeared in the Han River, the capital of Silla, and only half of the residents evacuated. Hanyu scrolled down one by one, and most of the existing countries were attacked by level 70 copies. This is the gift that the version update brings to mankind. I don't know how many civilians will die because of it. Hanyu searched for reports about the Great Han City, and there were only 2. A level 70 monster appeared in Jiangling City. All residents have evacuated. It is expected that the monster will be cleared tomorrow morning. The public does not need to panic too much. A level 70 Lord monster appeared in Ningwei City. All residents have evacuated. It is expected that the monster will be cleared tomorrow morning. The public does not need to panic too much. Hanyu looked at the domestic reports. In order to ensure sufficient cleaning time, many copies were destroyed in the Han Dynasty, and the duration of the copies was almost doubled. But even so, the lords of 2 cities still rushed out. Hanyu carefully read the story before putting down his phone. The next morning, Hanyu just woke up and received a call from Zhang Yi, asking him to go to the compound. Zhang Yi was still in the medical room yesterday, and he returned to the compound today. It seems that the injury is not serious, but he was just a little hit. However, the school is in ruins now, classes cannot be held, and Zisong Mountain has also suffered a lot of damage. If you want to brush the copy, there is no place to apply, and Hanyu has nothing to do. After Hanyu arrived at the compound, he entered the enchantment studio that belonged to Zhang Yi. The studio was filled with various books and drawings, and there were grooves on the wall for various enchantment cards, but most of them were empty. Zhang Yi was sitting at the table, seemingly thinking. Teacher. Hanyu saw Zhang Yi bow slightly, and he was finally going to teach him enchantment. In addition to learning professional skills, the most important attribute of a secondary profession is proficiency. Only when the proficiency is improved can the secondary profession level be improved, and the success rate of operation be increased. But only when the success rate is high can the proficiency be improved quickly. So if someone is guiding you, you will naturally make much faster progress than practicing blindly. So the relationship between teachers and students in the compound is more like the ancient apprenticeship, and is closer than ordinary teachers and students. Are you here? Have you learned the professional skills of level 20? Zhang Yi asked. I have learned it, but the success rate is too low. After changing to an enchanter at level 20, he learned the first secondary professional skill. Card decoding. Analyze the card characteristics and engrave them on the equipment. This is a simple introduction, but it is the beginning of the enchanter. Hanyu also bought a card and tried it himself. He tried enchanting blue equipment with junk cards on the market, but the success rate can only be described as horrible. Until now, the proficiency of card decoding is only 11 out of 100. The upgrade is far away, which makes Hanyu basically sure that he has no talent for enchanter. Normal, just practice more. Zhang Yi replied, but today I am not going to teach you these, I am going to teach you the magic circle. What do you think the process is like when you enchant? Zhang Yi continued to ask. That is, read the card, a magic circle appears in your mind, and then engrave it on the equipment. After the engraving is completed, the card is integrated into the equipment, and the enchantment is completed. Hanyu is talking about a successful case. Most of the time, his hands tremble, and the magic circle engraving is slightly crooked. As soon as the card is put on, it shows that the engraving failed, the card loses its function, and becomes a waste card. Do you remember the formation? Draw it here. Zhang Yi handed over a piece of paper. Hanyu recalled it in his mind for a while, and drew a formation on the paper, which came from the most basic enchantment card, Sharpness. After the enchantment is completed, the weapon gains 5% armor penetration, but it is far worse than Li Hua's armor melting. Sharp? Well drawn. Zhang Yi took the drawing handed over by Han Yu and praised casually. Generally, energy players have better memory than ordinary people, so it is not difficult to remember the magic circle, but it is not as simple as drawing it with a pen. Now that the magic circle is completed, why is it not working? The magic circle looks very standard, and there is no mistake. There is no card. Han Yu didn't know why Zhang Yi asked this. The card is just a carrier. The magic circle is the most important. That is, there is no energy. Han Yu thought of the teleportation array, which comes from the summoning magic circle. It does not require a caster, but requires a constant supply of mutant crystals as an energy source. Yes, without energy, no matter how finely the magic circle is carved, it is useless, and the energy source of the magic circle is the enchantment card and the energy of the enchanter. If we use other energy instead, Zhang Yi took out a small bottle and a thin brush. He dipped the liquid in the bottle and redrew the magic circle, slightly modifying a few symbols. Chapter 195. When the last stroke fell, Han Yu felt that the formation lit up for a moment. Zhang Yi pressed his palm on the center of the formation, and his technique was similar to that of enchanting, but slightly different. When Zhang Yi took his hand away, the soft paper became hard. Zhang Yi took out the paper and put it down vertically from the air. Without applying any external force, the paper fell straight down and pierced into the table in front of Zhang Yi. This is the effect of the formation, Zhang Yi said. At the beginning of the game, in order to resist the demon tide, humans could only quickly upgrade and fight monsters according to the route of the game. But in the back, we have never given up the research on this so-called game. All rules can be used. We should not only learn the rules, but also use and analyze the rules. In this regard, Mr. Su Lan is a well-deserved pioneer. His teleportation array, contract scroll, and the notes he left behind have left many inspirations for later generations. What I really want to teach you is the method of engraving the array without relying on cards, and follow Mr. Su Lan's path. But my talent is not outstanding. Han Yu's current success rate of enchanting the lowest level cards is between 20% and 30%, mainly because he cannot perfectly engrave the array on the equipment. This can only be regarded as a lower middle level among novices. A true genius can achieve at least an 80% success rate after several attempts at enchanting. So Han Yu didn't understand why Zhang Yi had to accept him as a disciple. Instead, he showed the greatest kindness to him since he entered the school. At that time, even Chiu Huaqing and Zhu Sun didn't know much about him. Not to mention that Zhang Yi could see that Han Yu was a genius in his secondary profession. Even if Zhang Yi saw it at that time, it can only be said that he was wrong. Han Yu was not a genius. It's not that I want to accept you as a disciple, it's what Mr. Su Lan said in the letter. He didn't emphasize the secondary professional talent in the letter, but just asked for a summoner with outstanding talent. Han Yu remembered that Zhang Yi mentioned this letter to him, but Zhang Yi didn't show him the original letter. Then thank you for teaching me. Han Yu nodded. If I just rely on my talent, Zhang Yi may not be willing to accept me as a student. After all, no matter how strong Han Yu's combat power is, he is just a student of the combat department, which has little to do with him. But on the other hand, Han Yu may not spend energy on the secondary profession. A large part of the reason for being willing to learn is that he is interested in Su Lan. Go on. Zhang Yi didn't say much, and seemed to be in a hurry to teach Han Yu. What I did just now was to enchant this piece of paper. See what's different about this formation. Zhang Yi handed the paper to Han Yu. Seeing that Han Yu didn't answer, Zhang Yi continued, this liquid, the main material is the mutant crystal, and the blood of the mutant is generally used to carve the formation, which is the foundation of the formation. Paper is the carrier, and the technique is the key to start. All three are indispensable. But if you want the formation to run for a long time, you need to continuously provide energy. Otherwise, if you only rely on the energy of the formation, it won't take long. Han Yu has been in a daze now, because when he received the paper, he received a system prompt. Do you want to transfer the attribute points back to the mutant energy and inject it into the formation? Su Lan knows. Han Yu's heart was like a storm. He thought Zhang Yi had found the wrong person. Han Yu. Zhang Yi shouted softly, pulling Han Yu back from his trance. Han Yu hurriedly put down the paper. I'm sorry, teacher, I was too tired yesterday. But you just said, where does the monster blood in this liquid come from? As far as he knows, after the monster takes out the copy, it will continue to hunt creatures in this world to replenish its lost energy. Once killed, the body cannot be preserved for long, and only some extremely powerful monsters can occasionally leave a scale or a claw. From the front line. Zhang Yi answered. Including pets, most of the materials are transported back from the front line. Monsters there? Aren't they subject to the rules? Han Yu asked in surprise. The frontline battlefield, Han Yu didn't know much about this word he kept hearing. He only knew that countless players invested, and many people found it difficult to come back after going. But Han Yu always had a question. Obviously, the copy of the safe city has been almost controlled. After so many years, the number of players has increased, but the frontline battlefield has not been stabilized. That is not a copy, or rather, it is the largest copy entrance called the entrance to the other world. It cannot be closed, it cannot be ended, creatures of various races pour out of it. This? Han Yu was stunned, but why I don't know. Han Yu only knew that the battle on the front line was fierce, but he didn't know that the real reason was this. According to Zhang Yi, this is the entrance to the other world, connecting the two worlds together. Countless monsters poured out of it, and this was a direct battle between the two worlds. These are not secrets, but the information has not been mentioned actively. After all, it can also be understood as the largest copy. When you participate in the training, I will tell you naturally. In this month, I will teach you all the knowledge of the magic array as soon as possible. Before you leave, you should try to understand Su Lan's notes. Is it so urgent? Han Yu asked after a pause. He should still have a year before participating in the internship. In a month, it will be the national competition. At that time, all students in Fu Zisher's class will participate. After the competition, they will not return to school, and will be divided into various teams on the front line according to their strength. The principal thinks that your strength is enough, and is going to let you participate in this competition. What do you think? Of course. Han Yu was naturally happy. He thought that his strength was not inferior to Fu Zisher, and it should not be difficult to participate in this competition. Besides, the school owed him a magic weapon. Oh, it seems that it was given to me in advance. Han Yu suddenly remembered the heart of balance on his neck, but if I want to participate in advance, I have to give something else. Wait! Han Yu suddenly came to his senses. After participating in the national competition, he would be eligible to enter the frontline battlefield. What about when the competition is over? Han Yu finally understood the deep meaning. The principal was trying to drive him away. At that time, it's up to you to make your own arrangements. If you stay in school, you will have enough level 20 and 30 dungeons. Level 40 dungeons can be played at most 3 times a week. After all, the higher the level of dungeons, the longer it takes to refresh. Level 30 dungeons are already considered strategic resources. I understand. Han Yu nodded, then I think about it. Actually, level 30 dungeons are enough, but you just need to refresh them more frequently. Zhang Yi said. He didn't want Han Yu to fight on the front line so early. After all, it was too dangerous there. It would be a pity if Mr. Su finally waited for such a seedling that met his father's requirements. But no matter what, I will teach you everything about the formation as soon as possible this month. Zhang Yi nodded. The principal told him about Han Yu's performance yesterday. He also knew that Han Yu's strength in the battlefield was far beyond his current level. If it was for a quick upgrade, the school could not keep Han Yu for long. This is why Chu Shuo suggested Han Yu to participate in this national competition. Maybe by this time next year, Han Yu would not be in school. After that, Han Yu began to listen to Zhang Yi's lectures patiently, trying to remember all the knowledge firmly. He had to pay attention to the system just now. After returning to the dormitory, Han Yu only felt dizzy and swollen in his head, and he felt like staying up late to review. But he did not rush to rest, but began to carve the formation. Using the special liquid Zhang Yi gave him, he carved a formation on the paper. Han Yu carefully checked it, and made sure there was no mistake. Han Yu pressed his finger on the formation, and heard the prompt again. Do you want to inject energy? Han Yu bit his lip and replied, yes. After agreeing, the attribute points he stored flowed out of his fingers, and starting from his fingers, the entire formation was re-engraved with a transparent mark. Han Yu repeated the spell and technique, and the paper suddenly hardened. Pick up the paper, and it is as hard as a steel plate. Han Yu put it down with his hand, and the paper fell straight on the table. Han Yu heard a tearing sound, and the white paper penetrated the solid wood desk, continued to fall, and deeply penetrated into the floor. But it only lasted for a moment, and the paper turned into ashes, and dissipated with the wind. What the hell? Han Yu had only this sentence in his mind. The magic circle injected with attribute points was more powerful than Zhang Yi's, but it just consumed Han Yu's 5 attribute points. But Han Yu's heart was like thunder and lightning, more shocked than happy. He thought that his talent was mediocre, and he was not the person Su Lan said, but if the strengthening function of these attribute points was added. He was the person Su Lan was looking for in the letter? The answer to the world? The lock on the player? Summoning. Is it related to me? Han Yu recalled Su Lan's notes on the notebook bit by bit, which were like mumbling. Did Su Lan calculate that I had a system? This is impossible, right? Is he also a time traveler? He always thought that his coming to this world was just a coincidence. Why now it seems that he is in someone else's plan? After being stunned for 3 seconds, Han Yu came to his senses and sat down on the sofa. You want me to find the answer, so you let me choose Enchanter and follow his path? Han Yu remembered what Su Lan said, that summoning is the profession closest to the answer. Teacher Su Lan, please don't mess with me. Han Yu's mind was in a mess. You want me to find the answer? But I don't even know what the question is. Become stronger. After thinking for a long time, Han Yu had no clue, but what was the answer, and what was the lock? He would become stronger first. Now he couldn't even sense the chain, let alone find the answer. Chapter 196. Han Yu, who was really confused, was thinking about whether he should go to Zitsong Mountain at noon to see if there were any dungeons to play. He would play a dungeon at noon, and he would continue to study with Zhang Yi in the afternoon. At this time, a loud bell rang in everyone's ears, and the time was 12 o'clock noon. A golden light flashed in the sky, and a golden list stood in the sky. Everyone walked out of the room and looked at the list that appeared in the sky. At the same time, all players also received a prompt. The first round of the gold list has been released, and the official settlement will be made 1 month later. At the end of each period, the gold list will be displayed globally for 30 minutes, and the rest of the time can be viewed in the game. If you are dissatisfied with the gold list ranking, you can initiate a challenge from the gold list section in the game. The challenge is divided into dungeon racing and player duel. After the other party agrees and chooses the battle method, the two sides will be teleported to the arena. Each person must accept at least 3 challenges per month. No challenge, maintain ranking, refuse to play within 3 games, and automatically lose, and cannot apply /be applied for challenges under special conditions. Before each settlement, the top 5 players will be forced to enter the Nightmare difficulty dungeon for challenge. After clearing the dungeon, additional rewards will be calculated according to the score. Please choose whether to disclose the occupation information. Hearing the prompt, Han Yu naturally chose not to disclose it. If he saw that the first place was a summoner, the outside world would be in an uproar. However, now that summoning has been strengthened, other people's malice towards summoning is not so great. Now Han Yu finally knows what this gold list is, but before the settlement, he actually has to clear the dungeon with the top 5, instead of Han Yu thinking that ranking is enough. I always feel that the final dungeon challenge is the biggest part. How can a game developer give players equipment for no reason? Han Yu just walked out of the villa door, and the huge golden list in the sky arranged the IDs of each player in order, showing them to everyone. And Wei Yixio's ID is the first in the 4th column. Wei Yixio LV27 Combat Power Evaluation 158754. Below his name is a player with the ID of Monk Washing Hair with Rejoice, level 29. Combat Power Evaluation is 66,787. Well, the gap is big enough, no one should be desperate to challenge me. Han Yu looked at the combat power, and was very satisfied with the evaluation of the game. As long as the gap is big enough like now, he only needs to wait for the end of the month to clear a dungeon and get the reward. He is very satisfied, but the players behind him are not so comfortable. Han Yu only paid attention to his own column, but did not notice that the combat power of the player ranked first in the level 30 list was only more than 150,000. That is to say, according to the system's combat power evaluation, he is stronger than a level 39 player. For a moment, this level 20 list attracted everyone's attention. Who is this Wei Yixio? Did he type an extra digit? Or is there a bug in the game again? Can you give me some compensation? Before, they all thought that there would be no loopholes in this game, but yesterday, the dungeon arrived early, and they knew that this mysterious game would also have loopholes. Now they suspect that Han Yu's combat power is just a display bug. Why can't even the profession be displayed? What profession can have a combat power of 160,000 at level 20? I'm already level 30, and my combat power is less than 70,000? Level 27. Nearly 160,000 combat power? I don't believe it even if you kill me. Look at the combat power of the first place in the level 30 tier. Is there anyone who wants to challenge him? If you don't want to make a game, you don't have to make it. Below the gold list, a man touched his bald head. He walked back to the room silently, and took out his machete. He always thought that he was the strongest free player. He was level 28 before, but his winning rate against ordinary level 30 players was more than 80%. Yesterday, he received compensation from the game, and just reached level 29, and his combat power was strengthened again. When the gold list just appeared, he was already thinking about what equipment to choose. But now that the list appeared, he was only ranked second, and the first place was a level 27 player. How could he bear this? There were many players who thought the same as him, and they all wanted to challenge Wei Yixiao, who topped the list because of a game loophole. Han Yu had just finished reading the gold list and walked back to the room, and there were constant reminders in his ears. Player Hashang challenges to use Rejoice to wash hair. Do you accept? Player Zhang Shui Zonghua challenges. Do you accept? Player Liu Yuya. A line of prompts popped up, and in just a moment, more than a dozen prompts popped up. A big question mark floated above Han Yu's head. You look down on me, don't you? My combat power is so high, and there are still people who want to challenge me, and they come in groups. After thinking about it, what is coming will always come, and Han Yu accepted the challenge of the top 3 combat powers. 1 minute later, Han Yu was teleported out of the in-game arena and started the next round of challenges. Within 5 minutes, 3 battles were over, and Han Yu also took off the animatronic mask. 5 minutes, 2 of which were used to change clothes. Excluding the preparation time, the battle took less than 3 minutes. Although it was a bit troublesome, he had completed the challenge that he had to accept this month. After that, all the challenge requests were rejected by Han Yu. No one will challenge me now. Han Yu sat down on the sofa. All these talent sharings were used up, so he finally took a break. At this time, the monk was looking at the machete in his hand with a confused face. He still hasn't reacted to how he lost. Assassin? This damage is too high? As soon as the battle started, his opponent disappeared, and he also judged that the opponent's profession was an assassin. But with the armor on his body, an assassin of the same level could not kill him instantly, so he didn't panic when he saw Han Yu disappear. He quietly waited for Han Yu to touch him, and when Han Yu appeared, he immediately gave him a fatal blow. But unexpectedly, Han Yu didn't give him a chance to attack. The knife flashed, and most of his armor was melted in the first attack. Then he saw a figure flashing around him, and his HP dropped below the protection line in an instant, and he was defeated on the spot. 160,000 combat power. So terrifying. I can only compare to a fraction of his. The monk said silently, logged into the largest player website in China, and wrote down his battle experience. I am the second monk in the 20th level. The system uses Rejoice. The first place Wei Yixiao is indeed worthy of 160,000 combat power. I couldn't even see what he looked like before I was killed in seconds. Until the end of the battle, I only knew that his profession was assassin and his gender was male. After posting it, the monk subconsciously touched his bald head. If he had known that Wei Yixiao's combat power was real, how could he have thought of challenging him? But as soon as the post was posted, he was hammered. That monk uses Rejoice to wash his hair. Stop pretending. He didn't say anything right except gender. I am the 3rd ranked Zhang Ai Shui Zhonghua. Just finished the challenge. Wei Yixiao is a mage like me. The battle started. She instantly cast 7 spells. Various attribute skills directly hit me in the face, and then I was killed instantly. Stop arguing, you two upstairs. You didn't even get the gender right. I am Liu Yuya. Wei Yixiao is a hunter by profession, female, but she is quite tall. The battle started. She took out a longbow, and then I was killed. Chapter 197. The 3 of them argued under the post until they challenged each other and confirmed their identities on the competition stage. That is to say, all 3 of them were telling the truth, and now even the crowd watching the excitement was confused. Since all 3 of them were telling the truth, who is Wei Yixiao, and what kind of professional player is he? Before, we just didn't know his profession, and we thought we would know after the challenge. Now that the challenge is over, we can't even figure out his gender. The challenger was confused, and the onlookers were also confused. After 3 challenges, Wei Yixiao's identity became even more mysterious. For a while, the mystery of Wei Yixiao's identity became a hot search. But not long after, players who participated in yesterday's Blood Butterfly Dance dungeon looked at the description of Wei Yixiao. He is less than level 30, but his strength is stronger than that of a level 39 player. This always makes people think of Han Yu, a young player who completed the final harvest in the suddenly descended level 70 dungeon. Anyway, none of these level 30 players thought they were Han Yu's opponents, and the ability to cast 7 skills instantly was a perfect match for Han Yu's performance in the dungeon. At this point, Han Yu's identity was about to be revealed. Even if Han Yu didn't respond, Wei Yixiao's name was pinned on Han Yu's head. In the afternoon, Han Yu was studying with Zhang Yi, and his phone kept sending notifications. He picked it up, and saw that Fu Zisher had sent him 7 or 8 messages in a row. Fu Zisher, Yushin is awesome. There was only one sentence, and below it was a series of links. Yushin's new ID was exposed, Wei Yixiao, who killed 3 players of the same level in 3 minutes. Shocked, Wei Yixiao, the top of the gold list, is he a man or a woman? Insiders revealed, Wei Yixiao is the genius summoner Han Yu. Is it true or false? Psychology experts. Let's go into the inner world of Wei Yixiao, the top of the gold list. Han Yu looked at his phone, and there was only an expression on his face, an old man's subway phone. The new bishop stared at him so hard, Han Yu would have trouble leaving the school in the future. So Han Yu wanted to try the face of a girl he had never used before, but who knew that it would be dug out in just one afternoon. Han Yu, do you understand? Zhang Yi was patiently explaining the various elements of the magic circle to Han Yu, and immediately reminded him when he saw Han Yu distracted. I understand, I understand. Han Yu immediately put down his phone and pressed the power button. As long as I don't look at it, nothing happened. Han Yu took a deep breath and forgot about the online discussion. Zhang Yi saw that Han Yu's phone was turned off, and he also smiled with relief and continued to teach. Since knowing that his system can affect the formation, Han Yu has become much more enthusiastic about learning the secondary profession. Although the success rate of enchantment is not high, it is not difficult to slowly engrave the magic circle. Anyway, as long as the attribute points are consumed, the power of his magic circle will be much stronger than others. At the end of the afternoon class, Han Yu took out the card he got in the dungeon, Fengshen Junyan Shan. Teacher, can you help me enchant this card? Han Yu said, and took out his double swords. Zhang Yi took a look at the card Han Yu left behind. It was a purple inheritance card, and it was very suitable for dual-wielding weapons. It was a very rare card. Leave it there, I find time to enchant it. You go back first, remember to practice more by yourself. Zhang Yi put away the card and left. Han Yu left the compound, and he had some understanding of the magic circle. Starting from Sulan, people began to study the magic array and began to change from obeying the rules to using the rules. Many things from the game are too mysterious, but as long as you understand these rules, you can constantly strengthen yourself. So now, the magic array has become a necessary skill for all secondary professions. As long as you study and learn, each secondary profession has its own corresponding magic array. Some magic arrays can even be used for combat, which greatly improves the combat power of secondary professional players. However, it takes time to engrave the magic array. It is okay to use it for ambush, but it will not be able to exert its power in a frontal battle. In addition, not all magic arrays can be copied, and players can only try one by one. However, the enchantment or forging of weapons and equipment still requires the corresponding cards as the basis, otherwise the magic array cannot be completely integrated with the equipment, and the enchantment will become invalid after 1 or 2 uses. Han Yu, who left the compound, did not rush back to the dormitory, but went directly to the back of Zitsong Mountain. The dungeon entrance here is being rebuilt. Han Yu just walked up and saw Mo Inkai leading the students of the compound to repair the dungeon entrance. Junior brother, why are you here? Mo Inkai, who was busy, saw Han Yu coming and immediately came over to say hello. I just came back from the teacher and wanted to see if the dungeon here is still usable. Mo Inkai looked back at the busy people. I'm afraid it can't be used. Our people are rebuilding the teleportation array inside. No, Han Yu was a little disappointed. Now he has developed another use for the system, and he can't wait to brush a few more dungeons. Mo Inkai paused before continuing. However, several new rifts have appeared next to the original dungeons, but no one has explored them yet, and the levels are all above level 30. New dungeons? Can they be explored? Han Yu just remembered that when the version was updated that day. But it was said that there would be tens of thousands of new dungeons, and there were quite a few in Zitsong Mountain, and this was only the first batch. Of course you can, but those dungeons have never appeared before, there is no information, no teleportation array has been built, and the return scroll cannot be used. It doesn't matter, when have I ever used that thing? Thank you, senior brother. After saying that, Han Yu ran to the rift next to him. Junior brother, don't be too arrogant, these are all new dungeons. Got it, thank you for reminding me. Han Yu walked to the new rift, and as Mo Inkai said, there were already many dungeon entrances inside, the lowest level was level 30, and there were also several level 40 dungeons. Now that the Lihoi Yushui knife was gone, the elemental dragon could not be used, so Han Yu did not be too arrogant and carefully selected a level 30 dungeon, and the nightmare difficulty was turned on. Why is it the level 30 nightmare difficulty? We said to be careful. Imo-Inkai looked at Hanyu and muttered softly. His junior brother really doesn't look like a player from the compound. Brother Imo, you don't know this. Yushin's combat power evaluation is stronger than that of a 39 player. It's easy to choose a level 30 dungeon and play it alone. Seeing Hanyu enter the dungeon, the students next to him immediately came over. Well, combat power evaluation? Are you talking about the gold list in the game update? Imo-Inkai asked. Imo-Inkai was still busy repairing the mess left by the new bishop, and he didn't really notice the ranking on the gold list. Chapter 198. After all, it has little to do with the students in their compound. Yes, according to netizen speculation, Hanyu is Wei Xiao, the top player in the 20th level, with a combat power exceeding the top player in the gold list of 30th level. At first, others thought that the game had a bug again. Isn't this normal? Hanyu is so strong. He told Hanyu to be careful, but Imo-Inkai also knew Hanyu's strength. In addition to this, some people say that Yushin can share not only talents, but also appearances. Sometimes male, sometimes female. Brother Imo, you are so close to Yushin. Is it true? Huh? Imo-Inkai frowned and thought of Hanyu's anthropomorphic mask. Get out of the way, how can there be such a useless ability? Kicking the junior next to him, Imo-Inkai looked at the copy that Hanyu entered, showing a thoughtful look. I just added a female face in the first place, so it shouldn't make Hanyu awaken any special habits. 10 minutes later, Hanyu ran out of the dungeon covered in mud. He kept spitting out a lot of mud from his mouth. Brother, do you have the cleaning skill? Imo-Inkai raised his hand, and a stream of water sprayed out, washing away the mud on Hanyu's body. What's the matter? There is no need to challenge the nightmare level dungeon. It's okay, the Lord is a slime monster, it doesn't bite people, it's just disgusting. It's no problem for him to clear the level 30 dungeon alone, but the monsters in this dungeon are too disgusting. After cleaning up his body, Hanyu didn't say much to Imo-Inkai, and turned around to walk into the next dungeon. After clearing 2 dungeons, Hanyu felt that his physical strength had been almost consumed, and it was inevitable that he would be tired if he cleared it alone. 5 days later, Hanyu was still sitting in Zhang Yi's studio in the compound. Zhang Yi had spent a lot of time teaching him these days. However, after nearly 5 days, Zhang Yi finally talked about Su Lan's notes. Mr. Su Lan first analyzed the teleportation array from the summoning array. If you want to replicate the teleportation array, it must be two-way. If you want to use it continuously, after modifying the 3 runes, put a mutant crystal at the location to provide energy. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Hanyu silently took notes. The teleportation array has a great effect. The effect of the summoning array alone on the battlefield is greater than the influence of all summoner players on the battle situation. This is not to discredit the players of the summoning profession. Training a summoner consumes a lot of resources. And group operations, ensuring stable output is more important. 100 mages release raging fire at the same time, which is much more effective than 100 summons, and the output is more stable. Therefore, Shanghai rarely spends resources to train high-level summoning path players. Seeing Hanyu thinking, Zhang Yi continued, however, there is a teleportation array that is different and can complete one-way transmission. Hanyu looked at Zhang Yi. How can a teleportation array transmit in one direction? It is the array that Mr. Su Lan drew before he disappeared. We did not find any directional symbols or positioning, which means that this array should have no target. And it deleted many of the original runes, making the teleportation array extremely simple. But, can it still be transmitted successfully? Hanyu looked at the teleportation array drawn on the notebook, which was indeed very simple. But it can be roughly seen that this is derived from the original summoning array, but this array does not conform to the directional principle that Zhang Yi just mentioned. Without a matching array, it is reasonable to say that this teleportation cannot succeed. No. Zhang Yi nodded. We have copied this array, and it cannot be successfully activated even if it is completely copied. But in the room where Mr. Su Lan disappeared, the energy of the mutant crystal's place was consumed, indicating that the array has indeed been activated. Except this time. Since then, this array has never been successfully teleported again. Zhang Yi looked at Hanyu with light in his eyes. But maybe you can. You are Mr. Su Lan's designated successor. Hanyu hurriedly shook his head. How is it possible? Although he said it was impossible, Hanyu felt in his heart that he had to try to successfully teleport with a high probability. After all, Su Lan asked him to follow him to find the answer. The key is that no one knows where Su Lan was teleported to. If he activated it, he would be teleported away, and he would be gone. Even Su Lan failed to come back, so I am afraid that I will also disappear. His current strength is not enough to follow Su Lan to find the answer. I just said that, and then I will talk about the production of the return scroll. The energy stored in the teleportation scroll is limited. It won't work if the distance is too far, and it won't work if it is attacked during the teleportation process. Another day of classes ended. Han Yu had a basic understanding of the magic circle, and now he can also draw some basic magic circles. And Han Yu got his double swords again, with an additional skill of Fengchen Junyan Zhan, which can be regarded as strengthening Han Yu's melee ability again. Han Yu didn't rush home, but went to the first floor of the compound. Now the whole school has started to run again. Han Yu found a strengthening machine on the first floor. Han Yu has put a lot of effort into the Lihua Yushui sword, and it will definitely be used for a long time. Moreover, weapons also rely most on attribute bonuses. Han Yu plans to strengthen it by +10 first. Equipment strengthening is mainly the work of blacksmiths, but based on the magic circle, there is a strengthening machine that everyone can use. However, it can only be strengthened by +10 at most, and the success rate does not have to be lower than that of blacksmiths, and it is even more stable. Before this, he had strengthened the two weapons to +5. Now you can continue to strengthen. Han Yu stood next to the strengthening machine and put the two swords in. Because when forging, Lihua Yushui is a dual-wielding weapon, and strengthening only costs 1 cent. After successfully strengthening by +10, the equipment will randomly add a trait, but after strengthening by +5, it is inevitable to encounter strengthening failure. Pressing the strengthening button again and again, Han Yu's heart was bleeding. The more than 4,300 credits he saved for a month were being consumed rapidly. If it weren't for the Blood Butterfly Dance dungeon, Chuju specially approved 3,000 credits for Han Yu, and he didn't even have these credits. Success, -100. Failure, -200. Success, -200. Success, -400. Failure, -800. Failed again. Didn't we agree that the success rate was 90% before +10? Han Yu felt favored by the God of Doom again. He failed once when strengthening to +9, and 800 credits went down the drain. Helpless Han Yu could only consume 800 credits again, and successfully reach 9. He took out the double swords tremblingly, and strengthened +9. The properties of the Lihua Yushui sword have been greatly improved. But +10 immediately, although the weapon will not break, a failure will be 1,600 credits plus more than 10 million. Han Yu thought about whether to do, as the internet said, and use other weapons to cushion before strengthening. After thinking about his credits, Han Yu felt that it was not time yet. Let's fight. Anyway, the weapons would not break, so Han Yu gritted his teeth and put the two swords in. If it didn't work, he would find Chuju and count how many lives he had sacrificed for the school, and ask for some more credits. Press the button, the strengthening furnace turns, and with a ding, the strengthening is finally over. Congratulations on the successful strengthening, weapons obtained. Lihua sword +10, Yushui sword +10. Chapter 199 Weapon Lihua gains new trait. Flame Slash. Active after release. Weapon damage increases by 20%, and the attack carries fire damage. Damage to dark creatures increases by 30%, and damage to ice/water creatures increases by 50%. Cooldown, 1 minute. Weapon Yushui gains new trait. Ice Soul. Yushui's attack carries a 10% slowdown effect, which can be stacked up to 5 layers, and the slowdown effect lasts for 5 seconds. It still needs to be strengthened. Han Yu was very satisfied with these two extra traits, which have their own attribute attacks. Coupled with his own level 20 professional skill elemental endowment, he can deal with all kinds of dungeons calmly in the future. Moreover, after strengthening, the weapon attack power of the two knives has reached more than 1,500. As dual-wielding weapons, this attack power is no less than that of ordinary artifacts. However, Han Yu's credits have almost been spent, and he is not short of money. He has exploded a lot of equipment in dungeons these days. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Han Yu received a message from Qin Qinghe. Student Han Yu, the Blood Butterfly Dance incident is over, so we won't calculate your contribution points. Just ask for any reward you want. As long as it's not epic equipment, you can ask for other requests, and we will try our best to meet them. The scale of this sacrifice day was so large that the whole world, let alone Shanghai, didn't expect the new bishop to make such a big fuss. Moreover, the new bishop even wanted to develop Dahan into a base camp. If it weren't for Han Yu's intelligence, even if the new bishop's plan failed, Dahan would definitely be seriously injured. It's really hard to say what will happen on the front line at that time, and it's not impossible for the demon tide to reappear. Finally I got the news. Han Yu smiled. The elemental dragon could be summoned last night, but he still didn't rush to add points. The reason is that his storage pool is empty again, and he urgently needs mutant crystals to replenish it. If he doesn't add points, he will wait for Shanghai to provide him with mutant crystals. Han Yu, I know that I will definitely not want epic equipment. How could I be so ignorant? Anyway, Han Yu has already taken an epic equipment. After taking the God Blood Crown of Thorns, the school did not mention giving him extra rewards, except that the principal symbolically gave him 3,000 credits. No, your contribution is indeed worth an epic quality equipment, but this level of equipment is of great use on the front line, and it can play a greater role in the hands of high-level players. Of course, we all know your contribution. If you hadn't risked your life to get the information about the Day of Sacrifice, the Han Dynasty might have been ravaged by the demon tide now. Qin Qing has said this not to scare the world. In other countries, even if they knew about the Day of Sacrifice from the Han Dynasty in advance, they still couldn't really stop the level 70 lords from entering the city. And the monsters pouring out of the entrance to the other world in their country are increasing day by day, plus new copies are constantly appearing after the version update. Some small countries are already a little bit overwhelmed. Just yesterday, next to the Han Dynasty, Bio has sent diplomatic envoys to the Han Dynasty to ask for help. One night has passed, and the negotiations are still ongoing. As for why it took so long, it was because the Han Dynasty had only one request, that Bio hand over its National Alliance order, otherwise no discussion. Han Yu, equipment and other things are enough for me, I just want some mutant crystals. Qin Qinghe, this is a small matter, is there anything else? A little mutant crystal can be used as a bonus. Qin Qinghe knew that Han Yu needed mutant crystals, and also knew from Chong Peng that Han Yu's job transfer path was to the God transfer, so he just regarded this as a necessity for Han Yu's job transfer, and did not ask anything else. No need for the rest, just the mutant crystals. Han Yu looked like he was doing good things without asking for anything in return. How can this be? Qin Qinghe was interrupted by Han Yu before he finished speaking. Give me 60 mutant crystals every week. Is this request okay, Director Qin? Qin Qinghe was about to praise Han Yu for being righteous, but he should be rewarded for his merits. After being interrupted by Han Yu, a big question mark rose above his head. 60 pieces? Or 6 pieces? What do you want so many mutant crystals for? It's no wonder Qin Qinghe was surprised. The output of mutant crystals is not large, but they are very durable. The energy contained in them is extremely powerful. Only in this way can it attract players to actively absorb them. As the department with the most degenerate professionals in the Han Dynasty, Black Ice consumes no more than 100 mutant crystals per month. Now Han Yu alone wants 60 crystals, or every week. 60 pieces. I have a very important use for them. If it doesn't work, I can buy them with money. How about the price of 1 million per piece? Han Yu thought about it, and felt that it was a bit too much. 600 million per week, it would not take long to exceed the price of several artifacts. Qin Qinghe was silent. He didn't expect Han Yu to give him such a big problem right away. If he didn't know Han Yu's true identity, Qin Qinghe would definitely think that the person opposite him wanted to establish a guild mainly composed of degenerate players. Even though Han Yu said he was willing to pay, Shanghai had never sold mutant crystals to anyone. After a moment of silence, Qin Qinghe said, "Is the mutant crystal important to you?" "Very important. It is related to my strength growth." "Okay, I will help you apply for the top-level special training resources, and then exchange all the resources for mutant crystals. It should not be difficult to apply for it. 600 million consumption in a week, this has exceeded the resources that Dahan has poured into any player before. What do you need me to do?" Han Yu asked. "Since it is a special training resource, there must be requirements. Just your contribution this time is enough." After waiting for a while, Qin Qinghe said again, "If there is really any requirement, when you become strong, you are willing to stand up and protect Dahan. Although this requirement is not high, it is not something that every player trained by Dahan can do." When the demon tide just began to rage, Dahan faced the largest entrance to the other world copy, and once became one of the most dangerous countries. At that time, many players were attracted by the generous treatment promised by other countries and left. "Yes, I will." Han Yu agreed immediately. To apply for top-level special training resources, it often takes a long investigation, but from the incident on the Day of Sacrifice, Qin Qinghe has seen Han Yu's nature, which is worthy of Shanghai's resources. In less than 10 years, the Han border defense will definitely have an extra Optimus Prime. I will give you 60 crystals this week. With your performance, you should be able to apply for it soon. Okay, thank you, Director Qin. Not long after hanging up the phone, Han Yu received a transaction request from Qin Qinghe, and 60 crystals were in hand. Chapter 200. Everything was ready. Han Yu opened his summoning interface, and raised his hand to summon all the summons. After adding points several times, the size of these summons became larger and larger. Even in the courtyard at the entrance of the dormitory, the summons were still a bit crowded. During these 5 days, Han Yu had been brushing the map, with only 1 day of rest in the middle, and obtained a total of 270 attribute points. And the previous 130 points, a total of 400 points, took out the mutant crystal and absorbed them all. Free attribute points 500, storage attribute points 500, a total of 1,000 points. I have never added so many points in my life. Han Yu sighed sincerely, but it was a pity that only half of them could be used. There were many attribute points, but he only upgraded 2 levels in this week. Even if he brushed the level above and added the nightmare difficulty, the difficulty of gaining experience was greatly increased at a higher level. All the 500 attribute points in the storage pool were converted into his own energy attribute. With the 14 points of upgraded energy, Han Yu raised his energy attribute to 64 points, and then began to allocate points to summons. After hesitating for a while, Han Yu began to allocate all attribute values. Elemental Dragon Energy plus 100. Elf Archer Strength plus 100. Shadow Blade Mantis Strength plus 100. Molten Rock Lizard Constitution plus 50. Skeleton Mage Fin Energy plus 50. After adding 400 attribute points, Han Yu was almost unable to hold on, so he still consumed 500 attribute points to add energy to himself. There were still 100 attribute points left, but Han Yu was not in a hurry to use them, and kept them for testing his magic circle ability. This time, Han Yu did not only strengthen the elemental dragon in the attribute point allocation. The last time the elemental dragon was killed in seconds, Han Yu's dungeon brushing was not good in the past few days. To ensure the output of the elemental dragon, while ensuring that other summons still have enough combat power in high-level dungeons, Han Yu will definitely not be limited to these dungeons in the future, and he cannot rely entirely on the elemental dragon. After all, its position is still just a mage, and the role of the skill gap is not great. And with the addition of points, each summon also ushered in the third enhancement. Elemental Dragon is enhanced. Please choose to enhance the skill Dragon Breath / Spell Torrent. After making a comparison, Han Yu still chose to enhance the Elemental Dragon signature skill, Spell Torrent. The enhancement of Spell Torrent is not to increase the number of skills, but like a chain, the subsequent damage of each skill is increased by 10% compared to the previous one. It doesn't seem much, but the damage of each skill of Spell Torrent is not comparable to that of a bow and arrow. With 7 skills like this, if a level 40 player without magic resistance equipment, I'm afraid the Elemental Dragon will be killed in one go. Chain Enhancement. Chain arrows can attack 2 enemies at the same time, and the damage is calculated separately. Or attack the same enemy, forming an arrow rain attack on the enemy, but the second round of chain can only cause 50% damage to the enemy. This enhancement not only enhances the single target killing ability to a certain extent, but also allows Ellie to not be helpless when facing a large number of monsters. Corpse Explosion Poison Spore Enhancement. After the corpse is exploded, the spores in the prey's body will float back into the air and search for the target again. The Corpse Explosion Poison Spore can reproduce up to 3 times. Shadow Leap Enhancement. After each use of Mist Shadow, the cooldown of Shadow Leap can be refreshed. This enhancement is not for Shadow Blade Mantis, but for Han Yu himself. If Shadow Leap does not kill the creature, it can only be used once. The key is that Shadow Blade Mantis has become more and more fond of stealing heads recently. After strengthening, Han Yu's mobility can be improved. With the help of the double blades, Han Yu feels that he is becoming more and more like an assassin. For Molten Lizard, Han Yu chose to strengthen the Flame Armor. Flame Armor. After strengthening, it gains Molten Flame Fury. The molten flame on the surface of the Molten Lizard is boiling, ready to fight back against the enemy who attacks it. Within 10 seconds after the active release, 80% of the damage it suffers will be converted into magic damage and returned to the attacker, and an 80% severe injury effect will be added. Cooling. 5 minutes 80% of the counter injury, which made Han Yu stunned. If he had known that the next skill to be strengthened was this skill effect, Han Yu would have given priority to strengthening the Molten Lizard. If facing the ultimate skill of the Elemental Mage, let the Molten Lizard go up to resist, at most 1 life for 1 life. The fragile mage may not be able to withstand the counter injury of his full strength attack. After all the strengthening was completed, Han Yu felt his energy consumption. Thanks to the upgrades in the past few days, he can now maintain these 4 summons for 20 minutes without much problem, but it may be difficult to maintain more. After this increase in points, Hanyu is also confident that he can challenge the 40th level dungeon. Hanyu casually called up the game gold list, and was relieved to see that the combat power of his road did not change. If his combat power suddenly increased again, I am afraid that a lot of people will suspect that there is a bug in the game. However, it seems that this combat power is not changing in real time, but calculated at the end of each month. After turning off the game system, Hanyu took out a blank scroll. This was also what he took from Zhang Yi. The low-level magic array can be engraved on ordinary white paper. But for slightly higher-grade arrays, the paper may break before the drawing is completed. This scroll is made of special materials, which can store mutant energy and accommodate some basic arrays. It is the basic material for all returned scrolls. Hanyu thought about it, and the last teleportation array left by Su Lan was still lingering in his mind. People are like this. The more you want to ignore it, the more it will jump in your mind. Taking out a special array brush from the backpack, Hanyu began to draw it slowly. This array is indeed very simple, without so many complicated runes. Hanyu just took a glance and drew it completely. However, when the last rune of the array was added, the scroll did not respond. This means that the array production failed, and this scroll has no effect. If it is completed normally, the array should have a momentary glimmer after completion, and then just open the scroll or crush it directly to trigger the array function. Sure enough, it can't be activated. Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. This is normal. After all, he is not Su Lan. After thinking about it, Hanyu couldn't help but stretch his hand up. When he touched the magic circle, a stream of energy flowed out from his fingers and fell on the scroll. And the scroll that had just been engraved slowly rose with light, indicating that it was being activated. Hanyu hurriedly retracted his hand. It actually works. Looking at his fingers, Hanyu felt the changes he had just made. The attribute points were a little less, and were used by the scroll. If he continued to transfer energy, I'm afraid this teleportation array would really start. Can it? The key is the system? Is Su Lan also a time traveler? Hanyu couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could it be that Su Lan, who was before him, had the same system as him and activated the teleportation array? Did he return to Earth? Not playing anymore? Is this teleportation array the way home? But Hanyu immediately rejected his absurd idea. He knew Su Lan's life. If it weren't for the appearance of the demon tide, he would be an ordinary top student, and his experience would not have any traces of a time traveler. That's energy. Hanyu looked at his finger again. The source of the system's attribute points and the energy of the mutant crystal are the same, which Hanyu already knew. But why can't the mutant crystal be activated, but the system's energy can be activated? Purified. Hanyu knew that the energy obtained from the mutant crystal was purified. If it wasn't for the purification feedback, he couldn't add the attribute points to himself. Su Lan has mastered a method to purify the energy of mutant crystals, and then used it to activate the teleportation array? If this can also explain why such a small teleportation array, when Shanhai found it, the energy of the mutant crystals inside had been consumed. A mutant crystal appeared in Hanyu's hand, which looked extremely transparent and without a trace of impurities. But the energy in it can turn monsters into mutants and make players degenerate. This speculation is much more reliable than the time traveler. But this important method, why didn't Su Lan leave it? Hanyu had another question in his mind. If the mutant energy can be purified and used again, if it can be preserved, the risk of degenerate professionals will be much smaller. If Su Lan mentioned it in the notes, it is probably not less than the impact of the teleportation array. These questions can only be answered after finding Su Lan, and Su Lan may be on the opposite side of the teleportation array, but now it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. But Hanyu has no intention of looking for him now, and he puts the teleportation scroll away. Hanyu went there and didn't come back, so he didn't want to try it even more. Moreover, it is still unknown whether this scroll can be used. The scroll has limited carrying capacity, and the distance is too far, so the teleportation scroll is completely ineffective. After adding points, Hanyu prepared to go out to see if there are any new copies today. Chapter 201. The school has not set any restrictions on new dungeons yet. You can enter as long as you have enough ability. All the combat teams that returned from the front line have returned to the front line. According to Zhang Yi, with the arrival of the level 70 version, the battle situation on the front line has become more tense. The monsters that invaded from the game have been attacking like crazy recently. This forced Shanhai to move the front line back and prepare to fight back little by little, while ensuring the stability of the rear. The new dungeons in the school will be cleaned up by the faculty and staff of the school for the first time, and then a teleportation array will be established to distribute the entrances of the level 30 dungeons to various player gathering places. In this way, It is also a good choice to have someone to help clean up. But before leaving the dormitory, Han Yu received a message from Mo Inkai, asking him if he had time to go to the compound. Mo Inkai had been busy rebuilding the teleportation array in the past few days, and he was only free now. "Brother, what's the matter?" Han Yu looked at the time. He had just returned from the compound not long ago. "Yes, do you want to update your animatronic mask? I can help you add an animatronic array and add 2 more faces." "Really, senior brother Mo?" Han Yu didn't expect that the animatronic mask could change the face. His identity had been exposed before. If there was no special need, the animatronic mask would probably be left in the warehouse to collect dust. "I didn't expect Mo Inkai to be able to add faces. It's very simple. I have 2 blank cards here. You just need to add them. The equipment teacher has already strengthened it for you. It should be able to withstand the second enchantment." "Thank you, senior brother. I come right over." Han Yu didn't expect Mo Inkai to still think of him like this. He ran to the courtyard again with the anthropomorphic mask. Blank enchantment cards are rare things. They are not produced in the dungeon. They are originally defective products of failed enchantment. After the enchantment fails, some cards still have functions, and can be used to engrave magic circles freely. Generally speaking, after 100 enchantment failures, an enchantment card that can be reused will appear. Then come over. I wait for you on the first floor of the courtyard. Mo Inkai put down the 2 blank cards he had just collected from the courtyard. He ran all over the courtyard to collect these. It was just to make up for the fact that he had added a female face to Han Yu's anthropomorphic mask for fun before, so that Han Yu could have more faces to choose from. Han Yu came to the courtyard, had a brief chat with Mo Inkai, put down the anthropomorphic mask and left. He would come back tomorrow. Zhang Yi's course has already reached Su Lan's notebook, so it's not so urgent. Han Yu is more likely to read Su Lan's notes by himself and ask if he doesn't understand anything. The next day, Han Yu went to the War Academy, where he hadn't attended classes for a long time, and took Ao Rong's basic fighting class again. Now the courses here have reached armed fighting. These students can now fight ordinary monsters even without relying on attributes. Before this time, Han Yu often went to Ao Gang to learn privately. After choosing Ao Gang as his mentor in the War Academy, he rarely came to class. This time he came here to learn privately after the course is over. As for the use of double swords, he only learned a little bit, and most of the skills still came from the talent sharing of Shadow Blade Mantis. The attack method was still too monotonous, but when the class just ended, Qi Ming, who had not been seen for a long time, came over. "Han Yu, I heard that you are leaving?" Qi Ming asked Han Yu. "Ah? Yes." Han Yu just remembered that the news that he would participate in this national competition had been spread. Many people have rumored that Han Yu will skip a year of courses, and go to the front battlefield after participating in the freshman competition. Now Han Yu has not made a decision, but the news has spread everywhere. "What's wrong? Do you want to fight?" Han Yu remembered that Qi Ming also said that he wanted to compete with him in fighting skills. Han Yu looked at the sword bag that Qi Ming was carrying, which had 3 long swords inserted in it. Everyone in the fighting class wore a control bracelet, and the backpack could not be used, so the weapons were all worn on their bodies. "Although I know it's a bit difficult to defeat you, I still want to try." Qi Ming nodded. He originally thought that he had a good chance to defeat Han Yu in close combat, but after watching the fight between Han Yu and Fu Zisher last time, he realized that Han Yu had improved so fast. Now, even in close combat, it is very difficult for him to defeat Han Yu. But now no one in the whole school is unconvinced, even Mo Yin, who challenged Han Yu with Qi Ming before. When talking to Qi Ming about Han Yu, he just casually said, "He is no longer a student of the same level as us, you don't have to compete with him." "I heard from Senior Kong Yuan that even the students of the previous class could not beat Han Yu, so you don't have to have a demon in your heart. Every few years, there will be a monster, and we just happened to meet him." Qi Ming had given up, but when he saw Han Yu, he still wanted to try. Even if he failed miserably, it was better than not daring to challenge. "Okay, I do my best." Han Yu drew out his 2 swords. Instead of going to the arena, they chose to stay in this classroom, and simply spar without using any other skills. "Thank you." Qi Ming only took out a sword, and slowly distanced himself from Han Yu. The students who were about to leave the classroom also stopped. Han Yu didn't come to class often, and Qi Ming's performance in the class was always the best. Now the 2 of them were going to fight. It must be a big battle. How could they miss such a good show? Even Ao Gang, who was about to leave, stopped. Qi Ming's talent was very good, and it seemed that he could resonate with weapons like swords by nature. But Ao Gang knew that Qi Ming was still a lot worse than Han Yu's natural fighting instinct. But with Han Yu's current strength, many people would only say Yushin when they heard Han Yu's name. Now it is a kind of courage to dare to challenge Han Yu. No one said start. Han Yu and Qi Ming just exchanged glances and took a step forward at the same time. The swords collided, and even though the two wore control bracelets, the harsh sound of metal and iron still penetrated everyone's eardrums. The battle time was finally fixed at 21 minutes and 38 seconds, and Han Yu and Qi Ming stood opposite each other. A battle almost exceeded the time Han Yu spent on the dungeon, using only melee combat skills. And both sides wore control bracelets, and they were sweating profusely. Blood continued to seep from Han Yu's back, and behind him, 3 long swords were deeply inserted into his body. Enduring the pain, Han Yu had to sigh that Qi Ming was really strong. At least his control of the sword was ridiculously strong. Even without the sword control skill, he can still use 3 long swords at the same time. Han Yu's initial strength was not outstanding, only 8 points, so after using the control bracelet, he was not at an advantage in a long battle with Qi Ming. So he chose the most suitable fighting method for him, and Shadow Blade Mantis, exchanging injuries for lives. Han Yu held the Lihua knife in both hands. The blade was straight, the blood groove was full, the blade penetrated half an inch into the back of Qi Ming's neck, and Qi Ming's blood continued to flow down the Lihua knife. As long as Han Yu exerted a little force, Qi Ming's head would be cut off by him. I lost. Qi Ming felt the severe pain in the back of his neck, and said, as if he accepted his fate, pulling the 3 long swords from Han Yu's back. Actually, you are also. Damn! Say something before you pull out the sword. Han Yu felt that blood was gushing out from his back like a fountain, and hurriedly pulled off the control bracelet, and the blood stopped. Then he pulled out the Lihua knife with force, and Qi Ming's blood sprayed out instantly. Pulling off the control bracelet on his hand, Qi Ming fell directly to the ground. I will challenge you again later. Qi Ming felt as if his whole body was falling apart. After fighting for more than 20 minutes, he and Han Yu were almost exhausted. Next time, we may not be so evenly matched. Han Yu looked at the 3 big holes in his clothes and the wounds that were still bleeding, and was very dissatisfied with Qi Ming. So strong, both Qi Ming and Han Yu are so strong. The students watching nearby couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for Han Yu, Qi Ming might have been the first in this session. It's a pity that he met Yushin, but Qi Ming feels much more relaxed. Han Yu's strength has become common sense in everyone's mind, but they didn't expect that Qi Ming could fight Han Yu to this extent. 1. Okay, let's all go! AO Gang shouted. Han Yu and Qi Ming's fight was a desperate one, but both of them used the attribute values at level 10. Even if someone was really going to die, he could still rescue them in time, so he just watched from the side. You too, the money for the 2 control bracelets will be deducted from your student cards. The 2 of them had so much fun fighting just now, that the 2 control bracelets had been torn into pieces. Han Yu, come to me after you have rested. AO Gang naturally knew that Han Yu must have other problems coming to class, so he turned around and left, and followed Han Yu. I hope I will have a chance to challenge you in the future. Qi Ming propped himself up with his sword. The battle with Han Yu was over. Even though he failed, he felt relieved. Chapter 202. Han Yu nodded to Qi Ming. Qi Ming was indeed extremely talented. If it wasn't for him, no one in this class could beat him. If there was another chance later, he would be willing to accept Qi Ming's challenge. In the previous battle, he was forced to exchange his life for his injury. He also learned a lot from fighting Qi Ming. After the gesture, Han Yu followed AO Gang to his office. Han Yu had been here more than once. AO Gang liked to collect various weapons, and put them in the room. This time, there were many more weapons on the wall of the office, and the new ones were dual-wield weapons such as steel whips and anime thorns. Before Han Yu could speak, AO Gang said, I know you're coming, and I've prepared it for you. He took out a booklet from the drawer and said, except for assassins, there are actually very few players who use dual-wielding weapons. It's difficult to master, the damage of a single weapon is not high, and the attack range is small. And your weapon is also different from the dagger, so I specially compiled a practice book for you. Its fighting skills are mostly derived from the experience of ancient boxing and various dual-wielding weapons. Next, you just practice according to this booklet. I may not have time to teach you later, so read it as soon as possible during this period. If you have any questions, just come to me as soon as possible. Teacher, I haven't decided to leave yet. Han Yu knew why AO Gang was so anxious, thinking that he was about to leave school. Going to the front line is also a good thing. Actual combat is the fastest way to improve combat skills. Your natural intuition can be sharpened more sharply between life and death. Okay. Han Yu didn't expect AO Gang to be so determined, and he almost wanted to rush him to leave quickly. Then I go back to practice. Well, go ahead. AO Gang might not be able to defeat Han Yu in a direct fight, but his fighting skills and experience are enough for Han Yu to learn for a few years. Han Yu said goodbye to AO Gang, turned around and left with the book, and just walked out of the gate of the War Academy. He saw Jiang Ziki at the door. God, you finally came out. Jiang Ziki almost rushed over when he saw Han Yu. What's wrong? You are so excited. Your body has recovered almost. You are talking nonsense. It has been a few days. You only know how to brush the book every day, and you don't know to come to see me. Jiang Ziki complained. Han Yu could only smile awkwardly. He was too busy these days. He studied and brushed the book at the same time. Since Jiang Ziki woke up and confirmed that he was fine, he had not been to the medical room. I don't want to talk to you, but I have good news today. What gift did you prepare for me? Han Yu saw that Jiang Ziki was in a good mood, and he didn't stop smiling when he spoke. What are you thinking about? You want a gift? My brother came to see me. He is outside the Baiyun shopping mall nearby. He asked us to come over. He and Sister Union want to take us around Zisong City. Really? Shouldn't they be doing internship at this time? Han Yu couldn't remember clearly whether Jiang Ziyuan's school had finished the internship early. Their internship ended early, and they just happened to have time to come to see me. Then shall we go now? Of course. Let's go! Jiang Ziki was a little sad in addition to being happy. After this meeting, Jiang Ziyuan had to prepare for the national competition. After that, whether he went to the battlefield or stayed in Shanghai to continue his internship, the two would not have much time to meet. Wait, I get something first, and then we can sneak out. Han Yu thought for a while, and decided to be cautious. Si Yusheng is still watching him, and the new bishops knew about it just after he left the school last time, so he had to be careful this time. Okay, I go with you. Jiang Ziki nodded immediately. Han Yu took Jiang Ziki to the courtyard and took back the animatronic mask from Imo Kai. I can only say that the senior brother really cares about me. In one night, he has already enchanted the animatronic mask. I guess he worked overtime when I left yesterday. Jiang Ziki is here too. Come and see my new jewelry. Imo Kai saw Jiang Ziki coming over, and his eyes lit up. The advice Jiang Ziki gave him in the court did make his works more popular. Unfortunately, he is still single until now, and has become a peddler in the eyes of many girls. Okay. Jiang Ziki watched Imo Kai take out a bracelet from the drawer. It was transparent, and didn't look special. Only when you shake it carelessly will it emit a little light. It is low-key and extraordinary. I believe many girls will like it. This comes with a cleaning skill, and a light ink fragrance. It can also ensure freshness after fighting. Ha, give me one. Before Jiang Ziki opened his mouth, Han Yu asked for one first. It's not that he can't learn the cleaning skill, but he always forgets it. It would be great to have a built-in cleaning skill. Okay, one for each of you, little thing. Imo Kai took out 2 bracelets, one black and one white, from the drawer, and handed them to Han Yu and Jiang Ziki. Wow, Brother Imo, how many girls are you going to chase? You have prepared so many. Jiang Ziki just saw Imo Kai's drawer of small accessories, and suspected that he was actually a sea king. No, just a little money. After the accessories became popular, he realized that girls' spending power was much higher than those poor players. Making a few small accessories can earn more than hard work enchanting. Look at others, you don't even know how to give me a decent gift. Jiang Ziki put on the bracelet directly, which was indeed much better looking than Mo Kai's previous works. Next time, definitely next time. Han Yu could only scratch his head. His gift-picking skills were probably about the same as Mo Kai's before. Is the teacher here? I have something to do. He should be here. Go over and take a look. I have something to do here. Okay, then you go, I'm leaving, senior brother. Han Yu turned and went upstairs. He just wanted to ask Zhang Yi if he could go out through the special passage. The teleportation array was too conspicuous. After explaining the purpose to Zhang Yi nodded. Indeed, you'd better be careful now. Zhang Yi turned around, took out a bracelet from his backpack, put it on, and pressed one hand on the wall. There was a slight spatial fluctuation on the wall, and a passage entrance appeared in front of him. Okay. Go out. If you want to go out later, you can come to me. Or other colleges are fine. Every dean can open this passage. Okay, thank you, teacher. Be careful, although there should not be many new bishop members active in the city now. Since the Blood Butterfly Dance, Shanghai has drawn a lot of members to track down the new bishop. Now the city is in a state of panic, and players are called in for questioning from time to time. I'm afraid that the remaining new bishop members will not show up, and Hanyu now, even if the team leader comes, Hanyu will not be afraid to face him head-on. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki disappeared at the entrance of the passage. As the passage closed, Zhang Yi sat at the table again. In front of him were the notes that Hanyu handed in last week, which recorded Hanyu's understanding of the magic circle. Zhang Yi helped him find the problem through Hanyu's notes. After reading for a while, Zhang Yi felt inexplicably irritated and walked out of the compound. At this time, Hanyu and Jiang Ziki were already 1 or 2 kilometers away from the school. Moreover, Hanyu deliberately did not take the main road, but summoned Hu Yun and took the two to run in the green forest. Baiyun Shopping Mall, where is the location? Turn on the navigation. Hanyu rode on Hu Yun's back. Hu Yun ran relatively steadily, but the wind was too strong when running, and it was really difficult to hold the phone. Okay, Hu Yun, listen to my command. Turn right 500 meters ahead. Jiang Ziki was in a good mood and spoke in a high tone. A woo-woo. Hu Yun accelerated again. Not long after running for a while, Jiang Ziki's phone rang. Jiang Ziyuan's voice came from the other side. Ziki, where are you? We are outside the school and are almost there. Okay, Wu Yun and I will wait for you at this entrance. Come quickly. I know, don't rush me. I'm using the navigation. Jiang Ziki hung up the phone impatiently. The brother and sister are not much different in age, and Jiang Ziki is not so polite to Jiang Ziyuan. Jiang Ziyuan, on the other hand, may have just returned from internship, so his tone of speech is much more doting. Just after running for a while, Jiang Ziki's phone rang again. I said we're almost there. Mom? Didn't you call yesterday? Jiang Ziki thought it was Jiang Ziyuan again and wanted to say something to him, but she didn't expect that it was Su Xueqin on the other side. Hu Yun was running on a strange land, and he seemed to be extremely excited. His speed kept increasing without any feeling of fatigue. What did you say? The sound of the wind drilled into Jiang Ziki's ears, making her a little unclear. Hanyu listened to Jiang Ziki's question. On the other side, there was an uncontrollable cry. Your brother. He disappeared during the training yesterday. The choking voice and the sound of the wind drilled into Hanyu's ears, and he hurriedly asked Hu Yun to stop. Looking back at Jiang Ziki, who was just excited, had a stiff expression. Mom, what are you kidding? My brother asked me to find him, in this mall in Zitsong City. It's true, Ziki, it's true. We just received the notice that Shanghai has been looking for your brother all night but couldn't find him. Now he is confirmed to be missing. The phone slipped from Jiang Ziki's hand and fell to the ground, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Students who go missing during training are almost certain to die. When receiving the notification, it means that Shanghai has given up the search. Ziki, aren't you in school? Go back to school. The phone fell to the ground, and Jiang Wen's roar came from the microphone. He had just been listening beside him, and now he felt something was wrong. The notification they received was that Jiang Ziyuan had gone missing. Even if he hadn't gone missing, it would be impossible for him to return to Zitsong City from the front line in one day. Let's go. Go back to school. Jiang Ziki's voice was choked with sobs, and tears burst out, but she still urged Hanyu to leave quickly. Without Jiang Ziki's reminder, Hu Yun had already turned around and ran towards the school as Hanyu reminded. He already understood that the other party was coming for him. Even Jiang Ziyuan's disappearance was probably planned by the new bishop, just to trick him out of the school. But they had just run less than 200 meters when they heard hurried footsteps behind them. Hanyu turned around and saw Si Yusheng and another man chasing him. Hanyu knew without guessing that the man was the blood prison count who attacked the school with Si Yusheng before. These two people did not leave Zitsong City, and Shanghai's investigation in the past few days did not find any trace of them. They did not enter the city at all, but stayed next to the school, waiting for Hanyu to come out. For the first time, Hanyu understood how strong the new bishop's determination to take him back was. Two top players in their 50s were waiting at the school gate just to catch him. Son of God, stop struggling and go back with us, Si Yusheng said, and he exerted force on his feet, flew directly into the air, and flew towards Hanyu. As he soared into the air, strange humanoid creatures emerged from the green forest beside the road. These were corpse puppets controlled by Si Yusheng, and the blood prison Earl, who had been following Si Yusheng, also flew into the air, revealing his fallen form. Before, they didn't fly just to avoid being discovered. Now that Hanyu was in front of them, they had nothing to worry about. From the hands of the blood prison Earl, more than a dozen thin bloodlines flew out and entangled Hanyu. Son of God, stop struggling. You don't think you can still run in this situation? Si Yusheng smiled. Everything was in his plan. In the past few days, in order to avoid Shanhai's search, they didn't go to any player gathering place, and stayed in the nearby green forest. The blood prison Earl could only absorb the blood of flying birds. In order to catch Hanyu, he really put a lot of effort. Now finally, Hanyu came out of the school. Hanyu's face was solemn. There was no chance for a direct confrontation between the two nearly max-level fallen players, even if he had just added points to the summoned creatures. And now, he didn't even have time to summon them. Hanyu, put me down, and you sneak away. Jiang Ziki stopped my tears forcibly. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you out. Jiang Ziki was now full of self-blame. If it weren't for me, Han, you would never have come out of the school, and would never have encountered such a thing. Hanyu didn't reply, and kept thinking about countermeasures in his heart. When Si Yusheng appeared, he had already crushed the token given to him by Chuzhua. The teachers in the school should have known that he was in danger, but in this situation, I'm afraid that no one would come, and I would have been taken away. Even if he sneaked, how far could he run? When he appeared, the two people in the air could still see him clearly. In the school, Chuzhua was confirming the list of the national competition in a month. He had already submitted Hanyu's name. If there were no problems, he would reply in the next few days. Hanyu had left an important mark in Shanhai's files this time, and his strength was sufficient. Although there was no precedent before, it should be no problem to apply for early participation in the competition. At this time, Chuzhua felt his heart tighten and looked in the direction of Hanyu. A space entrance appeared next to him, and he turned around and appeared at the exit of the school's special passage, constantly approaching Hanyu in the air. At this time, the blood thread of the blood prison Earl was only half a meter away from touching Hanyu. Hanyu gritted his teeth, picked up Jiang Ziki, shared his talent, and jumped off Huyun's back with a shadow leap. Bloodthread was controlled by the blood prison Earl, and continued to chase Hanyu without stopping. On the side, a corpse puppet covered with armor rushed towards Hanyu. But Si Yusheng stopped and did not continue to approach, just let the corpse puppet attack him first. Vicious, be careful. The opponent did not give him a chance. If Si Yusheng approached, he could still try to attack with the magic torrent. One of them was injured, buying himself some time to summon. If all the summons came out, maybe he could hold on until the teachers in the school arrived. But Si Yusheng's clone had already eaten Hanyu's magic torrent once before, and did not give Hanyu a chance to fight back. The heavily armored corpse puppet pounced on Hanyu. Hanyu exerted force with his legs and retreated again, but behind him, there was another corpse puppet. Hanyu could only use his shared talent Elemental Dragon again, and released a torrent of spells instantly. 7 skills continuously attacked, forcing the approaching corpse puppet to retreat continuously, and the already broken limbs kept falling from the torso. It's really as strong as you said, it doesn't look like a level 20 player. After all, he is our son of God, favored by the Lord. Si Yusheng was also surprised when he saw Hanyu's attack. This level plus this kind of damage was beyond his understanding, and it could only be attributed to the favor of the new Lord. Hurry up and finish it, the people from Nanjing University will be here soon. Si Yusheng's corpse puppet ran faster again and surrounded Hanyu. Chapter 203. The silk thread controlled by the blood prison count also quickly wrapped around him, like a golden snake, as he exerted force. Hanyu was getting closer and closer to the silk thread, and shouted to the back, I go with you, let this girl go. Don't worry, both of you will not die, and you will be well raised in the head church. Si Yusheng smiled. Originally, he planned to kill this extra person, but if Hanyu took it so seriously, it would be a good bargaining chip to control Hanyu. Don't struggle, new Bishop Pope, a position that many people can never reach, now in front of you, why run? Even if he was taken to the new bishop, he would most likely be able to avoid the influence of the new master, but Jiang Ziki couldn't. The negotiations broke down, and Hanyu said no more. Jiang Ziki had already taken out the magic book with her other hand. Even if she died here, she would not let herself be taken away by the new bishop. I'm giving you a gift. I don't know if there will be another chance later. Hanyu said softly. Jiang Ziki didn't know what she meant by saying this now. I always said I would do it next time, but there may not be a next time. There was a ring on Jiang Ziki's hand. It was the ancient elf ring that Ingyuju had given him before. Now he didn't want to be taken back to the new bishop. He had only one way. He didn't know whether he would live or die next. I'm happy to die with you. Jiang Ziki held the ring tightly in her palm, and the tears on her face had dried. Facing the impending death, she felt relieved. No, hold me tight. A scroll appeared in Han Yu's other hand. It was the scroll he had engraved before to imitate Su Lan's magic circle. He could activate it, but he didn't know whether this ordinary scroll would work. Han Yu, who was desperate, could only try it. The energy in his hand merged into the scroll, and Han Yu's stored attribute points were constantly lost. As his hands trembled, the scroll emitted a silver-white light, indicating that the teleportation array was being activated. Teleportation scroll. Stop him! Si Yoshing's face changed when he saw the scroll in Han Yu's hand. There was obviously no free teleportation array nearby, so why could Han Yu's scroll be activated normally? But Si Yusheng was not too panicked. It took 1 minute to activate the return scroll, and 1 minute was enough for him to catch Han Yu 3 times. Straw substitute. Si Yusheng saw that those corpses were too clumsy, so a straw substitute appeared behind Han Yu. Han Yu's resurrection boots had a built-in flash skill, which pulled Jiang Ziki to avoid Si Yoshing's attack and the blood-colored silk thread that was entangled. You can't run away. The flash was only a few meters away, and Si Yusheng could control Han Yu in the next step. The teleportation scroll in Han Yu's hand had begun to collapse, which meant that the scroll could no longer withstand the force. Without the carrier, the magic circle could not operate. Han Yu looked ashen, but he still did not stop the energy transmission in his hand. He felt that the magic circle was about to be successfully activated. As Han Yu exerted force again, the scroll emitted a ball of flying ash in the air. It seemed that the activation failed. But the next second, where the scroll disappeared, a magic circle appeared out of thin air, with a range of 2 meters, covering Han Yu and Jiang Ziki. Let's go! Han Yu couldn't help but be happy on his face. Although we don't know what's on the other side, it's better than falling into the hands of the new bishop's group of ghosts. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki were quickly pulled into the teleportation array and disappeared in an instant. From the time Han Yu took out the scroll to the time the teleportation array was activated, it took less than 5 seconds in total, which is not something that any return scroll can do. But Han Yu just disappeared in front of the 2 people, and even Hu Yun was automatically released from the summons as Han Yu was teleported away. As the 2 entered, the teleportation array also disappeared, but left a brown burn mark on the ground. Damn it! How can we leave here? Why is it teleporting so fast? Si Yoshing's corpse puppet lost its target and looked at the empty space with a confused look. Si Yusheng and the Blood Prison Earl both looked at the place where Han Yu disappeared with unwillingness. The 2 of them took such a big risk and wasted so much time, and in the end, Han Yu, a level 20 player, ran away. Let's go first. The old man Chuzhua is coming soon. Although they were unwilling, they didn't even know the destination of the teleportation array, so they could only give up the pursuit now. It won't be long before the people from Nanjing University arrive. Wait, this teleportation array. Si Yusheng looked at the brown burn marks left on the ground. There are actually traces left. Take a picture first, and take it back to the priest to see what kind of formation it is. As his body collapsed, he couldn't keep his sanity at all times. For such delicate things, it's better to keep a photo. When Chuzhua arrived, there were only traces of a not-so-intense battle, and Han Yu and the attackers had all disappeared. Where are the people? Chuzhua only knew that Han Yu had disappeared, and he didn't even know what Han Yu had encountered. Chuzhua wanted to find the route Han Yu left behind when he escaped, but the battle was limited here, and there was nothing extra. Not long after, Zhang Yi and Chiu Huaqing also rushed over. Where is Han Yu? Zhang Yi asked as soon as he came. He disappeared, and he might have been taken away by the new bishop's people. Chuzhua's face was solemn. He knew Han Yu's strength very well. Even a level 40 player couldn't take Han Yu away so easily without fighting. But now, less than a minute after he rushed over, Han Yu had disappeared, which meant that the opponent was much better than Han Yu, and it was very likely that Si Yusheng had not left. Find someone to contact the new bishop. We are willing to pay the price, or they can hand over Han Yu. Chuzhua thought so. This is already a helpless solution. Han Yu's talent, as long as he grows up, must be a giant at the border. If you can pay some price to get it back, it would be the best. But how could the new bishop not know Han Yu's talent? They can't kill such a genius, so how could they pay some price to bring him back? He may not have been taken away. Zhang Yi had a gloomy face, but he noticed the brown mark on the ground, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. The formation looked very simple, and he recognized it at a glance. This was the formation when Su Lan disappeared. And when the teleportation was completed, the ground also left a mark, deeply engraved on the floor tiles in Su Lan's room. What do you mean? Chuzhua looked back at Zhang Yi. He can't be dead? I don't smell any blood. He should have teleported away. using the teleportation scroll. But this is not the range of any free teleportation array, unless he has set a teleportation destination in advance. No, it's the teleportation array where Su Lan disappeared, that's it. Zhang Yi pointed to the ground, the mark of the array. Chu Shui saw it the first time he came, but he was a full-time combat player, and didn't know much about the array. And there were no common directional runes on the array, and he didn't even think about the square array of the teleportation array. Then where did Han Yu teleport to? Chu Shui asked immediately. I don't know, we still don't know the destination of this array. The current situation is not much better than being taken away by the new bishop members. Go back first, contact all the players in Zisong City immediately, and chase them with all your strength. I suspect that Si Yusheng and the Blood Prison Earl have not left at all. Catching people right at our door, really think there is no one in our university, right? At this time, Han Yu was shrouded in a white light. His mind was as blank as the light shining on him. The only thing left was Jiang Ziqi's words in his ear. I'm also very happy to die with you. Han Yu is not a fool, he has always understood Jiang Ziqi's feelings for him. After all, Jiang Ziqi has not made it clear. But Han Yu always chooses to ignore it subconsciously, or he still feels that he does not belong to this world after all. He traveled through time, and lived alone from the beginning. Although he was just an ordinary person in the original world, he always couldn't help humming a few songs from his previous life by the window at school. After being heard by Jiang Ziqi, the two gradually had some common topics. Why die? You are not allowed to die. Han Yu gradually regained consciousness, and felt that his hands were empty. Jiang Ziqi, who had been tightly held by him, had disappeared somewhere. He tried hard to open his eyes, but his eyelids were like being stapled by a stapler. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see anything. The body felt like it was on fire, and the burning pain came from everywhere. Only the dazzling light penetrated the eyelids, allowing Han Yu to see the red light through the flesh. Until the burning sensation disappeared, Han Yu felt as if his body had entered an ice cave from a furnace, and his eyelids could finally move. Opening his eyes, all the light had disappeared. Beside him was endless darkness, completely different from the transmission channel just now, and the cold breath kept drilling into Han Yu's body. Ziqi! Ziqi, are you there? Han Yu shouted loudly, but there was no response from the side. The sound of broken footsteps came from Han Yu's side, and something was approaching. Han Yu took out the staff and summoned the flame-tailed fox, Ellie and others. The flames of the flame-tailed fox were ignited, and Han Yu could see the surrounding environment clearly. He was now in a dilapidated forest. Most of the trees were broken, covered with bite marks, and some branches were still covered with blood, flesh and skin membranes of unknown creatures. And where the footsteps just came from, Han Yu also saw a group of cat demons walking upright. Han Yu frowned. Was he teleported to a copy? A group of monsters appeared when he landed, but Han Yu didn't have time to deal with them now. Ailey, get rid of them. Yes. Such low-level monsters posed no threat to Han Yu at all, and he continued to observe the surroundings, hoping to find Jiang Ziqi's trace. But no matter how he shouted, he did not receive any response. Until all the cat demons died, there were corpses lying all over the ground in front of them. But these monster corpses did not disappear like the monsters in the copy, but continued to bleed in the same place. Teleported to another location? This teleportation array is too random, right? Han Yu should have thought that this non-directional teleportation array, even if it was successfully teleported, the destination was uncertain. Where exactly is it? A teleportation array, no matter how random, should not be too far away. But where the flame-tailed fox's firelight illuminated, he did not see any creatures except the corpses all over the ground. Master, it seems that there are other monsters coming. Han Yu could only pull his thoughts back and look at the monsters that continue to surround him. The firelight here just now has attracted the attention of jungle creatures. Full moon wolf demon? Level 30 monster? Han Yu looked around to see if there were other monsters approaching. Then, surround us with vines. Then sprinkled vine seeds, and grew rapidly around. Those level 30 wolf monsters didn't even have a chance to get close. Once they touched the vines, they were quickly sucked dry. When these round moon wolf monsters were about to die, behind this group of monsters, a blood moon wolf king appeared, staring at Han Yu with scarlet eyes, full of malice towards this uninvited guest. What kind of copy is this? Monsters are coming in batches. The blood moon wolf king is already a level 40 monster, much stronger than the cat monster. Han Yu is not very scared now, but who knows if there will be more advanced monsters later. The blood moon wolf king kept trying to attack, but under the continuous attacks of Ellie and Finn, It still couldn't cross the protection line of the vines. Died on the ground. The forest finally became a little quiet. Hanyu asked Finn to pick the seeds of the dream vine and choose a direction to move forward. This forest is full of monsters. Now staying here and waiting for dawn may be the best way. But Hanyu wants to find Jiangziki. He himself feels that there are many dangers in this forest. If Jiangziki encounters these monsters, he may be in a desperate situation now. Hanyu summoned the Shadow Blade Mantis. The huge beast with a body size of nearly 4 meters could not help rubbing its forelimbs as soon as it came out of the summoning array. Then he looked at Hanyu in confusion and sent a message to Hanyu in his mind. Master How? Are you here? Hanyu was stunned for a moment. The Shadow Blade Mantis rarely communicated with Hanyu actively. After all, there was only killing in his mind. But this time, as soon as it came out, it questioned Hanyu's current position. Here? Do you know where this is? Hanyu asked hurriedly. I don't know, but this smells like my home. It's the world we live in. Shadow Blade Mantis didn't know the exact location of this forest, but it seemed to be the world of summoned creatures. Hanyu turned around and asked Ellie, Is this your world? If Su Lan came to the world where the summoned creatures lived through the summoning array, Hanyu would not be surprised, but would find it very reasonable. But Ellie just shook her head. No, the smell is somewhat similar, but it's not. Then also said, the dark breath is too strong. If you live here, ordinary undead don't need to replace bones so frequently. Chapter 204. Aren't you from the same world? Hanyu looked at Shadow Blade Mantis and Ellie with a little surprise. Before, he thought that all summons and monsters came from the same world, the place called the Other World by the Han people. I don't know, monsters like Mantis are too common, and can be seen almost all over the continent. Finn spread his hands. Even now, Shadow Blade Mantis looks fierce, and it is rare to see insect monsters of such a large size. But this is the effect of Hanyu's points. Shadow Blade Mantis was still very normal at the beginning. Ignoring Finn, Shadow Blade Mantis rubbed its forelimbs and wanted to crush his skull. Calm down, Mantis. Do you know anything else? Hanyu continued to ask Shadow Blade Mantis. Although Shadow Blade Mantis has wisdom with the addition of points, the desire to kill is like engraved in instinct. Hunting, killing, this is a battlefield. Shadow Blade Mantis didn't know whether it was answering a question or simply couldn't suppress the desire to kill. Battlefield. Hanyu only heard this useful information. But now is not the time to worry about this. Now we have to confirm whether Jiangziki is here. After calming down, Hanyu first opened the friend interface of the game. It was useless to shout loudly, so he could only try to contact friends. A message was sent out. Special status, messages cannot be sent. Am I in the dungeon? Ziki is not here? In the same dungeon, players can communicate, but as long as one person is not there, or it is not the same dungeon, messages cannot be sent through the game. Do I have to clear the dungeon to get out? Hanyu did not find anything similar to the dungeon around him. No door to the next level, no monsters. Or did she teleport to the dungeon? While thinking about a solution, Hanyu felt his throat hoarse and almost suffocated. His body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and it became very difficult to move even one step. One after another, black silk threads wrapped around Hanyu's body, and then quickly turned into black mist, wrapping Hanyu tightly. Finn, who was just talking to Hanyu, was the first to discover Hanyu's abnormality. There is a monster attack. While Finn shouted, he threw a vine seed next to Hanyu, and it quickly grew around Hanyu. Ailey immediately drew his bow and aimed, and the Shadow Blade Mantis rubbed its forelimbs, ready to attack at any time. 3 seconds passed, and except for the black mist on Hanyu's body, no monster appeared. Hanyu's face turned blue, and he was almost suffocated. The summoned creatures were anxious and at a loss, but they couldn't find any target to attack. On the contrary, Hanyu conveyed the message in his heart, telling Finn and others not to panic, and they couldn't kill him just by relying on the black mist. If he wanted to kill him, he had to attack with more force. By then, he didn't believe that the monster would not show up. The next second, the black mist entangled on him rolled violently. Hanyu knew that the real killing move was coming. Talent-sharing Molten Rock Lizard. Hanyu's body was instantly covered with a layer of black scales. Without any pause, Hanyu immediately used the Molten Rock Lizard's skill, Molten Fury. Magma continued to flow out of Hanyu's body, covering all the black rock armor. At the same time, all the black mist turned into solid steel spikes, stabbing Hanyu's body fiercely. These steel spikes, like black mist, almost ignored the physical defense of the rock armor. Hanyu's body was instantly pierced by thousands of steel needles, and fine wounds continued to appear on his body. Each wound was very small, but relying on Han Yu's player self-healing ability, there was no way to heal it. At the same time as the attack was launched, a scream like a baby crying came from under Han Yu's feet. Ellie immediately shot out the longbow that had been fully drawn. The attack of the explosive arrow smashed a big hole in the ground. A monster wrapped in black mist finally got out of the soil, and the black mist on Han Yu's body also quickly dissipated after the physical attack. Han Yu, who got rid of the control of the black mist, quickly moved away from his original position, and only then had time to look at the monster in front of him. It seems that this monster is not as big as the lowest level goblin, like a hunchback skinny dwarf. His hands almost fell to the ground, but his palms were covered with tentacles like tree roots. After being shot out by Ellie with a bow and arrow, the tentacles continued to swing, pointing at Han Yu, preparing for the next attack. Monkey? Han Yu looked at the creature in front of him, and could only think of this word. Han Yu tried to use the identification technique to look over, but could only see the level of the monster. Mistwalker LV-45. Such a small monster is actually level 45? Fortunately, it is not a lord. Originally thought it was just a low-level monster with a very strange attack method. Now it seems that I underestimated it. Ellie continued to draw the bow and shoot arrows, but the Mistwalker did not dodge or avoid. The tentacles on the palm of his hand waved, and he lay down and turned into a ball of black mist again, running towards Han Yu on the ground. The tentacles on the palm of his hand also turned into shadows, extending towards Han Yu little by little. As long as he touched Han Yu, he would turn into a shadow again and wrap Han Yu tightly. Master, the attack seemed useless. Ailey kept pulling the bow in her hand, but the black fog was shot, which only caused the Mistwalker's movement to pause slightly. The Mistwalker in the black fog form is almost unaffected by physical attacks. The Mistwalker was forced to jump out of the soil just now, probably just because of the counterattack damage of the Molten Fury. You know, Ollie has only added 100 attribute points to strength, and the Blood Moon Wolf King just now did not dare to resist under Ali's longbow. Although the Blood Moon Wolf King is only level 40, the attributes of the Lord-level monsters are much higher than those of the same level creatures, and the attributes of this Mistwalker should not be much higher than those of the Blood Moon Wolf King. Almost immune to physical attacks? Then try this. Han Yu took out the staff and added light attribute attacks to all summons except Finn. Without identification, Han Yu also knew that this was a dark attribute creature. If the light attribute was useless, then Han Yu could only run away. The long arrow with light attribute accurately hit the black fog, making a sizzling sound like barbecue. Ah! The black fog crawling on the ground screamed and finally rolled up, but the speed increased again. While avoiding Ellie's attack, it ran towards Han Yu. But how could Ellie's attack be so easy to dodge? 2 more arrows were shot, hitting the black fog on the ground accurately. The Mistwalker, who had been in the form of black fog, finally revealed his body, roared at Han Yu, completely gave up the black fog form, and pounced on Han Yu. The ground fire of the flame-tailed demon fox was already prepared under Han Yu's feet, ready to erupt in the next second. The talent of the molten rock lizard that he now shared was originally resistant to damage, and was not afraid of the ordinary form of the Mistwalker at all, waiting for him to attack. As long as it is not a sneak attack, with summons, he has nothing to fear even if it is a level 45 monster. Although the Mistwalker is not big, it is indeed annoying. Even with the light attribute, physical attacks can only cause 50% damage to the Mistwalker, and there is no reduction in magic damage. So the Flametail Fox naturally became the main output. As for the Elemental Dragon, Han Yu has not summoned it yet. In this dark forest, he must ensure that he has continuous combat power at all times. After encountering Han Yu, the Mistwalker wanted to mist again, but just as he was about to entangle with it, he was shot by 3 arrows from Ellie, and was forced to change back from the mist form. Han Yu did not retreat but advanced, holding 2 swords in his hands and entangled with the Mistwalker, and began to resist the attack of the monster of more than 40 levels. His current strength cannot trigger the characteristics of Lihua and Yushui knife, and he cannot use skills. But anyway, he is now wearing a flame armor, and the damage depends on the counter-injury. Shadow Blade Mantis also flew in the air, constantly attacking the body of the Mistwalker. Although the light attribute ability added by Han Yu made him feel uncomfortable, it did increase the damage, making his hunting smoother. All the summoned creatures surrounded the Mistwalker and output, and the Mistwalker's health continued to decrease. This was not a Lord-level monster, and the health was not too exaggerated. It only took 3 minutes for the short Mistwalker to finally fall to the ground. It was just that the black mist that flowed out of his body was not blood, but the black mist began to slowly dissipate, and the body of the mist walker began to slowly curl up. Han Yu approached to check, and a ray of light flashed at the wound. He reached out and pulled it out, and 3 mutant crystals appeared, all of which looked high quality. So many! Han Yu had guessed that it was a mutated crystal, but he didn't expect a monster to produce so many crystals. Although Shenhai had provided him with mutated crystals, Han Yu had no shortage of them, but now he didn't know when he could go back to this place. The friend system couldn't be used, and the trading system naturally couldn't be used. He had never seen such a strange monster in the illustrations, and he didn't know what it was mutated from. Han Yu looked down, and the black fog around the mist walker had almost dissipated, and then Han Yu saw a piece of rag on its body. Is it a human? Han Yu was stunned for a moment. There was still a strip of cloth hanging on the body of the mist walker. It looked like a human, at least a highly intelligent creature. I don't know how it became a mist walker and mutated into this. At this time, the Shadow Blade Mantis also came over. He had never seen this kind of monster before, and he couldn't wait to taste it. But before he could speak, the curled-up body of the mist walker began to slowly rise into the air and float upwards. Han Yu subconsciously raised his head, but the eagle vision and the firelight did not allow him to see anything extra. In the dark night, the sky was like a black curtain without any light. But when it was lifted into the air, a flesh-colored gap appeared on the curtain. The body of the mist walker quickly lifted into the air, and the destination seemed to be the gap. The flesh-colored gap was shaking slightly and regularly, just like the breathing rhythm of a creature. Han Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the so-called sky, cold sweat broke out from his back. He just wanted to see what the gap was, so he identified it. LV-70 Incubation Mother? A level 70 monster just stayed above their heads, without a single movement. And he just beat his son under the body for 3 minutes. Han Yu controlled his body, called Hu Yun to his side, and slowly retreated to run away. Chapter 205. Under the darkness, he couldn't even see the boundaries of the torso of the Brood Mother. As the bodies of the mist walkers rose, black spheres fell from the sky, stretching their bodies as they fell. Mist walkers, all of them. Han Yu understood at a glance. These mist walkers of more than 40 levels were just parasitic monsters on the Brood Mother. Han Yu didn't dare to stop for a moment, and pulled Finn and the flame-tailed fox onto Hu Yun's back. Ellie jumped directly onto the tree trunk, moving quickly between the trees, followed closely by the Shadow Blade Mantis. He had his share of troubles with ordinary mist walkers, but if a mist walker lord came, he would probably have to run away. Now a mist walker of level 70 came directly. This was not a monster like the fearful dream butterfly that only had a cocoon left for him to pick up. He estimated that even if he used all his means, he would not be able to withstand an attack from the Brood Mother. However, it seemed that the Incubation Mother had no desire to attack, otherwise she would have died when attacking the mist walker. Now, apart from a few mist walkers falling, Han Yu could not see its body moving. Before the mist walkers fully stretched out their bodies, they had already run more than 10 meters to avoid the pursuit of the black fog. But Han Yu still did not stop. The size of the Incubation Mother was too large, and he might not have run out of its torso. While running, Han Yu looked up at the sky from time to time to make sure that no new mist walkers fell. Not far from the forest, on the city wall, 2 people standing guard were looking at the dark forest in front of them. Just now there seemed to be a sound of fighting in the forest? Luigi, who was on guard, asked. Isn't this normal? Monsters in the forest fight every day. Another person was drowsy. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. He was too lazy to care about the things in the dark forest. As long as the monsters didn't rush to the city, it would be fine. But before they finished speaking, another burst of fire shot up into the sky. Fire magic? It seems to be a mage. Luigi exclaimed again. Who would enter the dark forest at night? Isn't this looking for death? Oh, it may be a mistake. Anyway, it's not much different from looking for death. We just watch. Find a few people tomorrow to see if we can pick up some animal remains. At this time, Han Yu was still running away until he re-enchanted the fire attribute on Ellie's longbow and let her shoot an arrow into the sky. He was slightly relieved when he was sure that he had run out of the body range of the brooding mother. This was the first time Han Yu had seen such a large monster. He didn't know where he was standing under its body at the beginning. After running for nearly 100 meters, the fog walker stopped chasing him, and he was considered to have gotten rid of the influence of the Incubation Mother. What a hell of a place. Han Yu could only sigh. If this was a dungeon, he probably wouldn't be able to pass it in his lifetime. After temporarily ensuring his own safety, Han Yu stopped. Now he could be sure that Jiang Ziki was no longer with him, at least not in this dungeon. He could only give up the search temporarily, and wait for dawn to see what the forest was like. It would be best not to encounter a level 70 monster like the incubation mother again. But Han Yu didn't have time to rest. More than a dozen anacondas with poisonous horns as thick as buckets rushed over, trying to swallow Han Yu, a human with an abnormal smell. After determining the level, Han Yu started to attack again. More than a dozen monsters fell, and the bloody smell continued to spread. Han Yu squatted next to the corpse, and seemed to see the flash again. He reached out, and a piece of mutant crystal appeared in his hand. Han Yu's eyes lit up, and continued to dissect other monsters. Half of them actually had mutant crystals in their bodies. So many crystals. Han Yu had never seen such a high output rate. He felt that the full moon wolf monster he had met before was killed in vain. But at that time, the mother of incubation was right above his head, and he didn't have time to collect it. This time Han Yu didn't leave again, but hung all the corpses on the vines. The monsters in this forest should not have completely lost their minds. Seeing so many monster corpses here, they shouldn't attack actively. Facts have proved that Han Yu was a little overthinking. He just took a short rest, and another monster attacked. In one night, Han Yu encountered 2 level 50 lords, ran away twice, and killed nearly 200 monsters. Han Yu is now sitting at the last station. During this period, his summons were constantly summoned in rotation, and in the end only one falcon was kept in the air for surveillance, and the summons would be called over only when there were monsters coming. Even so, when the sky was just getting light, Han Yu still felt as if his head had exploded. Obviously, his energy was overconsumed. At first, he thought that it would not be a loss to kill so many mutant crystals, but later, it was really just to protect himself. However, as the sun came out, no more monsters attacked. Han Yu was about to take a break when there were chaotic footsteps outside the vine wall. Han Yu summoned Ellie, and stood on the vines. With the help of the falcon's eyes, Han Yu noticed that it was a group of ragged humans coming over. They were approaching cautiously, holding simple weapons, but their muscles were tense, ready to escape at any time. Human? Han Yu frowned. There were other humans in this forest. Han Yu put on the cleaning bracelet that Mo Enkai gave him, cleaned the blood stains on his body, and walked out of the vines. The sudden appearance of Han Yu made the 10-man team in front of him retreat in a hurry, and several people fell to the ground. It was not until Lu Ji, who was standing in the front, saw Han Yu's face clearly that he hurriedly shouted, "It's a human! It's a human! Come back! Who are you?" Han Yu held the scepter in his hand. He didn't expect that he would be scared by the other party as soon as he appeared. But he had a rough idea in his mind that the strength of the humans around here should not be very good. The leader had calmed down, and when he saw the scepter in Han Yu's hand, he knelt down hurriedly. "Greetings, Master Mage. We are residents of the nearby Redwood City. We came to see the battle here. I wonder if Master Mage is here. Is there a city nearby?" Han Yu interrupted him, and asked. "Redwood City is the only city next to the Dark Forest. If the Master Mage doesn't mind, you can go into the city to rest. The Lord of the city will definitely welcome you warmly." Lu Ji had already guessed that someone had mistakenly entered the forest, but they thought Han Yu was dead, so they came to take advantage. But Han Yu was still alive. This only showed that Han Yu was scarier than those monsters. No one dared to ask any more questions. "What's your name?" "My name is Lu Ji, sir." Han Yu looked at the people following Lu Ji. Some were blonde and some were black, but they were all thin and looked malnourished. "Then take me there." Han Yu nodded. Even if these people didn't come, he would look for a safe place at dawn. He almost didn't close his eyes all night in the forest. There was no way. Even if the summoned creature had intelligence, it still relied on his spirit to maintain it. If he rested a little longer, the summoned creature would disappear. "Okay, master." Lu Ji smiled when he heard that Han Yu was going back with him. If the mage stayed in Redwood City, even if it was just a one-time encounter, he would have a backer in the city. But when he was about to leave, Lu Ji began to hesitate. "If you have anything to say, please say it quickly." Han Yu was already exhausted and didn't want to talk to Lu Ji anymore. Hearing Han Yu's question, Lu Ji knelt down again. "Sir, I want to ask. Do you still want these corpses? If not, can you give them to us?" Han Yu looked back at the monster corpses hanging on the vines. Unlike in the dungeon, these corpses did not disappear. "Take them if you want them. Consider it your reward for bringing me into the city." "Thank you for your reward, sir." "Thank you for your reward." The people behind Lu Ji kowtowed to Han Yu directly. Lu Ji was one of the people who saw the battle in the jungle yesterday. He had just been laid off today, and ran over to pick up some monster remains to take back. But what he didn't expect to see was this scene. There were more than a dozen round moon wolf monsters hanging on the vines, which were usually very difficult to hunt. The extremely cunning poisonous horn anaconda was strangled to death by the vines. This inevitably made Lu Ji wonder what kind of wizard this was. Yesterday, he saw a fire attack on the city wall, but this was obviously a wood spell. And behind Han Yu, there was an elf. This made him imagine Han Yu's identity. Lu Ji had never seen an elf, but he had only heard that elves were tall, with gray skin and a pair of pointed ears. However, the elf behind Han Yu had nothing in common with the description he had heard, except for a pair of ears. It seems that this city is not very good. Looking at the people who kowtowed, Han Yu felt a little uncomfortable and muttered in his heart, "Magic world? Calling me a wizard. I wonder if there are other players, or Sulan here." He had already checked the bodies of these monsters, and he himself was not of much use. But they still peeled off the poisonous horns and snake gall of the poisonous horn anaconda and the skin of the blood moon wolf king. After all, these are materials dropped from the body of a level 40 monster, and they may be useful later. And the remaining ones are just monsters below level 40, which have no effect on Han Yu. After thanking him, Lu Ji stood up. "Sir, then I will take you into the city and leave this to others." "Well, let's go." Han Yu nodded, and Lu Ji couldn't help looking back as he walked. It was obvious that he also wanted to stay here to collect monster flesh and blood. Even though he was the captain, he couldn't control his subordinates from hiding things. Following Lu Ji, Han Yu gradually walked onto a small path. As he walked along the path became wider and wider, indicating that there should be many people walking on it normally. "How many people are there in the city?" Han Yu asked. "My lord, there are more than 10,000 people in total. Are there any mages like me?" "Of course there are. If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago." Lu Ji responded immediately. "It's a pity that I don't have talent." At this point, Lu Ji couldn't help but look at Han Yu twice more. Han Yu looked very different from the mages in the city. "Come out, my lord, our city is in front." Lu Ji pointed at the city in front of him. Han Yu raised his head and froze in place. He glanced at Lu Ji, and then at the city. "What's wrong, my lord? Is there any problem?" Lu Ji asked. The city that Lu Ji was talking about was made entirely of steel as the outer wall, with only one gate left. But this steel outer wall had collapsed in many places, and the shortest part was less than 2 meters. Even slightly strong monsters could jump over it, and it was estimated that it could not play a big defensive role. These were not surprising enough. What surprised him was that through the walls, he could see the tall buildings. However, most of them had collapsed by more than half, and all the tall buildings had become dangerous buildings. But why is it a modern city? Or why is it the ruins of a modern city? Chapter 206. Han Yu looked at the city and overturned all his previous guesses. In his imagination, this should be a world of swords and magic. There are monsters, magicians, and swordsmen. The game in his own world is built with this world as the background. But standing in front of him is a real world that is almost the same as the original world. "Lu Ji, did you build this city?" Han Yu had to ask. "Of course not. This city has been here for a long time. We are just latecomers." "Latecomers? Where are you from?" "I forgot. We were migrated here, and the people here should have died a long time ago." Lu Ji smiled embarrassedly. "I was still very young when I came here." "Can you tell me about your history?" Han Yu could only ask. "History? I don't know. I haven't read books, or the priest knows." "Priest?" Han Yu heard the familiar term again. "Priest of what religion?" Lu Ji looked at Han Yu in surprise. "Sir, it's the Creation Church. Have you forgotten something?" Han Yu knocked his head. "Yes, I lost some of my memory." Creation Church, modern city. Han Yu looked at the dilapidated city, wondering what happened in the world here. And Su Lan may have come to this world, according to him. Can he find the so-called answer? Take the last step. Han Yu officially stepped out of the dark forest, and the prompt sound from the game rang in his ears. Rewards are being settled. A silver-white card appeared in Han Yu's hand, and a layer of white light appeared on his body. Just after the copy was completed, Han Yu's level was raised again. Is it really a dungeon? Han Yu looked at the card in his hand. The reward inside was 10 mutant crystals. Including yesterday's harvest, he harvested a total of 60 mutant crystals this day. And Lu Ji, who led him, did not notice anything. But the white light emitted by Han Yu's body was so dazzling that even if Lu Ji deliberately did not want to ask more, there should be some reaction in his body. But Lu Ji was just bowing and leading the way in front, without any action. Can't you see the special effects of the players? Han Yu muttered in his heart. In the original world, there were no mages or the like. And here, there seemed to be no players, only the adults mentioned by Lu Ji. Han Yu temporarily put all doubts behind his mind and tried to send a message to Jiang Ziki. But the result received was still, special state, message cannot be delivered. Han Yu could only comfort himself that Jiang Ziki might still be in the dungeon, not that something had happened. After another failed attempt to contact, Han Yu cancelled the summons of Ellie, put away the scepter, and followed Lu Ji into the city. When Han Yu stepped towards the city, Zitsong City on the other side was already in chaos. Hundreds of drones had been hovering in the sky all night, and there were 10 players above level 50 flying over the city, patrolling every corner of Zitsong City. On the ground, every player was being checked and asked to show their player name tags. If the level was above level 40, they would release the third level professional skills. At level 40, the degenerate profession was completely separated from the ordinary professional skills, and they could be checked through the skills. Therefore, new bishops above level 40 rarely enter the city. If Shanghai is really determined to search, the priests are the most likely to be exposed. From the remains of the corpse left by Chuzhua at the place where Han Yu disappeared, it can be confirmed that the two new bishop members who took Han Yu away were Si Yusheng and Count Shuayu, who attacked the school. With new and old hatreds added together, Chuzhua was furious. All the courses that had just resumed at Nanjing University were suspended, and all teachers and students above level 30 went out to search for Si Yusheng's traces, and also passed the news to Lu Yuanbua. The version update was too important, and Lu Yuanbua didn't want to get entangled with these new bishop members. But after learning that Han Yu was missing, similar to Chuzhua's reaction, all the Shanghai members of Zitsong City joined the search. All affairs related to players in Zitsong City were instantly suspended, and the goal of all players became to find the two senior members of the new bishop. The players of the entire Zitsong City were like crazy, and they took action immediately. They had all seen this young player who showed up in the blood butterfly dance in the dungeon. Especially those high-level players, it can even be said that their lives were saved by Han Yu. It was just that the blood butterfly dance dungeon ended too quickly, and they didn't have time to thank him. But a few days after the level 70 dungeon, Han Yu was captured by the new bishop members in Zitsong City, and even those free players all joined the hunt spontaneously. For a while, Zitsong City was in a state of panic, and it became a prison where people could only enter but not leave. Even if ordinary people met high-level members of the fallen profession, the players who participated in the search did not retreat for a moment. What's more, there were nearly 10 players above level 50 watching in the sky, and they would rush to the scene immediately if there was any danger. Are these people crazy? The Blood Prison Earl showed resentment on his face, squatting on a tree, using leaves to cover his body. Isn't it just Han Yu? He is the son of God of the new bishop. Could he also be the son of God of Shanghai? Is it necessary to mobilize so many people to catch him? The key is, we haven't caught him yet. Is it necessary to be so excited? Just like Lu Yuanbua didn't expect the new bishop to attach so much importance to him, Si Yusheng didn't expect Shanghai to attach so much importance to such a student. Yushu, calm down. Just like me, you can wait for the search to pass. You should stand lower. There are drones in the sky. Be careful not to be discovered. That's right. Zitsong City is so big. No one has been here all night. Uh-huh. If you are really discovered, just run away. Can they stop the two of us? I don't believe that Shanghai can manage such a big city and can last with us. And I have summoned all members in Zitsong City and asked them to find people to create some chaos in the city. It won't be long before Shanghai members will return to their posts. Unless they are willing to give up the order of the city for a student. Si Yusheng smiled and was not scared by Shanghai's big battle. As long as they didn't run into Lu Yuanbua and Chuzhua at the same time, they had the confidence to run away. He and the Blood Prison Earl were both the best at escaping. No matter how many people searched, those low-level players found them. They were just here to serve food. At worst, they could find another place to hide. When the two were feeling proud, they suddenly felt stiff. Scum! Hand over Han Yu. A loud shout came from above their heads. So soon. The Blood Prison Earl was complaining and shuddered. He didn't expect to be discovered by Chuzhua so quickly. This is a real level 60 player. In their fallen form, they can only fight with Chuzhua together, but they just need to run away. Let's go, Lu Yuanbua will come soon. The Blood Prison Count said immediately, and his body turned into blood mist and ran away. But just when he wanted to move, he found that all his skills could not be used, and he had a silent state. And Chush was right, I was shining, which was one of his skills. Magic Eye skill? Chuzhua, you can't keep us, why waste your energy? Si Yusheng stood up from the ground, patted the dirt on his body, but he was not impatient. They had heard about Chuzhua's magic eye a long time ago, and everything he looked at would be affected by his skills. But in these few seconds of silence, could Chushua still kill them? Do you think he is the only one? A man's voice came again above Si Yusheng and the blood prison count. Before they could turn around, they both felt a huge suction force, dragging their bodies back quickly. Then he felt his body almost being crushed. The two silent people were like chickens, being held tightly in the hands of the gigantic Liu Yuanbo. Tell me, where is Han Yu? Liu Yuanbo? Why is he here too? Si Yusheng, who was originally relaxed, immediately felt the crisis. They had noticed before that the two had been patrolling separately. Yushu had just seen Liu Yuanbo flying away, but how come he suddenly appeared behind him now? Haha, I thought you were so cunning, did you really think we couldn't find you? The blood prison earl's eyes flashed. Han Yu? We have sent him away, he will stay in the new bishop for the rest of his life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushu's body exploded. The torso held by Liu Yuanbo remained there, and the rest of the body turned into a ball of blood mist and fled into the distance. At the same time, Si Yusheng's face froze, his body had turned into a straw man, and his real body appeared dozens of meters away. So what have you found me? Do you think you can keep me? The body that Liu Yuanbo had originally held turned into a straw man and stumps in an instant, but Liu Yuanbo was not panicked at all. Instead, he walked towards Si Yusheng with big steps and said, Do you really think you can run away? Si Yusheng said nothing and flew away quickly. They seemed to have been discovered long ago, but Shanhai deliberately relaxed the search here, so they spent a night here. And for a night, they didn't know what preparations Shanhai had made. The two people who were running away quickly hit an air wall almost at the same time, and they were bounced away. Outside the air wall, Zhang Yi was looking at the two with a smile on his face. A giant magic circle appeared on the ground where they were, completely covering the two of them. Zhang Yi looked at the two of them coldly. Can't you break the magic circle? Now you can try to break out of the formation. At this time, Si Yusheng realized that the players flying in the sky and the Shanhai members, who were constantly tracking on the ground, were just a cover. Liu Yuanbo did not take action for a long time just to ensure that the magic circle was completed, and they had no chance to escape. Chapter 207. And he was so smart that he let his members stir up trouble in the city, which would later become a clue for Shanhai to track down, and then he would have to dig out many new bishops hiding in the city. After this incident, I'm afraid that the new bishops in Zisong City will be almost cleared out. Don't struggle in vain, just hand over Han Yu obediently. Liu Yuanbo approached Si Yusheng step by step. In the sky, the high-level players, who had been pretending to search, were landing one by one, and Si Yusheng and the others had no way to escape. Well, I really underestimated Shanhai. Si Yusheng looked like he had given up struggling. But if you catch us, Han Yu will die. One life for another. Let me go, and I will bring Han Yu here to exchange for Yushu. Let me go! I will bring Han Yu back to exchange for someone else, otherwise we will all die together. Liu Yuanbo frowned. Is Han Yu really in your hands? Of course. Otherwise, why would we take such a big risk? Yushu raised his eyebrows. But it's better to let me go back. I'm much faster than him. I can bring Han Yu back in just one day. Si Yusheng's face changed again and again, but he didn't say anything. It's good that one person can leave now. If they quarrel, I'm afraid that both of them can't leave. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, as soon as the two finished speaking, Zhang Yi outside the formation laughed out loud. Han Yu is in your hands? Dreaming? Then why are you still here, but Han Yu is gone? Director Liu, Han Yu was teleported away. Although I'm not sure if he is safe now, he is definitely not with these two people. Yes, he was teleported away by us. The teleportation array can only teleport once. He is now in the headmaster. Yushu said immediately. Do you really think I will believe it? Liu Yuanbo curled his lips. If Han Yu is really in the new bishop, you can send a message to change people. Otherwise, the two of you will never leave the Black Ice prison. After a month, just wait for your soul to be extracted. Liu Yuanbo continued to move forward, and Si Yusheng simply gave up resistance. He did not expect that Shanhai would attach so much importance to Han Yu. Not only did he not take Han Yu away, but he also lost his life. Soon, two new bishops, who were at the level of priests, were put on control bracelets and were about to be escorted to the control room of Black Ice. They would wait for a while, and then select high-level soul contract masters to extract the souls of these two people, or they might find a lot of useful information. But after a brief joy, everyone involved in the arrest fell silent. It was also a revenge for Han Yu, but it did not solve anything. They still didn't know where Han Yu had gone, whether he was alive or dead, or whether he had disappeared forever like Su Lan and would never come back. At this time, they even thought that it would be better if Han Yu was really taken away by the new bishops. At least there was hope of exchanging him back. What should we do next? Ing Yuzhu, who had been staying in the outer circle with Zhang Yi, asked. I don't know, let's wait. Maybe he can come back from that place. Mr. Su Lan said that he is the one who can find the answer. If he can't find it, this may not be a bad result. I hope so. Ing Yuzhu didn't know what the result Zhang Yi was talking about, but now all they could do was wait. As Si Yusheng and Yushi were taken away, Han Yu was also marked as missing. Every year, various students and players are marked as missing, and most of them will never appear again. So when Su Xuecheng knew that Jiang Ziyuan was missing, he had already assumed that his son was dead, which was why he was so sad. It is the same now. Most people think that Han Yu is dead. This genius who was just about to fall died at the hands of the new bishop. On the other side, Han Yu followed Lu Ji out of the city gate and walked slowly into the city. Lu Ji, how is it? Did you get anything? Before entering, the guard at the door asked. Of course, the harvest is not small. Don't worry, Brother Lu, you will definitely get a share when the things are shipped back. Han Yu watched from the side. This Lu Ji still has some status in the city, otherwise he can't raise a team. Who is this, sir? The soldier on guard hesitated and asked. It stands to reason that every new person entering the city needs to be checked, but looking at Han Yu's brand new clothes that he has never seen before. This was obviously a big shot. He didn't even dare to ask Han Yu, so he could only ask through Lu Ji pretending to be unintentional. This is the master wizard who spent a night in the forest yesterday. Do you understand? He spent a night in the forest, relying only on himself and... When he spoke, Lu Ji looked back and saw that the elf who had been following Han Yu had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ji immediately changed his words. I relied on myself and killed hundreds of monsters by myself. Master Wizard, please come in. Please come in. When the gatekeeper heard Lu Ji say that Han Yu was a wizard, he immediately bowed to Han Yu and made way. How many people like me are there here? Han Yu followed Lu Ji into the city and continued to ask. This? I'm not sure, but there are at least 100 or 200 people. When you enter the church, you will know. Okay. Han Yu didn't ask any more questions. This world seems to be very hierarchical. Even Lu Ji, who lives here, is not at the same level as the mages. He knows nothing about most things. Han Yu looked at the city. It was not much different from the city in the original world. There were still many storefronts on the roadside, but now there were only decayed signs. And in the shops, there were some ragged hungry people, mostly women and children, and a few disabled men. Most people subconsciously shrank back when they saw Han Yu's eyes. Han Yu's clothes were too conspicuous, and they didn't even have the courage to take a look. Following Lu Ji, Han Yu finally came to the center of Redwood City. Sir, we've arrived. This is where the adults live and hold meetings. In front of him was a brand new high-rise building, with its exterior repainted in black, which looked out of place in the dilapidated city. On the gate, the words creation were written in black silk thread. Get out. Get away from here, you lowlifes. As Lu Ji approached, a well-dressed man came out and yelled at him. Lu Ji stepped back subconsciously, then said brotherly. This is the master mage. He entered the dark forest by mistake yesterday. Please inform him. Master? And Aili looked at Han Yu. He had seen Han Yu before, dressed in bright clothes. But he looked like a rich kid, but not like a magician at all. At least, he was very different from the practitioners he had seen. If he was a practitioner, he would not dare to offend him. But if he was just an ordinary rich kid, he would be polite to him. If you dare to lie, I will kill you. And Aili looked at Lu Ji viciously. Brotherly, how dare I lie to you? The magician killed nearly 100 monsters in the forest, and is preparing to come to the city to rest. I brought him to the church. Wait, I reported. And Aili glanced at Han Yu again, but did not let Han Yu in time. Master Magician, wait a moment, the people in the church are all a little arrogant. Han Yu did not react, but the other party did not seem to regard himself as a magician. After a while, Aili came out and whispered to Han Yu, Sir, please come in. Lu Ji, stay away. Yes, sir, you go in first. I wait for you outside. Lu Ji nodded and bowed, and took a step back. No, go and do your thing. Han Yu walked in without looking back. He wanted to see what the mages in this world were like, whether they were players like himself, or magicians who learned by themselves. Stepping up the stairs, Han Yu entered the hall. The church hall was decorated in a magnificent style, with exquisite furniture, and even a TV hanging on the wall. It looked like a completely different world from the outside. Sir, please follow me. Anili led the way in front, and took Hanyu to a conference room on the second floor. Please come in, the priests are waiting for you inside. Pushing open the door, there were two people sitting at a square table inside, with strange-colored black tea placed in front of them. Seeing Hanyu enter, he frowned slightly. This is not a place where any apprentice magician can enter. If you just want to get a share of food, just find Anili. The man at the end of the table only glanced at Hanyu, and turned his head away, with a look of disdain. It seemed that with just one glance, he was sure that Hanyu was not a serious magician. And when Hanyu entered the room, he knew what a magician in this world should look like. The three people in front of him, according to the standards of the original world, were all degenerate professionals. The man who just spoke, his right arm swelled like a waist, so that he could only use his left hand to drink tea. He should be a high-level ghost swordsman. The man opposite him, his sparse hair was very neatly arranged. But his wide robe could hardly cover the swollen flesh on his body, and from time to time, there were tentacles from the inside to lift up his clothes. He looked like a magician. Now Hanyu understood why Lu Ji and Anili both slightly doubted their identities as practitioners. Hanyu spread his hands. How do you know I'm an apprentice magician? Just because I look more normal than you. The man at the head of the case took out an exquisite golden box from his arms, and took out a cigarette from it. Everyone knows that in order to receive magic energy, the body will inevitably mutate. The more powerful the practitioner, the more serious the mutation. And you? Can't even see the mutation. Are you asking us to believe that you are a high-level magician? And you survived a night in the dark forest? Or, my backlash is on the spiritual level, and I lost a lot of memory. That's why I walked into the dark forest. Hanyu tapped his head lightly, looking like he had a headache. Amnesia? The ghost swordsman was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help smiling on his face. This situation is more serious than ours. That may mean that your strength is not bad. Chapter 208. When your sanity disappears completely, you will turn into a monster faster than us. At that time, we may kill you and take away all the magic crystals in your body. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The mage who didn't believe Hanyu at first also smiled. Do you remember what level of mage you are? Sorry, I don't remember. Hanyu waved his hand. The ability classification here is not divided according to level. He really doesn't know what level he belongs to. Or can I use a skill to see? Good idea, then you use one. The first mage nodded. Without a target, I can't see the damage. How about this big brother be my spell target? Hanyu pointed to the ghost swordsman. Bullshit. How can you use people as spell targets? The ghost swordsman was immediately unwilling. He just mocked him twice. Why should he be a target? Oh, you don't dare? I'm just an apprentice magician. I can't cause any harm. Do you want to use the priest as a target? Hanyu looked innocent, and with his young and sunny face, it was easy for people to let down their guard. Yes, but you can determine his level. Baker, you can defend yourself. Maybe he can't break your defense at all. The magician thought it was quite interesting. He also felt that magic still needed experimental subjects to be effective, and magic without harm, no matter how grand it was just fireworks. Okay, priest, but I will definitely teach this kid some truths when I have the chance. Baker thought about it. He just didn't like the feeling of being used as a target, not that he was afraid that Hanyu could hurt him. Baker stood up and stood in front of Hanyu. Boy, use your strongest magic to attack me, but you may still not be able to hurt me. When Hanyu pretended to take out the scepter, the ground fire was already circling under the feet of the ghost swordsman. Why don't you cast a spell? Waiting for the food? The ghost swordsman looked at Hanyu, who was just holding the scepter, and said impatiently. But at this moment, a burning feeling came from the soles of his feet. The ghost swordsman, who felt the danger, instantly wrapped his entire body with flesh and blood. The hot fire column wrapped the ghost swordsman's whole body, emitting a burnt stench. And the flesh and blood he had just expanded and grown was constantly falling. Even though his body was covered with flesh and blood, the severe pain continued to come, and the ghost swordsman let out a tragic wail. Fire system. Why didn't you say you were a fire mage earlier? The fire column disappeared, and the flesh and blood on the ghost swordsman's body had been reduced by more than half, and he looked at Hanyu with anger on his face. What the ghost swordsman hates most is the fire mage. The two are natural enemies. Oh, I forgot, sorry. Hanyu said sorry. Ahem, I suddenly remembered that there is a second round of spray. With Hanyu's deliberate pause, the second round of the earth fire erupted again. Boil. Baker cursed and hurriedly retreated. Even so, one of his feet was splashed by the second round of the earth fire. The torso that was originally covered with flesh and blood could almost see the bones. Boy! Are you looking for death? Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Baker showed a cruel look on his face, and picked up the giant sword beside the table. He didn't have time to defend himself, but just covered his body with flesh and blood. The damage reduction effect was originally very good, but who would have thought that Han Yu was a fire mage, who was a natural counter to him? You can try. Han Yu didn't care at all. Turning his head to look at the priest, Master Priest, do you know what level of mage I am now? Not bad, very good. At least at the level of a high-level magician. The priest nodded continuously, looking at the place where Han Yu had just released magic. The marble floor had cracked, and it was estimated that it would have to be replaced again. But what interested him more was the way Han Yu took out the staff casually. Han Yu obviously had a rare space equipment on him. The priest stood up and stretched out his hand to Han Yu. I am the priest Chong Lishuan of the Redwood City Church. Welcome to join us. Han Yu, I hope the priest will take care of you in the future. Han Yu stretched out his hand. Well, at least I still remember my name. Chung Fu will arrange everything for you later. The day after tomorrow is the harvest day. I hope you will also participate then. Harvest day, what is that? Han Yu asked confusedly. He didn't see any farmland or grains when he came. Even if there were, it wouldn't be their turn to do it. Now it seems that the practitioners here are completely the ruling class. While the civilians are desperately trying to survive, they can still drink black tea and smoke cigarettes. It seems that you have forgotten even this. You will know when the time comes. Chong Lishuan just smiled slightly without explaining. Then priest, is there a place inside the library? I seem to have forgotten too many things. Han Yu is eager to understand this world, and the fastest way is naturally through reading books. Sure enough, you came from a big city, but there is no library in Redwood City. Although he didn't know Han Yu's origin, Chong Lishuan had guessed that Han Yu might come from a big family. But there are some books in our tea house, not many, but maybe they will remind you of something. Chung Fu, come in. Chong Lishuan called softly, and the servant at the door immediately pushed the door open. Take Mr. Han Yu to the tea house. From today on, he is a member of our church. Arrange all his things. Yes, master, I will arrange it now. Chung Fu turned around. Lord Han Yu, please follow me. Han Yu followed Chung Fu to the tea house, which looked like the original coffee shop. The books Chong Lishuan mentioned were placed at the bar. However, there were only 2 or 3 people in the tea house, and their bodies inevitably had some changes. Mr. Han Yu, do you have any special requirements for accommodation and food? Chung Fu asked, standing beside Han Yu. The food should not be too bloody, and there are no other requirements. Yes, I will arrange it now, you can enjoy it slowly. After Chung Fu left, Han Yu began to choose books suitable for him from the bookshelf. In the first row of the bookshelf, Han Yu saw a book with a golden cover. Epic of Creation. It sounds like a book of poetry, but the golden decorations on this book and the various decorations drawn on it are enough to make Han Yu pay attention to it. Han Yu took the book and found a seat to sit down. Soon the maid handed the hot tea to him. Thank you. Han Yu looked up and saw that this maid was one of the few normal people in the tea house, which made Han Yu feel more intimate. Taking a sip of the hot tea, it was bitter with a hint of mold, followed by a slight sweetness. Through the glass of the tea house, the civilians outside lay on the ground like zombies, trying to minimize energy consumption. Han Yu didn't have much feeling about this world yet, so he turned the first page of the Epic of Creation. God has mercy on the world, and brought dawn at the end of the world. The opening is a long eulogy, saying that the God of creation gave humans the ability to resist monsters, allowing the spark of humanity to survive in the end of the world. The usual religious declaration, believing that the God of his religion created everything and protected everything. Han Yu was not interested in these, and quickly turned the page. Those who are sincere can chant the name of our Lord and be blessed. The new Lord of all things in this world. The God of space who controls creation and destruction. The great master who walks in the cracks of the world. The same God that the new bishop and the creation church believe in? Han Yu silently chanted this 3-part honorific name. It was exactly the same honorific name he chanted in the ceremony he completed in the new bishop. Looking at the strange-looking fallen players in the tea house, Han Yu actually had a guess in his mind. This world must have an inseparable connection with the original world, or the origin of the so-called new bishop is the creation church. And the so-called new master is the God of this world. So there is a saying that the power of the God is not enough. Quickly convincing himself, Han Yu continued to turn the page, and then began to sing various praises to the new master, saying that it was because of the new master that so many humans survived. How many? When Han Yu entered the city, he roughly looked at the city. The steel-like outer wall only covered less than 1/5 of the original buildings in Redwood City. The original city should be able to accommodate 400,000 to 500,000 people, but now it only has about 10,000 people. Quickly skipping the praise, Hanyu came to the chapter of the legendary Pope. His Holiness the Pope, Saint Sulan, received the revelation of our Lord in the 30th year of the new era, killed hundreds of thousands of monsters, and rebuilt the human city. The human fire was preserved. In the 32nd year of the new era, His Holiness the Pope led thousands of believers to eliminate the last nearly 50,000 pagans. So far, the light of the new Lord has illuminated every human being. The teacup in Hanyu's hand slipped and fell on the table, splashing tea all over him. Saint Sulan, Sulan. Hanyu kept repeating the name. When he used the teleportation array, he didn't expect to meet Sulan, but he didn't expect to see this name so soon. The new Bishop Pope, Saint Sulan? Sulan was teleported to this world and became the Pope? Hanyu suddenly felt extremely ironic. Is this the answer Sulan left for him? Let him follow him, and come here to be the new Bishop Pope. At this time, the maid just ran over in a hurry and kept wiping the water stains on Hanyu's body. She kept apologizing. I'm sorry, sir, is the tea too hot? I change it for you. The pagan, who is the last pagan? Hanyu murmured in a low voice. Since the new bishop has become the Creation Church, who is the so-called pagan? Sir, the pagan, the last pagan is Shanghai. The maid thought Hanyu was asking her and answered subconsciously. Hearing the word Shanghai, Hanyu's eyes lit up, and he grabbed her wrist directly. Shanghai. Where is Shanghai? The Pope has cleared it. The maid didn't expect Hanyu to react so strongly, and her voice was already crying. Impossible, tell the truth. Hanyu calmed down a little and pulled the maid up. I don't know. The maid was a little scared by Hanyu and kept trying to pull her wrist away. Hanyu also realized that he was a little out of control. What could a maid know? I'm sorry, my brain is not very good. Hanyu quickly let go of his hand and apologized to the maid. It's okay, sir, I'm sorry. The maid who was released hurriedly fled, but couldn't help looking back. The people in this tea house are basically not normal, whether in appearance or in the brain. She has been used to it. But Hanyu seems to be no different from others except that he is a little easily excited. He is even a little too handsome, and he is not as ugly as other practitioners. New Bishop, Saint Sulan. And Shanghai. What kind of world is this? He originally thought that this was a different world, the world where the new master was. But in this world, Shanghai appeared. The official player organization of the Han Dynasty appeared here. If Shanghai had not already mastered Su Lan's teleportation array, they would have come here in batches to establish a branch. Then this place is no different from the original world, except in this world. Humans were almost wiped out by the demon tide, leaving only the followers of the new bishop. Hanyu looked out the window again, and Lu Ji's team was carrying various monster corpses through the city, and the hungry people who were lying on the ground immediately rushed up. They didn't dare to get too close, so they followed behind and picked up small pieces of meat and stuffed them into their mouths, or just lay down and licked the dripping blood. Is this the future? Or is it the ending that has already happened? Timeline. Hanyu reacted and began to carefully search for the records of time in the book. Unfortunately, all the time in the book is based on the new era, so Hanyu can only guess. If the appearance of the new bishop is taken as the first year of the new era, it means that about 30 years after the appearance of the magic tide, Sulan became Saint Sulan, began to lead the new bishop, and repel the magic tide. Then began to eliminate all official members. It can be explained. This world seems to be another direction of the world. There are no games, only magic tides. Humanity only persisted for 30 years, and then left the last remnants under the protection of the new bishop? Is the new bishop so kind? Hanyu snorted in his heart. This is a brochure of the Creation Church. Who knows the truth of the year? Is Sulan the Sulan of the original world? What happened back then? Maybe Shanghai knows. Hanyu thought in his heart. He would not think that it is true that all the pagans written in the book have been eliminated, or all the practitioners in this city are to prevent pagans from causing damage. Otherwise, with the combat power of Redwood City, if the monsters in the dark forest really rushed out, the defense of this city would be nothing but a joke. The soldiers standing on the city wall could only remind their master cultivators to flee quickly. As for the civilians here, they had no resistance at all. Since the new bishop has arranged defenses here, there should be members of Shanghai nearby. But how can I contact them? Hanyu put down the book, walked out of the tea house, and looked at the dilapidated streets. Perhaps there are members of Shanghai hidden in this city. Just like the members of the new bishop are hiding in Zitsong City. Hanyu glanced over and saw a thin figure running towards him across the street. Lu Ji? Why haven't you left yet? The person who came turned out to be Lu Ji. I didn't expect him to be waiting here, but in order to avoid suspicion, he ran to the other side of the street to wait. Sir, you just came to Redwood City. I'm afraid you need something. If you don't need it, I leave now. Well, you are thoughtful, then take me around the city. Chapter 209. Take a look? Lu Ji was stunned for a moment. Sir, there is nothing to see in Redwood City. Lu Ji scratched his head. He was waiting for Han Yu to come out to see if Han Yu had any questions. He also wanted to give Han Yu a part of his filial piety. The monster flesh and blood that Han Yu didn't want made him a small fortune. Is there no rich area here? Han Yu was a little curious. This church should be the most central location of Redwood City. But except for the location of the church, other places are shabby, and there is not even a decent house. Sir, how can rich people come to a dangerous place like our Redwood City? They can only be found in big cities. Is there a market or something like that? Or a place where you gather people? Han Yu looked at the people on the street. There were nearly 50,000 people. The market will not open until night. The residential area is too messy. I am afraid of dirtying your eyes. It's okay, just go to the residential area, where there are more people. The place with the most people is the most likely place for Shanghai to hide, and you may encounter assassinations. Okay, then I will take you there for a walk. Just as he was about to step out, Chung Fu rushed over from behind. Master Han Yu, please stay. Han Yu turned his head, and Chung Fu handed him a square card and a badge. This is the door. Your room is on the 3rd floor, 309, and it has been prepared for you. This is the temporary badge of the Redwood City Church. It may be more convenient for you to walk around the city with it. Han Yu took the two things and looked at the badge. The main body was a redwood tree, with black lines wrapped around it. At the end of the black line, there were yellow and blue branches. It was indeed similar to the symbol of the new bishop. Thank you very much. Han Yu accepted the two things. Are you going out, Lord Han Yu? Yes, it's my first time in Redwood City, and I want to go out for a walk. Why don't I take you around? I'm quite familiar with this city. Forget it, Lu Ji will do, you go on. Han Yu still wanted to see what this city looked like. As a low-level person, Lu Ji must know more than Chung Fu. Then Lord Han Yu, be careful. Redwood City is not as safe as those big cities. You may encounter some dangers. Don't worry, I am confident in my strength. Han Yu smiled. What dangers are there in the city? Isn't it from pagans? Just like when I went out, I was sniped by the new bishop. I might be sniped by Shanghai members when I go out. If I really meet them, Han Yu will be happy. Chung Fu left, and Han Yu followed Lu Ji to the street. Looking at the sparse civilians on the street, even if Han Yu was walking on the road, he would hide far away when he saw Han Yu. They went out to work at dawn, and they are busy now. Only civil servants like me can be exempted from labor. Lu Ji said it with some pride, but he had just finished a night of guard duty. This city doesn't support idle people. What is the main work? Redwood City is most famous for its redwood trees. Under the influence of magic, the trees in the dark forest are extremely tough. Civilians go out to cut wood during the day, and then transport it to the big cities behind. Big cities? Which cities? Han Yu wanted to see if there were any cities he was familiar with, and find a confirmation with the original world. From City 1 to City 12, all of them are directly managed by the church, and only real citizens can enter. They are divided directly according to the serial number. Han Yu was inevitably disappointed. Then do you know Shanghai? Hearing the word Shanghai, Lu Ji's face changed. Of course I know, that is the most evil pagan. It is said that it is also the pagan who has resisted the church the longest. Then do you know where to find members of Shanghai? Han Yu asked immediately, not expecting Lu Ji to really know. Sir, if I knew, I would have reported it long ago. Reporting news about pagans is rewarded with 100 kilograms of meat. If it is news about Shanghai, the reward will be doubled directly. If you can know news about Shanghai, I will take you hunting, and you can get as much meat as you want. Han Yu thought about it and said, Of course, if I know, I will tell you. Lu Ji's eyes lit up. He has seen Han Yu's generosity today, and he gets along much better with the adults in the church. If he can be favored to work under him, it will be better than anything else. When Han Yu was walking on the street, Baker from the Creation Church in Redwood City was discussing Han Yu with Chan Lishuan. Priest, this is a fat sheep. Not to mention the space equipment, the scepter in his hand is not ordinary, and there are so many treasures in the space equipment. Think about it, this is the son of a big family, how dare you do this? So what if he is the son of a big family? He will die anyway if he is killed. If he is killed, then we can just say that he died in the dark forest. Chang Lixuan did not reply. He was sure that the scepter in Han Yu's hand was the top-level gold equipment, and he had 2 of them. But the space treasure is really coveted, but he doesn't know Han Yu's true identity. Although there is no super family with the surname Han in his memory, Han Yu may have used a pseudonym, or he may have lost his memory and even remembered the name wrong. It's a bit troublesome to die in Redwood City. People on the street saw him coming in. The priest thought for a while and said something. He was originally sent to this broken place because of the mistakes he made before. If he takes another wrong step, no one will protect him. This is easy. 3 days later, on the harvest day, we can find a few people, pretend to be pagans, and take him away in front of everyone. Force him to open the space equipment, and then kill him, and there will be no trace left. Most space equipment has a unique way to open, and some are even bound to blood. But Baker almost had a leg burned by Han Yu just now. The equipment is no longer important. He just wants Han Yu to die. That's a good idea. The priest finally nodded. You go and make the arrangements. He is quite capable, so make the arrangements properly. Don't worry, priest. I promise to make all the arrangements for him clearly. When Baker heard the priest's agreement, he showed a smug smile on his face. Fight me, I will make you die without knowing how. He had already thought about how to torture Han Yu in 3 days. And Han Yu, under Lu Ji's guidance, finally arrived at the residential area of Redwood City. Before he got close, he saw many thin women doing some handicrafts downstairs, and many gathered together to chat. Sir, this is the residence of Redwood City. Most of those near the city gate are people whose family labor force has died. There are indeed quite a lot of people. Han Yu looked over. This should have been a large community. In this doomsday environment, the only advantage of Redwood City is that there are enough houses, and the residents don't live too crowded. Most people have to go out to work during the day. The market is not open during the day, and it will only be lively at night. Han Yu stepped into the community, but was stopped by Lu Ji. Sir, don't go in. It may be a little dirty inside. It's okay, it won't affect me. Han Yu stepped in directly. Even though there are many buildings, these people all live on the lower floors. This place has not been repaired for many years. It may collapse at any time. The lower floors are also convenient for escaping when encountering danger. However, when they saw Han Yu coming in, those who were chatting quickly ran into the room. What's wrong? Are they afraid of me? Han Yu felt that he was not like those ordinary mages who had mutated like monsters, so he would not scare people. Lu Ji smiled awkwardly. These lowly people may be afraid of offending your eyes. Don't worry about them. Han Yu naturally understood what Lu Ji's smile meant. It seems that the church has not done anything good. With so many hungry people, doesn't the church care about it? Masters of the church, it's hard enough to be responsible for resisting monsters. We still have to work for our own survival. Lu Ji said. Resisting monsters. Han Yu sneered in his heart. In the original world, the new master was almost a human-shaped monster tied, but here he became a hero resisting monsters. Then master, let's go back. I bring you here when the market opens in the evening. There is really nothing to do here. The building is dilapidated. Even those who have jobs at home are all thin and weak, and it looks like the end of the world. But just when he was about to leave, a figure rushed over from the corridor. Assassin! Be careful, sir. Lu Ji rushed to Han Yu, but before he could stand firm, he was pushed away by Han Yu. He turned around and saw that it was an ordinary woman who rushed out of the house. Lu Ji probably noticed it a long time ago. This action was just to show his loyalty to Han Yu. Is there anything? Han Yu lowered his head and asked. The woman had already crouched in front of him. Sir, please save my husband, can you? If he dies, our whole family will starve to death. Han Yu looked at the woman's thin body. It was obvious that she could not work in the lumberyard. If the only labor force in the family died, it was estimated that her fate would not be much better than that of a homeless person on the street. Get out of the way, my lord is busy, who has time to care about your life or death? So many people are injured every day, who has time to care about you? The woman's face was already tearful, and she crawled towards Han Yu, hoping that Han Yu would be kind. But Lu Ji pulled her away. Get out of the way quickly, my lord has no time to care about your affairs. Take me to see, but I may not be able to help. The woman cried too heartbreakingly. Even though Han Yu did not know any healing spells, he was still ready to go and take a look. My lord. This is not good. Lu Ji hurriedly stopped her, approached Han Yu and said, There may be pagans in the city, my lord should be careful. If Han Yu was assassinated while he was leading the way, he would probably die regardless of whether Han Yu was dead or not. So he acted more nervous than Han Yu. It's okay, I go over and take a look, lead the way. The woman didn't expect Han Yu to actually agree. Before, these church members didn't even want to look at these ordinary people. She kowtowed to Han Yu several times on the ground before standing up to lead the way. When Han Yu entered, many people in the room looked through the window. This mage seemed different from other people in the church. Equals following the woman into the room. Although the wall paint on the wall had fallen off, the room was still clean. As soon as he entered the door, Han Yu saw the man lying on the bed. His right leg was swollen, but the wound was not big and had begun to heal. The injury didn't look too serious, and it would probably recover automatically in less than half a month. Sir. Seeing Han Yu coming in, the man struggled to get out of bed. Lie down, no need to get down. Han Yu waved his hand hurriedly. But this kind of injury should be able to recover soon. Why do you need me to come? Han Yu was a little surprised. This level of injury should not be fatal, so why would you take such a big risk to come to him? Judging from the attitudes of others, the people in the church are all fierce and vicious. But he can't work for 3 days. The woman said timidly. Is there not enough food? Han Yu sighed softly, probably because the family didn't have much food in stock. It was still Lu Ji who explained. Sir, it's because of the harvest day. Anyone who can't work for 5 days may die. What exactly is harvest day? Han Yu didn't expect Lu Ji to know about harvest day. Chan Lishuan didn't tell him in detail. Lu Ji didn't expect Han Yu didn't even know about harvest day, but thinking that Han Yu had lost his memory, he immediately explained, Sir, harvest day is to collect magic crystals from the incubation mother and then place new tributes. But the incubation mother is a monster? Will it allow people to take magic crystals from it? Han Yu didn't expect to hear the name of the incubation mother in Lu Ji, and this monster has become a tool for the church to collect tributes. Don't worry, sir. The brood mother will not attack humans on her own initiative. Just offer enough sacrifices. How often is the harvest day? Once a month. What about the many homeless people on the streets? The tribute must be a strong adult. People like him, who are injured but can work normally, are the most suitable tributes. It is estimated that magic crystals will be produced next month, and it will save food for raising pigs. What is raising pigs? Han Yu clenched his fists, and he could no longer control his anger. Raising pigs. Lu Ji also felt the change in Han Yu's mood. He didn't know what he said wrong, but under Han Yu's compelling gaze, he still explained, raising pigs is our common saying. It means raising the homeless or children on the street until they are qualified, and then sending them up as sacrifices. Su Lan, are you staying here just to do this kind of thing? Even if this is not the original world, just listening to it makes people's backs cold. Just to get a few mutant crystals, the Creation Church used ordinary people as containers. The world ruled by the new bishop is more cruel than he imagined. He was not too surprised about why the Creation Church could cooperate with monsters. The new bishop often attacked human players together with monsters in the original world. Won't these people run away? Han Yu asked again after calming down. Even those homeless people would not lie down and wait for death just to have a few days of full meals. How could it be? Everyone would feel honored to devote themselves to the church. Lu Ji replied immediately. Chapter 210. Han Yu rolled his eyes, knowing what the role of the army in this city was. Of all the armed forces in this city, one was to prevent the destruction of pagans, and one was to prevent civilian unrest, and none of them was to deal with monsters. Sir, if he can't work within 2 days, we will all starve to death. The woman saw Han Yu's face change, fearing that he would not want to help. I don't know healing spells, but this should be effective. Han Yu took out a bottle of red potion from his backpack. The player's recovery potion can also treat external injuries when ordinary people drink it, but the amount should not be too much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Seeing Han Yu take out a bottle of potion, hope finally ignited in the woman's eyes. Bring a bowl, he probably can't bear this medicine. The woman hurriedly took out a wooden bowl, and Han Yu poured 1/5 of it into it, just a mouthful of it. It took only a moment for the potion to be taken. The wounds on the man's body began to heal and scab, and in less than a minute, the swelling of his calf began to subside. The man tried to get off the ground and could walk slowly. He should be able to work within 2 days. Thank you for saving my life. The man was excited and wanted to salute Han Yu, but Han Yu pushed him back to the bed. It's a small matter. He handed the potion bottle to Lu Ji. It's for you. If you can get news about Shanghai, you will get more rewards. Thank you for the reward. Lu Ji was surprised. This magical potion can save lives. I didn't expect Hanyu to give it to me so casually. By the way, there is another little girl who is dressed similarly to me. She is my companion. If you have any news about her, notify me immediately. Of course. There is no news in this city that I, Luigi, don't know. As the couple kept thanking them, Hanyu and Luigi left the community. When leaving, Hanyu looked back at the residential building. The woman's crying in the community just now should have attracted a lot of people's attention. I wonder if the members of Shanghai here have noticed him. At least his body did not deform, and he looked weak. Shanghai might have been ready to assassinate him. After leaving the residential area, Luigi took Hanyu to the market, which was empty during the day. To Hanyu's surprise, there was a shabby bar in the market, and the doorplate was also engraved with the logo of the Creation Church. The anesthesia of alcohol can make it easier to manage these civilians in the city. After all, in a city of 50,000 people, there are only more than 100 real practitioners. If there is a riot, it will not be so easy to deal with. After a quick look around, Hanyu walked back. Before leaving, Luigi also proposed to give Hanyu a portion of the proceeds from selling prey today, but Hanyu regarded it as a reward for asking him to find information. Soon Hanyu returned to the hall of the Creation Church again. Even in the church during the day, there were not many people. Most of them went to the lumberyard to ensure that the workers were not eaten by monsters. Hanyu took out the doorplate and prepared to return to his room, but Baker suddenly appeared from the side. "Brother Hanyu, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why did you run away?" "What?" Hanyu looked at Baker's enthusiastic face and subconsciously took a step back. The relationship between the two was not yet at the point of being brothers. "Oh, it's the harvest day in 3 days. The priest has arranged for you to participate. You will be responsible for the outer guard at that time. Remember to follow us closely. The forest is very dangerous." "That's all?" "Also, remember to bring all the equipment. Although the mother of incubation will not attack us, the monsters on the road are still very dangerous." "Okay, got it." "Oh, right. If anyone sees a little girl dressed similarly to me in the dark forest, remember to tell me. I will give you a reward, no matter how generous it is." Before leaving, Hanyu told Baker about Jiangziki. Luigi knew the city very well, but the church still went to more places in the dark forest. "Your companions? Don't worry, we will definitely pay attention." Baker heard that Hanyu had companions, but he was thinking that he had encountered another big fortune. After telling Baker, Hanyu returned to the room arranged for him and began to check the harvest from last night. Overnight, Hanyu summoned nearly 10 times, and the system would settle each time separately. A total of 150 attribute points were gained. In addition, Hanyu also upgraded 2 levels and had an extra 4 energy points. After thinking about it, if the Creation Church here is regarded as an imaginary enemy, strengthening the flame-tailed fox is also a good choice. Except for the Ghost Swordsman, other degenerate professions with obvious physical alienation have low resistance to fire magic. Under the guidance concept of strengthening 1 super and many strong, Hanyu first added 4 energy points to himself. Then he added 50 attribute points to Ellie, the elemental dragon, and the flame-tailed fox. After the attribute points were added, Hanyu received a prompt from the system. "Your summoned elf archer has reached the evolution standard. Please choose the evolution direction." Evolution Direction 1, Elf Sniper, possessing the ability to kill a single target and can cause a lot of damage to enemies in a straight line or an area with the longest attack distance. Evolution Direction 2, Elf Magic Archer, can give fatal explosion magic to arrows to kill enemies in the range area. Evolution Direction 3, Elf Ranger, the most deadly high-speed killer with extremely fast attack speed and super endurance, suitable for long-term battles, and a master of battlefield rhythm control. Evolved? Hanyu didn't expect that this time he received an evolution instead of a reinforcement reminder. In his memory, Ellie has completed 3 reinforcements, and this should be the 4th time. The 4th time was not reinforcement, but evolution. 3 evolution directions. After a little thought, Hanyu still chose the first sniper. There are elemental dragons and flame-tailed foxes for range damage. Rangers may be more suitable for guerrilla warfare and long-term battles, and Hanyu has always liked to go for the speed flow. Without hesitation, Hanyu chose the evolution direction of the sniper. Elf Archer completes evolution. Elf Sniper, obtain talent, penetrating shot. Every 3rd attack gains a penetrating effect, causing damage to enemies in a straight line, and the damage of this attack is increased by 50%. Obtain skill, concentrated shot. Ellie can release a charged attack, and for every second of charging, the attack gains a 30% damage bonus, which can be increased to 300%, and the attack will definitely be a critical hit. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. 300% and a critical hit? Hanyu didn't expect that the first evolution would give him such a big surprise. After double enhancement, the arrow of concentrated shot can almost reach 5 times the damage. What monster can withstand Ellie's concentrated arrow? This is simply a must-have skill for fighting boss. After calming down his excitement, Hanyu couldn't wait to look at the enhancement direction of the elemental dragon. Chapter 211. Your summoned elemental dragon has reached the evolution standard. Please choose the evolution direction. Evolution direction 1. Dark Dragon. The constantly developed magic talent allows the elemental dragon to have super magic ability and attack enemies in a super wide range. It is a real destroyer on the battlefield. Evolution direction 2. Holy Golden Dragon. With a natural super strong physique, the magic skin becomes extremely tough and can even be immune to some physical attacks. It can fight the enemy in close combat while releasing magic. Evolution direction 3. Fear Dragon. But it can control the battlefield in a certain range, making all enemies tremble under the influence of the dragon's might and lose the ability to resist. There are 3 directions again. Hanyu is a little hesitant now. There is no need to consider the Holy Golden Dragon. Letting the dragon be a meat shield is a bit too wasteful of talent, but Hanyu wants both the range control and super high range damage. After struggling for almost a minute, Hanyu gave the choice to Nahorjin himself. Nahorjin shook his head, not understanding why Hanyu was struggling. As long as all enemies are killed, what's the point of control? He can do dragon power and so on. As a magic dragon, he naturally pursues the power of destroying the world. Hanyu's eyes lit up when he heard it. It's true. Why do I need to control it when I can kill it in seconds? Choose to evolve the elemental dragon into the dark dragon. The elemental dragon completes the evolution. Dark dragon, magic talent is enhanced. All skills damage increased by 30%. Obtain skills. Dark thunder, forming a thundercloud within a 5-meter range, releasing a total of 20 thunder attribute attacks in 10 seconds. The enemy attacked for the first time will be paralyzed for 1 second, and the control time of each attack will be halved. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Thunder attribute attack plus damage increase talent, not bad. Thunder attribute is a rare attribute, and the attack has a paralysis effect. When the points were added, Hanyu looked at Ellie and the elemental dragon in front of him. Ellie's height finally exceeded 1.6 meters, and there was a small golden longbow mark on her wrist. The expression on her face was extremely excited. Yeah. Thank you, Master. I've grown taller again. What's so exciting about growing taller? Shouldn't I be happy that I've become stronger again? Hanyu couldn't understand Ellie's pursuit of height. Why would an elf need such a big body? And the elemental dragon's body was bigger, and the living room could hardly accommodate him. He was also excited to come over and rub against Hanyu, and the white mark on his head became clearer, with a layer of flame patterned on the outside. The top of his head was vaguely bulging, as if something was about to grow out. For a long-lived species like the dragon, it would take at least 100 years to grow to adulthood, but as Hanyu summoned, he has so quickly changed from a newborn to a juvenile. As long as the master continues to add points to him, he will become an adult dragon in no time. The flame-tailed fox also gets strengthened after getting 50 points. Skill Flame and Earth Fire is strengthened. Earth Fire will erupt the third attack 1.5 seconds after the first attack, the damage is increased to 200%, and the cooldown time is 2 minutes. With one more attack, the damage is almost doubled, which can make up for the damage when the elemental dragon skill is cooling down. And if 2 summons appear at the same time, the thunder and the earth, Hanyu thinks that the picture is beautiful. However, with 2 summons evolving in front, Hanyu is not too fluctuating. The fact that the summons can evolve is a big surprise for him. In addition to multiple skills, there are permanent talents. It seems that the remaining summons must be brought to the 4th round of evolution as soon as possible. After that, Hanyu's strength will soar, and it is estimated that clearing the level 40 dungeon will be no problem. After the evolution is completed, Hanyu now wants to find a dungeon to try his hand. Putting away the summons, and looking at the unfamiliar room, Hanyu's excitement slowly disappeared. He was still in this unknown world. Where could he find a dungeon to play? When I find Shanghai, I will play Redwood City as a dungeon. Hanyu muttered silently in his heart. It was a bit difficult for him to play Redwood City alone, and it would be different if he added Shanghai members. But the most important thing now is how to find Jiang Ziki, and how to go back. Hanyu has tried to contact Jiang Ziki many times, but unfortunately nothing was found. He can only hope that the new bishop and Lu Ji can find some information. In addition, Hanyu's most urgent thing now is how to go back. In theory, teleportation arrays are paired. It is not difficult to derive the corresponding array from the original array, and the original array does not have a positioning symbol, so there is no need to trace the array position. Hanyu took out a teleportation scroll and materials from his backpack and began to carefully reverse the magic circle. 2 hours later, Hanyu had to admit that he really didn't have any talent for magic circles. After calming down, Hanyu began to reverse again, listing each rune separately and reassembling them one by one. After confirming the magic circle, Hanyu began to carve on the scroll with materials. With the magic circle in mind, it was much easier to carve. It took less than 10 minutes to completely carve the teleportation magic circle. Successful once, I actually have some talent. Hanyu looked at the magic circle on the scroll, still the same as the first time he made it, without any reaction. Pressing the finger, the remaining 49 attribute values from the last transmission began to be transmitted. With the input of purified energy, the magic circle finally showed light, and Hanyu stopped immediately. It seems that it can be transmitted to the original world. Hanyu looked at the transmission scroll in front of him without even a location, and felt a little panic. However, this was reversed from the original magic circle, and there should be no changes. But if that's the case, why didn't Sulan go back after coming here? Hanyu thought about the name of Saint Sulan. It can't be that he is really addicted to being the Pope. In Hanyu's mind, the time when Sulan came can indeed match the time when the Pope appeared. But Hanyu still couldn't believe that Sulan would make the world like this. He was a general who defended a city alone in the early days of the Demon Tide. I don't know how many comrades died in the Demon Tide. What he hated most was the Demon Tide and the new bishop members. But here he became the Pope of the new bishop. Even after confirming the name, Hanyu still found it hard to accept it, so he still believed that the Sulan in the two worlds was not the same person. When he found the members of Shanghai, he might be able to get the news. If there is another Sulan in this world, he will definitely return to Shanghai. After confirming that the teleportation array was effective, Hanyu also put down a stone in his heart, and he would not be trapped in this world forever. But this world is already like this. He will not let the new bishop become like this in the original world. But if he can't confirm Jiang Ziqi's life or death, he can't go back at ease. Retracting his thoughts, Hanyu stood up from the room. At this time, the sun was about to set. There was a noisy sound on the street downstairs, and Hanyu looked out the window. People were coming in from outside the door one after another, and a continuous convoy led by practitioners walked into the city. At the front of the convoy was a row of jeeps, and the people sitting on them were all members of the Creation Church. And behind the convoy, a group of ordinary people were pulling wooden carts with a mountain of wood piled on them. Everyone was panting heavily. The road outside the city was not easy to walk, and it was all pulled back by manpower. However, everyone looked much stronger than the homeless man Hanyu had seen before, and it seemed that in order to allow him to work well, there was still enough food supply. The convoy was almost endless, and Hanyu only realized where the people in Redwood City were. As the loggers entered, Redwood City became lively. Only when the sun set did the city come alive for a short time. Not long after, Chung Fu came to knock on Hanyu's door. "Mr. Hanyu, the host invites you to dinner. The adults who went out today shot a flying dragon. It tastes very good." "Got it, I'll be there right away." Hanyu responded from inside the house, packed up everything, and went downstairs. There were more than a dozen people sitting at the banquet table in the hall. They looked so amazing and powerful. They should be the top fighting force of Redwood City. Seeing Hanyu coming down, Chang Lishuan stood up to greet him. "Brother Hanyu, there's nothing good in our small town. It happened that we shot some flying dragons today, so we just had a simple meal to welcome you. The flying dragon is of course not a real dragon, but a mutant pheasant. It is very fast, but the meat is delicious. It is a rare delicacy in big cities." "Thank you, priest." Hanyu bowed with a smile. "Haha, people from big cities are different." Chang Lishuan laughed and turned to face the crowd. "Come on, let me introduce you to a new member of our Redwood City Church. He is a temporary member for the time being and may return to the city one day. It's just that he lost some memories due to the backlash of the magic crystal, and many things can't be remembered clearly. So don't look at his body without any changes. His strength can reach the level of a great magician. Come on, take a seat." Chang Lishuan took Hanyu's hand and asked him to sit next to him. Originally, looking at Hanyu, several people looked disdainful, and there might be some jealousy mixed in. When they heard that Hanyu came from a big city, several people sitting in the seats took it seriously. The high-level players, who can be assigned here, are all unrelated or have made mistakes. If you can get a relationship with Hanyu, you may be able to be transferred back to the city. If there is a chance, no one wants to stay in this ghost place, there is no entertainment, and there is a risk of death at any time. So at the dinner party afterwards, everyone took turns to toast Hanyu. There is no good wine here, but the alcohol content is really high. After all, they are all practitioners, and ordinary wine has no effect on them. After a meal, Hanyu was already dizzy, and was sent back by Chang Lishuan himself. When Chang Lishuan came back, the atmosphere of the originally happy dinner party had completely cooled down. Baker should have said the plan. Those who stayed behind that day should act according to the plan. Baker has prepared the things. But the priest, maybe he is the son of that big family. Some people are still a little hesitant. If they can get a connection with Hanyu, wouldn't it be better to be transferred back to the city? Why must they kill him? I've checked. There is no family with the surname Han in the 12 cities. And I specifically found friends in the city, but I can't even match their faces. After the matter is done, except for the space equipment on his body, the other spoils will be divided among you. In addition, I will also have a reward. If you ruin my business, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chang Lishuan naturally didn't ask anyone, as that would leave a loophole. But if he didn't say so, these people might not dare to do it. Carrot and stick, the few people in the seats exchanged glances, and could only nod in agreement. All followed the arrangements of the priest. Hanyu returned to his room, and shared the talent of the lava rock lizard. The high-intensity alcohol was instantly melted by the super-high physique. The people who came here today should be the high-level combat forces of Redwood City. If the priest Chang Lishuan is divided according to the level, he should be close to level 50. Half of the others can barely reach level 40, which can be considered as people who can pose a threat to Hanyu. It is still a bit difficult for Hanyu to play this Redwood City dungeon alone, but there is no rush. He will not leave if he can't find Jiangziki. With the Dark Forest, a high experience and unlimited entry dungeon, his strength can be quickly improved even here. The only drawback is that it seems that due to the rules of the world, he has not exploded any equipment. The harvest is all magic crystals, not even a bottle of potion. The next day, Hanyu wandered around the Dark Forest, but still did not find Jiangziki's trace, and he was unable to upgrade. On the morning of the third day, Harvest Day, Hanyu followed Chang Lishuan out of the city. Lishuan was usually too lazy to attend the Harvest Day. But if he attended, if someone really came to investigate in the future, he would have an alibi, which would completely free him from suspicion. Outside the team, many homeless people and underage children followed. If they encountered ordinary monsters along the way, they would be killed on the spot by Chang Lishuan and his team. And the monster corpses that they didn't have time to collect would be theirs. However, on the Harvest Day once a month, the monsters on this road had been almost cleared, and the journey was extremely smooth, with only a few low-level monsters that didn't have eyes. Brother Hanyu, you shouldn't have seen the appearance of the incubation mother, right? Chang Lishuan asked beside Hanyu. Or maybe you saw it before, but then you forgot it. Hanyu scratched his head. Not only had he seen it, but he was almost scared to death. At that time, he didn't know that the incubation mother would not attack humans. It was simply breaking the speed limit, but not his limit, but Huyun's limit. You probably have never seen a monster like the Brew Mother. It cannot get close to a big city. Only small bases like ours can see it. When you see its size, you will understand why humans are so small. Cannot get close to a big city? Hanyu asked casually. Your backlash is really serious. Of course, it is because of the agreement between His Holiness the Pope and the higher races. Hanyu sneered in his heart. You beat humans into a low-level species in one go? You are really not a human being. Chapter 212. Seeing Hanyu lost in thought, Chang Lishuan, who was sitting in the back seat, continued, when we start collecting, you just stand back and watch. The mother of incubation will not attack actively, but those fog walkers may teach her to cause trouble. Okay, I haven't experienced a Harvest Day before. Just a moment later, Hanyu walked on a familiar road, which was the road that Lu Ji took him out of the Dark Forest. The uneven road was full of broken trees and residual blood. The convoy was not driving fast in the forest. About 10 minutes later, through the car window, Hanyu saw a dark cloud, which was the mother of incubation. Only now did Hanyu see how exaggerated the mother of incubation was. Its body was like a manta ray magnified hundreds of times. The flat body was floating in the air, higher than all the trees, and the body was even shaking rhythmically in the air. The huge black body blocked all sunlight. Under the body, there were black protrusions that looked extremely small on the body of the incubator. That was where the Mist Walker lived. Extending along the body, The 4 tentacles or legs extending from the incubator were rooted in the ground like trees. The black skin was covered with dust. It seemed that this incubator did not like to move. How is it? Spectacular, right? Chang Lishuan was very satisfied with Han Yu's surprised expression. Spectacular, and a little scary. This was Han Yu's true feeling. A monster of this size would make people feel scared even if they just looked at it. So thanks to my lord and his holiness the Pope, if it weren't for them, humans would have been extinct in the hands of this higher species long ago. We would not have a harvest day like now. Hearing such a shameless speech, Han, you could only reply with a praise to my lord. Let's get started. Chang Lishuan got off the jeep, and nearly 30 fallen professionals got off the vehicle. He took out the mutant crystal from his backpack. He began to arrange a giant magic circle under the brooding mother, and the range of the magic circle corresponded to half of the brooding mother's body in the air. Chang Lishuan looked at Han Yu next to him. Brother Han Yu, you just stand back. Today is your first time here, just watch the excitement. Han Yu slowly stepped back. Even though he knew that the brooding mother would not actively attack humans, such a large monster still gave people a strong sense of oppression. Even those hungry people who had been following closely did not dare to get too close now. As the magic circle was arranged, Chang Lishuan gave an order, and the workers following the convoy brought up the tribute in the carriage. They were fat humans. Most of them were in a coma now. Even if 1 or 2 woke up, they were all full of despair and had no desire to struggle. These people had lost their sense of being human. Han Yu was furious, but he had no intention of saving them. This was the problem of this world. Saving a few people would not change anything. Soon, nearly 50 people were moved to the center of the formation by the laborers. As a member poured the red liquid in the hand of a member into the center of the formation officially began to operate. Red light appeared and connected to the body of the incubation mother above. One by one, the mist walkers fell from the sky, like naturally ripe fruits. Han Yu roughly counted them, and found that nearly 100 mist walkers fell. As soon as the mist walker landed, just like Han Yu encountered last time, it immediately wanted to turn into a ball of black mist to attack the people nearby. However, before its body was completely misted, it was entangled by the red silk thread that emerged from the magic circle. The black mist on its body gradually dissipated, and its body slowly fell to the ground. Seeing that all the mist walkers had fallen, Chang Lishuan ordered, "Okay, start picking." The few people who had just set up the magic circle entered the magic circle again, holding steel knives, and stabbing into the abdomen of the mist walker. Transparent mutant crystals were taken out of the mist walker's body one by one, and were put into the backpacks carried by the members of the Creation Church. Those mist walkers affected by the magic circle only struggled slightly, but it seemed to be just a natural reaction in their sleep. There was no effective resistance at all, and they let the staff operate. It took nearly an hour to collect nearly 100 mist walkers. Han Yu was secretly shocked when he watched from the side. Almost every mist walker had 3 to 4 mutant crystals in his body. This time, 300 or 400 mutant crystals were harvested. It was enough for Han Yu to last for a month, but the method was too vicious. Even if he had memorized the magic circle, he would never operate it in his lifetime. As the crystals and all the mist walkers were collected, everyone also exited the magic circle and took back the mutant crystals that had not been consumed by the magic circle. Half of the mist walkers, whose bodies had been collected, rose into the air again and began to return to the body of the incubation mother. The bodies of the other half of the mist walkers had become extremely thin. After collecting the mutant crystals, their bodies just stayed in place. Instead, the hungry people brought by Chang Lishuan were sucked into the air one by one by the incubation mother. The bodies were sucked tightly by the suckers of the hatchery mother bit by bit, and Han Yu saw the black tentacles drill out of the bodies of those humans. The few awake people just struggled instinctively, and then curled up into a ball. It won't be long before they become real fogwalkers. Almost done, let's go! Chang Lishuan looked at the collection and smiled. The next step was the highlight. Let's go, Han Yu, just put these in the car. The collectors came back, and put all the harvest in the jeep behind Han Yu. Han Yu listened to the collision of magic crystals, and there was no joy of harvest in his heart, but a little nausea. The harvest was over, and the convoy was ready to turn around and leave. But just as it was about to start, a fireball flew from behind the tree next to it and hit Han Yu's car. Han Yu reacted quickly and jumped out of the car quickly. Chang Lishuan reacted even faster and landed behind Han Yu one step earlier. Han Yu, be careful. They are pagans. They are all crazy people who don't care about their lives. Chang Lishuan's face was stern, but his voice was extremely loud, ensuring that everyone could hear clearly that they had encountered pagans. The hungry people who were following behind, when they heard the word pagan, immediately ran towards the city without caring about their lives. The pagans promoted by the Creation Church were monsters who peeled skins and stuffed grass, and liked to eat human flesh. If they were looked at for a second, they would be in danger of death. And those members who didn't know the inside story also began to slowly retreat and stood beside Chan Lishuan. This time, Redwood City, the most powerful fighting force in the city, was here. It was not a wise idea for Shanghai to choose this time to rob. Be careful. Han Yu, you retreat first, we will hold on here. Chan Lishuan took a step forward, seemingly without fear. Han Yu had just landed when he heard Chan Lishuan shouting about pagans. He looked up and saw 4 or 5 people in the dark of the woods, wearing black clothes and hoods, attacking here continuously. But on the chest of their leader, there was a badge. Even from a distance, Han Yu could still see clearly that it was the symbol of Shanghai. How could Han Yu bear to leave when he could meet Shanghai? He immediately shouted, Master Priest, how can I retreat first at this time? We must fight to the death against the pagans, and cannot retreat a step. Han Yu rushed forward to meet the attack, holding the scepter in his hand, and a spark was released. No need, Han Yu. You go first, we can hold on. Chan Lishuan didn't expect Han Yu to be so reckless, and he rushed up when he saw the pagans coming. Their plan was that as long as Han Yu retreated, someone would sneak attack from behind and take Han Yu away. Now that Han Yu has rushed up, his plan has been completely disrupted, but fortunately the impact should not be great. The key is that Han Yu is still a mage, and even if he wants to output, he should stand behind everyone. Is this the backlash that has burned his brain? Chan Lishuan was puzzled, but since Han Yu rushed up, they could only follow. And how could the 5 or 6 people on the front battlefield face this convoy of nearly 30 church members? After Han Yu released the sparks and ignited most of the trees, he pointed with the scepter. It was the leader of the Shanghai member, none other than Baker wearing a hood. Being pointed by Han Yu, Baker suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He had already suffered at the hands of Han Yu, and hurriedly jumped away from his original position. As soon as he left, a 5-meter thick pillar of fire erupted from the spot. It was the underground fire again. Baker was sweating coldly. This underground fire was even stronger than the last one. He was afraid that he would have a hard time with the first round of eruptions. Too arrogant. You pointed at me before you cast your skills. You were afraid that I couldn't dodge, right? Baker smiled. Han Yu seemed to have forgotten that he was a mage, and had rushed to the front of the team. In the current situation, Baker thought that even without an ambush, they could take Han Yu away without any injuries. Following Han Yu's attack, the Redwood City Church began to counterattack formally, throwing skills at Baker one by one. But the strange thing was that the more advanced the player's skills were, the more crooked they were, and basically they didn't even touch the hair. After fighting for half a minute, various skills flew in the air, but no one was really injured. What's going on? Why do we have to rely on you for output? Several ordinary members of the team followed and output for a long time. Usually, they could just sit back and relax when they followed the boss. How come I became the main output today? The priest and other members were like they had Parkinson's disease. Their hands were shaking wildly when they used skills. At this time, the members who were originally preparing to ambush Han Yu in the back finally came to the front. The number of people confronting them suddenly increased from 5 or 6 to more than 10, half of whom were Baker and Chan Lishuan's confidants. At this time, Chan Lishuan suddenly roared. The other side is coming to support. The crystal is important. Retreat quickly. The members who were attacking were all stunned. What? Retreat? The other side is still a long distance away from the vehicle. Besides, the other side, including the support, only has a dozen people, which is no match for us at all. Capturing the pagan is another reward. Ordinary members were reluctant to leave, and the high-level players in the team had already got on the car. They kept shouting, Quick, quick, the enemy support is coming, evacuate quickly. Chan Lishuan just got in the car and urged the priest to drive away quickly. The driver looked at Han Yu, who was still fighting, and quickly said, Lord Han Yu is not withdrawn yet. The man sitting in the back slapped the driver on the head. Just drive when I tell you to drive. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Chan Lishuan looked at the driver's confused look, and still explained, the magic crystal is important. Han Yu will come back by himself. He was just a driver, and a reminder was enough. Anyway, it was the priest who asked him to drive. The vehicle officially started with a foot on the accelerator. At this time, Han Yu was facing the attacks of more than a dozen people alone, and skills hit him one by one. Although no blood flowed from Han Yu, the smoke of skills did not dissipate for a long time on Han Yu. Priest! Hurry up! Hanyu seemed to have not noticed that the others had already boarded the car, and tried his best to get the others to retreat. At this time, Hanyu even charged towards the pagan position. He was a mage. The ordinary members of the Redwood City Church felt sore in their eyes when they saw Hanyu fighting alone. Some even wanted to get off the car to help, but they were stopped by the senior members around them. Although they felt bad about selling out their teammates, Chang Lishuan still had the final say in Redwood City. If they didn't do what Chang Lishuan said, they might have the same fate the next day. The vehicle was getting farther and farther away, and people would look back from time to see Hanyu's back, who was fighting bravely against a dozen pagans. Hanyu was relieved when he saw the vehicle finally leave. After using his skills, he shared the talent of the Molten Lizard and resisted damage throughout the whole process. Others thought that he couldn't use any skills, but he really didn't have his own mage skills. Fortunately, these people didn't seem to kill him, and the skills they released were not fatal, so Hanyu relied on his position and physique to resist. Don't fight, don't fight. We are one. Seeing that the convoy finally went away, Hanyu waved his hand to signal. Seeing Hanyu's actions, the members around Baker were also stunned, not knowing where they had revealed their flaws, and were recognized by Hanyu. Baker's reaction was still fast, and a cross slash was slashed towards Hanyu, but Hanyu, who had been prepared, dodged sideways. Who says we are one of us? We are members of Shanghai, and we are not in the same group with you scum of the Creation Church. Yes, I am also a member of Shanghai. Seeing that the other party had made it clear that he was a member of Shanghai, Hanyu felt relieved. Meeting an organization with the same name in this alien world made Hanyu feel inexplicably familiar. A few words made Hanyu feel relieved, and he casually said that he was also a member of Shanghai. I just don't know if the hidden person Changpeng gave me can prove his identity here. You are a member of Shanghai? A pagan? Baker didn't expect Hanyu to have this identity. On the day Hanyu came to the church, Chang Lishuan also saw Hanyu's golden mark, and that's how he confirmed that Hanyu was the son of a big family in the city. Baker didn't expect that he could imitate the mark of the church now. Just a member of Shanghai, not a pagan. Hanyu couldn't see the surprised expressions under their masks, but he also knew that it was hard for people to believe what he said casually. Okay, then come with me. Chapter 213. Hanyu was about to explain that he was not joking, but he didn't expect Baker to take him away. He looked like he was a good colleague. Congratulations on joining Shanghai. Aren't you going to verify my identity? Hanyu asked in surprise. It's not safe here. Wait until we get to a safe place to verify it. Baker walked in front, and the others quickly dispersed around Hanyu. Their original plan was to knock Hanyu unconscious and take him away for interrogation. But even though they didn't attack seriously just now, they were still shocked by Hanyu's tankiness. It would be much easier if Hanyu was willing to go with them. Hanyu was alert in his heart, looking at the few people who surrounded him. Almost everyone had a long black bag behind them, which seemed to be a backup weapon. And above their heads, from the beginning of the attack on Hanyu, icons similar to player name tags and health bars appeared. Above the leader's head is Evil Ghost LV-43. Beside him are Dark Warlock, LV-40, Soul Messenger LV-41, Nether Hunter LV-42. These four are equivalent to the third-level players of the Fallen Profession in the original world. After coming to this world, Hanyu didn't know if there were any normal practitioners, and he wouldn't be too surprised that Shanghai was full of Fallen Profession players. After all, when these people appeared just now, Chang Lishuan's first reaction was to protect the magic crystal. It was obviously not the first time he encountered such a thing, which meant that Shanghai also needed mutant crystals. Except for these four people, the health bars on the heads of others were less than level 40. All this seemed a bit too easy. Chang Lishuan did not pursue them, and did not bring people back to encircle and suppress them. Coming out of the excitement of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Hanyu also felt that something was a bit strange. But after thinking about it, Hanyu followed. With this kind of strength, you can run away if you can't beat them. Hanyu had a clue in his heart after seeing the health bars of these people, and he followed without much fear. After walking with Hanyu for 5 or 6 minutes, they finally arrived in front of a slightly raised hill. On the side of the hill was a concrete entrance that was only wide enough for 3 people to pass through. It looked like an air defense barrier left behind some time ago. Baker stopped and motioned Hanyu to go in. Hanyu had been observing Baker's figure and the black package behind him from behind, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. But he still walked in without hesitation. Watching Hanyu enter the barrier without any resistance, Baker smiled. All this went too smoothly. After entering the barrier, Hanyu had no chance to escape, and the plan was half successful. Entering the central area of the air defense barrier, the space inside was not inferior to a large armory. There were even some necessary daily necessities inside, and it seemed that people were coming from time to time. Walking to the center of the air raid shelter, Baker stopped and turned to look at Hanyu. "Okay, hand over your weapons. I take you to the mountains and seas." Others also surrounded Hanyu to prevent him from resisting. Hearing the leader speak again, Hanyu was basically sure that this was Baker from the Redwood City Church. Hanyu didn't expect Baker to call so many people to deal with him. This is equivalent to half of the top combat power in Redwood City. He complained in his heart, "Is it necessary to make such a big deal just to burn you?" However, Chang Lishuan's skills were even more crooked than his own, so he must have let it go. He must have known about this for a long time. Although he guessed it was almost right, Hanyu did not expose it immediately and still said, "You can hand over the scepter, but you should prove your identity as Shanhai first. It doesn't matter whether you hand over the scepter or not. His ice scepter is still in his backpack for backup. For his current summons, the attribute bonus of the weapon has no great impact. Proof, is this badge enough?" Baker took off the badge on his chest and threw it over. Hanyu took the badge, which was indeed the symbol of Shanhai, just like what Hanyu saw in the original world, with a trace of blood and light rust on it. "Take off the mask and let me take a look, and then I will also take out something to prove my identity." Hanyu did not return the badge, but put it directly into his backpack. "Oh, forget it. It doesn't matter whether you hand over the scepter or not. It's the same outcome anyway." Seeing that Hanyu was unwilling to hand over his weapon, Baker took off his mask directly. "You didn't expect it to be me, did you? Today I teach you a lesson. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Don't be too arrogant in other people's territory, or you will die without knowing how. But you don't have the chance to understand. Tell me how to open your space equipment, and I can make your death more painful." Space equipment? Hanyu was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. After thinking about it, he realized that the other party was talking about the player's backpack. Hanyu couldn't think of it, but the other party wanted to kill him for his space equipment. After all, every player has a backpack. He was used to it, and never felt it was special. He didn't think of hiding it at first. Who would have thought that there were no players in this world, let alone backpacks? Yes, if you don't want to say it, you can only speak after being tortured. This time, Baker brought out half of the combat power of Redwood City. A great magician doesn't need such a strong combat power to deal with, but the golden mark on Hanyu's wrist will not let Hanyu escape. No equipment, but there is a life, but I don't know if you have the ability to take it. Hanyu faced Baker's threat without any fear. Holding the scepter, standing in the middle of the crowd, his body disappeared out of thin air. Stealth? Baker was shocked. Generally, magicians rarely have stealth skills. Chi, don't let him run away. The black cloth bag behind Baker exploded, and a huge sword was held in his hand. This surrounded situation is indeed not easy to fight, so he used Miss Shadow and Shadow Leap as soon as possible to jump out of the encirclement. The woman named Chi was a level 40 ghost messenger, and her staff pointed upward. Ghost tracking. 2 ghosts flew out of the staff and flew towards Hanyu, who was sneaking. The 2 ghosts seemed to be swaying, but they paused in the air for a while and flew straight towards Hanyu, making everyone lock on the invisible Hanyu. But during the time when Chi cast the spell and the twin shadows flew, Hanyu had already used the summoning array. The elemental dragon flew down from the sky, and the flame-tailed fox appeared behind Hanyu, and the array for communication with the other world was forming. When the summoned creature appeared, it also triggered the talent choice of the deification job creation moon. Hanyu only took a quick look and chose the corresponding talent for each summon. Elemental Dragon. Spell Burn. After the skill is released, an additional 10% continuous damage is caused. Ellie. Attack Speed Overlay. Every time you attack an enemy, you gain a 10% attack speed increase, up to 10 layers, and lasts for 10 seconds. Then, Energy Enhancement. Every 10 seconds of continuous fighting, you gain 1 point of energy attribute enhancement. Molten Lizard. Hardened Skin. 3 seconds before being attacked, you gain 20% damage reduction, and a cooldown of 3 minutes. Dragon. Chi, who had just seen Hanyu being forced out, was about to continue attacking, but was startled by the dragon above his head. Summon? He is not a magician at all. Chi saw Hanyu summon various creatures, his pupil shrank, and his face was filled with fear that could not be concealed. The summoners are all directly under his majesty. If it is known, the entire Redwood City will be buried. Chi, who was just proud, did not expect that Hanyu actually hid his identity. What else can we do? If we kill him, no one will know. If we let him go, everyone in Redwood City will be stuck. Baker couldn't figure out whether Han Yu was really crazy. He had a golden mark on his hand, but he said he was from Shanghai, and his profession was a summoner directly under His Majesty. If they had known that Han Yu was a summoner, they would never have attacked Han Yu. But now that things have come to this, they will never let Han Yu leave alive. Baker held the giant sword in his hand and rushed towards Han Yu first, but Han Yu's body disappeared again. A moment later, Shadow Blade Mantis and Lava Lizard were also summoned. Several summons reappeared, and the originally empty underground air raid shelter became crowded. Clear the miscellaneous soldiers first. Han Yu reappeared, but used the refreshed Shadow Leap skill to jump behind all the members of the Redwood Association, and issued attack orders to all summons at the same time. Here he is. Chi AI was the first to discover Han Yu, and hurriedly reminded him. But the evil ghost Baker did not turn around, and Han Yu was too slippery, so it would be fine to knock down the main output of the opponent's summons first. Failed to attack Han Yu, his target had become Ellie behind Han Yu. Even if they found out that Han Yu was a summoner, their fear only came from the Pope, and they were still absolutely confident in their own strength. Ellie saw Baker rushing towards her, and the green longbow was pulled open. 9 rays of light appeared on the bow, and she quickly retreated at the same time. The moment the longbow was fully drawn, she let go and scattered. 9 arrows flew out horizontally, pushing Baker back slightly, and also covering most of the members behind him. When Baker's body paused for a moment, he pulled a black rosary from his wrist and threw it to the corner of the air raid shelter. After changing to a sniper, her range was no less than that of an ordinary sniper rifle, and even her vision was enhanced, so she could hit the target at any distance. When she exchanged positions with the Shadow Rosary, the Lava Lizard rushed towards Baker. He just received Han Yu's order to protect Ellie, and the Flame-Tail Fox in output. At this time, Han Yu attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. While dodging, Ellie's scattered attack came over and interrupted the attacks of most people. Easy to control. As the summoned creature with Han Yu for the longest time, Ellie and Han Yu have become accustomed to cooperate. While being repelled by the members affected by the scattering, Han Yu used the charged skill of the Boots of Recovery to quickly adjust his position. Then he placed the 2 swords in front of him, bent his body slightly, and gushed out a white and a red sword light from the Yushui Lihua's sword to completely wrap Han Yu. Sealing dust absolute thought slash. Blessed by the sword light, Han Yu swung his robe and slashed at all the enemies in front of him with the sword light. The members of the Redwood City Church had just woken up from the repulsion state, but Han Yu rushed towards them with a summon. Soul Guardian. Even the fallen ghost messenger still had auxiliary skills, and ghosts attached to everyone. Shadow Clone. Seeing Han Yu's fierce attack, the Dark Warlock also used a skill. The ghost messenger paid the price of 3 ghosts, and was immune to Han Yu's control. The shadow left by the Dark Warlock in the original place was also cut into 2 by Han Yu's sword light. But Han Yu's momentum was unstoppable. The 5 enemies in front of him were caught in Fengshen Junyanshan, and were almost knocked away at the same time. Just as they were about to land, they were all pulled behind Han Yu. Isn't he a summoner? Why is his physical damage so high? The Dark Warlock looked at his clone, his face full of astonishment. His shadow clone was not just a shadow. It inherited 1/5 of the attributes, and could even release skills with him, but it was killed by Han Yu in 1 blow. Kill him! He's just a summoner. When the Dark Warlock saw everyone being pulled behind Han Yu, his initial astonishment instantly turned into surprise. At such a close distance, they could kill Han Yu with their combined fire. But Han Yu had no intention of stopping the attack. When the enemy was still in the air, he had already launched his Lihua attack and started to charge. As soon as they landed, they wanted to release their skills, but the soul-devouring slash had already charged. The sword light suddenly appeared, covering all 5 people. 3 wounds were left on each person. And the blood tank of the Lihua's sword in Han Yu's hand, which had just been emptied, was instantly full. After a successful attack, Han Yu did not use the cloud-shattering flash, but quickly retreated. Above his head, thunder roared, and flames gathered under his feet. The earth fire and the dark destruction demon thunder would erupt in the next second. He now shared the Shadow Blade Mantis talent, and did not want to withstand the damage. Han Yu had just left the attack range of the earth fire, and the Soul Realm Envoy and the Dark Clone also attacked. Soul Stealing. The Ghost Realm Envoy's staff pointed directly at Han Yu. Han Yu did not see any skill trajectory, and all his attributes were weakened by 20%. Shadow Clone 4. For Shadow Clones appeared around the Dark Warlock again, and then all skills would be released by 5 people together, but the attributes of the clones were only 1/5 of his own. Dark Night Erosion. 5 black explosive magic balls flew towards Hanyu. However, at the same time as they released their skills, the earth fire and the dark magic thunder had already begun to erupt, and the elemental dragon also landed directly in front of him. Even without the physical bonus, these magic attacks were just tickling for it. He ignored the attacks of the warlock and the messenger, and just relied on his body size to block them. He turned around and sprayed a breath of dragon breath at the 5 low-level players gathered by Hanyu. Hanyu, who had just exited the range of the earth fire attack, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Without feeling any killing intent, Hanyu's neck oozed blood. Even the pain was delayed by half a second. It was the Nether Hunter, who had not appeared since the beginning of the battle. Black lines spread out from the wound, and Hanyu was poisoned again. However, when attacked by the Nether Hunter, a layer of protective shield immediately appeared on Hanyu's body. The Pioneer title was triggered, so that the Nether Hunter's fatal blow did not cause effective damage. And Hanyu's body disappeared again, stuck in the last second of the fog, and became invisible again. This is more stealthy than me. Hanyu disappeared again, leaving the Nether Hunter speechless. Obviously, she was the assassin, but Hanyu's stealth skills seemed to be more proficient than hers. She could only give up the attack and try to quickly find Hanyu's position. But Hanyu did not use Shadow Leap to jump away. He charged the Lihua blade in his hand again. The invisibility had just ended, the Mist Shadow provided damage, and the soul-devouring slash was used. The Nether Hunter who had not yet left was instantly wrapped in the knife light, and the Lihua blade quickly cut her body. While the soul-devouring slash caused stiffness, the target of Ellie's longbow also turned to the Nether Hunter, and the 3-second energy-concentrated shot was quickly fired. Ellie no longer needed Hanyu to issue orders. Her bow and arrow always pointed at Hanyu's target. The energy-concentrated shot with triple damage plus critical strikes hit accurately. Moreover, the Nether Hunter's limited defense was affected by the Lihua blade's armor melting effect, and now all the damage was almost real damage. The Nether Assassin, who was already fragile, was instantly reduced to less than half health. Hunting time. The Nether Assassin, who felt the deadly danger, was about to run away when a huge mantis appeared above her head. The sharp claws and the enhanced attack slashed at her slender neck, and blood spurted out. In the distance, Ellie followed the chain of beads immediately after the concentrated shooting. 7 arrows hung in the air like meteors, flying towards the weakness of the Nether Hunter. The Nether Hunter, who had no time to dodge the attack of the Shadow Blade Mantis, was directly shot high by the 7 chains of beads, leaving less than 1/10 of her health. Hanyu was about to catch up with the harvest, and the Shadow Blade Mantis rubbed its forelimbs. Devour, evolve. Hanyu instantly understood what he meant. The head gave me, I want to develop. Okay. Hanyu was too lazy to chase, and he was not going to continue to share the talent of the Shadow Blade Mantis, so that it could refresh the Shadow Leap skill when it killed. The Nether Hunter was knocked away by the chain of beads, and her body began to expand continuously. With her current health, she had to use life-saving skills. But before she landed, she subconsciously looked back in the air, but she didn't see the huge bug that had just attacked her. The next moment, a piercing scream was heard, making the position of the Nether Hunter the focus of the battlefield. Everyone saw that in front of a huge mantis, a human head flew high, blood splattered on the mantis's forelimbs, and the mantis's mouth bit the extremely small head in front of it. Is the summoner really so scary? Baker's face muscles kept twitching. Less than 10 seconds after the battle began, he had already lost a high-level personnel. But the fatal knife stabbed at Hanyu did not cause any effect on Hanyu. As for himself, he had not even taken a step closer to Ellie, and all his attacks were blocked by another bug in front of him. Damn it! Baker cursed inwardly. They did not expect Hanyu's damage to be so high that he could kill a high-level assassin in 1 second. On the other side, the Dark Warlock and the Ghost Domain Messenger watched their teammates die, and their eyes were also bloodshot. The eruption of the Earth Fire and the Dark Destruction Demon Thunder forced them to retreat. Even high-level players could not withstand that level of attack. But it was not so easy for those low-level players, who were targeted, to retreat. Just as they were about to move, a Demon Thunder had already struck down, paralyzing their whole body, followed by the eruption of the Earth Fire. Even if the Soul Domain Messenger continued to use ghosts to protect his teammates, it was of little use in front of the Demon Thunder, and they could not even pull up their bloodline. Under the double attack of the Demon Thunder and the Earth Fire, the mutant torsos of those members continued to shrink. Facing the dragon, they no longer had the courage to fight, and now they just wanted to escape. The elemental dragon was not just standing there watching, trying to block the attacks of the Soul Emissary and the Dark Warlock while spitting out dragon breath again. The flame-tailed fox also released sparks, adding fuel to the fire. Those low-level players, within the range of the dark destruction thunder, could only be like toys, being constantly electrocuted until their bodies were numb. And when AI Lee saw that the enemy in front of Hanyu was solved, she also started to call out names. Just ordinary attacks with bows and arrows. The sniper's penetrating shooting talent allowed every third bow and arrow to penetrate and increase damage. Most of the members who wanted to escape fell under the third round of eruption of the underground fire, and AI Lee's calling out. Only 2 people used all their skills to escape the third round of eruption of the underground fire, and one of them was still a member who was not affected by Fengchen Junianzhan. After finally escaping, they only had the entrance to the barrier they had just entered. They had forgotten the goal of killing Hanyu. The damage was too high, and they died too quickly. Even if Hanyu was not far away, they did not dare to attack again. Now as long as they get out, they may still have a chance of survival. But escaping is not that simple. The Shadow Blade Mantis is rubbing its forelimbs outside, and the damage of the earth fire does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Even a reckless assassin did not dare to go in. Now someone finally escaped, and made him extremely excited. And Finn had already planted vines at the entrance. Under the flame attack of the flame-tailed fox, Finn completely lost his sense of existence, and the vines could only be used to guard the door. So even if the 2 of them avoided the attack of the Shadow Blade Mantis again, they still had no chance of survival. They did not want Hanyu to leave alive, and Hanyu did not want them to leave alive. This barrier has become a life-and-death arena since the beginning of the battle. Ignoring the 2 men who were doomed to die, the only ones confronting Hanyu on the field were Ghost/Baker, Dark Warlock, and Soul Emissary. It had been less than a minute since they surrounded Hanyu, and more than half of the members were killed or injured. Baker had never expected this result. He had brought nearly half of the Redwood City's combat power, but in such a short time, he was beaten so badly by Hanyu. On the other hand, Hanyu had just broken a little skin. We are all members of the church. Why do you, Brother Hanyu, have to fight to the death? Baker stared at Hanyu, but his tone slowed down. In addition, I will give Mr. Hanyu a generous gift, which is definitely all the wealth of the 3 of us, as long as Mr. Hanyu pretends that this has never happened. Baker said words of peace, but he did not put down the giant sword in his hand. But Hanyu's summons still stopped attacking, waiting for Hanyu to reply. Yes, Mr. Hanyu, we were wrong this time. Please forgive us. Chi Ai also quickly followed Baker's words. She was really scared. The dragon in front of her was so terrifying that the attack could not cause any effective damage. It was not even a skill, but a natural magic defense. This level of magic defense was enough to make any magic professional despair. In the current situation, even if the 3 of them worked together, they could not guarantee that they could kill Hanyu and walk out alive. Yes, even if they saw the strength displayed by Hanyu, they did not think that Hanyu could kill them easily. After level 40, practitioners are no longer the same creatures as ordinary people, and they still have their own trump cards. Up to now, they have not even consumed magic crystals, and everyone is still the strongest combat force. They can only blame Hanyu for attacking too fiercely. Before they used their methods, the others were already dead. Chapter 214. Hanyu touched the back of his neck. As the Nether Hunter died, the poison mark she left also disappeared. It didn't take too much energy to clean up those miscellaneous soldiers. It was just that the skills of the Flame-tailed Fox and the Dark Dragon were temporarily on cooldown. His combat power was still at its peak. 3 level 40 players are indeed a bit difficult to kill. Hanyu actually didn't know his own strength very well. After all, Nihorjan and Ellie had not officially brushed the dungeon after their evolution. But he looked back at Finn, who was guarding the gate. He still had the epic equipment crown of thorns on him. Even if he couldn't beat him, he still had a chance to escape. Hanyu, if we use all our strength, the result will only be your death and our serious injuries. Baker saw Hanyu thinking seriously about his suggestion and decided to add fuel to the fire. Even if you really lost your memory, you should know that we are the same. If you are too seriously injured, you will completely lose your mind, and it will be difficult to recover. We don't have to die together. Baker quietly waited for Hanyu's answer. It would be the best result to convince Hanyu. Of course, he didn't intend to give all his wealth to Hanyu, and he didn't dare to let Hanyu go back to city number 1. He just planned to leave here first, and then call Chang Lishuan to strangle Hanyu together. I believe the priest didn't want people to know that he had attacked His Majesty's direct members. Okay. After listening to Baker's words, Hanyu smiled with relief and put away the 2 swords in his hands. Since it's just a misunderstanding, let's go home, and we will still be companions in the future. Finally waited for the answer, seeing Hanyu even put away his weapons. Baker and the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. The misunderstanding is also because of us. We will definitely apologize sincerely when we leave here. This is a small matter. You can leave first. In order to kill the Nether Hunter, Hanyu stood closer to the exit, while Baker and the other two stood near the center of the barrier. I am alone, and I am not sure if I can leave my back to you. The dream vines guarding the passage also collapsed to the ground. Instantly losing their vitality, Hanyu gave way and signaled Baker and the others to leave first. Baker looked at the various summoned creatures of huge size. The other side was indeed only Hanyu, but there were still a room full of summoned creatures. How about removing the summoned creatures first? We are not sure if we can leave our backs to you. Hanyu's summoned creatures were behind him, and they were near the exit. They were also worried. If you remove the summons, I will be a fish on the chopping board. Your request is a bit too much. Hanyu's relaxed face turned cold. No matter what, I won't leave my back to you. If you don't want to leave, then let's fight again. Don't get excited, let's go first. Baker didn't expect Hanyu to turn hostile without any room for negotiation. However, they thought that the three of them were much stronger than Hanyu, so they went first. Holding the giant sword in front of him, Baker passed by Hanyu and quickly joined Chi and the other two. The three of them protected each other, guarding against three directions, holding the magic crystal in their hands, and walked towards the door very cautiously. Muscles were tense, ready to deal with the sudden attack of Hanyu and his summons at any time. Just like Hanyu didn't believe them, they also didn't believe what Hanyu said. But when the three of them were about to step into the passage, Hanyu still stood there without any movement, just watching them approach the passage step by step. After careful movement, Baker, who was walking in the front, finally reached the entrance of the hall, and only needed to run out of a tunnel to get out. Okay, brother Hanyu, let's go first. Baker didn't expect it to be so smooth, and he turned back to say hello to Hanyu. But when he took a step, he felt something soft under his feet. He looked down subconsciously, and under Baker's feet was a vine lying on the ground. Because it was stepped on, the end was raised, and there was even mucus splashing from the branches. When he was about to take his foot away, the dream vine, which looked completely dead, suddenly swung and tightly wrapped Baker's ankle. And those fallen vines all came alive in an instant, and rushed towards Baker and the other two. Hanyu, do you really want to die? Baker roared. When they thought it was over, Hanyu still launched an attack. Baker's shout attracted the attention of Chi and the others. The dream vines that looked dead just now swam towards them like hundreds of spirit snakes. As the vines danced, the tentacles on them fluttered, waiting to draw blood from their prey. The three hurriedly retreated, trying to avoid being entangled by the vines, but the vines were lying at their feet, which was not easy to avoid. And the real attack came from Hanyu behind them. Elemental Endowment Light. While Baker and the other two were still reacting, Hanyu had already added light attribute attacks to the summons except Finn. When facing the degenerate profession, light attribute attack is undoubtedly the most effective. Putting away the staff, Hanyu had the poison hunter in his hand. Before this, he had shared the talent of Ellie. Piercing shot. The longbow skill of the poison hunter that had not been used for a long time was used, and the Soul Realm Messenger Chi was the closest to Hanyu. Perhaps because she had some defensive means, Baker arranged her last. Facing Hanyu's attack, the magic crystal held in Chi's hand on the staff instantly turned into powder. Soul Cave. A magic circle with a range of 5 meters was formed almost instantly, completely omitting the casting process, and all of Chi and the other two were wrapped in it. As the magic crystal was absorbed, Chi's head stretched out tentacles on both sides, shaking irregularly in the air. In the Soul Cave magic circle, nearly 100 humanoid monster ghosts appeared, and more than a dozen of them lowered their heads and bit the vines that were entangled with them. A dozen of them ran to the side of Chi and the other two, acting as guardians. Dozens of others rushed towards Hanyu, trying to interrupt his attack. Lend me some life. The Dark Sorcerer also used a skill, and the dream vines that had just revived and were growing wildly became weak in an instant, and were rapidly withering. Hearing the attack, Baker didn't even look back, holding the giant sword in his hand, wanting to rush out of the tunnel directly. But the dream vines that had been affected by the Dark Sorcerer were not so easy to get rid of. Before Baker and his friends broke free, the vines became extremely hard in just a moment. All the vines turned blood red, and like a snake shedding its skin, they grew rapidly, trapping the lower bodies of the three people, and the tentacles drew their blood without defense. What the hell? The Dark Sorcerer didn't expect the vines to be able to come back to life. All the clones exerted their strength at the same time. After 5 seconds, the dreaming vine, which could not hold on even with the burst of nutrients, finally withered completely. But just after the first round of vines were dealt with, 2 more giant nets made of vines appeared in the long barrier passage, preventing them from escaping. And Han Yu's poison hunting longbow was still shooting continuously. The high strength bonus from Ailey, plus the energy bonus from Han Yu. The double damage of magic and physics is constantly lowering the health of the 3 people. Facing the continuous shooting of the poison hunting longbow, Chi quickly dodged to prevent the penetrating attack from attacking the 3 people at the same time. At the same time, he also wanted Han Yu to change his target to Baker. After all, he was the most tanky, and he was also Han Yu's real opponent. However, Han Yu's combat strategy has always been to kill the auxiliary first and solve the problem. Han Yu, do you really want us to kill you? Baker had just dealt with the vines, and he already had 6 layers of poison marks on his body. The blood volume is still decreasing. Then we have to see if you have the strength to kill me. Han Yu kept pulling the bow in his hand. His penetrating shot had a time limit, and he had to deal the most damage in the shortest time. Ailey, who was far away, still chose the same target as Han Yu and attacked Chi frantically. The penetrating shot every 3 times plus the damage increase made Chi, who was already fragile, miserable. The multiple layers of soul guard she added to herself were almost exhausted. After all, she was not an auxiliary for the job transfer, and her defense skills were not specialized. And there was a giant dragon hovering next to her head. The originally empty barrier, Nihorjin just gently waved his wings and touched the top, only a few meters away from Chi. Even without the dragon's might, the dragon at this distance gave her a strong sense of oppression. She had the urge to throw all her skills at Nihorjin, but looking at the glittering magic skin on it, Chi had no intention of attacking at all, and could only retreat little by little, trying to stay away from him. Beck, we can't deal with this dragon, only you can do it. Baker looked at the huge elemental dragon, but he was not afraid. The mother of brooding had seen it, so why would she care about this monster? It's just that the magic skin is troublesome after all. Nihorjin flew hard in the narrow space, and finally got close to the skill attack range where he would not be dodged. The wings stopped flapping and fell straight down. When falling, he opened his huge mouth, and the elemental energy gathered in his mouth. Nihorjin stayed in the air for a while, and a torrent of spells flew out. The torrent of spells at this distance was like stuffing a gun barrel into the enemy's mouth, and various skills rushed towards Chi and Baker face to face. When the first skill of the spell torrent appeared, his danger instinct had already begun to frantically warn. This will be Han Yu's strongest attack since the beginning of the battle, stronger than the magic dragon, dragon breath, and the eruption of underground fire. What kind of monster is this? Baker was horrified, and when he looked up, he saw a huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter flying towards him. He hadn't seen clearly how such a large fireball appeared, and the attack had already hit him. Baker, who had just taken a step forward, hurriedly retreated. His hands did not stop moving at all, and skills were continuously released. Spirit Ghost Mark. Golden marks appeared on his body, directly cutting through the flesh and blood, and then a light shield protected Baker. Sword/wave. The giant sword was inserted fiercely in front of him, and a shield appeared again, wrapping Baker in it. Evil Ghost Mark. Another skill was released, and Baker had another layer of shield on his body. In just 2 seconds of retreating, Baker had 3 more layers of defense on his body, protecting himself tightly. Chapter 215. Baker's retreat instantly made Chi, who had just retreated, face the torrent of spells. Chi did not panic, but looked at the dark warlock behind him with pity. He used his life-saving skill. Soul returned to the void. His body turned into a ghost that was not there, and everyone could only see a faint shadow, but he would not withstand any attack. The dark warlock, who was hiding behind them, could only curse inwardly for being disloyal. The fireball had already flown in front of him, but he still seized the last moment and exchanged positions with the shadow clone. The fireball fell, and the shadow clone was instantly smashed to pieces and disappeared completely. The dark warlock barely dodged a blow. After dodging the first blow, he turned into a shadow in an instant, constantly swimming on the ground, trying to avoid the next attack. Although he was not immune to attacks like Chi, his movement speed was extremely fast, and even if he was hit, the shadow also had the effect of avoiding damage. He originally thought that the dragon would continue to attack him, but he found that the elemental dragon had changed its target after the fireball. He aimed all his skills at Baker, whose body had completely grown and had 3 layers of defense. At this time, attacking the Dark Warlock with the weakest defense might be a better choice. No matter how fast he moved, the skills of the spell torrent were mostly area damage. But Nahorjan's target from the beginning was Baker, and it was only because he dodged that he attacked the Dark Warlock. As long as the only physical output was solved first, the Elemental Dragon's magic skin would reduce damage almost invincible, and the winning rate of the battle would increase sharply. Seeing the continuous skills flying towards him, even if he had used the strongest defense, these continuous skills still made Baker feel scared. Facing the surging skills, he still dared not neglect it, but the giant sword was stuck in the ground, the shield had appeared, and he was not going to leave. Holding the magic crystal in his hand, ready to use at any time. After the fireball, there were mysterious missiles, thrust arrows, wind blade impact. Baker's first layer of shield only withstood 2 skills. But the subsequent skills of the spell torrent continued to increase damage. As a flame storm flew out, the third layer of shield shattered. The last 2 skills of the spell torrent continued to fly towards Baker. Baker could only draw out the giant sword at the moment when the shield disappeared, stand horizontally in front of him, and try to block. Ice Frost Ring. A frost ring enveloped Baker, and his flesh and blood tightened instantly, and even the giant sword was forced to be put down. The body became stiff in an instant, but under the peristalsis of the body's surface, the ice ring caused by the frost ring shattered, releasing all control. This is one of the characteristics of flesh and blood armor, and the toughness is greatly enhanced. But when the ice cracked, the frost ring caused explosion damage again, and it also had the trait of ice spells, which was fragile. In front of him was the last skill of the spell torrent, and also the strongest skill. Wind and Fire Heavy Drill. This was also the name Han Yu had just learned. With the strengthening of the attributes of the Elemental Dragon, the skills of the spell torrent were no longer limited to ice cones and fireballs. This time, the last skill of the spell torrent became a dual attribute skill. Even the Elemental Mage could only use it after level 30. Above Baker, 3 huge flame drills formed. The fire took advantage of the wind and kept rotating, piercing Baker's body at a high speed. But when it hit, the skill disappeared instantly, as if no attack had occurred, and Baker completely resisted the spell torrent. Chi could not hold on until he was sure that the spell flood skill had been fully released, and he exited from the ghost state. The Dark Warlock also emerged from the shadow state. That's it. I thought it was a great skill, but it turned out to be just a big show. The Dark Warlock sneered as he stood up. He completely forgot the embarrassing look of his dodging just now. He admitted that if the spell flood attacked him, he might not be able to withstand it. But now the skill has been completely blocked. This skill is usually very consuming. He doesn't believe that the dragon can release it a second time in a short time. But Chi looked at Baker's solemn expression and asked, "Are you okay?" Baker's face was covered by flesh and blood armor at this time, and his expression could not be seen clearly. But he still maintained the defensive action just now, without any unnecessary movements. But his chest was swelling, and something wanted to rush out. When Chi and the Dark Warlock looked over, he finally couldn't control it, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth. Then, there was a violent explosion. His chest exploded with a loud bang, and a blood hole the size of a casserole appeared. Almost at the same time, there were 2 more explosions, and his lower abdomen was blown open. Even with a body reinforced by flesh and blood, the 2 explosions directly penetrated Baker's body. Through Baker's body, they could just see the passage where they took Han Yu into the barrier. Baker's mouth and wounds continued to spurt blood, and he could no longer stand. He knelt on one leg and supported his body with a giant sword. Chi and the Dark Warlock, who originally thought that Han Yu's attack was just SOSO, looked at Han Yu and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Baker, the strongest among them, was injured like this by Han Yu's attack. "Han Yu, it's really unnecessary. We don't want to kill you. There's no need to die together." "Really? That's just because you can't kill me now." Han Yu's attack didn't stop. As soon as Baker's shield was broken, he attacked Baker together with Ellie. This Baker is indeed very tanky, even though he looks seriously injured. In fact, his health is only a quarter less, far from Han Yu's expectations of the spell torrent. Don't say so much useless things. Since he is willing to die, let him die. Baker propped up his body with a giant sword and stood up again. "Use means early, so that we won't be too injured and can't survive." Baker stood up again, the magic crystal in his hand turned into fragments, chanting the name of the new master. Hearing Baker's words, Chi and the Dark Warlock were still a little hesitant. But Baker's body began to mutate rapidly. While his body continued to expand, 2 1-meter-long bone wings were pulled out from behind him. The limbs also began to extend continuously, and the arms almost reached the ground, with thin black claws growing on them. The abdomen that was originally pierced by Feng Huichongtian also stretched out like ribs, completely wrapping Baker's flesh and blood. Inside the skeleton, a blood-red sphere was constantly expanding, and blood vessels in the middle connected Baker's body. As the blood sphere appeared, Baker's body injuries were constantly recovering, and his wings were also covered with flesh and blood, turning into meat wings. Han Yu looked at Baker's changes, and asked the dragon to fly back quickly. He had encountered this kind of mutation once before, but the change this time was obviously greater. Even wings, this is almost out of the scope of human beings. On the other side, seeing Baker's appearance, Qai and the Dark Warlock no longer hesitated. The body began to mutate everywhere, and the Dark Warlock, who had just stood up, fell to the ground again. As the body expanded, new limbs continued to grow on the surface. In just a moment, 10 legs with reverse joints lifted the torso that had expanded into a sphere. On the 4 pairs of arms behind him, each held a head, and in the front, both hands held his original body. 6 pairs of eyes were staring at Han Yu, with a full sense of oppression. Qai's head and face continued to grow new tentacles, completely wrapping the head. In the end, the head was completely wrapped by the growth of the tentacles. It turned into a half-meter long, horizontal spindle, and the tentacles on it were still swinging. Han Yu was also frightened by the changes of these 3 people. Just now, they were just a little different from ordinary people, but now they can no longer be called human beings. And the blood bars above their heads also changed. Mutated Demonic Ghost LV-48. Mutated Horror Warlock LV-45. Mutated Soul Queen LV-47. Humans can also be mutants? This is really a new experience. Han Yu had never heard of a new bishop becoming a mutant in the original world. If compared, this should be considered a second fall. Qai, who was standing in front, waved his tentacles, and all the tentacles rose instantly, and a scream came out. Hu Yun, capture the soul. Han Yu reacted instantly. He was still attacking, and he started to scream. This must be some control skill. Hu Yun, who had been wandering, immediately used the capture of the soul. Sure enough, under Qai's piercing scream, Han Yu and all his summons were dizzy, and there was only a white light in front of them. But under the influence of the soul seizing, Qai and the other 2 also fell into a state of unconsciousness. The battlefield fell into a temporary calm. Unfortunately, after the alienation, Baker's resilience was strengthened again. The soul seizing originally controlled for 5 seconds, but in less than a second, Baker had already woken up from the control state. He had given up the giant sword, flapped his wings, and almost instantly arrived in front of Han Yu. He grabbed with one claw and chopped directly at Han Yu's head. After the blow, Han Yu's neck continued to spurt blood for half a meter, and his blood volume dropped by 60% instantly. Just as he was about to make up for the damage and kill Han Yu directly, the molten rock lizard rushed out from the side. A rock rushed forward, causing the floor of the barrier to explode, leaving a flame mark. It directly knocked Baker, who wanted to attack again, away, and also gave Han Yu a chance to breathe. However, Baker, who was repelled into the air, only flapped his wings gently to stabilize his body and prepare to launch another attack. At this time, Han Yu had just woken up from the control, and above his head, 5 dark giant spears wrapped with giant snakes were falling and shooting towards Han Yu fiercely. It was the skill of the Dark Warlock, and Han Yu, who had just woken up, could not dodge it. As long as Han Yu was killed, no matter how powerful his summons were, they would not work. But at this time, a black shadow appeared above Han Yu's head. Nehorjan's resistance made it wake up earlier than Han Yu, and it flew directly to Han Yu's head and took the attack from the sky. Facing magic skills, the elemental dragon's ability to resist damage is not inferior to the molten rock lizard, but it still had a horrifying wound on its back. You really have some tricks. Han Yu really didn't think that there were mutants among humans, but these things can no longer be considered humans. Or maybe this is the consequence of giving your body and mind to the new master. No matter what, this god called the new master is not on the side of humans at all. With the protection of the elemental dragon, Han Yu put the crown of thorns on his head. A golden light was released on Han Yu's body. Even though his body shape did not change, he stood in front of everyone like a real god. He took out a bottle of advanced recovery potion and drank it. The crown of thorns, the holy effect was triggered, and all treatment effects were strengthened by 30%. Han Yu's health was restored to 50%, and a healing effect lasting 5 seconds was attached. After sharing the talent of the elemental dragon, Han Yu did not rush to use the divine blood, but used the active skill of the only artifact on his body, the Heart of Balance. Almighty, Han Yu's four-dimensional attributes were all pulled to the same energy as the elemental dragon. At this time, Han Yu consumed the divine blood on the crown of thorns, and a bloodline flowed from the crown to Han Yu's forehead, turning into a mark on his forehead. At this moment, he also borrowed divine power. The next 30 seconds will be his strongest state, and all four-dimensional attributes will reach 512 points. He will use the longbow and short sword without restriction. He will kill all three monsters in front of him, which can no longer be called human, within 30 seconds. Nahorjin entangled the two mages. Now the elemental dragon only has one layer of dragon breath, but his magic skin is enough to cause them a lot of trouble. And after sharing the talent, Han Yu also obtained the magic skin and no longer needed its protection. After receiving the order, the elemental dragon flew towards Chi again, and he only needed to use his body to block the skills. Han Yu completed all the operations in a flash, and Baker was flying towards Han Yu again from the air. Although they also found some changes in Han Yu after he put on the crown, they did not see any physical changes in Han Yu. Having lived in the world of monsters for too long, they instinctively thought that the bigger the body, the stronger it is. In their eyes, Han Yu was just a small insect. Han Yu watched Baker flying towards him. This time he had enough time to dodge, but he had no intention of retreating. The poison-hunting longbow appeared in his hand, and he pulled the bow to charge. Facing the bow and arrow, Baker sneered. Even if he hit it, Han Yu would only die after being hit by him. If the attack just now had not been interrupted by Han Yu's summons, he would have been a dead body now. The stench of Baker's body had penetrated Han Yu's nasal cavity, and Han Yu's longbow, which was pulled into a full moon, was released. He did not share Ellie's talent, and could not use any skills. It was just a simple arrow, but a circle of faint ripples appeared around the arrow, which was the violent fluctuation of the air being suddenly penetrated. Like a sniper bullet, it arrived in front of Baker in an instant. Even though he looked down on Han Yu's attack, Baker still stretched out his wings to block it. He was ready to deflect the bow and arrow, and then end Han Yu with a claw, and he could still return to normal. But when the wings and the arrow met, the ordinary arrow directly penetrated the bone wings covered by flesh and blood armor, and hit Baker's chest without losing momentum. Baker, who was falling rapidly, suddenly stopped, and a big hole appeared again in his chest that had just been repaired by mutation. Such a strong attack. Baker couldn't believe that Han Yu's ordinary shooting could have such high damage. Even if it was the elf archer who had changed his job, he had just been hit by more than one arrow, and the damage was not low. Even if it was a skill, it wouldn't be so terrible. Baker was surprised, but he didn't panic. No matter how high the damage was, as long as he got close, Han Yu would die. He didn't dare to make any extra movements and rushed towards Han Yu quickly, but when he looked down, he saw that the bow and arrow in Han Yu's hand had turned into two swords. He exerted force with his legs and jumped up to meet Chi. Looking for death. Baker's two extended arms met Han Yu. He didn't understand why Han Yu dared to jump up and attack him actively. Fighting in the air, Han Yu would have no ability to resist. But when the claws were about to touch Han Yu's figure disappeared instantly. Broken cloud flash. Han Yu used the ghost water skill, and his body flashed in the air. Stealth again. Before Baker could react, he received a heavy blow from behind. Baker turned around in a hurry and wanted to fight back, but when he waved his wings, he felt powerless. The previous blow actually cut off Baker's wings. He had never expected that Han Yu's damage would almost double in less than half a minute. If he had suffered the same damage when he killed the Nether Hunter, they would have just kneeled down and surrendered. In this situation, Baker could only control his body to fall quickly. As long as he returned to the ground, he might not be unable to fight Han Yu head-on. In his subconscious, Han Yu was still the fragile magician who could be killed in one blow as long as he was given a chance. But just when he had this thought, his body stopped falling again. Because Han Yu appeared below him. The dark water knife raised up and knocked the falling huge body away again. Under the high-speed movement, the dark water knife has completely disappeared from the observation of human eyes, leaving only a stream of ripples in the air. But Baker's lower abdominal skeleton was cut off, and the football-sized recovery core was instantly cut into two parts. Then, the broken cloud flashed, and the third knife was cut out. The fourth knife, cut out. Han Yu's figure kept flashing in the air, and Baker could only see Han Yu's elegant shadow. But his body was left with deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. After the four cuts, Han Yu landed gracefully. Baker's body finally fell heavily to the ground. The wings were broken, the abdomen was cracked, and only a trace of flesh and blood was left on the two arms. Baker, who had just landed, had only fear in his eyes. What kind of monster is this? Even if the priest didn't use the mutant form, it would be impossible to defeat him so easily. But he didn't even have the chance to land, and was beaten like this by Hanyu in the air. This is not a human at all. Even if Hanyu is not mutated at all, he is now more terrifying than any mutant creature in Baker's eyes. He was still struggling to stand up. Even without an arm, he might be able to cause damage to Hanyu, who was fragile, with a bite. At least he thought so. But Hanyu didn't have time to entangle with him. The ghost water knife cut out seamlessly at the moment of landing. The knife without any special effects cut off Baker's head, and emptied the blood bar above Baker's head. As the host died, the flesh and blood armor on his body quickly dissipated, revealing a horrified expression. The head kept rolling on the ground of the barrier, and fell into Chi-Ai's eyes. 1 second. 1 second to kill. Chi-Ai stared at Hanyu with a little remaining rationality in her mind, and even the tentacles on the head twisted violently uncontrollably. She didn't understand why she had provoked such a monster, and it wasn't even because of her own affairs. When the dragon flew in front of her, she didn't even have a skill to attack Hanyu. And Baker, the strongest combat force here and the only one who could fight against the elemental dragon, died. And Hanyu was rushing towards him with 2 swords. Spare my life. Lord Hanyu, spare my life. Chi-Ai knelt directly. What a fart. If the 3 of them had the qualifications to negotiate with Hanyu before. In this situation, whether they can survive depends on Hanyu's thoughts. Hanyu has no time to waste with them. He only has 30 seconds. If the opponent is still in this form, he may not be an opponent after 30 seconds. With super high agility, Hanyu rushed towards Chi-Ai faster than using skills. Chi-Ai saw Hanyu rushing over, and knew that begging for mercy was useless. The tentacles on his head suddenly opened, revealing his true face. Ghosts emerged from Chi-Ai's head one by one, and were completely torn apart by the entanglement of the tentacles. The ghosts kept screaming, and the unconscious souls felt pain again. Once again, they were completely torn apart, and then kneaded into a black sun in front of Chi-Ai. Chi-Ai screamed in pain, and countless human eyes opened on the black sun, staring at Hanyu. As Chi-Ai let go, the sun flew towards Hanyu quickly with black smoke. Painful magic explosion. Chi-Ai's strongest skill consumed all her ghosts. After using the skill, Chi-Ai didn't even have the strength to support her body, and collapsed to the ground. But as long as she killed Hanyu, she still had a chance to survive. Even if she could only live in this form for the rest of her life, it was better than death. But Hanyu only paused for a moment in the face of the attack, and a torrent of spells gushed out of his mouth. 7 skills were released in succession. The first one was Fenghuichongtian, which was the last skill of the elemental dragon using the torrent of spells. Fenghuichongtian collided with the dark sun, causing the ghost fragments in the dark sun to fall continuously, shrinking by half in an instant. But there were 6 more skills, like Fenghuichongtian. The last skill of the torrent of spells was exploding meteors, and dozens of meteors fell from the top of the barrier. Unfortunately, Chi-Ai couldn't see it, because the torrent of spells had not ended yet, and she had been smashed into ashes. Hanyu, covering the wound on his arm, looked at the spider warlock next to Chi-Ai's body. Seeing Hanyu looking over, the dark warlock's 10 legs kept retreating. Please spare my life, Lord Hanyu. I give you money. No, I give you magic crystals. It's not that he didn't try to attack. When Hanyu released the spell torrent, he used his strongest skill, Death Ray, and it was released by 5 heads at the same time. With the continuous movement of his 10 spider legs, 3 fatal attacks finally hit Hanyu. But his strongest attack only left a painless wound on Hanyu. He couldn't figure it out. Hanyu's attack was so strong. Why was his defense so abnormal? Obviously, melee can kill Baker in seconds, magic can kill Chi-Ai directly in seconds, and now his strongest skill can only cause a little damage after hitting. But while he couldn't do any damage, the range damage of Hanyu's spell torrent had already injured 3 of his legs. Even now, he was still dodging the falling exploding meteors. The damage of that meteor was even higher than his death ray. Facing Hanyu's approach, he could only step back step by step, hoping to offer enough conditions for Hanyu to let him go. Chapter 216. Hanyu didn't listen to his nonsense, and swung the ghost water knife to cut off a spider leg. Only 4 more slashes were made to cut off half of his mutated limbs. The Dark Warlock could no longer support his mutated body, and 2 of his 5 heads disappeared. There was no more fierceness in his eyes, and he only felt fear when he looked at Hanyu. Even the priest had never felt such a strong sense of oppression. Seeing that he had completely lost the ability to resist, Hanyu retracted his 2 knives, and his 30 seconds of double strengthening time just passed. Next, just answer whatever I ask, I can let you live. Han Yu said to the Dark Warlock. The Dark Warlock, who thought he was going to die, finally rekindled hope and struggled to crawl towards Han Yu with his remaining limbs. He held his original head high and looked at Han Yu flatteringly. I say, Lord Han Yu, you can ask. Name. Xie Guanquan, my name is Xie Guanquan. The three remaining heads spoke at the same time. Do you know Shanhai? Of course I know. He is the biggest pagan and everyone can kill him. Don't say other nonsense. Han Yu looked at the body of the Dark Warlock. Meatballs emerged from all parts of Xie Guanquan's body, but he was unaware of it, and even relieved the pain left by the injury. Do you know how to contact Shanhai? Contact Shanhai? I don't know, I really don't know. If we knew, we would have arrested him. Arrested him. As more and more tumors emerged from his body, his voice began to become erratic. Think about it, if there is any clue, otherwise you will only have one way to go. Clues. Xie Guanquan's voice became smaller, and he tried to recall with his remaining rationality. But his condition was obviously not very good, and his voice kept getting lower when he was thinking. In order to help him wake up, Han Yu raised the Lihua knife and stabbed it into one of his arms holding his head. If even a senior Redwood City official like him, who was above level 40, didn't know the clues about Shanhai, then Han Yu could only find it himself. There are clues. Don't kill me! Xie Guanquan was suddenly stimulated by the attack and suddenly shouted. Tea house, the girl in the tea house. What happened to that girl? Han Yu asked hurriedly. She may be Shanhai's insider, but we haven't touched her until she sends intelligence. Which girl? He had only been to the tea house once, and he really didn't know how many girls were there. That's... Xie Guanquan's voice kept getting lower. Say! The Lihua knife chopped down again, and the limb that had just been pierced was completely cut off by Han Yu. It's the one who served tea. Just one girl. Xie Guanquan said vaguely. Just one girl. Why didn't you say so earlier? Han Yu embarrassedly took back the Lihua knife. Master Han Yu, I've already said it. The tumors that Han Yu kept growing almost covered his entire torso. Even if he was really released, he would completely turn into a monster in a few minutes. It's a pity that you won't survive if you release him. Han Yu shook his head. Thank you, Master Han Yu. Thank you. Xie Guanquan could no longer hear Han Yu's words. Before he finished speaking, Han Yu's Yushui knife slashed down and cut off the original head held in his arms. The injury worsened again, and Xie Guanquan finally lost his mind completely. The copied head kept screaming, and the remaining limbs grabbed huge cracks on the floor. Han Yu and Ellie continued to attack. The already weak mutant Dark Warlock took Han Yu, and all the summons nearly half a minute to kill completely. It's really troublesome. If it weren't for the Crown of Thorns, I would be lying here now. Han Yu was also a little scared. He really didn't expect that there were mutants among the practitioners in this world. However, the epic equipment is really strong, which doubled Han Yu's strength in a short time. It's a pity that it can only last for 30 seconds, otherwise, maybe there would be no need to use the teleportation scroll to come to this ghost place. But the good news is that it can be regarded as a clue of Shanhai. Although it is just an intermediary informant, and may not know too much information, as long as there is a chance to contact Shanhai, it will be fine. He felt a little strange when he met the girl last time. If it was just an ordinary tea house employee, he would not react at the first time that the pagan he was talking about was Shanhai. Even Lu Ji, who hangs out outside all day, doesn't react as fast as her. We still have to go back. Han Yu originally wanted to kill them, and then return to the dark forest, bypassing the mother of incubation to find Jiang Ziqi's whereabouts again, but now he had to go back to the church. After killing everyone, Han Yu began to collect the remaining spoils. After a round, he found that this group of people was really poor. Even the 4 players above level 40 were all wearing blue-grade equipment. No wonder Han Yu felt that these people were not as strong as the players of the same level in the original world. Or maybe it's because the monsters in this world don't drop equipment, which makes the high-level equipment in this world even rarer. Even a level 40 player like Baker doesn't have a single piece of purple equipment. If it were in the original time, a level 40 player would have at least 1 inherited purple equipment and 1 pink equipment. This made Han Yu's evaluation of his own strength drop by 1 point. However, these people did have quite a few mutant crystals, and after they died, they could still produce new mutant crystals, which seemed to have absorbed a lot of them. After harvesting, Han Yu harvested a total of 50 mutant crystals. After the summoning ended, Han Yu also gained 50 attribute points. Even the system regarded these fallen new believers as monsters. After everything was packed up, Han Yu stayed in the barrier for nearly half an hour, and walked out of the underground barrier only after all the summons were cooled down. Although the enemy was stronger than he thought, it was still solved without any danger. After taking a deep breath and making sure there were no other monsters around him, Han Yu walked towards Redwood City. Before entering the city, Han Yu deliberately found some mud to smear on his body, pretending to have finally escaped. At this time, Chang Lixuan was anxiously waiting for news from Baker in the church. He was still complaining about Baker, this waste, that so many people were still so slow to deal with a magician. Or was Han Yu too stubborn and unwilling to tell how to use the space equipment? While waiting to disappear, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Chang Lixuan reacted immediately and replied. But the person who came in was not Baker, whom he had been thinking about, but Changfu. Master Han Yu is back. Finally back." Chang Lixuan immediately stood up excitedly and took me to see him, but he reacted instantly. "Wait, Han Yu is back? Where's Baker?" "I don't know." Master Han Yu came back alone, and seemed a little embarrassed, and just returned to his room now. Chang Lixuan no longer cared about Changfu, and walked quickly to Han Yu's door and knocked. Han Yu, who had just wiped his face clean, was not surprised to see Chang Lixuan at the door. "Master Priest, come in quickly." Chang Lixuan was about to ask about Baker, but suddenly remembered. Han Yu was obviously kidnapped by Shanghai, so it was reasonable that he didn't know that the people from Redwood City had captured him. "Han Yu, are you okay? I think you were kidnapped by Shanghai. How come you came back so soon?" Han Yu looked relieved after surviving a robbery. "Master Priest, I thought I was going to die. But when that team took me away, another team of Shanghai members dressed similarly to them suddenly rushed out, and the two teams started fighting as soon as they met. I don't know why they fought, but they fought too fiercely and forgot about my existence, so I took the opportunity to run back." "You came back so easily?" Chang Lixuan didn't expect Han Yu's answer to be so simple. "Shanghai hasn't appeared for a while. Why did the fake meet the real today? Besides, Baker and his team are not weak. Even if they really met Shanghai, it wouldn't be that no one could escape back. The key is that even Han Yu came back." "Then what happened?" Chang Lixuan asked anxiously. "If half of the Redwood City's combat power was inexplicably lost, he probably wouldn't be able to be transferred back to the city in his lifetime." Han Yu shook his head. "How would I know? I just kept running." Chang Lixuan looked at Han Yu with suspicion. If the battle was really as fierce as Han Yu said, and none of Baker and his men escaped, how could Han Yu come back easily? Let alone whether Baker would take good care of him. The people of Shanghai would not let him come back so easily to report the news. But Han Yu faced Chang Lixuan's eyes calmly. Chang Lixuan must have known that Baker attacked him, or it was his instruction. Otherwise, how could Baker mobilize the city's general high-end combat power to besiege him? If he really didn't care, Chang Lixuan would have taken action in the city. Han Yu dared to come back, because he was sure that Chang Lixuan would not deal with him in Redwood City. So he didn't bother to cover up the loopholes in his words. Chang Lixuan also guessed that Han Yu might be hiding something, but seeing that Han Yu didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, it's good that you escaped." Chang Lixuan changed from suspicion to relief. "Then you should have a good rest first. I go back first." "Okay, Master Priest, take care." Chang Lixuan left, and Han Yu simply packed up and went to the living room downstairs. He found a seat by the window and picked up a book to read. Not long after, the girl from last time came over with a pot of black tea. Putting down the black tea, the girl was about to leave, and Han Yu suddenly looked up and asked, "Wait, what's your name?" The girl was so scared that she trembled and almost couldn't stand. For ordinary people like them, it is not a good thing to be noticed by the monsters in this church. 9 out of 10 will end up miserably. The girl took a look at Han Yu's handsome face and felt a little relieved. At least, he didn't look as scary as other church members. "My name is Chung Lan," the girl replied timidly. "Last time I heard you talk about Shanghai. How did you know?" Han Yu asked directly. "Ah?" Chung Lan hesitated. Yes. I heard you were here. Aren't you always tracking down these pagans?" "Oh." Han Yu nodded. "It's okay, you can go." The little girl does seem to lack experience. No wonder she was discovered by the church. But Shanghai is so short of people that they actually let members of this ability go undercover, and it seems that their undercover level is not as high as their own. Confirming that Xie Guangquan was talking about this girl, Han Yu symbolically drank a few sips of tea and returned to his room. He tried to contact Jiang Ziki again in the room, and it still showed a special state. A whole day passed, and neither the church nor Lu Ji could bring him any useful information. Han Yu was more worried about Jiang Ziki. but he had no way to do anything. He could only look at the dark forest outside, and hope that Jiang Ziki would not get into trouble. After that, Han Yu sat in the room until it was getting dark, until the tea house downstairs stopped operating and Cheng Lan left the church. Ordinary people like them did not live in the villa, but in a relatively intact residential building not far from here. After confirming that Cheng Lan had left, Han Yu opened the window, shared the talent of the Shadow Blade Mantis, and jumped down from the air. With the invisibility and shadow jump, no one noticed that there was suddenly one more person on the street. When Han Yu appeared again, he had put on a mask and changed his clothes. Before he caught up with Cheng Lan, he got rid of the two spies who were staring at Cheng Lan, and then pretended to walk forward. Han Yu disappeared from the room, and Chong Fu was running to Chong Lishuan's room on the other side. "Master, something happened," Chong Fu shouted as soon as he entered the door. "What's going on? Did you find the person?" Chong Lishuan stood up hurriedly. "I found it. But the person is dead." Chong Fu took a step back. Chong Lishuan's face turned pale in an instant after he stood up, and he fell into a chair. He might have to spend the rest of his life in Redwood City, or even be exiled to a farther place. "Where did you find it?" Fortunately, Chong Lishuan had prepared himself mentally, and continued to ask after a while. "An abandoned fortress in the dark forest. Everyone died inside. And several Lords Baker still maintain their deified forms, but they still died tragically. It seems that they encountered extremely terrifying enemies." "Death barrier? Are there signs of life inside?" "Yes, it may also be one of Lord Baker's secret barriers. Baker's barrier was discovered by Shanghai. Ambush and kill, but why did Han Yu escape?" Chong Lishuan couldn't figure out how Han Yu escaped. But he still didn't suspect that it was Han Yu who did it. Was he colluding with Shanghai? Chong Lishuan had another guess in his mind. The strength of Baker and others was there. Even if he racked his brains, he would not have thought that Han Yu killed Baker and others. There must be an extremely terrifying ability person in Shanghai. If this is the case, then even Redwood City is in danger. But maybe it can wash away some of my guilt. Chong Lishuan's eyes lit up. It's not that we are not strong, but the enemy is too powerful. We can't resist it at all. We can also ask for support to completely eliminate the Shanghai members around Redwood City. Chong Lishuan, who finally thought of a way to survive, became excited again. Even if he still couldn't escape the blame, there might be room for salvation. Thinking of the Shanghai members, who forced him to this point, Chong Lishuan's eyes were vicious. Shanghai. Shanghai. I must eradicate you completely. By the way, where is Han Yu? Keep an eye on him. I suspect he may have colluded with Shanghai, otherwise how could he escape alone in the cave? Forget it, I ask him in person. Chong Lishuan thought about it, and realized that someone needed to take the blame for his statement. Now Han Yu is the most suitable candidate. But when Chong Lishuan broke open the door, all he had left was an open window and an empty room. Chapter 217. After dealing with the people who were following him, Han Yu suddenly appeared beside Cheng Lan. "Ah! Who are you?" Cheng Lan screamed. "Take me to find someone from Shanghai." Han Yu said his request without any extra words. Hearing Han Yu's words, Cheng Lan's face changed, but she quickly calmed down. "Sure enough, I was discovered." Cheng Lan didn't say anything else, biting her lips tightly. Han Yu was quick and reached out to pry her mouth open. A pill fell out and was almost bitten. Cheng Lan failed to commit suicide, and her face was ruthless. "Kill me. Don't even think about getting any news from me." Han Yu didn't expect her to be so strong, but maybe she didn't have enough experience, and someone still saw through her flaws. "Don't get excited, I'm also from Shanghai." Han Yu didn't dare to take her to the street to stop, and quickly pulled him into an alley. Cheng Lan rolled her eyes at Han Yu, saying nothing, just wanting to die. "Really, you can see that I have no changes at all, just like you. People with low strength will not have any physical changes at all." Cheng Lan finally replied, "And not everyone in the mountains and seas has a normal body." Seeing that Cheng Lan did not believe him, Han Yu could only think of other ways to prove his identity. "Have you seen this thing?" Han Yu took out the hidden chess piece in his backpack. "Hidden chess piece?" Cheng Lan's eyes lit up, and she spoke again. "How can you have such a thing? The hidden chess piece is bound to every member of Black Ice. Once the original owner dies or the distance is too far, it will be directly destroyed. Moreover, the hidden chess pieces echo each other, and cannot be forged at all. If the new bishop can use the mark to identify the identity, then this hidden chess piece is the proof that Shanghai has confirmed the identity of the hidden chess piece. Like you, I am also a hidden chess piece of Shanghai." Han Yu handed over the black chess piece. Chung Lan hurriedly took it. She never thought that there would be such a reversal. Seeing that Chung Lan believed him a little, Han Yu continued, "You have been discovered in the church, so I took action to take you away. In fact, I have already noticed it, so I haven't found a contact person to pass the message." Chung Lan nodded. But just as she let down her guard, Chung Lan's face changed again. She saw a long string of numbers on the hidden chess piece given by Han Yu. "Fake. Your hidden chess piece is forged." Chung Lan threw Han Yu's hidden chess piece directly, but fortunately Han Yu caught it quickly. "Who said that? Take out your hidden chess piece." Han Yu didn't expect Chung Lan to be so vigilant. He didn't believe it even after taking out the hidden chess piece. Chung Lan took out her own hidden chess piece and put it in the palm of her hand. Han Yu placed his finger on the hidden piece, and a white light flashed. Then the hidden piece in Chung Lan's hand also began to respond, indicating that the frequency matched and the identity was confirmed. Han Yu was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the mountains and seas in the two worlds were indeed the same, and they used the same authentication method. If it had been changed, he really had no way to explain it. "But your code has reached 10,000. We don't have so many hidden pieces in total." Chung Lan looked at Han Yu with a sad and angry face, as if she was really misunderstood. She was also a little unconfident, a hidden piece who lived in danger every day. If she was still suspected by her own people, she should have this expression. Han Yu also knew that his file was definitely not in the file, and the code would definitely not match. "Ahem, I am a confidential identity, and you can't contact it at your level. As long as you are sure, I am also a hidden pawn of Shanghai." Han Yu used the trick of pretending to be a forger. "I don't belong to your Redwood City department, and I don't know the situation of your branch." "The hidden pawn of the headquarters?" Chung Lan said uncertainly. Yes. I am the hidden pawn of the headquarters. It is normal that you don't know." Han Yu nodded directly. "I just took action when I saw you were in danger." "Why?" "I was originally a discarded pawn, and I died. If you also exposed your identity, it would be a huge loss for the entire Shanghai." Chung Lan had already believed most of Han Yu's words. After all, no matter how similar the hidden pawn was, it would be impossible to decipher the identification frequency of Shanghai. "Because there is urgent information to be transmitted, but my superior suddenly couldn't be contacted, and now I need you to take me to your Redwood branch." "This?" Chung Lan hesitated again. She already believed Han Yu, but if the new bishop could suddenly forge a hidden card, it would be a disaster for the entire branch. "It's too late. It's really important information." Han Yu continued to put pressure on Chung Lan. It was not easy to meet a member of Shanghai, and this could not be easily let go. "Or, you can report to the top first. I can wait for your news." Seeing that Chung Lan didn't say a word, Han Yu could only retreat to the next best thing. Chung Lan finally nodded. "You can give me the information first. If the authenticity of the information is verified, I will prove your identity and take you to the branch." "Okay." Seeing Chung Lan's hesitation, Han Yu could only agree. "Then I take you out of the city first and wait for your news." "Out of the city? How?" Chung Lan looked at the sky. The sun had completely set, the city gates were closed, and soldiers were guarding the city walls. "It's okay, just move forward. You are no longer safe in the city." Even if the church still didn't plan to take action against Chung Lan, Han Yu had just dealt with 2 surveillance spies, and the church would soon notice something was wrong. "Okay, thank you." Chung Lan nodded. She now regarded Han Yu as a hidden man of the headquarters, and his status in the city was naturally much higher than hers. Maybe there were other ways to get out of the city. Han Yu took Chung Lan along the street, and quietly came to a place not far from the city wall. Now most people in the city gathered in residential areas, and few people dared to approach the city at night. After confirming that there was no one, Han Yu summoned the elemental dragon. A magic dragon suddenly appeared in front of Chung Lan, frightening her so much that her legs went weak, and she almost cried out. Han Yu put her directly on the back of the magic dragon. "Run quickly after you get out, and find the branch to prevent being chased." The important information is that nearly half of the high-end combat forces in Redwood City died during the day today. If you have any ideas, you can start to act in Redwood City. If you can't eat, remember to come to me, I can provide some help. Han Yu had no idea about the strength of the Shanghai branch, and didn't know what kind of strength they had in this situation. However, the last time Baker disguised himself as a member of Shanghai, the reactions of others were real, which showed that the strength of Shanghai still needed to be carefully guarded in the city. Summon. Chung Lan looked at the suddenly appearing dragon with a surprised face. But after hearing the news, she looked at Han Yu in disbelief. "Is this news accurate? If so?" Chung Lan has thought of many things. If half of the high-end combat power is really missing, there are too many things that can be done. She works on the first floor, and can basically see most of the new bishop members coming in and out. Starting from today's harvest day, there are indeed many fewer high-level members in the church. But it's only half a day, and it's normal if they participate in other hunting missions. If she just relies on observation, by the time she finds that the church has lost personnel, new reinforcements may have arrived. Of course it's true, but if there is any action, remember to do it as soon as possible. I'm afraid it won't be long before Chang Lishuan will bring new people here. Okay. I will definitely pass on the news. Then what will you do? Do you want to go out of the city with me? I can help you find a safe place. Chung Lan gritted her teeth and invited Han Yu to go out of the city. Even if he couldn't bring him back to the branch directly, it would be safer than in the city. No, I can meet you in the city. By the way, my name is Han Yu. Take care, protect the big man. Chung Lan looked at Han Yu with burning eyes, waiting for him to say something. She was a little excited to meet other high-level spies in the city, waiting for Han Yu to shout out the slogan of Shanghai. But Han Yu didn't know if there was a fixed next sentence. Han Yu patted the back of the elemental dragon and asked it to send Chung Lan to a safe destination. Take care, just tell it the location, it can understand. Hold on tight, miss, Nahorjin said. Without giving her time to think, Nahorjin flapped his wings and took off directly, flying over the city wall at a very fast speed. The sudden wind almost made Chung Lan scream. The soldiers under the city wall heard the noise and looked up, only to see a black shadow passing by. Monster! A monster is invading! Sound the alarm. The soldiers on the city wall immediately became alert when they saw the giant flying in the air. Wait! Why is this monster flying out of the city? It doesn't look like an invasion. Don't panic, take a look. Sure enough, after careful observation, the terrifying black monster was indeed flying out of the city. It was considered to temporarily put these people at ease, but after such a big thing happened, someone still reported it to the church immediately. And Han Yu watched the elemental dragon leave the city, but did not leave, just stood there waiting. When the dragon was a few hundred meters away from the city, Chung Lan asked to get down and leave by herself. It seemed that Chung Lan still did not fully trust herself. Knowing that he could see their gathering place through the summoned creature, he let the dragon leave first. After confirming that Chung Lan had left, Han Yu walked slowly towards the church. As soon as he reached the door, Han Yu saw Chang Lishuan hurriedly leading people out. Originally, when they had just discovered that Han Yu had disappeared and were about to look for him, they saw a monster appear in the city again. And it looked like an extremely rare dragon. Chang Lishuan didn't believe that he had been hiding in the city. It was very likely that there was a summoner in the city. Master Priest, why are you leaving so quickly? Han Yu asked with a smile. Han Yu, where have you been? Chang Lishuan asked sternly as soon as he saw Han Yu. Since it has been decided that Han Yu will take the blame, there is no need to be so polite. Didn't I ask you to help me find my companions? There has been no news, so I asked my summons to see if they are in the dark forest. Summons? Chang Lishuan was shocked and thought of the dragon that just flew in the sky. You are a summoner? Aren't you a magician? Chang Lishuan asked in disbelief. Han Yu is obviously a magician, and he cast a spell in front of him. Yes, my memory was a little confused before, and I thought I was just a magician. Han Yu rubbed his head, looking like he had a headache. It is also very common for summons to cast skills, and Chang Lishuan was surprised. Summoners are all members of His Majesty's direct department. No wonder Han Yu's mark is golden. If something happens in the city, the temper of those monsters will not kill the entire Redwood city. Chang Lishuan's mind raced, knowing that it was impossible for him to let Han Yu take the blame. Even if Han Yu took the blame, he would offend the summoning god department, and he would have no way to survive. This is what Han Yu wanted him to think. Han Yu also learned from Baker and others that summoning in this world can have such a high status. Chang Lishuan, who had a stern tone, softened his expression when he heard that Han Yu was a summoner. Did you summon the dragon just now? Han Yu nodded. Yes, it's one of my summons. You're welcome, Master Priest. I'm still a temporary member of your Redwood City members. Yes. Chang Lishuan was relieved to see that Han Yu was still very polite. It's just a small matter of finding a companion. Can't you just tell me directly? What kind of summoning object do you need? Chang Lishuan hurriedly welcomed Han Yu in, worried that he might be hated for not doing his best. He secretly made up his mind to mobilize the whole city to find someone tomorrow. Chang Lishuan didn't care about the companion Han Yu said he was looking for before. After all, Han Yu was going to die, so why waste manpower to help him find someone? Until now, Chang Lishuan wrote down Han Yu's request again. Now he was even a little glad that Baker and his men died well, otherwise if Han Yu died, the summoning god department would track him down, and the entire Redwood City would probably be buried with him. He, the city lord, couldn't escape. Chang Lishuan's attitude was within Han Yu's guess. He saw that summoners in this world were indeed rare, and most of them were still under Su Lan's control, but he didn't know what he wanted to do. Does this world have a special bonus for summoners? Han Yu could only think in his heart, but he didn't feel any bonus when he came to this world. But anyway, Su Lan's operation helped Han Yu. At least, he didn't have to worry about danger in the city, if he walked in this world later. Relying on the mark and profession, he can probably continue to cheat for food and drink everywhere. After sending Han Yu back to the room, Chang Lishuan immediately arranged that all the people who went out tomorrow would participate in the search. We must find the companions Han Yu mentioned, alive or dead. On the other side, the captain of the Redwood City branch, after confirming with Cheng Lan again and again, fell into deep thought. Han Yu's information was too bizarre. It stands to reason that today is the harvest day, but the monthly harvest day in Redwood City has never had any problems as long as they don't cause trouble. And they should at least have noticed the battle that lost half of the high-end combat power. But all their informants didn't receive any information, only Han Yu said that Redwood City lost half of its high-end combat power, and acted as soon as possible. The only one who could testify for Han Yu was Cheng Lan, who had just returned from the city. After weighing the pros and cons, the captain decided to have all informants in the city take action tomorrow to confirm the truth of the news. If what Han Yu said is true, then they can try to capture Redwood City. Chapter 218. Han Yu returned to his room and began to add points to the summoned creatures. Unfortunately, the 7-day time limit has not yet been reached, and the mutant crystals cannot be used. However, Shenhai may be about to attack the city, and he is not prepared to wait. If it was before, Han Yu might choose to continue to strengthen Nahorjin and Ellie, but now, it is obvious that strengthening will benefit more. Adding all 60 attribute points to the strength of the Shadow Blade Mantis, the elytra of the Shadow Blade Mantis has become translucent, and the golden spots on the body have become more. Unfortunately, the evolution has not been triggered, and it is estimated that another 40 attribute points will be consumed. After adding points, Han Yu practiced fighting in the room before falling asleep. The next morning, Han Yu went out for a walk and found that there were many more notices in the city, all of which were looking for Jiang Ziki. Han Yu then understood what status the summoners in this world have. But strangely, the Redwood City seems to be under martial law today. At this time, the logging team should have left the city. But today, I was notified that I would take a day off and all out-of-town work would be suspended for a day. There is no such thing as a holiday here. Holidays are usually a sign of trouble, but it does not affect the excitement of the people. When Han Yu just came back from outside, Chung Fu was already waiting at the door. He said to Han Yu, "Mr. Han Yu, the host invites you to dinner. Lead the way." Following Chung Fu, Han Yu came to the room where he first met Chang Lishuan. Before, Baker sat opposite, but now Chang Lishuan left that seat for Han Yu. "Brother Han Yu, come here quickly." Chang Lishuan stood up immediately when he saw Han Yu coming. "Hurry up and sit down. There is nothing good in Redwood City. It is not as good as your city. This is a breakfast specially prepared according to the city's standards. I wonder if it suits your appetite." Han Yu sat down. In front of him was a standard Western breakfast. There was also an exaggeratedly large fried egg on the plate. I don't know what kind of abnormal creature's egg it was. "Brother Han Yu, can you tell me about your current strength?" Chang Lishuan asked after letting Chung Fu go out. "Strength? I can only summon 4 or 5 summons, which is not worth mentioning." Han Yu didn't know how the classification here was, so he said it casually. Chang Lishuan was surprised. 4 or 5 summons. Can they appear at the same time? Of course. Han Yu nodded. He didn't expect Chang Lishuan to be so surprised. That means 4 or 5 great magicians of equal strength. Chang Lishuan said to himself in surprise. "No, and maybe your strength hasn't recovered yet. You should be stronger now." Han Yu didn't expect Chang Lishuan to convert the summoner in this way, and the strength of a summoned creature could be comparable to that of a player of the same level. But think about this world. Equipment is scarce. If there is really a summoning game that Han Yu has not experienced, the summoner is indeed much stronger than others under the advantage of numbers. Otherwise, summoners would not be so valued in this world. "So what do you want to do, Master Priest?" Han Yu didn't know why Chang Lishuan suddenly said this. Alas. Chang Lishuan sighed first. "First, let me tell you some unfortunate news. Yesterday I sent Baker and others out to perform a special mission, but they all died outside the city. Really? Han Yu pretended to be surprised. That's a pity. It's a pity that Baker is one of the strongest members in the city. In addition, Brother Han, you may not know that there have been members of Shanghai causing trouble near Redwood City. One of our important tasks is to protect the people in the city from being destroyed by Shanghai members. If they knew that nearly half of the high-end combat power in the city was missing, I'm afraid they would take action. I had already requested support, but... Chong Lishuan paused. But, a waitress ran away from the tea house yesterday. We suspected that she was from Shanghai, but we didn't keep an eye on her and let her run away. While speaking, Chong Lishuan suddenly remembered an amazing coincidence. Han Yu was not in the room when Cheng Lan disappeared. And they searched all night yesterday, but they couldn't find Cheng Lan's location. Now they can be sure that Cheng Lan left the city by some means. But the only one who left the city last night was Han Yu's magic dragon. This made Chong Lishuan doubt whether Han Yu had any relationship with the escaped Cheng Lan. So? Han Yu waited for a while, but did not wait for Chong Lishuan to continue, and asked, "By the way, Han Yu, can I see your mark?" Chong Lishuan suddenly changed the subject. Of course. Han Yu pulled up his sleeves, and a golden mark appeared on it. Chong Lishuan was slightly relieved to confirm that it was not fake, but the doubts in his heart did not dissipate. After all, everything happened too coincidentally. So we suspect that Shanghai has already known that we have lost nearly half of our combat power, and may attack Redwood City in the next few days. When the time comes, you may need to help, Brother Han Yu. Han Yu patted his chest and said, "What are you talking about, Master Priest? Since I am in Redwood City, I am a part of Redwood City. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Of course, I have to help, but I don't know which side I will help." Chong Lishuan originally planned to release the news that Baker and others had died to lure Shanghai to attack. Use Han Yu's unexpected strength to keep the members of Shanghai in Redwood City forever. If enough members of Shanghai can be killed, the death of Baker and others can be explained. But the doubts about Han Yu in my heart are always hard to erase, and finally I chose a safer approach. That's good, with Brother Han Yu here, I don't have to worry. Chong Lishuan laughed when he heard Han Yu's assurance, and he seemed to trust Han Yu very much. After breakfast, Chong Lishuan left. But when he went out, he asked Chongfu to bring people to guard the door of Han Yu's room and under the window. If Han Yu shows any signs of leaving, notify him immediately. Han Yu had no intention of leaving, and now he was waiting for Shanghai to take action. If Shanghai had the ability to attack Redwood City, this would definitely be the center of the battle, and he would naturally take action at that time. At this time, the member in charge of observation of the Shanghai branch frowned at the closed city gate. If it were usual, the workers in Redwood City would have gone out of the city to cut wood, but today there was no movement. Is there really something wrong? The visitor muttered, and after waiting for another 10 minutes, he left quickly. Not long after, Gao Haoqiong, the captain of the Shanghai Redwood City branch, listened to the news from the scouts and began to consider whether to take action against Redwood City, as Han Yu said. The insider had not received reliable information yet, and did not know whether it was true as Han Yu said that Redwood City's high-end combat power had been reduced by half. But Redwood City had been under martial law, and logging was stopped today, which seemed to indicate something. After a little thought, Gao Haoqiong finally decided to give it a try and ordered the people who had already gathered. The opportunity cannot be missed. Prepare to attack Redwood City. If you find anything wrong, withdraw immediately. Yes. Cheng Lan was the first to respond, and everyone else was excited. Before, they had been chased around by the new bishop members in Redwood City, and finally had a chance to counterattack. It was almost noon, and Han Yu heard an explosion from the city gate. Han Yu smiled. "I'm here." After putting on all the equipment, there was a knock at the door. "Master Han Yu, there is something wrong with the city gate, and the master asked you to go quickly." Chengfu's hurried voice came. Han Yu walked out of the room, and Chong Lishuan was walking out in a hurry. "Brother Han Yu, this time it's up to you. Stop this attack, and I will reward you handsomely afterwards. I thought Shanghai would need another day to confirm the news, but I didn't expect them to launch the attack so soon." This made Chong Lishuan both scared and excited. If he could keep most of the people from Shanghai, he would be innocent and meritorious. If Shanghai really broke through the city, he would completely lose the chance to survive. Shanghai didn't kill him, and the church wouldn't let him go. "Don't worry, priest, they are just a few pagans." Han Yu was in high spirits, and didn't take Shanghai seriously at all. He walked quickly towards the city gate with others. Before they arrived, they saw people jumping in from the damaged part of the city wall. Shanghai members had already rushed to the street. Those ordinary soldiers could not do any effective resistance except warning. Pagans! You will all die here today. Chang Lixuan held the staff in his hand, and the sky darkened temporarily. A bloody dark cloud condensed in the space, and blood rain continued to fall. The ground was quickly covered with blood, and the speed of the attacking Shanghai members also slowed down, and at the same time, they were given a bleeding effect. But soon, a holy light fell from behind Shanghai, clearing the blood rain from everyone. Almost at the same time, a black shadow flew out in front of the Shanghai team and rushed straight to Chang Lixuan. It was Gao Haoqiong, the captain of the Shanghai team. He was the only practitioner in the team who could confront Chang Lixuan head-on. And as a magic profession, Chang Lixuan's role in team battles is much stronger than others. In order to ensure that others can fight with peace of mind, he must entangle Chang Lixuan. Brother Han Yu, retreat quickly. Chang Lixuan reminded Han Yu to retreat, and at the same time took a step forward. A blood-red shield appeared on his body, and he faced Gao Haoqiong head-on. Han Yu took out the staff and quickly summoned, and summoned creatures came out one by one, and the flame totem was placed in the center of the battlefield. Ha ha ha, with Brother Han Yu here, these pagans will definitely not come back. Chang Lixuan saw summoned creatures of various sizes appearing around Han Yu. Each of them looked extraordinary, and there was even a black dragon, and his confidence increased greatly. The other members of the new bishop, who were originally a little afraid, also rushed towards the members of Shanghai with high spirits. Seeing Han Yu's summoned creature come out, Gao Haoqiong also stopped attacking and retreated repeatedly. Cheng Lan told him that the insider in the city was a summoner. But he still didn't know whether the so-called insider was fake news released by the new bishop. Han Yu, who originally wanted to attack, didn't expect Gao Haoqiong to suddenly retreat, and took out a black chess piece with one hand and clamped it in his hand. Seeing the hidden chess piece, Gao Haoqiong's eyes lit up and rushed towards Chang Lixuan again. Just as he got close, a huge blood-red claw emerged from behind Chang Lixuan, wrapping himself and Gao Haoqiong together. Then, four blood-red spears shot out from behind Gao Haoqiong and stabbed fiercely. At the same time, a sword formation appeared beside Gao Haoqiong, and the long sword in his hand stabbed at Chang Lixuan's throat. Just one sword broke through the shield on Gao Haoqiong's body. At the same time, Gao Haoqiong's sword formation was also broken, and blood mist began to wrap around his body. Master Priest, I help you. Han Yu shouted loudly, and the scepter in his hand turned into a pair of swords. No need. You can deal with others. Chang Lixuan was attracted by Han Yu, and was accidentally hit by Gao Haoqiong's sword. But the blood that flowed out flowed back to his body, and at the same time, he quickly distanced himself from Gao Haoqiong. But before he could stabilize his body was covered by the sword light of the soul-devouring slash. Han Yu. You? Chang Lixuan had already put his guard down to the lowest, but he didn't expect that he would be hit by Han Yu. But before he finished speaking, a charged arrow shot from behind and hit Chang Lixuan's head directly. Han Yu now shared the talent of the Shadow Blade Mantis. With the super high strength attribute blessing, plus the damage bonus of the claw stab, the damage of the double swords was not low. However, Chang Lixuan was more than 1 or 2 levels higher. Han Yu's soul-devouring slash, plus Ellie's charging, only hit 1/10 of his health. On the contrary, Gao Haoqiong, seeing Han Yu's move, finally believed that Han Yu was the hidden man, and also confirmed that the news brought back by Cheng Lan was true. While Chang Lixuan had not yet come to his senses, 6 long swords appeared behind Gao Haoqiong, and he made a gesture with his hands, and the long swords flew out one after another, stabbing fiercely. The crystal in Chang Lixuan's hand shattered, and his body began to rapidly change. Gao Haoqiong hurriedly shouted, "Retreat quickly, he is going to fall." Han Yu retreated immediately. He had seen this scene once, and it was probably the same method of transforming into a monster as Baker. As soon as the two retreated, Chang Lixuan turned into a 5-meter-tall blood bat with a human face. He stared at Han Yu with a sinister look, vibrated his wings and flew towards Han Yu, and at the same time, he opened his mouth and let out a silent roar, accompanied by a sonic attack. Huyun, capture the soul. Han Yu ordered hurriedly. Huyun and the molten rock lizard rushed to Han Yu, and used to capture the soul. But Chang Lixuan was almost unaffected. He just paused for a moment, and continued to fly towards Han Yu. Han Yu and other summoned creatures fell into a dizzy state under the influence of the sound waves. Gao Haoqiong was still faster. 3 long swords blocked Han Yu. The next second, his body turned into a sword light and faced Chang Lixuan, who had turned into a blood bat. You go to help others first. I will hold him here. Gao Haoqiong's battle strategy was that he would entangle Chang Lishuan, and after the other new bishops died, they would work together to kill Chang Lishuan. Chang Lishuan's profession was known as the most difficult to kill blood prison earl, who could continuously extract blood from others to recover from his injuries. But Han Yu didn't think so. If Chang Lishuan could be killed first, the subsequent battles would be much simpler. No, kill him first! Han Yu just woke up from the dizzy state, holding 2 swords in his hands. Saint for himself. Sin and punishment, Ellie. Continuous battle to strengthen Ellie is more effective. After that, the active effects of the Heart of Balance are all activated, and the God Blood skill is used, and Han Yu's temperament changes. Chapter 219. Now, if we only look at his attribute points, he is not much different from Chang Lishuan. Originally, Gao Haoqiong thought that Cheng Lan's words about contacting Han Yu, if he was not strong enough, were just a casual remark. But now, looking at Han Yu's changes, he is indeed capable of fighting both himself and Chang Lishuan. And Han Yu watched Chang Lishuan rushing towards him, without dodging or avoiding. When the human-faced bloodbat rushed in front of him, he used Broken Cloud Flash and his body disappeared instantly. 4 flashes left 4 terrifying scars on the human-faced bloodbat. He originally wanted to replicate the battle with Baker, first injuring the wings to reduce Chang Lishuan's mobility, and then it would be much easier to kill him together with Gao Haoqiong. But Chang Lishuan's recovery ability is obviously much stronger than the Heart of Resurgence in Baker's lower abdomen after the mutation. The wound of Broken Cloud Flash disappeared quickly as soon as it appeared. If the blood volume had not really decreased, Han Yu would have thought that he had killed nothing. Chang Lishuan missed the first attack, so he simply stopped chasing, flapped his wings, and hovered in the air. He let out a roar that was not human, and more than a dozen blood-colored chain balls flew out from his wings. The energy contained in them kept spinning, and it seemed that they would explode at any time. One of them flew towards Han Yu, but most of them flew behind Gao Haoqiong, targeting the Shanghai members who were fighting. The flying speed of the blood ball was not fast, but even if it left the body, it was still under Chang Lishuan's control and could continue to track the target. No matter how Han Yu tried to dodge, it still followed Han Yu closely. Demon Sword 1,000 Layers. Gao Haoqiong saw the blood ball flying out, and he pinched his fingers, and a black hilt appeared behind it, and began to grow continuously, gradually completing the sword body. But this magic sword has been draining Gao Haoqiong's vitality since it appeared. From Han Yu's perspective, Gao Haoqiong's health is constantly decreasing without any attack. But after the magic sword appeared, the number of long swords controlled by Gao Haoqiong increased significantly. More than a dozen long swords flew out from behind him to meet the blood-colored chain ball flying behind him. Every lightsaber that hits the blood ball will cause a violent explosion, leaving a corrosive mark on the ground. But Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong are separated by a huge Chang Lishuan, and Gao Haoqiong cannot help Han Yu block the attack. This is Chang Lishuan's purpose: attack the enemies must save, and then kill Han Yu with all his strength. He and Gao Haoqiong can both see that Han Yu used some secret method to temporarily improve his strength. According to general spell inference, Han Yu must be very fragile now, and it may take only one skill to send Han Yu to the west. If a summoner can be dealt with first, the battle on the front battlefield will be much simpler. Nehorjin. Since he knew he couldn't dodge, Han Yu directly called the elemental dragon to help him block the damage. Without Han Yu's order, the elemental dragon had already flown down from the sky, vibrating its wings and rushing towards the blood ball. The blood ball crashed into the back of the elemental dragon. Even with 80% magic resistance, the elemental dragon still lost a large piece of scales. A bloody wound appeared in front of it, and dragon blood kept dripping, but the elemental dragon continued to fly towards Chang Lishuan. Gao Haoqiong originally thought that Han Yu knew he couldn't dodge, and used the life of the summoned creature to protect himself. But he didn't expect Han Yu's summoned creature to be so resistant, and he was a little surprised for a while. I only have 30 seconds. Solve it as soon as possible. Han Yu saw Gao Haoqiong in a daze, and shouted loudly. Good. Solve this monster in 30 seconds. From the beginning, Gao Haoqiong guessed that Han Yu used some skill to temporarily improve his strength. But it was beyond Gao Haoqiong's expectation that it could last for 30 seconds. Now seeing the level of Han Yu's summons, he was more confident in killing Chang Lishuan. After the elemental dragon took the first skill, it quickly pounced on Chang Lishuan. Even though there was a level gap, the dragon was the real king of the sky, and its speed was not inferior to the mutant human-faced bloodbat. Moreover, Chang Lishuan did not expect that, after resisting his attack, Han Yu's summons were only slightly injured and could still attack him at such a fast speed. Due to carelessness, he He was directly hugged by the elemental dragon and kept falling in the air. Han Yu exerted force with his legs and jumped high. Taking advantage of the short stop in the air, he bent his waist to accumulate strength, and moved his two swords backwards to seal the dust and slash. A gust of wind blew behind him, and his body completely merged with the two swords, like a wind blade, rushing towards Chang Lishuan. Seeing that Han Yu rushed up with a summon, Gao Haoqiong, who blocked all the blood ball attacks with his flying sword, would naturally not fall behind. With the black giant sword that was still growing behind him, he kept closing the distance with Chang Lishuan. Chang Lishuan was entangled by the elemental dragon. Seeing Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong rushing over, he just wanted to escape as soon as possible. On the surface of his body, a layer of sticky blood gushed out, forming a blood film that continued to expand, constantly pushing the elemental dragon outward. The elemental dragon would not just entangle without attacking, and opened its mouth to release a torrent of spells. Skills were formed around Chang Lishuan, and each skill was instantaneous. At such a close distance, Chang Lishuan had no chance to dodge. Chang Lishuan wanted to resist these low-level attacks, but after only 3 skills of the elemental dragon, all the shields on Chang Lishuan's body disappeared. What kind of monsters are summoners? Chang Lishuan sighed in his heart. Even though he knew that the summoning god department was a monster, he couldn't understand why Han Yu was so strong. What made him even more confused was why Han Yu would join the Shanghai camp, when the status of summoners in the new bishop was so respected. But things have already happened. If he can keep the Shanghai members here today, there is still a glimmer of hope. Without time to think too much, Chang Lishuan simply took all the blood back into his body. Blood prison spear. The blood that had just been taken back into the body turned into sharp spears on Chang Lishuan's body surface, stabbing fiercely into the body of the elemental dragon. Even with its extremely high magic resistance, this blood spear seemed to be a double injury to the monster, directly stabbing blood holes in the elemental dragon's body. Dragon blood continued to spurt out, but the elemental dragon did not retreat at all. After the 7 spells hit it completely, it took another blood tooth from Chang Lishuan, and the dark dragon flew up shakily. In less than a few seconds, the elemental dragon with extremely high magic resistance had less than a quarter of its health left. It sprayed a breath of dragon breath at Chang Lishuan again in the air before quickly flying away from the battlefield. Go to the center of the battlefield, someone will heal you. Han Yu saw the state of the elemental dragon, and asked him to fly to the center of the battlefield. The battles of ordinary members there were equally fierce, and Finn and the flame-tailed fox were fighting there. The remaining skill of the dragon, Dark Destruction Thunder, is more suitable for battlefield-level combat. As for this, it is enough to leave it to Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong. Seeing that the blood volume of the elemental dragon has dropped below the danger line, Chang Lishuan wanted to continue chasing. But before he could shake his wings and fly into the air, Fengchen Junianzhan once again dragged him into control. His body was cut fiercely by the double swords, and Chang Lishuan, who had just taken off, fell behind Han Yu. Under the blessing of super attributes, Li Hua broke the defense and Yu Shui cut. The double swords directly broke through all his defenses, and even a lot of blood on the surface of his body evaporated. Seeing Chang Lishuan being controlled again, he was happy. Originally, after Chang Lishuan fell, his defense and speed were greatly enhanced, and it was extremely difficult for him to attack with the sword technique. It is best to choose close combat, but now that he is under continuous control, he can output as much as he wants. Without missing this rare opportunity, Gao Haoqiong stopped not far from the human-faced bloodbat. Dozens of long swords flew out and hovered above Chang Lishuan's head. Control the sword and return to 1. Dozens of flying swords instantly merged into a giant sword, with white light flowing on it, suppressing the human-faced bloodbat that had just escaped from the control of Junianzhan. Chang Lishuan was about to shake his wings to avoid it, but the giant sword had already fallen from the sky and smashed Chang Lishuan into the street floor. Gao Haoqiong smiled and continued to rush forward. It was much easier to fight with a teammate who cooperated with him. But the battle would not end so easily. The human-faced bloodbat that was smashed into the floor began to absorb blood on the ground. Even the blood left by his skills just now could help him recover his blood volume. In just a moment, the blood volume that had been consumed with great difficulty had been restored to 2/3. It's a headache. Han Yu only had more than 20 seconds left to cheat, and the most annoying thing was this kind of enemy that could recover continuously. Bloody purgatory. Chang Lishuan, who had just stood up, did not pause at all, and no longer dared to be careless. If he was not careful, he might really die alive. As the purgatory was released, the human-faced bloodbat that Chang Lishuan turned into shrank by half. But Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong were all pulled into the purgatory made of blood. There were only Han Yu and a mutated Chang Lishuan in this purgatory, and the outside attacks could not penetrate at all. Blood baptism. After pulling the two into his domain, Chang Lishuan did not hesitate at all and continued to consume his own blood to release skills. The sticky blood that was almost black kept gushing out from under the feet of the two. Even though the two of them kept dodging, blood bats flew out from the gushing blood and kept attacking Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong. After the blood bats were finally killed, their bodies turned into blood-colored chain balls and continued to attack. Even though they finally dodged the blood ball attack, as soon as the two landed, several blood spears pierced out again. Within the domain, Chang Lishuan's spell casting did not take any time at all, and he could completely control any movement of the two. Even if Han Yu's agility was also pulled to the highest, it was still difficult to dodge every attack. Now he had been hit many times. As a last resort, he had used another skill of the Heart of Balance to convert all damage into magic damage, and at the same time increase resistance by 10%. So Han Yu had been attacked many times, but it seemed that his injuries were not serious. But Gao Haoqiong on the opposite side looked much more embarrassed. His body was covered with wounds, and blood was constantly flowing out, which was absorbed by Chang Lishuan, strengthening the strength of the bloody purgatory. You really think you are the only one with the domain, right? Gao Haoqiong showed a cruel look. He did not expect Chang Lishuan to open the domain so early, and was caught off guard and suffered a loss. Moreover, looking at Han Yu on the opposite side, who was taking the damage and attacking continuously as if nothing had happened, he felt that he had lost face in front of the hidden man in the headquarters. The devil appears. Gao Haoqiong grabbed the ink-colored giant sword behind him with his backhand. Although the sword body of the giant sword has not yet been fully formed, he can no longer hesitate. With the giant sword in hand, a piece of pure land was cleared around him, and all the blood evaporated instantly. At the same time, the 5 mutant crystals in Gao Haoqiong's hand were crushed, and all the energy poured into his body. Behind him, a taller black figure appeared, also holding a huge black sword in his hand. Demonic Shadow Resonance, Flash. Instead of slashing forward, Gao Haoqiong threw the huge sword in his hand directly, flying towards Chang Lishuan, who was constantly attacking. The black shadow behind him also flew out, and the shadowy giant sword and the real giant sword merged into one. When Chang Lishuan wanted to dodge, the black shadow holding the black giant sword appeared above his head and stabbed down fiercely. But even though Chang Lishuan did not have any shields beside him, the giant sword did not succeed in stabbing down, but just hovered in the air. But the bloody purgatory around Chang Lishuan was shrinking. This was a battle between two domains, and Gao Haoqiong was originally trying to break Chang Lishuan's domain. When Chang Lishuan was entangled, Gao Haoqiong flashed to the position of the demon shadow almost at the same time, and 20 long swords appeared at his hand. They all flew towards Chang Lishuan below, and every stab of the sword made the blood-colored field shrink a bit. Easy to control. Han Yu looked at Chang Lishuan, who was suppressed and unable to move, and also understood why Chang Lishuan was still extremely afraid of the mountains, and seized even though he could transform into a monster. Seeing Chang Lishuan being controlled, Han Yu stopped dodging and rushed forward to meet all attacks. Spell Torrent. Skills were released from Han Yu's side one by one, and the target was all Chang Lishuan, who was suppressed. Gao Haoqiong, who was in a stalemate with Chang Lishuan, smiled. He had not yet completed the charging of the demon sword 1,000 layers, so it was reasonable that there was no way to completely shatter the blood purgatory, but Han Yu was still next to him. If there were no practitioners of the same level to help, he would definitely choose to resist until the demon sword 1,000 layers was fully charged. But seeing Han Yu change his attack method again and start to release spells, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What level of inside player is this? Melee summons can also release skills? But before he finished thinking, Han Yu's skills were released like a torrent, almost making Gao Haoqiong drop his jaw. Even professional mages don't release skills at this frequency. The key is that each of Han Yu's skills is much stronger than the previous one. Thunder Nova. The last skill of the spell Torrent was released, a rare thunder skill, which quickly evaporated all the blood around Han Yu. And as the magic ball approached, the Thunder Nova was constantly expanding. Even Gao Haoqiong, who was not the target, felt a slight numbness in his body. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Can you use skills without considering the attributes? Gao Haoqiong resisted the urge to escape and suppressed Chang Lishuan tightly. Under the joint attack of the two, Chang Lishuan was already at the end of his strength. Seeing the lightning ball getting closer and closer, Gao Haoqiong's eyes twitched, but he didn't dare to resist it in the end. He jumped out of the attack range of the lightning star. The black shadow and the ink-colored giant sword behind him pointed to the sky. Death Tombstone, suppress. 8 huge stone tablets fell from the sky and smashed down, smashing Chong Lishuan, who was just about to get up, into the ground again. The lightning star also fell in response, causing a violent explosion in the tombstone, and a large charred pit appeared on the ground. For a while, the figure of the human-faced blood bat could no longer be seen. Chapter 220. Be careful, he won't die so easily. Gao Haoqiong, who had just retreated, reminded Han Yu in time, reminding Han Yu not to get close. Han Yu saw the blood bat disappear in the smoke, but he didn't take it lightly. He didn't think that a spell torrent could get rid of a mutant monster of more than 50 levels. Sure enough, when the smoke of Thunder Nova gradually dissipated, Han Yu found that the completely broken bloody purgatory, the remaining blood was rapidly shrinking towards the center. Han Yu reacted in time, and a breath of dragon breath spurted out, burning half of the blood that was tracing back. And above, Gao Haoqiong's long sword kept smashing down in the air, and the death tombstones surrounding Chong Lishuan continued to suppress, and continued to cause damage to the creatures within the range. When the smoke completely dissipated, Han Yu finally saw the blood bat with a human face, which was only 1 meter wide in the center of the attack. He struggled to stand up with the attack of the flying sword, and his current state was extremely bad. The bloody purgatory consumed nearly half of his blood. Under the repeated attacks of Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong, it seemed that even the basic ability of flying became difficult. But after propping up his body, he looked at Han Yu fiercely, and the blood that had just returned to his body began to burn rapidly. Chong Lishuan, who was originally trembling when standing, suddenly accelerated his speed, and his body turned into a red light and rushed towards the sky. The force was like thunder and lightning, and neither Han Yu nor the other person reacted. He no longer wanted to fight, and only the obsession of survival remained in his heart. If he lost Redwood City, he would hold the church accountable, and staying here would also be a dead end. If he could escape, he could still survive, as a monster in the dark forest. As long as he continued to absorb blood, there might be a small chance to turn back into a human. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die at the hands of Gao Haoqiong and Han Yu. Looking at Chong Lishuan's speed, Gao Haoqiong had given up chasing him. At this speed, his flying sword could not catch up at all. Chong Lishuan wanted to escape, so he could only let him escape. Taking over Redwood City would be their biggest gain. The resources in Redwood City were enough for them to consume for a while. But just when Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong gave up chasing, above them, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and 7 arrows formed a white line in the air. Accurately hitting Chong Lishuan's flying path in the air, the red light was extremely fast, but it became extremely difficult to dodge, and it happened to hit the attack path of the continuous arrows. At the place where the red light and the arrow collided, Chong Lishuan screamed and was instantly shot down by a series of arrows. When Han Yu just started fighting, Aili had already found the best shooting position. However, after Han Yu was pulled into purgatory and confirmed that Han Yu did not need support, Aili aimed at the main battlefield. After evolving into a sniper, her range can completely cover both battlefields. When Han Yu appeared, she habitually turned her longbow, ready to attack the same target with Han Yu at any time. Chong Lishuan's speed did not allow Aili to think at all. But the intuition of 100 years of shooting practice allowed her to instantly grasp the route Chong Lishuan was going to escape. Under the prejudgment, she fired a series of shots and shot down the high-speed flying human-faced blood bat directly from the air. So accurate. Gao Haoqiong noticed at first that there was a humanoid archer behind Han Yu, who seemed to be one of Han Yu's summons. But I didn't expect Han Yu to be so powerful that even his summons could shoot Chong Lishuan down directly. Although Chong Lishuan's strength has been weakened by more than half, the speed at which his blood burns is faster than before. At that speed, his attack can't keep up at all. Now Chong Lishuan fell again, and Gao Haoqiong would not just watch. 10 flying swords flew out from behind him, forming a sword net, strangling Chong Lishuan. Chong Lishuan, who was shot down, still did not give up escaping. As soon as he landed, his body turned into hundreds of blood bats and fled in all directions. In this form, as long as he can escape a blood bat, he can continue to live. This is also the most common way for the blood prison count to escape. However, if he only escapes a few blood bats, he may never be able to turn back into a human in this life. But Han Yu doesn't even want to leave him this opportunity. His telepathy with Aili made him react faster than Gao Haoqiong. He was approaching quickly when Chong Lishuan landed. Chong Lishuan had just finished splitting up when Han Yu blew out a breath of Dragon's Breath, covering all the blood bat clones. The damage of Dragon's Breath is no less than that of a single skill of the spell Torrent, and it covers a wider range, just right for dealing with this kind of group monsters. Half of those blood bats the size of ordinary bats were killed by the dragon's breath. Han Yu did not pause at all, and blew out another breath of dragon's breath before the remaining blood bats flew up. The blood bats just flew up and began to fall one by one, but there were still dozens of them flying out of the city. Gao Haoqiong's flying sword was not a vegetarian, and began to fly and slash in the air. Ailey no longer pursued power, and kept shooting arrows with her bow, shooting more than a dozen arrows in 3 seconds. She had been practicing shooting since she was a child, and the targets were much smaller than bats. This high-speed shooting was not a difficult task for her. Continuous shooting, the blood bats that escaped the attacks of Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong and flew into the air by chance were shot down one by one, completing the final end of the battle. As the last blood bat was smashed, only a pool of blood was left on the ground, and the priest Chang Lishuan of Redwood City officially died. "Is that your summon? Or your teammate?" Seeing that Chang Lishuan was really dead, Gao Haoqiong couldn't believe it and asked uncertainly. He saw that Ellie's pointed ears should be from the elves. This kind of bow and arrow control ability is so terrifying that it doesn't seem like a summon that humans can summon. There were elves in this world, but they rarely interacted with humans. Or maybe Han Yu was lucky to have an elf teammate. It can be considered a summon. Han Yu replied. They were indeed all summoned by Han Yu, but Han Yu's summons were different from other summons. They had their own thoughts, and could inherit their original talents. Strong. You are worthy of being the headquarters hidden man. Gao Haoqiong gave Han Yu a thumbs up. Han Yu scratched his head. He made up all the headquarters. If Gao Haoqiong had contacted the headquarters, he would soon know that Han Yu's identity was fake. But Han Yu was confident that the hidden man in his hand could arouse Shanhai's curiosity. Even if they did not plan to attack the city, they would send someone to see him. But looking at Gao Haoqiong's appearance, it seemed that he had not confirmed it with the headquarters. Now he completely believed that Han Yu was the high-level hidden man left in Redwood City by the headquarters. However, Han Yu did not intend to continue to conceal it. After the matter in Redwood City was resolved, he would confess his identity to Gao Haoqiong, otherwise it would be more difficult to explain if he was discovered later. After dealing with Chang Lishuan, the two did not have time to collect the spoils, and turned around to support the battle of other members. With the participation of Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong, the front battlefield, which had originally had a great advantage with the help of the summoned creatures, was quickly resolved. Chapter 221. In less than half an hour, all the new bishop members were cleared out, leaving only the monster corpses lying all over the street. The Shanhai members began to quickly clean up the battlefield, digging out the magic crystals, and taking down the relatively intact equipment. At this time, Chung Lan ran over, with blood on her face, but her tone was extremely excited. "Captain, this is the Han Yu I told you about." "Huh? Why does he look different?" She recognized the magic dragon beside Han Yu, but he looked completely different. When they met that night, in order to avoid being seen, Han Yu wore a mimetic mask, so he naturally looked different from now. Gao Haoqiong stretched out his hand to Han Yu. "Han Yu. This time, thanks to your intelligence and your help." Han Yu also stretched out his hand. "It's all I should do. We are all Shanhai members." When he said this, Han Yu couldn't help but feel a little guilty. In the original world, he was barely a member of Shanhai, but here it was a completely fake identity. But feeling Gao Haoqiong's rough palm, Han Yu felt for the first time that this was also a real world. Watching the Shanhai members busy cleaning up the battlefield, he felt quite confused. "Go in and rest first. You consumed too much energy just now. Just leave this to them." Gao Haoqiong thought that Han Yu had just used a secret method and might need a rest now, so he pulled Han Yu into the church hall. Those residents of Redwood City, who had closed their doors and windows since the beginning of the battle, finally opened a gap and secretly looked at the street when they heard the sound of the battle gradually subsided. After seeing that the winning side was Shanhai, they closed the doors and windows again, and no one dared to walk on the street. After walking into the church and finding a seat to sit down, Gao Haoqiong continued, "Brother Han Yu, I wonder how the headquarters is doing now." Han Yu, who was originally smiling, was stunned for a moment. It sounded like Gao Haoqiong didn't have much contact with the headquarters. After thinking for a while, he still said, "Captain Gao, I'm not from the headquarters." Gao Haoqiong looked puzzled, surprised, but didn't make any extra movements. No matter what Han Yu's identity is, at least he helped a lot this time. "Actually, I'm from another world. I'm also a member of Shanhai, but Shanhai here shouldn't be able to find my information." After thinking for a long time, Han Yu didn't think of how to explain it, so he just confessed directly. "Another world?" Gao Haoqiong looked Han Yu up and down, and saw that there was no change in his body. No wonder you have such strength at such a young age. It seems that your brain has been affected by the magic crystal, and you have forgotten the things of the headquarters? Gao Haoqiong thought in his heart, and asked for Han Yu's black chess piece to examine it carefully. Anzi is indeed real. It doesn't matter which world you came from. Just forget it. And no matter what you did before, you are now a member of Shanghai. Okay. Thank you for your trust, Captain. I wanted to explain it again, but I didn't expect Gao Haoqiong to believe it so easily. After all, if someone else said that they came from a different world, Han Yu would not believe it. Not long after, other Shanghai members also walked into the church hall one by one. Han Yu roughly observed that there were only more than 30 people in total, and almost everyone was injured. Half of them had obvious changes in their bodies, obviously absorbing magic crystals. Fortunately, Gao Haoqiong and Han Yu dealt with Chang Lishuan very quickly, and no one in Shanghai died. 2 sturdy members came in carrying various equipment. Captain, the battlefield has been cleared. These people are really rich. Enough to strengthen our entire team. For A-level equipment, 60 B-level equipment, this is just the equipment these people wear. If you search the shabby hall, you will probably get more. Not bad, not bad. Gao Haoqiong was also very satisfied. With these equipment, their defense in the barrier will be greatly improved. Brother Han Yu, you have made the greatest contribution this time. All equipment is at your disposal. Take whatever you want. Yes. Han Yu picked first. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to take down Redwood City this time. The Shanghai members, who had just experienced the battle, had no dissatisfaction. They looked at Han Yu with curiosity and admiration. Before the attack, they had heard that the intelligence was from a high-level Shanghai spy in Redwood City. The battle just now made them see Han Yu's strength, a powerful melee archer magic summoner who was good at using dual swords. Han Yu took a look at the equipment in front of him, although the standards were different. But through the game's own identification, it can be seen that the A-level equipment they mentioned is purple equipment, and the B-level is blue equipment. There is not even a piece of inherited equipment here, and Han Yu has nothing to like. This world is really short of equipment. After taking a look, Han Yu just waved his hand. No need, Captain Gao, I already have enough equipment. If there are extra mutant crystals, magic crystals, just give them to me. Gao Haoqiong frowned. Han Yu, although strength is important, you can only continue to output if you stay alive. Aw no, Captain Gao, you think too much. Han Yu looked at the Shanghai members in front of him, and half of them also had obvious physical mutations. It is obvious that they cannot suppress the energy of the magic crystal, and are suffering from the pain of mutation all the time. Moreover, if these members do not believe in the new master, the symptoms are lighter, but they will not degenerate again. But if they fight desperately, with the new bishop members of the same level, I am afraid that the Shanghai members are more than one step behind. I need the magic crystal for other uses, and I am in good condition. You see, I have no mutation at all. Han Yu stretched out his hand to show his healthy body. Gao Haoqiong shook his head, and he could no longer figure out which world he was from, and said that he had no symptoms. But Gao Haoqiong still agreed. After all, this was Han Yu's own choice, and even if he absorbed the magic crystal without limit, he had never seen a peer as powerful as Han Yu. Well, since you asked, half of the magic crystals obtained by Redwood City this time will belong to you. After saying that, he looked at the people in front of him and said, take a half-hour break, then plunder all the things of the church, rest in the city for one night, and leave Redwood City tomorrow. Shanghai is not going to stay here. Han Yu asked in surprise. He thought Shanghai would stay in the city. It seemed that he would evacuate after plundering a wave of spoils. No, it won't be long before the church will send people here. We can't hold on with just a few people. Instead of causing unnecessary casualties, it's better to take the things and leave. Seeing Han Yu's hesitant expression, Gao Haoqiong continued to ask. What's wrong, Brother Han Yu? Is there anything you haven't finished yet? I have another companion who disappeared in the dark forest, and has not been found yet. I want to stay in the city to continue looking for her. Companion? Gao Haoqiong pondered. When did she disappear? About 5 days ago. I just woke up at that time. Disappeared in the dark forest for 5 days. The possibility of finding her is a bit low. Gao Haoqiong didn't know what kind of strength Han Yu's companion had. If he and Han Yu faced the strength of Chang Lishuan, it would be possible to survive for 5 days, but if the strength was slightly weaker, he might have died in the dark forest. Anyway, we came out together, and I want to take her back with me. Jiang Ziyuan has disappeared on the front battlefield. If Jiang Ziki disappears with him, he doesn't know how to go back and face Jiangwan. But if you disappear in the dark forest, there is no point for you to stay in Redwood City. We Shanghai wander in the wilderness all year round. It should be faster to find people in the wild. Why not leave with us? The entire Redwood City branch will help you find people. Really? Han Yu just remembered that compared to carrying out operations in the wilderness, the new bishop of this world may not be as good as Shanghai. Of course it's true. Since he is your companion, he is also our companion of Shanghai. We will do our best to find him. Okay. Han Yu's eyes lit up. If Shanghai knew more about the wilderness, he would have a greater chance of finding Jiang Ziki. Now that the church in Redwood City has been destroyed, and Lu Ji has not heard from him for so many days, it is basically certain that Jiang Ziki is not in the city or within the scope of the logging camp. It is more likely to find him in the wilderness. However, I heard from Chong Lishuan that a team will come to support us soon. Should we also take down this supporting team? If they are only here to fill the positions of Baker and others, they must not be very strong. With the current combat power of Shanghai, they should be able to kill them all. Gao Haoqiong shook his head. They should have known the situation in Redwood City, and will not come here in the next 2 days. Wait until they are sure that they can retake Redwood City before bringing people here again. This is also why I don't let you stay in Redwood City. I'm afraid you may have exposed your identity now. Han Yu nodded. It was indeed that he thought things too simply. He had not been in this world for long, and he didn't know much about the strength of the new bishop. He subconsciously thought that this was still Shanghai's home ground. But in fact, at least in the control area of the Holy See, the new bishop has an absolute advantage. Han Yu still has many questions to ask, but now he has other things to do. Han Yu is not very convenient to speak, so he can only wait until he collects the spoils. When it got dark, the streets suddenly became noisy, and the noise was getting louder and louder. During the day, Shanghai pulled all the food reserves and resources that could not be taken away from Redwood City to the streets, allowing residents to take them. A notice was also posted that Shanghai would leave Redwood City tomorrow, and could take 500 people with him. Tomorrow morning, those who wanted to leave Redwood City with Shanghai could wait at the city gate. They were required to be physically intact, and had never used or tried to use magic crystals. But the streets were quiet throughout the day, and no one took anything from the streets. Until the sun set, there was a sudden sound of scrambling outside the church, and the noise continued to escalate. Shanghai only sent 2 people to watch, and it would be fine as long as no one died. Han Yu looked through the window at the people on the street. When faced with free food, he finally saw the vitality of these people, which was rare, and changed the deadness of the past. After taking a look, Han Yu closed the window, and found Gao Haoqiong alone. He had many questions to ask, including the current situation of the new bishop in Shanghai, and Su Lan, who Han Yu was most concerned about. At first, the basic questions asked by Han Yu surprised Gao Haoqiong a little, but thinking that Han Yu might have lost his memory, he patiently explained to Han Yu bit by bit. But Han Yu did not get the answer he wanted. In Gao Haoqiong's mouth, Su Lan was a traitor to Shanghai. And with Su Lan's betrayal of Shanghai, the new bishop, who was suppressed by the organizations of various countries, seemed to rise overnight. After Su Lan became the new bishop pope, the countries had been attacked by monsters, and the new bishops, leaving less than half of their territory. Up to now, except for the 3 cities on the other side of the dark forest, which are mainly inhabited by humans, all other places have fallen. Except for Shanghai, official organizations in other countries still have some activities. But in the eyes of the new bishop, Shanghai, the most powerful, has become a synonym for all pagans. Han Yu digested it for a while, but still couldn't help asking, is there another senior member named Su Lan in Shanghai? He still didn't want to believe that Su Lan would become the pope of the new bishop. Why is there this question? Gao Haoqiong looked at Han Yu puzzledly. Su is not a rare surname. It wouldn't be strange if there was a member with the same name in Shanghai. And we have been out of touch with the headquarters for a long time. Gao Haoqiong looked at the horizon, where the only remaining human city was located. I don't know if I can return to the headquarters in this life. Since the new bishop took over, the connection between the various departments of Shanghai has become very weak. Under the control of the new bishop, long-distance communication has become a difficult task. Even the transmission of information has become the most primitive radio station, which seems to be incompatible with this world with high technology. There will be a chance. It may not be long before humans counterattack back. Han Yu looked at Gao Haoqiong's depressed mood and said, it's just pure comfort. Even if it's just a few words, he feels that the ordinary people represented by Shanghai have no advantage in this battle. He doesn't know what the final outcome will be, but he can only say this now. There is little hope. Gao Haoqiong sighed, but no matter what, we will preserve the last spark of humanity. Maybe I, or we, won't see victory, but our descendants will definitely see the flag of the Han dynasty flying over the city wall again. Protect the Han dynasty. Han Yu couldn't help but say the 4 words Chung Wan said to him. Gao Haoqiong looked at Han Yu and replied generously, "The mountains and rivers will last forever." Han Yu finally knew what the second half of the sentence meant, and was also infected by the emotions contained in it. After calming down a little, Han Yu asked again, "What exactly is the new master?" His influence on the new master still only remained at the mark of a black line. "We don't know either," Gao Haoqiong said. "No one has ever seen the new master appear. But there is a most honorable department in the Holy See, the Summoning God Department. All members of the Summoning God Department are summoners. It is said that their duty is to communicate with the new master." Gao Haoqiong glanced at Han Yu. "This world is kind to summoners. According to the Holy See, this is a gift from the new master." Chapter 222. Calling God? Han Yu whispered these 2 words. "Does this mean that the new master has not fully awakened?" Gao Haoqiong nodded. "Yes, this is also our guess, but we don't want to believe it. If the new master really wakes up, then we humans will have no chance of winning." The humans that Gao Haoqiong said are naturally the original humans represented by Shanhai. As for the members of the new bishop, they can only be regarded as people kept in captivity by the new master. Gao Haoqiong didn't even regard himself as an ordinary human. It is extremely difficult for people who have absorbed magic crystals to give birth to offspring, and once they pursue powerful strength, they will accidentally become a member of the monster. But in order to protect ordinary people, most of the Shanhai members have absorbed magic crystals, and there are only a few pure practitioners or awakeners. After talking with Gao Haoqiong for a long time, Han Yu returned to his room. Gao Haoqiong tacitly assumed that Han Yu had lost all his memories. He started from the root of every problem Han Yu had, which saved Han Yu a lot of effort. After returning to the room, Han Yu began to check today's gains. The mutant crystals collected in Redwood City today have not been fully counted and have not been delivered to Han Yu. Moreover, the system has not passed a week, so even if there are crystals, they cannot be absorbed. However, this battle was still evaluated by the system as killing a monster. After the summoning ended, Han Yu gained 80 attribute points. Han Yu summoned the Shadow Blade Mantis. Last time, he strengthened his attribute value by 60 points. He wanted to try to evolve the Shadow Blade Mantis. When the Elemental Dragon was triggered to evolve last time, its energy attribute was 315 points, while Ellie's strength was 294 and agility was 50 points. It seems that the evolution standard is that the main attribute reaches about 300 points. It may also be that the previous points are redundant, or the requirements of each summon are different. Without hesitation, Han Yu added the 80 attribute points he just obtained to the energy of Shadow Blade Mantis. After the points were added, Han Yu waited for a long time, but did not receive any prompts from the system. No evolution. Han Yu brought up the attribute panel of Shadow Blade Mantis. LV29 Shadow Blade Mantis. Energy, 28. Constitution, 27. Strength, 277. Agility, 54. Skills, Shadow Leap, Mist Hidden, Claw Assault. Although the evolution standard was not triggered, the forelimbs of Shadow Blade Mantis have become almost completely transparent, and only when they are waved, there will be a flash of golden light. Hunting! Hunting! After the points were added, Shadow Blade Mantis became extremely excited and kept waving its claws to test its power. Calm down! Han Yu gave a mandatory order to calm him down. Hearing Han Yu's words, Shadow Blade Mantis glanced at Han Yu with a little dissatisfaction, but still obeyed the command and stopped all actions. Han Yu rubbed his temples. Shadow Blade Mantis was the most unruly summoned creature. Even the arrogant elemental dragon was not so naughty with him. Only Shadow Blade Mantis was dissatisfied with stealing heads and not being allowed to participate in the fight. I ask you a few questions, answer them well. Han Yu looked at the pair of compound eyes of Shadow Blade Mantis and said, "Are you a creature from this world?" Familiar breath, it's the original world. Shadow Blade Mantis finally calmed down and tilted its head to answer Han Yu's questions. Do you know the new master, or the new bishop? The Shadow Blade Mantis shook his head. After all, the Shadow Blade Mantis is still a wild beast. Even if it kills the new bishop members, it will not know what the new master is. Then where should you live? In the abyss, it is more dangerous and dark, and it is far away from here. Abyss? Han Yu did not expect to hear a new term from it. Are there many monsters in the abyss? There are always endless prey to kill, and the weak will be killed. After listening to the explanation of the Shadow Blade Mantis, Han Yu also understood why it has such a personality. If it is not such a warlike personality, it may not be able to survive in the abyss it mentioned. Then do you know where the abyss is? The Shadow Blade Mantis shook his head. I don't know. The Mantis clan has never left the abyss, except me. Han Yu asked a few more questions, and the Shadow Blade Mantis didn't know most of the questions. His brain was not big to begin with, and most of it was used to prepare killing skills. If it weren't for Han Yu's summons, he would still be in the abyss, and he knew almost nothing about the outside world. Han Yu had only asked a few questions casually, and didn't want to get any useful information. However, the abyss seemed to be very similar to the rifts in the original world, with endless monsters to kill. Maybe it was the root cause of the world becoming like this. Unable to get any useful information, Han Yu cancelled the summons. The next morning, Gao Haoqiong came knocking on the door with a big bag. Brother Han Yu, this is half of the mutant crystals harvested yesterday, a total of 700 pieces, all of which are yours. So many? Han Yu looked at the white crystals. How long would it take for him to use them? We caught up with the right time. The harvest day just ended, and their crystals haven't been transported away yet. But during the battle, the members of the new bishops also consumed a lot, otherwise there would be more. But I remind you, don't absorb without restraint for strength, you will become a monster. Don't worry, Captain Gao, I won't absorb it directly. Han Yu took the crystals and put them all in his backpack. Gao Haoqiong was not surprised. He had seen the weapons that kept appearing in Han Yu's hands yesterday, and he had guessed that Han Yu had a space equipment. He himself also had one, but the space was not big, and it was already full to hold his flying sword. Then pack up and get ready to go. We will leave Redwood City this morning. Han Yu nodded, took his things, and followed Gao Haoqiong out of the church. Downstairs, all the convoys were ready. This was all the things Shanghai could take away. At the city gate not far away, nearly 1,000 people lined up in several rows, excitedly waiting for Shanghai to set off. Are these the people who are leaving with us? The notice yesterday said there should be 500 people, but now there are almost 1,000. Pei Zhuang, take people to check, take away those who have no major physical defects or have not absorbed crystals. Okay, Captain. Pei Zhuang was the strong member Han Yu had seen yesterday. After responding, he immediately took a small team of members to check. It is estimated that there are nearly 1,000 people, and they are approaching the limit of the barrier. Gao Haoqiong sighed. These people dare to stand up. If we don't take them away, they will all be killed by the new bishop members who have arrived. At this time, Pei Zhuang has been constantly picking out people with obvious physical disabilities in the team. We can't feed those who can't work in vain. Gao Haoqiong's expression was not too surprised. When the notice was posted, he had already made plans for more than 500 people. Han Yu looked at Pei Zhuang's actions. In addition to checking that there were no physical disabilities, he also took out a square instrument with a needle in his hand and made a small wound on the arm of an ordinary person. After the blood flowed out and was absorbed by the instrument, Pei Zhuang pulled people out of the team from time to time. What kind of instrument is this? Can it identify people who have absorbed magic crystals? Han Yu didn't expect that Shanghai had such a thing. This was originally an instrument used by the new bishop to detect the degree of magic crystal absorption of members. The higher the absorption degree, the better the talent. As long as the instrument reacts, it means that magic crystals have been absorbed. Han Yu immediately thought of how much the original world needed this kind of instrument. If there was this equipment, the fallen people in the city would not be so easy to hide. Captain Gao, do you have more of this thing? Can you give me one? It's not a rare thing. I give you one when I return to the fortress. Chapter 223. After nearly half an hour, the team had basically been screened, but Pei Zhuang walked up to Han Yu with a man. Captain Han Yu, this person used magic crystals before, but he didn't want to leave. He said he knew Han Yu, and had important news to tell him. Lu Ji? Han Yu looked at the young man behind Pei Zhuang. He was originally a soldier guarding the city gate. According to him, he was also a public official in Redwood City. I didn't expect that he would also leave with Shanghai, but thinking about it, he was the one who brought him into the city, and Lu Ji had tried to curry favor with him several times. If the new bishop enters Redwood City again, Lu Ji is afraid that he will not be able to escape the clutches of the new bishop. When Lu Ji saw Han Yu, his eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, Lord Han Yu, I have important news to tell you. Let him come over, I know him. Han Yu spoke, and Pei Zhuang let go of his iron tower-like body and let Lu Ji come over. Master Han Yu, I found some clues about your companion. Are you sure it's about her? What clues? Han Yu thought he was just asking him to take him away, but he didn't expect him to have clues. At first, Han Yu mainly asked him to find out the news among the workers in the city. Now that he is sure that Jiang Ziki has not entered the city, he no longer counts on Lu Ji. Since I received Mr. Han Yu's instructions, I have taken people to places I have never been to before to dig for food. Several brothers died for this, and I was almost swallowed by a monster. Just after finishing a sentence, Lu Ji paused for a moment and looked at Han Yu's face carefully. Keep talking. If the news is true, you will definitely get the reward. Yes, sir, on the day of the harvest, we bypassed the mother of incubation. That was also the farthest we ran. We found a piece of rag in the northeast of the mother of incubation. This is it. Luigi carefully took out a piece of cloth from his arms. We saw that the fabric was still very new, and the fabric was somewhat similar to the one on Master Han Yu, so we guessed that it might be left by your companion. Han Yu took the strip of cloth, which showed obvious traces of modern weaving, and except for the dust, it did not look old at all. It was definitely not what the civilians here wore. Even the new bishops would not wear such bright colors. It's her. Finally found. Han Yu couldn't help but get excited. According to his estimation, the same teleportation array should not be too far away, so his search range in the past few days was still not far from the mother of incubation. And the harvest day and the capture of Redwood City took up too much of his time, so he couldn't use summons to search a large area. I didn't expect that Luigi and his team would find clues without telling me the location. Luigi and his fellow city guards, whose strength was not much different from that of ordinary people, did take risks by running so far. Payday? Why did you tell me now? Han Yu couldn't help asking again. If he had known earlier, he would definitely not rush to attack Redwood City. I came to find you as soon as I found the news, but the church's scum said that you died outside. Lu Ji's voice became smaller and smaller. I knew they were talking nonsense. I came here as soon as I saw you today. Lu Ji had looked for me before, and it was possible that he was rejected by the church. But he didn't come after the battle yesterday. Obviously, he was still hesitating whether to leave with Shanghai. He knew that he had made up his mind today, so he hurried over to tell Han Yu the news. I know. Han Yu took the rag. Tell me, what do you want? I want to go with you. These new bishops are too bullying. Lu Ji said angrily, and only he knew how true it was. When he first met Han Yu, he also cursed Shanghai and other pagans. But Han Yu didn't care. It was not easy for ordinary people to survive in this era. It would be better if I could have a job. Looking at Gao Haoqiong next to him, Lu Ji added another sentence. Since you helped Han Yu, join the militia team when you get to the barrier. Gao Haoqiong said before Han Yu spoke. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Lu Ji never thought that he could get a public office again. He was grateful and wanted to kowtow to Gao Haoqiong, but was grabbed by Page Wang by the collar. Why kneel? People from Shanghai don't need to kneel. Page Wang looked fierce and had a loud voice. The excited Lu Ji was frightened and his body softened and his face turned pale. Don't scare him. He will change slowly when he arrives at the gathering area. Thank you, Captain. Lu Ji saw that Gao Haoqiong was completely different from the adults in the church, and his expression finally recovered. Gao Haoqiong also knew that these people had lived in Redwood City for a long time, and would not change back in a short time. It would be fine when they integrated into the gathering area of Shanghai. Take him back to the team, and get ready to go. After a little preparation, Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong sat in the car, and left Redwood City with nearly 1,000 people. Han Yu frowned. The place Lu Ji mentioned was too wide. He might not find any clues if he went there directly. Don't be anxious. The area he mentioned is not small. When we return to the fortress, we will take people to search the place Lu Ji mentioned. Okay, I hope we can find it. There are still so many people and supplies in the convoy. It is impossible for the Shanghai members to leave the team for themselves. Now they can only return to the fortress first, and then come out to search. There was only one piece of cloth, which really ignited Han Yu's hope, but also made Han Yu sure that Jiang Ziki was in danger, and he couldn't help worrying. The convoy traveled for nearly an hour, and after passing through the dark forest twice, it finally entered a mountain. After entering the mountain, Han Yu saw a gathering area from a distance. Most of the buildings were made of wood. The area was not small, but it looked obviously not as good as the Redwood City. As the convoy entered the gathering area, someone immediately shouted, "Back! The captain and the others are back!" All pedestrians turned their heads to look over, and the children who were originally playing on the street also stopped their work and ran towards the convoy. Captain Gao is back, and he brought a lot of stuff this time. Really a lot. Is this food? There are so many cans, I can smell the fragrance. Blow it, canned food can smell. Page Wang was sitting on top of the cargo at the back, and when he saw the children approaching, he shouted, "Stay away, you little brat. You die if you get caught under the wheels." As soon as the fierce Page Wang opened his mouth, the children immediately dared not approach, and dared not say a word. Page Wang, who had been stern, laughed, took out 2 cans from the car and threw them down, and the children quickly turned around to grab the cans. "How is it? It's not worse than Redwood City, right?" After returning to the gathering area, Gao Haoqiong was obviously much more relaxed and said to Han Yu with a smile. Han Yu looked out through the car window. It should be working hours now. There are not many adults on the street, but there are many children. Except that their clothes are a little torn, they are no different from ordinary children, and they are not particularly thin. Several women who were doing handicrafts at the door also smiled as they watched the convoy leave. If the people in Redwood City were just alive, Han Yu saw more of the breath of life here. Not bad, much better than Redwood City, Han Yu replied. Here he saw what Shanghai really wanted to protect. The vehicle drove into the depths of the gathering area and quickly put everything into the warehouse. After arranging the task of placing the newcomers, a team of nearly 20 people quickly assembled. Gao Haoqiong led the team again, leaving the wounded in Redwood City behind, and reorganized a team to help Han Yu find someone. "Brother Han Yu, let's go. Now that we have a target, we can definitely help you find your companions." After a simple preparation, the convoy set off again, with Lu Ji sitting in the front to lead the way. It was indeed as Lu Ji said, the place they came to was rarely visited by anyone. The vehicle stopped halfway after only halfway, as the trees in front were too tall, and it would take too much time to clear the road. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, the group finally arrived at the place Lu Ji mentioned. "Master Han Yu, this is where we found the cloth strip. But there are too many monsters in front, and they are too strong, so we dare not get close." Around the place Lu Ji pointed out, there were trampled dead grass everywhere, and it was unknown whether it was left by Lu Ji or other monsters. "Search in teams of 5. Report immediately if you find traces of magic battles. Be careful of monsters in the jungle." After Gao Haoqiong determined the location, he immediately asked everyone to search separately. 20 people dispersed one by one according to the previous arrangement. Although daytime is not the time for monsters to act, this place is deep in the forest. Monsters are very sensitive, and the search cannot be taken lightly. Han Yu couldn't figure out why Lu Ji could come here. There are many traces of battles around, but most of them are monsters fighting each other. Fortunately, Jiang Ziki is a magic profession, and the marks left are quite unique in the forest. After searching for more than 10 minutes, the third team finally sent a message. "Captain, we found a human equipment here." Han Yu, who received the news, ran over immediately. The 5 people in the team were surrounding a magic book. Han Yu only took a look and confirmed that it was Jiang Ziki's weapon, and it was the one that he and Han Yu had strengthened together. Before he could be surprised, Han Yu found a little blood next to the magic book. "It's her weapon. The bloodstains should also be left by her. She is injured." Looking at the direction of the bloodstains, Han Yu can basically determine which direction Jiang Ziki fled. Without further explanation, Han Yu began to chase the direction of the bloodstains. All the teams gathered around Han Yu under Gao Haoqiong's command and followed behind him. The traces of the battle continued, and bloodstains dripped from time to time. It was obvious that Jiang Ziki was fighting and retreating. However, the direction she fled was completely opposite to Han Yu, and even the landing point was 3 or 4 kilometers away from Han Yu. Han Yu lowered his head and quickly followed the traces left by Jiang Ziki, but after walking for a few minutes, a transparent barrier appeared in front of him. Through the barrier, you can still see the trees inside, which are no different from the outside. "What's wrong?" Gao Haoqiong saw Han Yu suddenly stop and asked. "Can't you see this barrier?" Han Yu saw that Gao Haoqiong did not react, and asked, "What barrier?" Han Yu pressed his hand on the barrier, wanting to trigger Gao Haoqiong and others to see what it was. Unexpectedly, he received a prompt from the game just after contact. Copy, Lost Dark Elf Tribe. Recommended level, LV 50 to LV 55. Special copy, difficulty cannot be selected. Clearance conditions, clear all hostile creatures in the copy, or gain the trust of the Dark Elves. Copy? Han Yu did not expect that there were copies in this world. As Han Yu triggered the copy, the barrier in front of him finally changed, and a thick black fog appeared, covering the dark forest in front of him. No one could see the original appearance of the forest. From time to time, golden light flashed in the mist, luring everyone in. "Lost land?" Gao Haoqiong asked in surprise. "There is a lost land in the dark forest." "What is the lost land?" Han Yu looked at Gao Haoqiong. This world seemed to have other names for dungeons. Lost Land is generally considered to be a fragment of another world, and it is a separate space inside. According to legend, there are treasures left by various races inside, but unfortunately, once you enter, few people can come out alive. Is the Lost Land rare? Han Yu looked at Gao Haoqiong's surprised expression. It seems that he has not seen many dungeons before. Rare? The key is that he is not always here, just like just now. If he does not appear, we will never find it. Gao Haoqiong looked at the rolling black fog in front of him, and did not expect to find a lost land in the dark forest. The key is that it was so coincidental that Han Yu ran into it. Han Yu realized that if the copy did not appear actively, the people in this world would not be able to find the copy without the game system. Maybe it is because this place is basically under the control of the new owner, and there is no need to invade with copies one by one, so the lost land is rare. Go in and take a look? She should be inside. Han Yu could not contain his excitement. Jiang Ziki might be inside. Han Yu was about to step in, but was pulled by Gao Haoqiong. Didn't you understand? Few people who enter the lost land can come out alive, and most of them disappear forever. But she is inside, I must go in. All the traces point to this copy. Jiang Ziki must be here. At this time, he has no reason to retreat. Wait! Gao Haoqiong looked at Han Yu's determined expression, and didn't know how to persuade him. Can you still use your suddenly powerful skill? After a pause, Gao Haoqiong spoke. No, we have to wait until tomorrow. The cooling time of the divine blood of the crown of thorns is 24 hours, and now the entire crown is in a dim state. Well, let's come again at this time tomorrow, and then we can go in together. Gao Haoqiong looked back at the Shanghai members, who came out with him. Sorry, I am the only one who can go in. This is the maximum loss that the gathering area can bear. Chapter 224. Han Yu looked at the dungeon in front of him, and the recommended level was 50. If it weren't for Gao Haoqiong and the crown, it would be too difficult to clear the dungeon with only the summons. But one day later, Jiang Ziki would be in more danger, and Han Yu still couldn't make a decision. Han Yu, think about it carefully. If you are not well prepared, what can you use to bring her out? And if your companion really goes in here, it's useless to rush for a few hours. Prepare more first. Gao Haoqiong's constant persuasion also calmed Han Yu down from the excitement and anxiety of finding clues. I was impulsive. Han Yu also figured it out. He rushed in, and couldn't solve any problems. Han Yu calculated the time he came here. Tomorrow is exactly 7 days since he last absorbed the mutant crystal. At that time, he can absorb attribute points, strengthen other summons again, and his strength can be enhanced again, and he will be more confident to enter the dungeon. Let's stop here today, and go back. Seeing that Han Yu was finally persuaded, Gao Haoqiong was relieved. Han Yu's emotions have calmed down. Since it is basically certain that Jiang Ziki has entered this copy, today's trip is not in vain. At this time, Lu Ji, who has been following behind, also came over. Sir, have you determined the location? It's basically here, thanks to you this time. But I'm a little curious, why can you walk here? Han Yu, who calmed down, couldn't help asking this question. This is already deep in the dark forest. Even in the daytime, it is dangerous. Lu Ji is really lucky to be able to walk here. The adults all kill their way here, but we ordinary people also have our own ways to avoid monsters. For traveling in the dark forest, Lu Ji also has his own way. But even if we are more careful, we still lost several brothers, and I almost died here. Thank you for your hard work. Han Yu took out a bottle of blood recovery potion from the package. It's for you, take it. Thank you, sir. Lu Ji took the bottle, and accepted it excitedly. He had tried the effect of this medicine, and it was very good. This kid is quite smart, go back and report to the scout department. Gao Haoqiong also became interested in Lu Ji. Lu Ji did have some tricks to get here without relying on strength. Scouts are harder than militiamen, but the rewards are more generous, and they can go out often. Lu Ji dared to enter the dark forest to find clues for Han Yu. He was not a timid person. When he heard about the change of post, his expression was as excited as a promotion. Thank you, Captain. I will definitely perform well. Then the group returned to the original route, and returned to the Shanghai gathering area. They also brought back a few monsters that were not seriously mutated, so this trip could be considered a hunting trip. At night, Shanghai held a bonfire party in the gathering area to celebrate. Han Yu was not in the mood to participate, but was still pulled to the bonfire by Cheng Lan and Pei Zhuang. Originally, he was just drinking alone, but Cheng Lan couldn't help but tell Han Yu how powerful he was in Redwood City over and over again. A person lurking in the church of Redwood City, surrounded by enemies, is much more powerful than a secret agent in a tea house. Not only was he not discovered while lurking, but the summoned creatures in battle were also powerful one by one. Under her description, Han Yu became a super spy who was good at both civil and military affairs and could do everything. Enough, Chum Lon, it's not as exaggerated as you said. Han Yu couldn't listen any longer and interrupted. Brother Han Yu, you are really amazing. I think only people like you can be called hidden pieces. People like me are abandoned pieces. Chum Lon was still upset about being discovered. She was just an ordinary member in the city at first, and was selected by the church to work in the tea house by chance. I'm just lucky. If it takes a long time, I guess I will be discovered. Han Yu was really not modest. If he didn't have the mark of the new master on him, he would have nothing to gain the trust of the church. Just like he had the black chess on him, but was still questioned by Shanghai. Even so, if it weren't for his identity as a summoner, he would have been pushed out by Chong Lishuan as a scapegoat. Seeing Han Yu finally speak, everyone who had been very curious about him began to take over. Brother Han Yu, I heard that you are from the headquarters. That city is mostly populated by ordinary people. How is it now? Han Yu shook his head. Actually, I am not from the headquarters. I am from another world. While speaking, he could not help but look in the direction of the dark forest. He and Jiang Ziki disappeared. I don't know how the school will react. Zhang Yi and Jiang Wen might be going crazy, or have they put themselves on the missing list? Ha ha ha. Hearing Han Yu's words, some people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Han Yu, you are really a joker. Another world? Then tell me how the other world is. Before the man finished speaking, Pei Zhuang slapped him to stop. He knew that Han Yu's mind was a little unclear. If Han Yu went crazy, only Gao Haoqiong could stop him. Another world. Han Yu didn't care. The original world appeared in his mind. Every child goes to school. If we can practice like this, we can go to a special school. Before high school, all expenses are borne by the state. As long as you get into a good university, you can get a lot of rewards. You don't have to work too hard every day, and you can get good resources. By the way, the safety of that world is also protected by Shanghai. Shanghai helps ordinary people block all monsters. But when students leave the campus, they have to join Shanghai and face all kinds of monsters outside. Although it is very tiring and dangerous, just like the predecessors of Shanghai protect us, we will also have people to protect. Before coming here, he didn't have much feeling. But seeing the appearance of this world, he understood what the safe city protected by Shanghai meant to ordinary people. Are there any monsters in the city where you live? Chum Lon listened to Han Yu's description, as if she had really arrived in that world. Of course there are, but they are all sealed up. They are all monsters for students to practice with, and they won't come out to hurt people. The cultivator school. There must be a lot of people with strange looks in there, right? Will someone become a monster? Someone else asked. Han Yu smiled and shook his head. Of course not. People in our world are forbidden to absorb magic crystals, and they are all normal people like me. That's great. Chum Lon couldn't help but sigh. Her body hadn't mutated at all, but she had already absorbed the magic crystal. If she wanted to become stronger, she would have to rely on the power of the magic crystal. Even though she had made up her mind to join Shanghai, she was still very afraid of the changes in her body. What a pity, this is just the world you imagined, Brother Han Yu. It would be great if the world was really like that. Who said it was a fantasy? Our world is like that. Han Yu talked for a long time, but these people still regarded his words as a person who had absorbed too many magic crystals and had a problem in his brain. Forget it, you won't believe me even if I tell you. I must let you see what this world looks like when I have a chance. Han Yu didn't expect that the world that had been invaded by the game had become the paradise imagined by the people here. Because of the rampage of monsters and the influence of magic crystals, coupled with the lack of information, most people here don't know what this world looks like originally. Seeing that Han Yu was talking more and more mysterious, Pei Zhuang was afraid that Han Yu would have another problem in his brain, so he pulled Han Yu's shoulder. Okay. Let's drink. We finally have such a happy day. We conquered Redwood City thanks to Brother Han Yu. Come, I toast you a glass. Yes, 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 I toast you a glass too. Chum Lon immediately followed suit. Even though everyone didn't really believe Han Yu's words, the world he described still made people excited. The swaying bonfire reflected the shadows of everyone, and the smiles on their faces seemed to be in the world Han Yu described. Influenced by everyone, Han Yu temporarily dispelled the depression in his heart, and drank the rough wine in big gulps. It was not until the second half of the night that Han Yu returned to his room with the help of Pei Zhuang. Here he did not use his physique to decompose the alcohol in his body. He had an innate sense of security for the mountains and seas, and the paralysis of alcohol could make him forget his anxiety temporarily. In the morning, Han Yu woke up early. Thanks to his player's physique, he did not have any hangover sequelae. As soon as he got up, Gao Haoqiong knocked on the door fully armed and wanted to take him into the lost land to find Han Yu's missing companions. Before coming to Han Yu, he made arrangements for all the things in the gathering area. Even if he could not come back, he had to ensure that there would be no problems in the gathering area. Unexpectedly, Gao Haoqiong, who had made all the preparations, was rejected by Han Yu. Han Yu calculated the time and found that it would be 7 days after noon. So after waiting for a night, it would be better to wait for a few more hours, so that he could evolve another summoned creature and have a greater chance of winning when entering the dungeon. In order to facilitate the addition of points, Han Yu also specially asked Gao Haoqiong to arrange an open place, so as not to scare ordinary people in the city. Unexpectedly, Han Yu, who was so impatient yesterday, calmed down today. However, Gao Haoqiong still found the location of the back mountain for him according to Han Yu's request. After noon, it was confirmed that the system could absorb the energy of the new mutant crystal. Han Yu consumed 60 mutant crystals and obtained 100 free attributes and 500 storage attribute values. First, 500 attribute values were consumed to exchange for 10 energy points, and the next 100 points began to add points to the summons. Shadow Blade Mantis added 30 points of strength, bringing his strength to more than 300 points. Sure enough, when the points were added, Han Yu received the long-awaited evolution prompt. Your summoned Shadow Blade Mantis has reached the evolution standard. Please choose the evolution direction. Evolution Direction 1. Death Mantis. Absorbs dark attribute abilities, forms spikes in the body to cause dark damage to enemies at medium and long distances, and adds powerful control effects, combined with super high speed to contain the enemy. Evolution Direction 2. Void Predator. Good at using skills that appear silently in the dark, high single target output at close range, high burst, kill enemies invisibly, and can obtain the ability to travel through the void in the later stage. Evolution Direction 3. Tyrant Alien. Strengthen its own body shape, form a layer of hard armor on the surface of the body, and can convert part of the damage into its own attack power, fighting more and more bravely, and fighting to the death. There are still 3 different evolution directions. Han Yu hesitated for a moment, and chose the second evolution direction. As the only assassin in the team, Han Yu was not prepared to change the evolution direction. Under special circumstances, it might still have miraculous effects. Moreover, Han Yu was envious of the ability to shuttle through the void. If the Shadow Blade Mantis really evolved this ability, he, who could share talents, would have another life-saving ability. Choosing the second evolutionary direction, the Shadow Blade Mantis clasped its forelimbs to the ground, and its body kept shaking, as if it was suffering from some kind of pain. After a second, a pair of elytra grew behind the Shadow Blade Mantis. After this pair of elytra grew completely, the Shadow Blade Mantis finally stopped shaking. With the 4 pairs of elytra flapping, the nearly 5-meter body almost flew off the ground. And on its body surface, there were many more black lines, and when the elytra flapped, the black lines were looming. Evolution completed. Shadow Blade Mantis Void Slayer. Obtained evolution talent. Close Assassination. Shadow Blade Mantis deals 50% extra damage to enemies within a 1-meter range. Obtained skill enhancement. Shadow Leap range doubled, will complete leap in 0.5 seconds, and in leap state, cannot be interrupted by control skills, and obtain 30% all attribute damage reduction. Unlike the previous evolution, Shadow Blade Mantis did not obtain a new active skill this time, but an evolution talent plus skill enhancement. If it can really travel through the void, it is probably due to the Shadow Leap skill. After consuming 30 attribute points, Han Yu was very satisfied with this evolution. Shadow Blade Mantis's Shadow Leap range has been expanded, and the speed has been increased to 0.5 seconds to complete the leap. Even if it is not invisible, the enemy may not be able to react. After the evolution was completed, Han Yu began to strengthen other summons. There are still 70 attribute points. The closest to 300 attribute values are Fin and Flame-tailed Demon Fox. After thinking about it, Han Yu chose the next summon to evolve, the Molten Lizard. The Molten Lizard has always had little presence among the summons, but its taunt and damage resistance attributes are extremely important when facing the groups of monsters in the dungeon. The current Molten Lizard's physique is 107 points, which is still a long way from 300, but let's add it first. As the points are added, the Molten Lizard's body size begins to grow rapidly. In just a moment, it has become a huge monster with a body length of nearly 8 meters. After strengthening, The molten lizard's physique has become 177 points, even if it has not triggered evolution. But this size alone is already a big improvement. His taunt skill is range-based. If he enters the battlefield, all monsters will be entangled by him. Add the charge skill, it is simply a bulldozer on the battlefield. If there is really an attack that cannot be avoided, hiding in the molten lizard's lower abdomen may be a good choice. Chapter 225. After adding points, Shadowblade Mantis completed its evolution, adding another assassin main C to Hanyu's side. With the enhancement of Molten Lizard, Hanyu's summons are already a complete dungeon team except for the lack of priests. Now it should not be difficult to brush the level 40 dungeon alone, but the level 50, it will take a big risk. After putting away all the summons, Hanyu walked out of the venue. Gao Haoqiong was still waiting for Hanyu to set off together. Captain Gao, thank you very much. Seeing Gao Haoqiong waiting as if nothing had happened, Hanyu couldn't help but say thank you. This gathering area needs protection, and he can't bring more Shanghai members over. Gao Haoqiong's willingness to take this risk has made Hanyu very satisfied. And for a level 50 dungeon, no matter how many low-level players go, it will not be of much use. The two did not drive, but walked through the dark forest and walked to the entrance of the Dark Elf dungeon. At this time, all of Hanyu's summoning skills had just been turned on, and he had made all preparations for the battle. Gao Haoqiong wanted to step in directly, but Hanyu stopped him. After the Lost Land appeared, no player identity was required, and everyone who found it could walk in directly. But Hanyu still chose to follow the game's reminder and treat this place as a copy. Before coming to this world, many people believed that the game Invasion was a disaster for the original world. But now, although the truth about the game Invasion is still unclear, Hanyu also guessed that the so-called game and the player's identity are a kind of protection for the original world. If there were no games, the monster invasion would not disappear, but humans would completely lose their resistance. Entering as a player, maybe you can get some protection from the rules of the game. Hanyu put his hand on the transparent barrier and received a prompt from the game system. Copy, Lost Dark Elf Tribe. Recommended level, LV 50 to LV 55. Special copy, difficulty cannot be selected. Clearance conditions, clear all hostile creatures in the copy, or obtain permission from the Dark Elves. Different choices will unlock different side quests, and affect the final settlement of the copy. Hanyu chose to open the copy, and a gap appeared in front of the rolling fog. Hanyu and Gao Haoqiong looked at each other, and stepped in together. Just after entering the copy, what appeared in front of the two was a plain with lush vegetation. But right in front of them, fierce roars continued to be heard. On the left was a rolling black fog, and monsters of various sizes kept coming out of it, and attacking a city in front. And on the city wall, elves with gray-black skin and slender bodies held bows and arrows or magic wands in their hands, constantly attacking the monsters under the city. On the city wall, there were layers of vines, which kept twitching and attacking the monsters that were about to climb up the city wall. However, the mucus on the monsters had a corrosive function. After a few times, the vines quickly withered. Is this the battlefield of the Dark Elves? Gao Haoqiong was ready to start the battle as soon as he came in, but he didn't expect that the battle had already started before he arrived. Hanyu didn't tell him about the Dark Elf copy. The key point was that he only knew a name, and it would be difficult to explain if he said more. Have you seen Dark Elves before? Hanyu asked. He had heard of this creature, but had never seen it. It was similar to Ellie, except that its skin was a little darker, and it seemed to be good at dark magic. Of course I have seen it, it's not a good thing. Gao Haoqiong didn't like this kind of humanoid creature. At that time, they also participated in the battle to encircle and suppress humans. But the ones here seem a little different, at least not as scary as before. But those monsters are the main force. Logically, the two should have a cooperative relationship. I don't know why they fought here. He had already made plans to fight the Dark Elves. After all, this dungeon was named after the Dark Elves. What should I do now? Watch the show or choose one side to help? Gao Haoqiong was happy to watch the show. One side was a monster, and the other side was a Dark Elf. They had nothing to do with humans. But just watching was not helpful in finding Jiang Ziki. Hanyu remembered the hint of passing the dungeon. One of the options was to get the permission of the Dark Elves to pass the dungeon. There is no need to kill all the monsters in the dungeon. This should be a dungeon dominated by the Dark Elves. Killing one may attract a whole group of them. It is better to choose to join one side. Moreover, this dungeon has no edge at all. It is a completely independent world. If Jiang Ziki is really in this dungeon, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack for the two of them to find someone. If they can get help from the elves, it should be much easier. In addition, there is another reason. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he found that the blood bars and names on the heads of the monsters were red, which was the sign of the enemy creatures. The elves are neutral, which means there is a possibility of negotiation and cooperation, and they generally will not actively attack players. Attack those monsters and help the elves defend the city. Hanyu will use the summon, and all the summons will appear one by one. Okay, I listen to you. Gao Haoqiong immediately took action. The level of these monsters is mostly around level 40, which does not pose any threat to Gao Haoqiong. The Void Predator just appeared, looking at the hundreds of monsters in front of him rubbing their forelimbs. Familiar smell. Devour. Have you seen these things before? Hanyu read the information in the Shadow Blade Mantis's mind. He seemed to be very familiar with this kind of monster, so he asked. Creatures in the abyss. Hanyu also felt that the breath of these monsters was no different from that of the Shadow Blade Mantis. However, under Hanyu's persistent influence, the Shadow Blade Mantis has become a little more rational. It seems that these are the fellow villagers of the Shadow Blade Mantis in the abyss. The Shadow Blade Mantis's eyes turned red, and the desire to hunt was almost unsuppressed. This is really like fellow villagers meeting each other. Eyes are filled with tears. Seeing Gao Haoqiong rushing over, Hanyu also took a few steps forward and quickly approached the battlefield. A flame totem was released, providing buffs to all summons. The mantis, which had evolved into a void predator, made a shadow leap and instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield. A knife cut off the head of a monster with residual blood, and the blood splashed, making it more excited and constantly searching for the next target to attack. Ellie did not move after she appeared, and directly drew her bow to accumulate power and look for those injured abyss creatures. It was just a simple single-point attack combined with the sniper's penetration talent, sweeping across the entire battlefield. When the health of the monsters is reduced to below the killing line, the Shadow Blade Mantis begins to harvest. With two pairs of elytra flapping, the Shadow Blade Mantis rushes towards the abyss creatures below the killing line, like a returning swallow. The Dark Sky Thunder of the Demon Dragon and the Earth Fire of the Flame-tailed Demon Fox are also released together, covering the Sky Thunder and Earth Fire, directly turning the battlefield upside down. When those monsters want to escape the attack range of the Sky Thunder and Earth Fire, the Molten Rock Lizard charges and overturns half of the monsters to the ground. As soon as it stops, it immediately releases taunts. All monsters can only bathe in the attacks of the Sky Thunder and Earth Fire. Finn deliberately stays away from the attack range of the Sky Thunder and Earth Fire, and he still chooses to cooperate with Ellie's attack. Although the damage of the corpse explosion poisonous spores and the dream vines is not as high as others, it is the biggest troublemaker on the battlefield. Why do I feel like, in just one day, it has become stronger again? Gao Songqiong was still charging, but he didn't expect that Hanyu's summons had already disrupted the monster's formation. He just needed to cooperate in the harvest. Moreover, the damage of his single-handled sword seemed to be inferior to the close-range attack of the mantis. Gao Haoqiong looked back and saw that Hanyu didn't even wear the crown now, and was sitting leisurely on the back of the huge black panther. This means that Hanyu himself has not yet exerted his strength. This is just the ability of his summons. Last time, Hanyu's strength was so amazing that Gao Haoqiong subconsciously ignored his summons. This time, the Shadow Blade Mantis also evolved, and its hunting ability was strengthened again. The performance on the battlefield was too eye-catching, constantly reminding him that Hanyu was actually a summoner, and cooperating to kill Chong Lishuan was just a matter of convenience. At this time, Hanyu, seeing the previous cooperation of the summons, also felt relieved. At this time, the benefits of awakening the memory of summoned creatures by the system come. You don't need to command the battle yourself. The summoned creatures can find the most efficient cooperation by themselves. Awu, awu! Huyun shouted twice in dissatisfaction. He also wanted to fight, but Hanyu hadn't given him points for a long time. Ahem, next time, next time. Hanyu could only perfunctorily say a few words. Huyun still has great potential, but now there are really no extra attribute points. The Dark Elves who were struggling to defend on the city wall did not expect that reinforcements suddenly appeared from the diagonal direction, and the battle suddenly became simple. Seeing the abyss creatures under the city begin to flee in all directions, all the elves guarding the city were excited. Attack! Attack! Reinforcements are coming! Kill all these monsters for me! In the center of the city wall, a slender female elf holding a longbow shouted loudly. On the city wall, arrows rained down, followed by various attack magic. The monsters, whose formation had been disrupted, could not organize an effective defensive formation and could only die under rounds of attacks. The monsters had completely lost their ability to resist, and no new abyss creatures appeared in the black fog behind them. The battle lasted for more than 20 minutes, and these abyss creatures left half of their bodies and retreated in a hurry. Not too strong. Although these monsters looked large, none of them could match the strength of Chang Lishuan and Gao Haoqiong, and they did not pose any threat to Han Yu and the others. With the cooperation of the Dark Elves in the city, there were no casualties in the summoned creatures. However, the rock armor of the molten rock lizard was broken, and there were many scars on its body. There were also shadowblade mantises. Han Yu felt that he had completely killed them this time, and his body was covered with blood stains of various colors. Retreat! Retreat! Cheers came from the city wall, and the elves who had just given orders on the city wall also put down their longbows and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't rush to celebrate, go and greet our friends first. After confirming that all the monsters had retreated, the gate of the elf city opened, and led by the elf messenger, a team of elves walked in front of Han Yu. Is it a human? How come there are humans here again? And elves? Why are they following humans? Are they slaves? Damn humans. The elf team, who had come out to greet them enthusiastically, couldn't help but have a messy discussion when they saw Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong. Just now, they saw that the creatures that helped them defend the city were of different sizes, and there was even one that was no different from the creatures of the abyss. But when they came out, they found that these creatures that helped them fight were all following a human. What surprised them even more was that there was an elf behind him, not a dark elf, but a pure elf. Suppressing his curiosity, the leader of the team, Salamander, walked up to Han Yu. He said, I am the elf master of the city, Salamander. Thank you for your help. Please come to the city to rest for a while. Han Yu wanted to let Ellie be a translator, but he didn't expect that these elves could speak human language. Han Yu didn't agree immediately, but asked first, Madam, I want to ask, a few days ago, did you see a girl, also a human? She was dressed similarly to me. Girl? Are you looking for someone? Yes, I have a friend who got lost here, so I came in to look for her. Sorry, no. Shalaman shook his head. There are very few humans here, at least we didn't see any. Or maybe they came in, but we didn't notice them, and they ran into the territory of the abyss monsters. You just saw that there are more and more monsters now. Han Yu frowned. After his energy increased, his 5 senses also improved. Just now, he clearly heard the discussion about humans coming in from the elves. Shalaman looked polite, and lied right away. But Han Yu didn't expose it directly, but nodded. Okay, let's go into the city first, hoping to find our friends. Okay, if there is anything you need, we will also provide due help. Shalaman turned around and led the way. Han Yu cancelled all summons and followed behind him. Han Yu approached Gao Haoqiong. Be careful, this elf city may not be safe. I know. Gao Haoqiong nodded slightly. He didn't trust foreign races, but the dark elves here are much kinder than those outside. Please rest assured, we will not attack our friends. After saying 2 sentences, Shalaman said directly without any face, we are different from those hypocritical elves. As soon as Shalaman finished speaking, laughter came from the elf team. Fortunately, Ellie was sent back, otherwise the elves and dark elves would definitely fight. He just lied without changing his face, and then turned around and said that others were hypocritical. Han Yu didn't even believe the punctuation of Shalaman's words. Entering the city, Han Yu also began to look at the city where dark elves live. It doesn't look much different from humans. Most of them are wooden houses with many flowers and plants on them, and some are even sprouting. It seems that even dark elves are still happy to be close to nature, and are not completely degenerate as the legend says. However, according to Ellie, most elves like freedom, and they may shrink into a city to resist the attack of abyss creatures. Chapter 226. On the street, many dark elves were coming down from the city wall. Although they didn't have many scars on their bodies, they were all exhausted. Those abyss creatures were too difficult to deal with. The continuous attacks had made the city wall fragile. Fortunately, there were vines entangled, so it would not collapse due to the attack. The key is that those abyss creatures never fear death when attacking the city. Although the elves are powerful, they are intelligent life after all. They were repelled today, but the manipulators behind them felt that there was no hope of breaking the city today and gave up. Salamander took Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong to a wooden house, and as soon as he sat down, he thanked them. Thank you very much this time. I don't know how long this battle will last. It's just that we met occasionally, and these monsters are also our enemies. Anyway, thank you very much. After saying that, Sarah sighed. I don't know how long this attack will last, and how long we can defend. Salamander was also very troubled. Until now, she didn't know why the abyss creatures appeared here. Compared to this, I am more concerned about why you alien races are attacking humans. Gao Haoqiong, who was sitting next to him, asked. As he said before, the elves and other races from the outside world, together with other monsters, have also launched attacks on the human coalition. Attacking humans? Salamander sneered. We have no intersection with humans, and we have no grudges. If humans don't attack us, we won't take the initiative to attack, and we will even send away those who mistakenly enter here. When saying this, Salamander glanced at Han Yu. Someone came in. Was he sent out by you? Han Yu felt that Salamander seemed to have a hint. Maybe, after all, there are many elves here. If your companion entered accidentally, or was sent out, I haven't heard of any human coming in recently. After replying to Han Yu, Salamander continued to answer Gao Haoqiong's question. As for what you said about attacking you, it should be the Dark Elves. Dark Elves? Aren't you Dark Elves? Gao Haoqiong looked at the gray-skinned and pointed-eared aliens in front of him. Similar to the common elves but different, the title in the outside world is Dark Elves. There was a hint of anger in Salamander's tone. We are not the kind of brainless degenerate species. If you must call us by your human name, you can call us Night Elves. What's the difference? The Dark Elves here don't seem to be as aggressive as those encountered by humans. At least now, the three of them can sit together and talk. The difference? They are a completely degenerate race, and have been expelled from the elves. We, on the other hand, still believe in the Tree of Life and are protected by the first ancestor. Even if you just helped us defend the city, if you still compare us with those degenerate races, we will expel you from the city. Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong looked at each other. They only knew about Dark Elves before entering, and they didn't expect that there was a difference between Dark Elves and Night Elves. But the names are only one character different, and even the appearance is not much different. It is hard not to make associations. And Saraman's reaction was a little too excited. Han Yu didn't believe that Dark Elves and Night Elves had nothing to do with each other. Drive them out of the city? Han Yu chuckled. Then maybe we will join the Abyss creatures. We are just passers-by anyway. We can help them break through the Elf City, or we can get a lot of things from the Elf City. If you do that? Salamander's eyes widened, staring at Han Yu. You will be hunted down by the entire elf race. Perhaps you don't know that the Dark Elves outside have already launched an attack on humans. Whether it is darkness or dark night, humans have already hated elves. Or do you think you can stop the two of us? Han Yu stood up and met Salamander's threatening eyes. In his opinion, there is no too powerful force in this city, or if there is, it is probably not likely to take action. Otherwise, it would not be so difficult to defend a city, and Salamander's level, in Han Yu's opinion, is only level 51. It may take some time to kill him, but she really can't stop the two from leaving. Just because the Dark Elves were mentioned, the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense, and even the long sword behind Gao Haoqiong began to vibrate. After 3 seconds of silence, Salamander finally spoke. I apologize if I have offended you. She did not expect Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong to have such a bad temper. She was retorted after just saying a few harsh words. She had no ill will towards Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong, but when facing the short-lived human, she could not help but speak with the arrogance of an elf. Salamander did not really believe Han Yu's words about joining the camp of the Abyss creatures, but if Han Yu let his summons attack the city, the defense here might not be able to withstand it. Han Yu turned around and sat down, not continuing to argue. He still wanted to find out about Jiang Ziki in the city. Then, Madam Elf, I want to ask again, have you really not seen my companions? Sorry, I really didn't know that humans had entered recently. Salamander shook his head and ignored Han Yu's suspicious eyes. Okay. Seeing that she refused to admit it, Han Yu decided to find it himself. If Jiang Ziki was really detained by them, he didn't mind taking another route to pass the customs. The atmosphere eased a little, and a male elf came in with a tray with 2 bracelets on it. Thank you again, both of you, for your help to the elves. This is a small thank you gift for you. Salamander asked the elf to pass the tray to the 2 of them. Han Yu was not polite and picked up a bracelet, which was a purple equipment. With spirit bracelet. Accessory, bracelet. Quality, purple. Physical defense, 87 to 107. Magic defense, 201 to 221. Energy plus 4. Trait 1, with spirit surround. Active summon a with spirit to provide the user with 10% health recovery and add a healing effect, restoring 1% health per second for 10 seconds, cooldown, 5 minutes. Trait 2, magic talent. Every 10 seconds, your spells gain a 10% damage bonus. Over there, Salamander began to introduce the function of this bracelet. Gao Haoqiong was not as convenient as Han Yu, who could directly identify the equipment attributes. When Sarah finished speaking, Hanyu had already put on the bracelet. The equipment attributes were okay, and it also came with a healing skill. If you can help us resist attacks in the next few days, we can provide more equipment rewards, Sarah continued to say as she watched the two accept the gifts. While speaking, Sarah was mainly looking at Hanyu. Gao Haoqiong's strength is equally strong, but facing the attacks of groups of monsters, Hanyu's summons are much more powerful than Gao Haoqiong's on the battlefield. Chapter 227. I'm happy to help. Hanyu smiled and replied, but I hope you can help find our companions. If we can beat those monsters back to their lair, we may get news about your companions. I hope she will be safe by then. I hope so. Hanyu had a smile on his face, and observed Sarah's expression when she spoke. Even ordinary people would give some reaction when being stared at like this, let alone the proud elves. But Sarah completely ignored Hanyu, without any fluctuation on her face, which made Hanyu think she was lying. After a short conversation, Sarah arranged a residence for Hanyu and the others in the city, and then left to arrange the next defense. The attack of the abyss creatures was only temporarily repelled, but when the fog appeared again, the siege would continue. Hanyu, who was arranged to stay in the wooden house, looked at the elves walking outside the room, quietly summoned the falcon, and ordered him to fly high. I want to see the layout of the city, and the combat power in the city. If there is a conflict, I can prepare in advance. At least I have to determine where Jiang Ziki is hiding. Through eagle vision, I can see that this elf city is not big, not even 1/10 the size of the remains of Redwood City. Except for the surrounding walls, it can't even be regarded as a city, just a temporary defensive city. According to the houses, there are only 2,000 or 3,000 elves in the city. Excluding logistics, there are only about 1,000 soldiers available. There are at most 100 people who can fight Hanyu and Gao Haoqiong head-on. It is a normal level 50 difficulty dungeon if Hanyu sets killing the elves as the goal of passing the level. Most of the buildings in the city are similar, and there are no palaces or prisons. He was just about to let the falcon fly lower and observe the buildings in the city carefully. A sharp arrow shot towards Hanyu with a sound of breaking through the air, and instantly arrived in front of him. Hanyu hurriedly cancelled the summons, and the falcon disappeared in the air, and the arrow shot into the sky also missed. The elves are not so caring for animals. The shared vision of the eagle vision was too real, and the arrow shot at him made him tense up. Why do you have to hide the news of seeing humans? When they heard that I came in to find companions, they bit to death and never saw anyone else. Hanyu couldn't help thinking in the worst direction. What did they do to Jiang Ziki? And they were so eager to hide the truth. If it weren't for the uncertainty of whether Jiang Ziki was in Salamander's hands, he would have gone to the door with Gao Haoqiong. But Sarah didn't want to say that other ordinary elves seemed to have seen humans entering the elf city, so they could only wait until it got dark and catch someone to ask. Before that, Hanyu summoned Ai Li. He still had to ask Ai Li from the elf tribe about the night elves. After talking with Ai Li, he also had a basic understanding of the night elves. The night elves were not the degenerates of ordinary elves, as humans thought, but one of the ancient races that appeared at the same time as the elves. Moreover, most of the tribe members were born with a natural affinity for magic, and were born mages, so the most common people in the night elf race were magic archers and mages. However, according to legend, because the night elves used magic excessively, they eventually attracted monsters from the abyss, and the elves and the abyss monsters inevitably had a fierce battle. When fighting the monsters in the abyss, many injured elves were infected by the black fog and became dark elves, completely giving up their faith. After repelling the monsters in the abyss with heavy losses, the night elves also left the settlement of the elves with a curse and disappeared from people's sight. Even Ellie hadn't seen a pure night elf for a long time, and she didn't expect to encounter a gathering place of night elves here. And the dark elves are the truly degenerate elves. Because they look too similar, most of the evil done by the dark elves is also blamed on the night elves. After listening to Ellie's explanation, Hanyu also knew why Gao Haoqiong just asked a question and Saruman reacted so strongly. Feelings have been wronged all the time, but if the abyss is really created by the night elves, it is not unfair for the night elves to take the blame. Knowing the background of the night elves, it is still of no use for Hanyu to find Jiang Ziki. Hanyu asked again, what is the attitude of the night elves towards humans? Will they kill people intentionally? No. Ellie shook her head. The night elves only have magical talents, and their temperaments have not changed much. As long as humans do not take the initiative to attack, they should not attack humans or other intelligent creatures. It is possible that the magical talent has occupied the brain. Most of the night elves' brains are not very good. According to legend, Disasters are always prone to occur where the night elves are. It seems that there is a reason for the collapse of the elves. Even the young Ellie couldn't help but make a joke when she heard about the night elves. Why did you hide the fact that you had met Jiang Ziki? It doesn't make sense. According to Han Yu's guess, Jiang Ziki must have no way to go, and she would enter the dungeon only after she came into contact with it. Moreover, this dungeon gave a hint that there was a path to pass the level without fighting, so Jiang Ziki would venture into such a high-level dungeon. If she had met the elves first, she would not have taken the initiative to attack. After all, Jiang Ziki was also a player, and could see the neutral symbol on the elves' heads. But if she had met creatures from the abyss, why did Shalaman keep hiding it? Does the night elves really have anything to do with the appearance of the abyss? Han Yu asked again. Those are just legends, and I just heard about it from others, but since the night elves left the tribe, there have really been no abyss monsters. Han Yu recalled the black fog outside the city, and Shalaman called them abyss creatures. Did the night race use magic excessively, attracting monsters from the abyss? Han Yu always felt that there was no necessary connection between the two. There were so many monsters in the human world, but before the monsters, no human could use magic. Han Yu didn't have much time to think about the internal affairs of the elves. What he was most concerned about now was Jiang Ziki's safety. If you have time, can you help me check more news about the night elves? Okay, I go back and apply to check the information in the tribe's classics. After asking a lot of questions, Han Yu sent Ailey back. Gao Haoqiong, who was standing next to him, looked at all this in surprise. When Han Yu and Ailey were talking, he didn't dare to breathe. It's not that he had never seen a summoner, but the traditional summoner and summoned creature only had a contractual relationship. Pull over, fight, die, or the relationship is over after the battle. Most summoned creatures only act according to the orders of their masters, and they also need their masters to command them in battle. How could Han Yu be like this, who could communicate with his summoned creatures and let them return to the tribe to help him search for information? Brother Han Yu, your summoned creature is a bit peculiar. Gao Haoqiong dared to speak only after seeing the summoning end. Ah? Oh, this is my talent, I guess. Han Yu almost forgot that in order to facilitate the discussion of what to do next, Gao Haoqiong went directly to his room. It's a very peculiar talent, and I guess many summoners will envy it. Gao Haoqiong nodded. Having such a summoned creature can save the summoner a lot of energy, and the battle on the battlefield will also be much easier. What should we do next? I always feel that the elf is not telling the truth. How about we take action directly? I feel that this lost land is not as scary as the legend says. I just don't know if we can get out of the place where we came in. Let's see first. If Jiang Ziki is really in their hands, taking action directly may cause unnecessary trouble. If taking action can solve the problem, Han Yu doesn't mind gaining some experience here. Then wait until their city is about to be breached, and we have to take action. I can't wait that long. Wait until it gets dark, and I catch an elf to ask. This time, even if they don't come, the city will not be breached for a while. It's not known how many days it will take until Sarah has to ask for help from the two of them. It's better to take the initiative. In the remaining time, Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong wandered around the city, and tried to talk to other elves by the way, asking if they had seen other humans entering the city. At first, they were quite polite to Han Yu, and most of them knew that they helped defend the city today. However, when asked about Jiang Ziki, the elves who were talking began to dodge their eyes. It seemed that they had received a confidentiality notice. Perhaps because they had rarely seen humans, these elves were really bad at lying, but when asked about key information, they simply kept silent and waved Han Yu to leave. After just a day of strolling, Han Yu still didn't find anything suspicious. Except that he knew that the elves in this city were very likely to have seen Jiang Ziki, but he still didn't know any additional information. The sky gradually darkened, and Han Yu was ready to act. I just wanted to catch an elf and ask him when it was late at night. Han Yu pushed open the door, but at night, there seemed to be more people on the street. Don't night elves sleep? Han Yu was a little speechless. Could it be that night elves are all night owls? Ellie didn't mention it to him. But he couldn't wait anymore. At least it would be more convenient for him to hide in the dark. After making sure that no one was watching, he disappeared from the back window of the wooden house, sharing the talent of Shadow Blade Mantis, and passing through the gap between the houses lightly. But every time he looked at the street, he saw 3 or 2 female elves walking side by side. At night, they seemed to have completely relaxed. After running nearly 100 meters, Han Yu tried to get into a hidden place, and finally found a female elf lying on the ground next to a small house. She was not sober anymore, but she was unwilling to let go of the bottle of wine hanging on her hand. After making sure that no one was paying attention, Hanyu carried the elf on his back, and disappeared instantly with mist hidden and shadow leap. Flying. I'm flying. The drunk elf hadn't realized that he was being carried up yet, and didn't know what was happening, and kept talking nonsense. The distance and speed of shadow leap were strengthened again. Even if the elf turned his head inadvertently, he only saw a black shadow passing by. When he wanted to take a closer look, there was nothing. After using mist shadow and shadow leap 3 times in a row, Hanyu finally brought the elf back. In the room, Hanyu and Gao Haoqiong looked at the elf lying on the ground. He was carried so far, and didn't react at all. Why did you bring back an unconscious person? How can I ask him questions? No way, there are too many people on the street. If he is not unconscious, I can't bring him back. Hanyu was also in a difficult situation. The streets were full of people, and it was not easy to find a lone person. The key point was that he hadn't thought about it before. The night elves were getting more and more excited as the night went on. No wonder they looked tired after guarding the city during the day. Gao Haoqiong raised a glass of cold water, and was about to splash it on the elf's face, but before he could do anything, he was stopped by Hanyu. I do it, Hanyu said, as he had a seed in his hand. He placed it in front of the elf, and the vines began to grow rapidly and entangle the elf. As the vines became tighter and tighter, the elf finally woke up a little. You are? The elf just woke up, and saw 2 big men standing in front of him. He subconsciously wanted to struggle, but found that his whole body was imprisoned. Human! You are the 2 humans who entered the city today. The elf had a curious look on his face, but he was not afraid at all. This made Hanyu, who was about to inject the dream toxin, stop temporarily. Are you going to capture me, and sell me to humans as a slave? Are there a lot of good wines, and delicious food in the human world? Can you sell me to a younger merchant? Humans age too fast. Hanyu hadn't asked any questions yet, but the elf was already chattering non-stop, even with stars in her eyes, looking forward to a life away from here. You seem to have caught something strange. Gao Haoqiong retracted his flying sword, which seemed to be quite cooperative, so there was no need to interrogate him. Shut up. I'm asking you, have you seen other humans recently? No, never. The elf immediately denied. You know what the consequences are if you don't tell the truth? Hanyu drew out his lihua knife, and pointed it at the elf's neck. Sell me. I, Web Teresa, would rather be sold than tell the truth. After saying that, he shook his head, and completely ignored the steel knife in Hanyu's hand. Okay. Hanyu didn't bother to threaten her. It would be bad if she screamed, because the streets were full of elves now. The tiny tentacles of the dream vine drilled out from the epidermis of the vine, and one by one, the tentacles penetrated the skin and injected toxins into the elves. What? What? Teresa only felt a little numbness and itchiness on her body, and then her consciousness that had just awakened became blurred. Everything in front of her became a dream, and she completely let down her guard and smiled foolishly. Teresa, have humans entered the city recently? Hanyu's voice sounded in her ears. She answered subconsciously. There was a girl who was injured and was found by our patrolling elves and brought back to the city for treatment. Sure enough. Hanyu couldn't help but get excited. No matter how sure he was before, it was just a guess, and now it was finally confirmed. Did you see that girl? Hanyu continued to ask. There are very few humans in this city, and we all wanted to see her, but the next day, she was taken away. Where was she taken to? The royal city, left the city, and went in the direction of the royal city. Sent to the royal city? Why send to the royal city? Hanyu whispered subconsciously, and it sounded that they had no ill will towards Jiang Ziki at the beginning. She was treated for her injuries, but the next day, Jiang Ziki was taken away. Chapter 228. It can't be that the elves in the royal city have never seen humans, so they want to take them back to broaden their horizons. I don't know. The elf heard Hanyu's mumbling, and thought Hanyu was asking her. Then where is your royal city? The royal city is in the back. The specific location of the royal city. Hanyu asked closer. In the back, the royal city is in the back. Under the influence of the dream toxin, she was no longer able to think about overly complicated questions. However, knowing that Jiang Ziki was not here, Hanyu was relieved in her heart, and she didn't have to worry too much about Shalon threatening her with Jiang Ziki. After confirming that he couldn't give more information, Hanyu sent Teresa back to her original location. The night elves were not weak in constitution. Under the natural state, the dream toxin would dissipate quickly, and it is estimated that the wounds left by the tentacles would heal. When she wakes up tomorrow, she will only feel that she drank too much and had a strange dream. Even if she reacted and told on him, Hanyu didn't care. He didn't plan to continue to tangle with Sarah. Anyway, Salamander would never give in, so it would be quicker for him to take action. However, he had to wait for a time when Sarah had to bow her head. There were more than one elf master in the city, so it was not so easy to take her. The next morning, Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong pretended to know nothing and did not take any action. Salamander also set people to deliver various specialties of the elves and entertain them warmly. Han Yu did not show any hostility, but just waited for the time when the abyss creatures would attack again. It was not until the second half of the night that the sky darkened and the moonlight spread throughout the city. Just when Han Yu was getting anxious, a quick whistle sounded on the city wall. Attack! Attack! Alarms kept ringing in the city, and teams of elf warriors rushed up the city wall. The black fog in the distance rolled towards the city. All the elves were armed and ready. Han Yu and Gao Haoqiong stood up the moment they heard the whistle and walked up the city wall at the same time. As soon as they went out, they ran into Salamander, who was also in a hurry. Seeing the two, Sarah smiled gratefully. Thank you for your help. The night elves will definitely reward you handsomely. Han Yu didn't say anything and followed Sarah up the city wall. The black fog approached, and the first round of attacks came. At first, there were a large number of low-level abyss creatures, which did not pose much threat to the city. However, there were so many of them that they constantly consumed the elves' physical strength. Behind these low-level creatures were the monsters that officially attacked the city. The first round of siege ended quickly, and Sarah, like Han Yu and the others, did not take action. It was unknown how long this siege would last, so she had to conserve her energy. The last time Han Yu and his team encountered them, this group of abyss creatures that never tire of attacking continued to attack until dawn. Almost without a break, the black fog rolled again, and more huge siege beasts rushed towards the city, raising dust all over the ground. Once they hit the city wall, they would release vines to repair it in a few hits. And from time to time, monkey-like creatures would pounce on the top of the city wall, interrupting the attack of the elves on the wall. This was not the first time that the night elves faced an attack, and they had already started to release skills to try to kill the beasts on the road. As more and more monsters appeared, Sarah also raised her longbow and prepared to attack. But before that, a magic dragon appeared out of thin air in the sky, soaring above the city wall, and the lava lizard fell to the city gate and crushed a group of low-level monsters to death. The appearance of the two summons cheered up the shadow elves guarding the city, and they all recognized that they were Han Yu's summons. Regardless of their strength, this size was enough to give them enough sense of security. However, the elemental dragon still soared in the air, and did not launch any attacks. Han Yu smiled, and a devilish voice sounded in Salamander's ears. Miss Sarah, if I spit a dragon's breath on the city wall now, and then knock open the city gate, can you still defend it? Sarah, who had put down her longbow when she saw Han Yu take action, opened her eyes wide, and looked at Han Yu in disbelief. Is there anything strange? You hid my companions. Do you still expect us to help you defend the city? Or do you think these elves can stop my summons? Sarah was not unprepared for Han Yu. He and Gao Haoqiong were about to be sandwiched between the three elves, but Han Yu's summons had already come out. Even if Han Yu was restrained in the first time, the city would be breached. We didn't hurt her. Sarah saw the dragon in the sky, hovering over the heads of the elves. Knowing that Han Yu might attack at any time, she knew that she couldn't be stubborn now. If you hurt her, the city gate would have been completely smashed now. Tell me, why did you hide her? If you are slow to speak, the city will be broken. Mr. Han Yu, you don't have to be so anxious. We really don't mean to hurt her, but we need her help. Can we talk about the details after the siege is over? Do you need her help? Han Yu looked puzzled. She is not that strong. What kind of help can you need from her? Jiang Ziqi's leveling speed is far slower than his, but after the experience gift of the version update, he should have just reached level 25. Salamander said this, which made Han Yu wonder if he had found the right person. Although her strength is not strong, but she is the chosen one, opened the door in the chaos, and has the token of the ancient elves in her hand. Only she can help us, so we can't let you take her away. Then you wait for the city to be breached. Gao Haoqiong didn't expect Sarah to still be stubborn, and the flying swords were already around him. But Han Yu held him down. Captain Gao, don't worry. It's not that he believed Salamander's statement, but that he received a prompt from the game. Triggering side quest, Source of Curse, Abyss Dungeon Challenge, do you accept it? Han Yu didn't expect that this could trigger a quest. After entering here for a day, he almost forgot that he was still in the dungeon. Let me guess, are you cursed? Let her help you break the curse? Sarah was not too surprised by what Han Yu said. It was the elf who told you, haha. This is a curse on the entire elf race, but we night elves bear it all. I understand. Since it is a task, just accept it first. The task prompts are probably no less than what Sarah knows. Failed to accept the task, lack of task items. The task has been accepted by other players. Please find the player to form a team and complete the task together. 2 more prompts. Hanyu was stunned to accept the task happily, and he couldn't accept the task prompts. Recalling what Sarah Man just said, the quest item should most likely be the ancient elf ring. I thought it was just a heritage equipment, but I didn't expect it to be a quest item. Then Jiang Ziki must have accepted this quest. At least it proves that she is still safe. But this level 50 dungeon, the side quest is probably not that easy to pass. No wonder the elves are unwilling to let her go. Seeing Hanyu in a daze, Sarah bit her lip, thinking about whether to attack directly, gather everyone's strength, and take down Hanyu and the other person directly. But Hanyu and Gao Haoqiong found it too tricky time. If they really fight with Hanyu, the city may be broken in an instant. Even now, the elves did not take action, and the monsters were getting closer and closer. While Sarah was hesitating, Hanyu came back to his senses. The ancestor of the elves, I believe you. Hanyu said sincerely, let's defend this attack together first. Ah? I believe it now. Gao Haoqiong had a long sword in his hand, and was ready for battle. Brother Hanyu, you are too young. I can think of 100 explanations for this curse in 1 minute. There will be no such good opportunity in the future. Sarah didn't expect Hanyu to believe it so quickly. She hadn't said anything about the evidence yet. But whether Hanyu really believed it or not, let's get through this level first. But after the siege is over, I will go to the royal city to find him. Without my help, she may not be able to complete the help you want. Jiang Ziki may find it difficult to complete the side quest of the level 50 dungeon. And until now, he still can't contact Jiang Ziki through the in-game friends. It has been shown that she is still in a special state. Even if it is confirmed that there is no danger to her life, he wants to see Jiang Ziki's condition with his own eyes. Okay. Sarah agreed after a moment of hesitation. The current situation did not allow her to refuse. She was also worried that Hanyu would forcibly take his companions away and cause some trouble in this city. But she did not expect Hanyu to believe the statement so easily and even provide help to Jiang Ziki, which made Sarah feel a little guilty. Sarah agreed, and Hanyu no longer held back. The elemental dragon in the air swooped down, and a dragon breath covered a group of abyss creatures. Other summons also walked out of Hanyu one by one. As soon as Ellie came out, she got the attack order, stood in position, and started to draw the bow and shoot arrows. Kid? You have a good talent, but it's a pity that you can only draw the bow. The night elves are most proud of their magic archers, who have dual physical and magical output. Although Ellie's height increased with the increase of points, she was only 1.6 meters tall. In the tall elves, she could be seen as a minor at a glance. The night elves had seen Ellie last time, but their attention was attracted by the dragon and the shadow mantis. Ellie, who only shot with a bow, had simple skills, so they subconsciously ignored her. The night elves were not on good terms with other elves, and even in the intervals of battle, they would slander their fellow elves. Ellie didn't say anything, but slowly drew the bow to accumulate power. Hanyu also noticed it, and naturally wanted Ellie to show her strength. Level 25 Professional Skill, Overload Enhancement released to Ellie. Hanyu had already spent 6 skill points to upgrade this skill to the maximum level, which increased the single attribute of the summoned creature by 150%, and entered a 1-minute silent state after 30 seconds. But for archers, the silent state is optional. Anyway, within these 30 seconds, Ellie will use up all her skills. After charging for 10 seconds, the concentrated shot will reach the maximum 300% damage increase, and it will definitely trigger a critical hit, plus a 150% power increase. Ellie gently released her hand, and the arrow body vibrated, making a clear buzzing sound, leaving a smoke ring-like air ring at the tail of the arrow. The speed was so fast that the human eye could not track it. Only a stream of light was seen hitting the eyeball of the giant beast that was rushing towards the city wall. With a puff, the giant beast's eyeball was pierced, and then half of its head was blown apart by the huge impact force. The giant beast that was rushing quickly fell to the ground, leaving only half of its life. The shadow blade mantis next to Han, you couldn't bear to see the human head, and a shadow leap instantly cut off the head. Alas, it seems that the night elves have left the tribe, and have forgotten about training. Ellie smiled and relaxed her arm as if nothing had happened. The power-up arrow also consumed a lot of her energy. With the help of overload reinforcement, this was her strongest arrow. Hissed the night elf, who had just spoken, took a breath of cold air, with only 4 words in his mind. A behemoth that needed many people to stop was killed by Ellie with one arrow, and Ellie deliberately chose an uninjured monster. This injury was probably something that only the elf could do. After this arrow was shot, all the night elves were silent instantly. The night elves stopped talking, and just moved slightly away from Ellie's position. Sarah couldn't help but look at Hanyu twice more. This seemed to be an elf in the tribe, not an ordinary summoned creature. How did Hanyu do it? What a god of head grabbing. Hanyu couldn't help but complain when he saw the speed at which Shadow Blade Mantis killed heads. This guy seems to have tasted the sweetness since cooperating with other summons, and has now evolved into a human-headed dog. The strength display ended, and the battle officially began. Ellie calmed down and released all her skills within 30 seconds. The night elves were frightened again, and they felt that this underage elf was not easy to mess with. And Hanyu almost used all his strength. All the summons were seamlessly connected, and the summons were used immediately after the summons ended, and he also released buff skills to the summons from time to time. With the coordination of the summons' various skills, the night elves never felt that defending the city was so easy. Gradually, the abyss creatures didn't even have the opportunity to get close to the city wall, and they were all sniped on the way to attack. When the sun was about to rise, the black fog finally slowly dissipated, and the abyss creatures also left a pile of corpses and hurriedly evacuated. Hanyu didn't rest either. He fought for 4 hours, and there were bottles of advanced energy potions beside him. His energy has been exhausted. The key is that even if the summoned creature can fight on its own, his brain is almost numb. At the moment of finally lifting the summons, his legs almost weakened, and he collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, Gao Haoqiong was quick to support Hanyu. Why are you fighting so hard? Gao Haoqiong simply couldn't understand. This was originally the city of the elves. Why did Hanyu fight so hard? The night elves died, and Gao Haoqiong didn't care at all. The other elves looked at Hanyu's tired appearance, and they all had tears in their eyes. Several elves had already rushed over. Mr. Hanyu, are you okay? Mr. Hanyu. We can still fight. You don't have to fight so hard. Take a break. The battle is over. While speaking, they also handed bottles of potions to Hanyu, all of which were recovery potions from their bodies, red and blue. They never thought that a human could do this to protect the elven city. Shaolan looked at Hanyu with apology. Hanyu's efforts made her feel more and more guilty. Thinking of gently pushing away the other elves, she took out a small bottle of crystal blue from her bosom and handed it to Hanyu. The night elves will always remember your efforts. Drinking the elven spring water will make you much better. Hanyu felt like vomiting when he saw the potion, but the one handed by Shaolan seemed different. After receiving it, Hanyu saw the introduction of this potion. Fountain of the Elf. Drink it to immediately restore 30% of energy and 30% of health. The effect does not overlap with other potions. If you take it again within 2 minutes, the effect will be halved. Good stuff. It restores health at a high percentage, and it restores instantly. It does not conflict with other potions, and the cooldown is shorter. With such good properties, Hanyu wants to save it for use in battle. I wonder if this elf spring is for sale. Seeing Hanyu hesitate, Shaolan quickly said, after the battle, I will give Mr. Hanyu a batch as a reward for this battle. Hanyu was relieved by this, and drank it in one gulp. It was cool and a little sweet, and it seemed to be no different from spring water, but it did feel much better. Thank you. Hanyu drank the potion, and even his brain became much clearer, and he stood up again. We should thank you. I have never seen a human with such a noble character as you. Shaolan praised sincerely, and even subconsciously used honorifics. This is to thank you for saving my companions. Hanyu smiled calmly, not taking credit for it. And in his mind, the system prompt also sounded. This summoning has ended, and free attribute points have been obtained, 40 points. He had received such prompts 7 times before, and the attribute points obtained were more or less, but in 4 hours, Hanyu obtained a total of 300 attribute points. No matter how noble the character is, or the elf spring water, it is not as real as the attribute points, and they are free attribute points. How can Hanyu not fight hard? And the level of the straight line called the Abyss Dungeon must not be low. Hanyu urgently needs to add some reinforcement, otherwise it will be really difficult to pass the level 50 dungeon. Adding the 30 attribute points obtained from the summoning that just entered the elf dungeon, Hanyu now has a total of 330 free attribute points to use. The battle is over, and he can strengthen again. This attack is over. Mr. Hanyu, go back and rest. I asked someone to take you to the royal city in the afternoon. Originally, Sarah planned to let Hanyu leave tomorrow, but Hanyu's performance made Sarah want to send Hanyu away in person. But she still had to guard the city, so she could only let others take Hanyu into the royal city as soon as possible. Okay, thank you. Hanyu also had to take a good rest, but he was not in a hurry. And he didn't know what he would encounter in the royal city, so he should use up the attribute points he gained today. After going down the city wall, Hanyu went back to his room to lie down for a while, and at Sarah's instruction, the elves sent Hanyu and Gao Haoqiong 20 portions of elven spring water each, as a reward for helping to defend the city today. And Hanyu also gave Hanyu a bottle of golden potion. After knowing the potion, Gao Haoqiong didn't expect the night elves to be so generous. The potion that can greatly restore injuries regardless of strength is a life-saving thing on the battlefield. It's no wonder that he is so poor as the captain of the Shanghai branch. There are only 3 low-level alchemists in their settlement, and the recovery potion is not enough. After a good rest, Hanyu took all the elf spring water and finally set his sights on the golden potion bottle. This is the first time I have seen a golden potion, but in the game, gold generally represents high quality. Chapter 229. Holding it in his hand, the introduction of the potion appeared in front of him. Elf Spring Marrow, take it to gain 30,000 experience points. With a high probability of learning a night elf race magic, this skill does not occupy the memory slot, and up to 3 skills can be learned through the Elf Spring Marrow. It turned out to be a rare experience potion, and it can also learn skills. Hanyu was already level 29 when he left the Dark Forest, but he has not reached level 30 yet. The more you upgrade, the more experience you need to upgrade. Potions that can directly gain a lot of experience are extremely rare in the original world. And in this world without a game system, this is a top-grade magic medicine that can make you stronger after drinking it. It seems that Sarah really apologized sincerely. There is a high probability of learning a skill. My face is so pale, it should be okay. This game is not operated by Penguin, so it will not deliberately cheat people. Hanyu drank the Elf Spring Marrow in one gulp, and it still tasted cool. With the blessing of 30,000 experience points, Hanyu's body rose with white light, and he finally rushed to level 30 in one fell swoop. 3 seconds later, Hanyu silently dripped the last drop of medicine from the medicine bottle into his mouth, but still did not wait for the prompt to learn skills. I should wash my face first. It must be the dust splashed on my face during the battle. It's a pity that there is only one bottle, otherwise Hanyu would have to drink out the skills. But at least, he has upgraded to a level, and become a formal level 30 player. Hanyu also heard an upgrade reminder. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 30, and can learn professional skills. Extreme Enhancement. Extreme Enhancement. Use it on summoned creatures to double the size of the summoned creatures, and increase their physique and strength by 50%. Learning requires 1 skill point, full level, LV3. After level 30, for each level up, the player can obtain 4 free attribute points, and all attributes are fixedly increased by 2 among Hanyu's summoned creatures. Only the Molten Rock Lizard is suitable for this skill. There are some restrictions, and the enhancement level is not low. Hanyu only learned level 1. Although there is no job change at level 30, it is still a watershed for players. Only players who have reached level 30 can go to the front line to participate in the battle, and obtain more qualifications for further upgrades. The important reason is that after level 30, more free attribute points are obtained, and large-scale damage skills can be learned. As Hanyu upgraded, the levels of all summoned creatures also rose to level 29 with Hanyu. It can be regarded as one person upgrading and the whole team strengthening, but it is not so important compared with the points to be added next. After saying hello to Sarah, Hanyu left the Elf City, and went to an open space far away from the Elf City to summon all the summoned creatures. Even though he had rested for a morning, he still felt a headache to summon Hanyu again. The 4-hour battle was too exhausting. If Gao Haoqiong had not been around, he would not have fought so hard. Invigorated, Hanyu gave the first opportunity to add points to the Molten Rock Lizard, which was already nearly 8 meters in size. After the last point increase, the Molten Lizard's physique has reached 177 points. With Hanyu's upgrade, the current physique is 178 points. Hanyu did not save any money and added 130 attribute points. Your summoned Molten Lizard has evolved. Titan Molten Behemoth. Evolution completed. Molten Lizard Titan Molten Behemoth. Obtained evolution talent. Molten Core. Molten Behemoth has a core that continuously produces hot magma, which is used to restore rock armor and fire armor, and can be linked with other skills. Obtained evolution skill. Deadly Molten Flame. Molten Behemoth ejects a large amount of molten flame, causing fire damage, and leaves magma on the ground, continuously causing burning damage, additional deceleration, and 50% healing reduction effect. Attack distance and coverage are affected by the size of Molten Behemoth, and skill damage is affected by energy attributes and the amount of magma. This time, the point increase did not give Hanyu a choice of evolution direction. After the point increase was completed, the evolution started directly. As the attribute points were added, the already huge body of the molten rock lizard expanded again, the rock armor covering the body surface became thicker, and the magma on the surface began to flow rapidly. The back thorns continued to lengthen, and the limbs began to become thicker as the body expanded. In just a few seconds, the size of the molten fire giant exceeded 13 meters. The molten fire giant kept twisting its body, and the sudden strengthening seemed to make it a little uncomfortable. After leaving a big hole on the ground, it stood up directly on its thick hind legs. The 4-story high body stood in front of Hanyu, blocking all the light. Roar! The huge mouth full of sharp teeth opened and let out a terrifying roar, accompanied by the splashing of magma. Even if he deliberately avoided Hanyu, the heat wave still made him a little dry in the mouth. Brother! Brother! Godzilla! Hanyu looked at the giant beast standing upright in front of him. It was exactly the same as the Godzilla he had seen before. Could this lava lizard be Godzilla's cousin? It was just a little smaller, only more than 10 meters tall. Godzilla is usually 50 meters tall. Hanyu was not satisfied with what he saw, so he simply used the skill, Extreme Enhancement, on the lava lizard. The already huge lava lizard instantly became more than 20 meters tall, with molten flames flowing through its body. It stepped out and left a deep pit on the ground. The other summons were like ants in front of him. Whether he could step on it or not, this sense of oppression was enough to make people terrified. With such a frontline summon, it was full of security. At that time, Ellie could even sit on her head and shoot arrows, but she had to be careful of the molten flames. The future is promising, Hanyu sighed. The molten lizard should be the most common talent among all summons. It has a designated summoning skill book, and is a summon that almost everyone has. There is no other evolution path to choose from. But after adding points continuously, it will really become the legendary Titan race. With superimposed attribute points, even a local dog can become a roaring sky dog. Hanyu could only say in his heart that the system is awesome. Finn was also frightened by the molten lizard that was getting bigger and bigger. He was afraid that this guy would suddenly go crazy and crush him directly. He hid beside Hanyu with a flash step, and just heard Hanyu shouting Godzilla to the molten lizard. Master, your brother seems to look a little different from you. I suspect you are a little dysplastic. Hanyu's face turned black, and he was too lazy to explain to him. He grabbed Finn's spine and lifted up his entire skeleton. Master, I was wrong. Finn always felt that this scene was familiar, and quickly admitted his mistake. But before he could finish his words, he was thrown into the lava left by the deadly molten flame. With a sizzling sound, Finn's whole body turned gray and black, and then he jumped out at a speed that was not the limit of a mage. Even with a quick reaction, Finn's health had dropped by half in just 1 second. However, Finn's physique was only at the level of a level 29 unequipped mage, so the damage did not seem exaggerated. But this was only the burning damage left by the molten flame. If it was sprayed directly on the body, the damage would probably be no less than a breath of dragon's breath. It's okay as long as it's not useless. Hanyu originally thought that the multiple output skills of the molten rock lizard were useless. After all, his energy and strength were at the initial state. However, with the increase in size, and the continuous formation of molten flames in the body, the damage is still considerable, and the continuous burning, deceleration, range reduction and treatment reduction are worthy of being an evolutionary skill. Just as I was thinking about how to allocate the remaining skill points, dozens of enchanted arrows flew from a distance and shot straight at the molten rock lizard. Unfortunately, under the defense of the rock armor, the arrows did not even break the armor, but only shot off a few pieces of black skin. Well, although it was not mentioned, the rock armor has also become stronger, and the molten core can be continuously repaired. As long as there is molten flame, there is no need to worry about cooling. Just thinking about it, there seemed to be more arrows flying behind him, and it seemed that there were elves rushing towards this side. Hanyu had run far enough, but the molten rock lizard roared, scaring the elves guarding the city. When he looked over, he saw a monster that was twice as tall as the city wall spitting everywhere, scaring the elves into thinking that the abyss creatures had started to attack again. He hurriedly summoned defenses and began a tentative attack. At such a long distance, the elves didn't notice the people who were like ants under the molten rock lizard's feet. Seeing more arrows flying, Hanyu didn't expect them to be so excited, and ordered Ellie to shoot them back. Ellie shot an arrow, and accurately knocked down the longbow in the hand of a night elf. In a world without mobile phones, this simple way of communication can only be used. Monsters who can shoot arrows. Be careful. The elf hurriedly retreated after pulling the bow and arrow, and the longbow that was shot also slipped out of his hand. Even at such a long distance, the power of this arrow did not decrease at all, but fortunately it missed and only hit the bow. The elves next to him were also stunned. They had never heard of monsters that could shoot arrows. They were good at spraying venom. However, when she saw the arrow on the ground, she immediately recognized that it was Ellie's bow and arrow. What monster shooting arrows? This is Mr. Hanyu's summoned elf. At such a long distance, only she can shoot so accurately. Hearing that it was Ellie who shot, the young elf, who was just hit, was still unconvinced. How can it be accurate? It's not off target. The adult elf next to him looked at the giant beast. It was aimed at your longbow. If I shot your head, you might have died. Ellie's arrow did not lose much power because of the distance. If it really hit the vital point, the fragile elf would be half dead if not dead. That giant beast. Is it also Mr. Hanyu's summoned creature? The elf, who was a little scared, said in a trembling voice. It seemed that the arrow just came from there. It should be. Sarah just rushed over at this time, looking at the terrifying beast that was 20 meters tall, although its size had changed a lot, and it stood up. But from the rock armor on its body and its head, it can still be seen that it looks similar to the giant lizard yesterday. What is this? The second form? Gao Haoqiong, who was standing next to him, didn't expect that Hanyu had this trick. Such a terrifying beast is simply a destructive machine on the battlefield. Hanyu saw that there were no more arrows shooting at him, so he started to add the remaining points with peace of mind. Looking down, Finn had dug a hole to bury himself, trying to use soil to cover the burning damage on his body. Seeing Hanyu looking over, the soul fire kept swaying, and he dared not speak in anger. Don't worry, I compensate you. He wasn't angry because of Finn's words, he just wanted to test the damage. Open the attribute panel, remove the 130 attribute points given to the lava lizard, and there are still 200 attribute points left. Add 170 points to Finn, and his energy attribute will be exactly 309 points. Your summoned creature, the skeleton mage Finn, has reached the evolution standard. Please choose the evolution direction. Evolution Direction 1. Undead Summoning. Summon undead creatures to fight for you. Undead creatures have strong endurance and are difficult to die. At the same time, attacks will be accompanied by various deadly toxins, and finally summon the Skeleton King of another world. Evolution Direction 2. Undead, Born to Die. Creatures created by undead have various strange characteristics and entangle the enemy to death. Evolution Direction 3. Dark Mage. An artist who creates terror on the battlefield. Various dark magic can cause devastating damage to the enemy. Looking at Finn's first evolution direction, Hanyu fell into deep thought. Can the summoned creature evolve into a summoner? I wonder if Finn can summon another undead. That would mean endless descendants. Hanyu felt excited just thinking about that scene. At this time, Finn also felt the changes in himself. He knew that Hanyu was giving him energy. He suddenly got out of the pit. Master, what can I evolve? Let me see. Let me see. He didn't know what the attribute points were, but Finn, who had discovered the changes, had already asked Nahorjin and Ellie. After knowing about evolution, he couldn't wait to know what he could evolve into. Hanyu was also struggling, so he simply told Finn 3 evolutionary directions. When Finn heard the second evolutionary direction, his hollow eyes lit up. The second one. The second one. Needless to say. Undead King, that sounds very domineering. It's the dead, our world means that it's not even as good as the bronze skeleton. Hanyu was still a little resistant to this life of death, always feeling that a life created by an undead would be a little weird. But looking at Finn's appearance, he almost rolled around with a hoe on his back. I still chose the second evolutionary direction, which can be regarded as giving play to Finn's hobby. Evolution completed. Skeleton Mage Undead. Get evolutionary talent. I'm not dead. Every time a creature created by the undead dies, it will provide the summoner and the undead with a healing effect of 30% of the creature's health. Get evolutionary skills. Wild Growth. The undead adds nutrients to a single creature, and the attributes of the creature are strengthened by 50%. Cooling. 5 minutes. A single creature can only withstand Wild Growth once. It is equivalent to 2 auxiliary skills, and there are no other skills. The skill attributes are good, but now Finn only has Poison Spores and Dream Vines. It seems that he needs to awaken his talents twice more. Thinking about the dried up attribute points, Hanyu felt motivated again, and he wished that the abyss creatures would come to kill him again. As the evolution was completed, Finn's body also changed. The bones also began to become thicker, and the gold that was originally increasing on his body slowly faded and shrank into the bones. However, the golden light was only restrained and did not disappear. Thin still belonged to the grade of golden skeleton. The golden light was replaced by a faint green pattern on the surface of the bone. In the hollow chest, there was a green crystal, floating in violation of physical common sense. The death breath on Finn gradually dissipated, and Hanyu next to him actually felt the breath of life. Woo! I feel life. If Finn had not had tears, he would have cried. Thank you, master. I, Finn, will weed, plant and water the fields for you forever. Finn knelt on one knee, leaning on the hoe to show his loyalty. 3 black lines were drawn on Hanyu's head. This skeleton's obsession with planting can't be eliminated, right? Okay, just plant well, no, just fight well, get up. After 2 rounds of adding points, Hanyu still had 70 attribute points left. The flame-tailed fox didn't speak, shaking its tail lightly, just looking at Hanyu eagerly. Huyun next to him howled and rubbed Hanyu's trouser legs. But Huyun is still far from evolution, and it still needs several rounds of skill enhancement. Huyun. Hanyu touched Huyun's leopard head like a steel needle. Next time, okay? Huyun stared at his big eyes. QAQ. I promise, I will definitely give you some points next time. Hanyu patted his chest and promised. Although the remaining 70 points cannot make the flame-tailed fox reach the evolution standard, it can increase the output a lot. It's about to do the 50th level side quest, and Hanyu still thinks it's better to be cautious. After comforting Huyun, Hanyu still added the last 70 attribute points to the flame-tailed fox. After adding points, the flame-tailed fox blushed and said, "Thank you, master." After all the points were added, the attribute panels of the 3 summons were displayed in front of Hanyu. LV29 Molten Lizard. Energy, 29. Constitution, 308. Strength, 33. Agility, 30. LV29 Skeleton Mage. Energy, 319. Constitution, 30. Strength, 27. Agility, 27. LV29 Flame-tailed Fox. Energy, 175. Strength, 24. Constitution, 23. Agility, 29. Another round of enhancement was completed, and Hanyu's confidence doubled. With this strength, he should have a good chance to do the level 50 side quest. Canceling the summon, Hanyu shared Huyun's talent and ran back to the city on foot. It's been too long since I added points to Huyun, and I usually feel embarrassed to let Huyun be a mount. 1. Alas, it's hard for me to be a master. Hanyu sighed silently, but after sharing the talent, there was no pressure to run a few steps. Arriving at the foot of the elf city, Hanyu found that Shalan and Gao Haoqiong were both looking at him from the city wall. Seeing Hanyu coming, they immediately lowered the city gate. Brother Hanyu, that giant beast just now. Gao Haoqiong couldn't help but ask first. Oh, it's just an ordinary summon creature. Isn't it going to the royal city? I test its power in the wild. Ordinary summon creature? Shalan's heart trembled when she heard it. If this kind of thing entered the royal city, it would be a disaster if it spit out a few times. But thinking about Hanyu's desperate defense of the city, he shouldn't cause trouble again. Right. Mr. Hanyu, we have a banquet in the city at noon. Thank you very much before leaving. After thinking about it, Shalan felt that they still needed to show their sincerity again. The elves eat too lightly, and Hanyu is not very interested in the banquet. Please be sure to stay. We have prepared the best elf spring brew. Thank you for your hospitality. Shalan asked so, and Hanyu could only agree. Chapter 230. After a short break, Sarah suddenly prepared a lunch. Before this, Sarah didn't prepare any farewell ceremony. After all, night was their time for activities. The giant beast that Hanyu summoned just now was a bit scary. Although she didn't know how strong it was enough to surprise Sarah that Hanyu actually hit his strength. This made her start to consider whether she was Hanyu's opponent in a one-on-one fight. After thinking about it, Sarah was still quite confident. After all, Hanyu was good at summoning, as long as he could take down the summoned creature. But if a summoned creature of that level was rampant in the royal city without control, it would definitely be a disaster. The banquet still had the food commonly used by elves, mostly various rare and beneficial fruits. Gao Haoqiong was very happy to eat, because all the fruits in the outside world were rare now. Most of the fruits grown in the dark forest were slightly toxic. Only when there was really no food, people with strong physiques would eat a little to fill their stomachs. But Hanyu still felt that the taste was bland. Even the meat that the elves specially prepared for the two of them had no spicy seasoning and was too bland. The only thing Hanyu liked was the elf spring brew that Sarah mentioned. It was indeed a fine wine, and after drinking it, all the fatigue in the body disappeared and the mind became clear. It can also provide players with a buff state, clear identification level +1. As Hanyu's energy increased, he could already identify monster information that was 10 levels higher than his level. But for monsters at level 40, he didn't need to look at the intelligence at all. But after the level was increased by 1, he could identify monsters at level 45, which was still somewhat useful for Hanyu. After eating and drinking, Hanyu kept saying that the wine was very good. Sarah gave Gao Haoqiong and Hanyu 2 pots of wine each, and then arranged for someone to take Hanyu out of the city. After leaving the city, Hanyu and Gao Haoqiong rode the Black Panthers trained by the elves, and followed the 2 male elves. In front of them was an endless plain, with only a few continuous forests occasionally seen. In front of the elves was a flying kite hawk, constantly changing direction. According to them, the terrain here often changes, and there are no effective landmarks on the plain. Therefore, most elves find it difficult to quickly find the location of the royal city, and most of the time, they have to rely on kites to point the way. Hanyu and Gao Haoqiong rushed on the plain for nearly an hour, and saw a huge tree canopy that blocked out the sun. The elf leading the way saw the treetops slow down. "Mr. Hanyu, we are almost there." Continue to approach, there is a towering forest in front. As Hanyu and his companions entered, a night elf with a longbow on his back stood out from the treetops from time to time, looking at the 2 humans curiously. After crossing the forest and rushing for more than 10 minutes, the Black Panthers on the bodies of several people began to pant, and Hanyu finally saw the Elf King's city. A giant tree, towering into the clouds. Roughly speaking, the height is probably more than 100 meters, and the Elf King's city is built at the root of the tree. The city wall is not as thick as the previous city, but the area is much larger, and it is covered with vines. Soon they arrived under the city wall, and the 4 stopped in front of the city gate. The elf guarding the city checked the hand card of the elf leading the way, and then slowly lowered the city gate. After entering the city, they did not take Hanyu into the city immediately, but placed Hanyu in a house near the city gate for a temporary rest. The elf who led the way took the handwritten note written by Sarah Man to report. He would be qualified to go and see Jiang Ziki after the Elf King agreed. After lying in the lounge for about an hour or 2, someone knocked on Hanyu's door. It was still the male elf who led the way. "Mr. Hanyu, the queen wants to see you. Please come with us." Hanyu packed up a little, walked through the city, and finally entered the palace in the center of the city. As soon as he entered, the breath of life came to his face. The queen of the night elf Tyran sat at the top, looking down at Hanyu. "Hanyu, can you enter the abyss?" The queen lowered her head, looked at the 2 of them, and asked in a cold voice. Hanyu looked at the elf queen without any scruples. She was wearing a black robe with complicated patterns engraved on it. Her skin was gray and black, and there was a light golden mark on her forehead, which was somewhat similar to the one on the head of the elemental dragon. Saraman's scroll was placed next to her, and she should have known the purpose of Hanyu's visit. "As long as my companion can do it, I can do it. But if my companion alone can enter the abyss, it will be very difficult. You haven't even seen the abyss, how can you be sure?" The elf queen slowly walked down from above. If she could add a helper, she would naturally be willing to do it. "We come from the same place. If she can do it, I can do it too. Okay, if you can enter the abyss and plug the gap, I can give you the reward you want. I do my best, but before that, let me make sure my companion is safe." Hanyu didn't see Jiang Ziki, and actually didn't know what the dungeon mission was. "But I could only agree to it first, and see Jiang Ziki in person. Your companion is completing a ritual, and cannot be interrupted for the time being." The elf queen Tyrant has already walked close to Hanyu. She hasn't seen a human for many years, not to mention that Sarah described Hanyu as extremely powerful in a letter, and said that he is the key to truly solving the abyss. This made Tyrant even more curious about Hanyu, but Hanyu is a human summoner, which always made her feel uncomfortable. "Ritual? What ritual?" "Marrow washing." Tyrant explained. "Her strength is too poor. Even if she enters the abyss, she can't fight monsters, so I have to help her improve her strength first." "A ritual that cannot be interrupted? Maybe this is why the 2 are in the same copy, and can't communicate through the game. You can watch from a distance. The ritual is about to end. Come with me," Tyrant said, walking in front, leading the 2 into the palace, into a fragrant room. Jiang Ziki was coiled in the center of the room, and next to her was a strange formation. The lines of the formation were composed of light golden liquid, and Jiang Ziki, who was sitting in the center, was completely wrapped by the golden liquid flowing upstream. Han Yu was stunned when he saw the golden liquid. No wonder the fragrance was so familiar. Although the color was a little lighter, it was clearly the elf spring essence that he had just drunk. A bottle of 30,000 experience points. But so much was taken out to irrigate Jiang Ziqi's whole body. Is this the elf spring essence? Han Yu was a little surprised. How could this night elf be so generous? Sarah was stingy when she gave 2 bottles of wine, but she was willing to give it to Jiang Ziqi like this. As an enchanter, Han Yu observed the symbols on the ground, all of which were for enhancing absorption. He didn't know how long this ceremony lasted, and how much elven marrow it would consume. It is indeed the elven marrow. Her strength is too weak, so we use a special method to help her wash her marrow, which can quickly improve her strength. This? Washing her marrow? What effect does it have? The elven marrow, which is precious to the elves, is just an experience potion in the eyes of players like Han Yu. Is there a big difference between drinking it and absorbing it from the body's surface? Improving qualifications is a ritual that can only be used by each generation of elven kings, but now there are more and more monsters running out of the abyss, and someone must enter the abyss to see if the magic circle has been completely broken. Tyron said it very urgently, but to Han Yu it sounded like, "Respected hero, I have a task here, do you want to take it? The ceremony will end in 1 moon orbit, and she will wake up then, you can wait here. 1 moon orbit is 1 hour. However, since he saw that Jiang Ziqi was safe and sound, Han Yu felt at ease, and didn't have to stay here all the time. During this time, why don't you take me to see the so-called curse, or the Abyss Dungeon? The Abyss Dungeon? This name is quite appropriate. Tyron nodded. They have always called it the Abyss, but it is indeed like a monster city now, with all kinds of things. You can only look from the outside. Now the black fog is getting more and more serious, and it is difficult for us to enter. Han Yu and the others followed Tyron out of the palace, walked around a long way, and came to the giant tree that Han Yu saw before entering the city. Under the giant tree, there was a gap like a wormhole. It was insignificant to the tree, but on the surface of the wormhole, black fog kept trying to drill out, but it was blocked by a transparent barrier. This is the entrance to the abyss. Entering inside is the Abyss Dungeon. The black fog at the entrance kept rolling like a vortex. If it weren't for the barrier, the black fog would spread out at any time. Han Yu looked at this barrier very familiarly. Isn't this a typical dungeon entrance? Han Yu put his hand on the barrier. Dungeon, Abyss Dungeon. Recommended level, LV 50 to LV 70. Special dungeon, unable to choose difficulty. You are indeed companions. Tyron saw Han Yu's action and said, Jiang Ziqi also did the same action when he saw this barrier. Wait. This level span is too big. Han Yu was stunned for a moment. Why did he talk about level 70? If the boss inside was level 70, he would just turn around and run away with Jiang Ziqi. But Han Yu's expression remained unchanged. If Tyron knew that the two of them could not solve the problem of the abyss at all, these dark nights would not let him leave. He had to take Jiang Ziqi with him first and crush the teleportation scroll to see if he could go back. Can't you get in by yourself? Han Yu pretended to be calm and asked. This barrier is essentially no different from the barrier outside the Dark Elf copy, but Gao Haoqiong can come in with him, so there is no reason why these elves can't go in. Of course, anyone can go in. But we will be invaded by the breath of the abyss when we go in. Many years ago, we could still move inside, but now the infection function of the black fog is getting stronger and stronger. After our people enter, most of them can never come out again. Even if they come out, they will degenerate into dark elves. But your companion has a special pass that can protect her from being affected. Unfortunately, even if we get it, we can't use it, otherwise you won't have to take the risk. This pass should be a special item in the game, and it cannot be used without a player identity. Just like the player's equipment, ordinary people can also wear it, but they can't activate the characteristics at all. Are these abyss creatures going to rush out? They are willing to give out so much spring marrow to help Jiang Ziqi improve his strength, so they must be in a hurry. But it's not the first time Han Yu has seen the dungeon barrier, or because of the giant tree, the barrier is very solid, and there is no sign of breaking it. Tyron shook her head. Not for the time being, but the space here is inherently unstable, and the abyss breath will spread out from other locations far away from the Tree of Life, creating a channel for those low-level monsters. Then attack the royal city to rescue their king. So the cities on all sides are to defend the abyss creatures from rushing into the royal court. Han Yu understood. Moreover, after entering the city, he also observed that the elves in the palace were indeed strong, but there were few real backbone forces. They were probably assigned to the city to defend the creatures of the abyss. I understand. Do you want us to block this abyss for you? This seems a bit difficult. A level 70 boss is difficult just to think about. There is no way to defeat it. You don't need to enter the deep abyss. Just clear the monsters nearby in the first area, and then repair the formation to prevent other monsters from escaping. Sealing array? This is not something that ordinary people can do. It's a very simple array, but it also needs to be learned, so you two need to stay in the city for a while longer. I have studied arrays a little bit, maybe I can do it faster. Jiang Ziki seems to have changed his job to an alchemist. It is indeed difficult to learn arrays, but although his secondary job is not very good, he has a basic foundation. Really? Tyron showed a surprised look, and became more and more convinced that Han Yu and Jiang Ziki were the people sent by the ancient elves to help the night elves out of trouble. That's easy. If we can cast the array quickly, things will be much simpler. Tyron subconsciously muttered to himself. If Han Yu can repair the array quickly enough, even if he doesn't eliminate the monsters, it will be okay, but it will be more dangerous. But entering the abyss is an extremely dangerous thing. But Han Yu was unwilling. But your majesty, my fighting power is not much different from that girl. I am afraid it is difficult to deal with those monsters in the abyss. Ah? Tyron, who was still surprised, was a little overwhelmed. The scroll sent by Sarah clearly stated that Han Yu was extremely powerful, and his summons were everywhere on the battlefield. There were almost no monsters that could stop the coordinated attack of several summons. Even Sarah, who was an elf, said that she might not be an opponent. In her opinion, Han Yu's strength should be more than one level stronger than the girl. Han Yu looked embarrassed. So I still need to improve my strength. Can you give me that formation too? If I delay too much time, the abyss creatures that may come out will become stronger and stronger. Many elves guarding the city will die because of this. Ahem, I also want to go down and help, but I don't know if I can enter this abyss. Gao Haoqiong, who was standing next to him, also spoke up after hearing Han Yu's words. He had never heard of elf spring marrow before, but just the two words marrow washing were enough to make people excited. Tyron smiled bitterly, and shook her head, knowing what Han Yu meant. Elf spring marrow is very rare. It takes 5 years to produce a marrow washing array, and it also consumes various precious materials. We have been fighting constantly recently, and we really don't have much left. But Mr. Han Yu, we are very grateful for your help. I will prepare 10 elf spring marrows for you as a gift when we go back. After all, entering the abyss is indeed very dangerous. Mr. Gao Haoqiong, if you can enter the abyss, it will also be 10. If you can't, we will also prepare other gifts for you. Alas, I really want to help. Han Yu shook his head in annoyance. But I was helping Sharon defend the city yesterday, and I was too exhausted. Now I don't know when most of the summons can be used. You know, I'm a summoner, and I'm useless without summons. Han Yu would never believe that the elf spring essence was almost used up. The night elves have lived here for who knows how many years. How could there be such a small reserve? Moreover, a magic circle actually uses 5 years of elf spring essence, which makes Han Yu even more curious about the function of the magic circle. Mr. Han Yu. Tyron couldn't hide her anger on her face. 10 elf spring essences had already shown her sincerity, but Han Yu didn't seem to be satisfied at all. It would take enough time to get it outside, and those great magicians outside would fight for it. Indeed, when Han Yu finished defending the city yesterday, he could hardly stand still. It was not until he rested for a day that he had the energy to come to the royal city. Gao Haoqiong gave an assist at the right time. Tyron remained silent, and Han Yu stopped talking, waiting for a response. After 3 seconds of silence, Tyron bit her lower lip and said, I can take out the elven spring marrow prepared for my child, and complete the marrow washing ceremony for you, but when you come out of the abyss, there will be no other reward. Okay. Thank you, your majesty. Han Yu didn't expect Tyron to agree so quickly, and he agreed immediately. Equipment in this world is already scarce, and he didn't know what good things the night elves could come up with besides spring marrow. On the contrary, spring marrow, one piece is 30,000 experience points, and a full body marrow washing will increase the level by 4 or 5 levels, which is much better than 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Okay, when we return to the royal city, I will hold a ceremony for you. I hope your trip to the abyss will go smoothly. After agreeing, Tyron felt empty in her heart. She knew Han Yu was blackmailing her, but she had no way to deal with it. Of course, I'm very confident. Han Yu smiled. With the marrow cleansing ceremony, he was more confident. Even if the recommended level of the dungeon is 50 to 70, nothing will happen if you don't go down to the deep layer. After returning to the royal city from the entrance of the abyss, Han Yu waited for a while before Jiang Ziki slowly opened her eyes from the center of the magic circle. After seeing the elf queen for the first time, She slowly propped herself up. Your Majesty, is the magic circle over? It's over. Tyrant's tone was cold, which surprised Jiang Ziki. The elf queen was very enthusiastic about her before, and she was simply regarded as the only hope of the village. But my strength is still far behind. If I want to enter the abyss, I still need to kill a lot of monsters. Jiang Ziki shook her head slowly. She had already been to the entrance of the abyss, a level 50 dungeon, and could not bring other people with her. It was too difficult for her, and entering would be like giving up her life. But when she shook her head, Jiang Ziki noticed that there was a hooded boy standing next to Tyrant. Although her face could not be seen, her figure was so familiar. Your companions are here, and they may be able to help you. Tyrant was reluctant to mention Han Yu's name. When she turned her head, she noticed that Han Yu had covered his face. Jiang Ziki did not respond to Tyrant's words, but called out carefully, Han Yu? Han Yu put down his hood and looked at Jiang Ziki with a smile on his face. You were recognized so quickly, and I wanted to prepare a surprise for you. Jiang Ziki, who had just stood up, saw Han Yu's face and heard Han Yu's voice, and the corners of her mouth naturally curled up. Surprise, very surprise. But as her smile bloomed, tears flowed like a spring. She didn't shed a tear when she fought alone in the forest, but when she saw Han Yu, she couldn't hold it back anymore. Jiang Ziki had experienced quite a few copies, and she was not afraid even when facing the dead Yu Sheng and the Blood Hell Count, but falling into the dark forest alone, that kind of despair is more frightening than death, and she never wants to experience it again. It's okay, I'm here to take you back. Han Yu walked up and patted Jiang Ziki's back gently. After several minutes, Jiang Ziki's emotions had calmed down, and she still wore the ancient elf ring that he gave her. After this abyss is over, we can go back. Nothing will happen. Having already found Jiang Ziki, he wanted to go back now, but he didn't know if the teleportation scroll could send them back directly in the Dark Elf dungeon. And he also wanted to experience what this marrow cleansing array actually does. He had finally bargained for something, so he couldn't not try it. So he leaned close to Jiang Ziki's ear and asked what the effect would be after the marrow cleansing array ended. Jiang Ziki didn't say anything, but just showed his player nameplate. When the nameplate appeared, Tyrant and Gao Haoqiong didn't react at all, probably because they couldn't see it at all. Jiang Ziki's level had become level 33, and there was an additional buff status on the status bar. Blessing of the Elf Ancestor. Blessing of the Elf Ancestor. Experience from all sources increases by 20%. This status is permanent and cannot be removed. Han Yu looked at the word permanent, and his jaw almost dropped. This deal was worth it. Experience permanently increased by 20%. It's too hard to get experience in the later stage. This state is simply invincible. No wonder it's called marrow washing. This is much more valuable than a few bottles of experience from the Elf Spring Marrow. At this time, Jiang Ziki seemed to have realized something. Your Majesty, but his strength is not as good as mine. He also needs to be strengthened before entering the abyss. Oh, how do you want to strengthen? Tyrant looked at Jiang Ziki with interest. That's right, it's this marrow washing ceremony. Can you give him one too? Jiang Ziki's face flushed. I already took one, and I felt a little embarrassed to ask for one for Han Yu. Han Yu quickly pulled the corner of Jiang Ziki's clothes, indicating that she didn't need to say anything more. In addition to experience, there are 3 skills that don't occupy skill slots. Jiang Ziki thought Han Yu didn't want it, so she added quietly. Haha, you changed when Han Yu came. Tyrant maintained a smile, but felt bitter in her heart, and secretly poked Han Yu. Most people in the city like Jiang Ziki, after all, she is the only human in the village, and the hope of entering the abyss. Why did Han Yu become like this when he came? But Han Yu, who had already benefited, didn't care, and even wanted to laugh. He quickly grabbed Jiang Ziki, who wanted to reason with her, and explained, well, actually I have already told Her Majesty the Queen that the ceremony will start immediately. Tell me what the side quest is about first.